One day, an incredible number of towers began to appear all over the world. No one knew what happened or how it started. According to some people who were unlucky enough to be around, the filling of these towers was closely related to mythology. As if someone decided to copy some stories that people once invented and wrote down on paper, some people were very happy to meet the characters from their favorite myths and even have a chance to talk to them in reality, as if it were a real part of life and not a fairy tale. But for the rest of the population, it brought numerous troubles and many losses because not all the heroes from those towers were kind and helpful. Dungeons and monsters began to appear more and more often near the territories of these mystical towers, and their number only grew with each passing day. And it was to protect the whole world from the influence of these mystical creatures that groups of hunters had to be formed to prevent them from destroying the human world. Selected people began to analyze and clear these dungeons, risking their lives for the sake of others because they wanted to bring peace to their land. And these defenders of humanity soon had their own name for the people and were quickly honored around the world and thanked for the lives they saved. All those who took this path and went down into the dungeon, forgetting about their own safety, were later called adventurers. As a child, a little boy always admired these adventurers and wanted to be like them and save the world from the attack of monsters from the towers. He admired it when heroes used their skills to protect people and became famous all over the world, receiving thousands of compliments and words of gratitude. It was so exciting for the young child that he was determined to become one of them in the future. In order to achieve his number one goal, he studied like crazy and didn't let himself rest an extra minute because he wanted to be the best of the best. He spent a lot of time in various libraries, sitting there until they closed, and over time his knowledge of mana increased. The teenager wrote a lot of notes with important things in them, and over time his understanding of the mutation also grew, and he became better and better. Several years passed, and the student read almost all the possible books on the subject in his country and gained a great deal of theoretical knowledge. It was the 27th written exam, and Han Zheng took first place this time, which he was very proud of, and now he had a ticket to his dream future. He managed to get into an academy where only the best students from the country are admitted, and he continued to study just as hard there to show the best results. I could not believe that very soon he would be even closer to fulfilling his most ambitious goal of his life and becoming an adventurer. If he continues to study hard, he can easily become one of the best and strongest adventurers and receive attention from all over the world. But later, Han Zheng received his second-year report and second semester ranking, where he received a rank of 274. There are obstacles that he will never be able to overcome even if he trains even harder because his body will not start moving better. He still didn't have the skills that the other adventurers had, and that's why Han Zheng decided to leave the Dream Academy and give up his own life goal. He forgot about his only dream, and very soon a few more years flew by. By that time, the other students were about to complete their fourth year at the academy. Unlike him, they did not give up their studies and still followed their dream because they wanted to help other people who were in trouble because of the tower monsters. And Han Zheng just started writing fictional stories about mythical creatures that walked through dungeons and towers around the world because that's all he had to do. There was a story about a swordsman who could cut through the horizon and a hunter who spent his whole life in the forest of darkness and destroyed all enemies. Han Zheng wrote about a powerful creator of magic and invented new creatures for his works every time because only in this way could he transfer himself to the life of his dreams, at least for a while. He described things that he could never have achieved in real life on his own due to the lack of the necessary skills of an adventurer. The next story was at the stage of the final chapter and was almost complete, so the young man exhaled calmly as he looked at the almost finished work. Despite all this success, Han Zheng was not satisfied because he still wanted to become the same character from his works. But he still sat at his laptop keyboard and just wrote. However, every story will always have an ending, no matter how long it is and no matter how happy or positive the events are. Han Zheng decided to get some sleep and then finish the rest of the story because he was too tired after all those hours in front of the screen. Before going to bed, Han Zheng picked up the remote control and turned on the news on the TV, and he made himself comfortable on his bed. The country had a single sacred hero, her name was Rachel, and she was told that she had completed her mission in the United States and was returning to Korea. Most of the towers have already been cleared, and the planet is even closer to a peaceful existence without any monsters hunting people. The guy looked at the adventurer with admiration while listening to all her world achievements and still wanted to be like her, just like in childhood. He was still tormented by the feeling that he would never be able to do this himself due to his lack of adventurer skills. And these thoughts did not let him rest for a moment. Han Zheng was also sure that he had worked much harder for his dream than all the other students at his academy, but they were just lucky to have those damn skills. However, after a minute of reflection, the writer fell back on his pillow, trying to forget about these thoughts and at least sleep peacefully and not reproach himself. Later, the boy managed to fall asleep, and only dark light made its way into his room and lightly illuminated its walls. The world was looking for stories for the new towers that were still appearing around the world, but now it was more of a public concern. The world found a suitable setting for the tower's use and began to build new towers with a similar setting. And then later, the world created the same tower, new and tall, with the same monsters that would attack the planet. There was a lot of noise in the room, and the guy only now remembered that the TV had been on since the night before, even though the sun was already shining outside. They talked about a very strange case. 5 new towers appeared in the world at the same time, despite the fact that the towers had already stopped progressing so actively. The title of one was called The Swordsman Cutting the Horizon, and the other was called The Devil's Mercenary. There was also a tower called the Black Divine Spear, and at this point the guy definitely woke up and looked at the TV screen while his heart was racing. He hurriedly threw off his blanket and threw his pillow aside, keeping his eyes on the news anchor and listening to every word he said. When they were finally able to achieve peace around the world, towers and dungeons began to appear again, and later 2 more towers were reported. In total, 7 new towers have already appeared, and the association even admitted that they would all be of the highest level. That is very dangerous. They said the names of the characters Han Zhong had invented, even though he didn't believe them and still thought he was just hearing things. The guy immediately jumped out of bed and ran to his laptop, and when he looked at the TV, he realized that there were too many similarities between his characters and those named in the news. Han Zhong only began to worry more, and on the laptop he saw something that was even harder to believe. All its characters disappeared, and all the stories, along with the original files stored in the root folder, were also destroyed. The news has again distracted and reported that the government is to announce tonight all the details of the latest developments and the 7 mysterious towers. The main priority should be to stabilize the situation and return the world to a more peaceful and calm life for the safety of the country's citizens. With each word he heard, Han Zhong became more and more convinced that he was only dreaming and that he would wake up and sit down to write stories with his characters again. But a few minutes later, I heard that a novel called The Age of Destruction was chosen by the New World to create the tower. His personal story was used to build the very towers that have appeared around the world. The guy fell to the ground in shock and still could not believe everything he had just read and seen. Allegedly, his novel was plagiarized because his name was written there, and he was called a unique author of stories and awarded the new title of Lord of the 7 Towers. Han Zhong's novel files disappeared, and the news reported the appearance of new towers named after his own characters. And he also gained access to a unique skill of the same special class and gained the immersion ability. A person who had no talents and forgot about studying now has a skill of a unique class, and it's hard to believe. Han Zhong was overwhelmed with joy because with these abilities he would be able to become an adventurer, and his long-held dream could come true. But it was all a big mistake. He had drunk too much this time and was no longer aware of much. Besides, Han Zhong has already lost count of how many times he's gotten drunk to the point of memory loss in recent days. And all this because of this completely unnecessary skill that he tried his best to attack all these days and nights, but it was in vain. The attempt to activate the characteristics was too high. He failed every time he tried to activate this skill, and it did not give any result. Han Zhong's head ached from the number of conditions required to activate this special skill of a unique class, as it is simply impossible to fulfill them all at once. The writer used to be so happy when he received the skill and became an adventurer, but now he was not happy about all this news at all. The guy decided to distract himself with alcohol again and went to the store to buy a beer, but all the while he kept thinking about the immersion skill. All emotions with the nature of desire and test results, along with personality type and hope, he will have to deal with all of this to use his new power. The young man reached for the groceries, thinking of possible ways to deal with such a big dilemma. But while he was standing there, pensively choosing food, a girl came up to him and called Han Zhong, and he looked back. Her face was so surprised, and she couldn't believe she had met him in this store. Han Zhong remembered Saren from a long time ago and was happy to meet her again after several years of communication. Lee Saren was his neighbor and also a student at the academy where he had once studied, and she had a unique ice skating ability. The two of them became close while the boy was helping her with her studies at her mother's request, and now Lee Saren continues her studies at the same Han Chong Dream Academy. Although they hardly ever crossed paths during their internship, because Lee Saren took a short sabbatical right after entering the university and Han Zhong himself avoided her because of rumors about him. Now the girl said hello to an old friend whom she hadn't seen for a long time and missed him because they used to meet several times a week. She shook hands with him and asked him about his personal life and why he came to the store. And then Saren smelled a strong odor of alcohol from him, because he decided to get drunk in broad daylight, and one can only hope that it was not on an empty stomach at least. Only then did Lee Saren stop talking, and after a few seconds told him to eat a normal meal sometimes and not just pick up some snacks in the stores. But Han Chang just laughed and now began to ask the girl about her progress at the academy. He changed the subject, but Lee Serene still answered him and nodded her head. The student also told him that Han Zhang is quite popular there and that his personality is often discussed by other students. The girl was told that the Heavenly Castle Guild had once tried to recruit him and that these analysts do not invite anyone. This is one of the strongest guilds in Korea, and you can't get in with just good grades, so everyone knows who decided to reject such strong representatives. It was strange to hear about all this. Han Zhang was sure that everyone had forgotten this information long ago, and then Lee Saren changed the subject again and talked about something else. But the boy quickly said that he had bought everything he needed and that it was time to go home. And the story she told was one that Han Zhang never wanted to tell anyone. And this world, to which he no longer belonged, should not have bothered him in the slightest. When the guy walked on with the basket in his hands, the system informed him that he could feel the energy of Everton. In surprise, the former student of the academy threw the basket of food on the floor and froze in place, knowing something about this energy. This meant that there were imitators of the demons themselves somewhere nearby, and they would definitely not pass by and start attacking people. But Han Zhang still didn't know where they came from, and as he realized everything, sweat began to pour down his face out of fear. He remained in this terrible state for some time until Lee Seren came up to him and asked how he was feeling because of the young man's strange appearance. And while Han Zhang was trying to come up with an explanation for the whole thing, a man fell down in front of them, and they both noticed. Lee Seren realized that the man had fainted and was about to run to help him, but Han Zhang stopped her. He saw those demons gathered around the lifeless body of the man in the middle of the store's shelves, and did not move away from him even a step. Later on, the Everton imitator ordered a call for bloody wolves, and then the young man saw an even stranger situation. He and the girl stood there very quietly, and did not say a word until they saw a demonic portal open right in front of them. Inside, Saren and Han Zhang saw wolves that resembled demonic beasts and looked very evil. These wolves immediately attacked the people in the store, and they in turn began to run away from the predators and from the portal. It was hard to believe what they were seeing because a gate with demons had opened right in the middle of the shops, but people kept running away. This was the group that hated the seven heroes and was ready to sacrifice absolutely everything to destroy them and achieve their goal. Then Han Zhang was even more surprised because this group of demon fans was part of one of his novels. The guy still couldn't recover from what he saw, but Serena told him that there were people there and they needed to be rescued as soon as possible. Only after all this, the girl remembered that he did not have the skills of an adventurer, and in this case, he would not help. But then the young man said that he would distract all the wolves and let Saren lead the people to a safer place. He still didn't know how the newly acquired skill worked, but he wanted to do something, and this time he would definitely not run away from the problem. In the end, the boy faced the demon wolf directly, and it was standing right next to him while Han Zhang was only trembling in fear. Of course, the wolves were stronger than him, and it would have cost nothing to defeat this boy. Fortunately, he managed to escape and decided to look for at least some weapons for himself and found the right one pretty quickly. Han Zhang approached the sign outside the store and tried his best to pull it out of the ground. Literally at the last moment he managed to do it, and when the wolf attacked, the young man defended himself with that piece of iron. The beast retreated, but several more wolves approached it, and the iron stick was already quite dented after the wolf had attacked it. It's unlikely that the improvised weapon will withstand another attack. Han Zhang didn't know what to do, and Saren wouldn't help him because she was busy protecting people. He will have to get out of this trap himself, and now it would be very helpful to use the immersion he received. Later on, everything changed, and the system issued a notification that the author was using the immersion skill. The world around him has really changed, and Han Zhang literally found himself inside his own novel. All these events that he had imagined over the past 2 years were now a reality, and all his invented characters were now standing right in front of his eyes. The young man knew absolutely all of them because he himself was the creator of this fictional world. When I turned my gaze, I saw the strongest warrior in the book, a swordsman who could cut through the horizon. Now he needed to survive, so Han Zhang decided to take his abilities for himself for a while and protect himself. The writer used his immersion skill, but the system reported a very high chance of self-destruction when activated due to a too high difference in strength. Now it was his last chance for survival, but it failed, which sent him into an even greater panic. The ruler of his own world tried to use this skill more than once, but nothing happened. Hanzhong began to think of a new plan and decided that he would try to use this skill on one of these 7 characters. Then the system allowed him to select a target to use the immersion skill. Now, at least, the young man has begun to understand how the scheme works, and all that remains is to remember what he once wrote on paper. Out of the top 7, they had to choose the character who would be able to save him and destroy the wolves. In just a few seconds, he named the person he was calling and to whom he was passing his skill, and after that, an aura appeared around the guy. After several unsuccessful attempts to apply the skill, he finally managed to successfully use it. All of these towers were a combination of the real world and myths, which could be explained by the example of a tower based on Greek mythology. Hercules could appear as its owner, and then all the events that occurred in his myths would become reality. And right now, the characters of his novel have their own towers around the world, as reported in the news. This means that all the people connected with them will now exist in the real world and will be able to protect the boy. Hanzhong looked around and saw even the background characters he had added to his creation. When the wolves had already surrounded him, the guy once again used his immersion skill and directed it at the right characters. Melon's soldiers and an ordinary gatekeeper whose name no one will even remember, but all of them were mentioned in Hanzhong's novel. The task of this guard was to defeat a large number of enemies with a small force. The system reported that this time, there was enough information about the target and all the conditions required for the dive were met. After that, the unique skill was activated, and Hanzhong was happy because now he just had to wait for the right moment and fight the beasts. The young man spent some time in front of the demonic wolves, hoping for a miracle, and soon it happened as several of the beasts were thrown away from him. Hanzhong sharply waved this iron sign and defended himself from the attack of the monster standing nearby. Also, the effectiveness of the spear was increased and it received a new combat technique, after which the maneuvering skills were temporarily activated. Without further ado, the young man approached one of the wolves and killed it with a spear that he stuck inside. He was finished, and there were a few more left, but these wolves were afraid of Hanzhong and did not approach him as eagerly. On the contrary, they gradually backed down and soon ran away from him completely, whimpering pitifully all the while. But the writer was not going to leave them alive, so he took the handle of his new spear and aimed at the target. But now he was doubting himself, even though he knew that he could not miss his goal, because later help would come, and it would be even more difficult. Gathering all his courage in his fist, the boy decided to throw a spear at the fleeing beast, and mentally hoped that he would hit the mark. The wolf continued to run away from him, occasionally looking back, and he tried not to get caught by Hanzhong's hot hand, but he was still running away too slowly. Meanwhile, Saren created her own unique world of ice using her own skills and continued to save people from demonic creatures. Luckily, it was over soon, and the girl asked if all the targets were safe. Although the people were scared, they survived and were unharmed thanks to her. After all that, Saren called them to follow her and said that it was time to get away from here. She needed to evacuate the citizens to a safe place. Then the girl was going to come to Youngman's aid because she heard that he hadn't awakened his skills yet, but he should because he had been studying at the academy for some time. Saren fell silent and stopped in her tracks, and then wondered if her friend was okay. He was really fine, and at that moment he destroyed the last bloody wolf of Everton. Although he was tired, he was not injured and defended himself. Only when he took a few deep breaths did he begin to hear surprised exclamations and applause because he had single-handedly overcome these demonic creatures. After that, the author of the novels turned off the immersion skill and returned to the real world. He didn't realize what had happened a few minutes ago, because the whole fight had exhausted him so much that Hanzhong fell to the ground, throwing the iron away. He was unable to stand on his feet, but was very happy because he now knows how to use his unique skill, and that is the most important thing now. Now Hanzhong had learned the technique of fighting, and the muscles of his whole body would be used more efficiently, and also his body was not able to withstand such force, and the forced increase caused a recoil. Only a few seconds later, the guy somehow got up, and his whole body was hurting even more. Now he could hardly move. Eventually, the young man fell to the ground again, but by then, Saren had already approached him and asked if he was hurt, but his friend said he was fine. The girl was still worried about him because Hanzhong looked really terrible and could barely open his mouth. Eventually, the writer got up and sat down, and Saren recalled what they had said about him at the academy, namely that Hanzhong had no skills, and it was true. It was amazing that he was able to fight so well without his skills, and that he had defeated so many demonic creatures on his own. Hanzhong looked around and froze in place in disbelief because he had done it himself just a few minutes ago. However, the writer breathed a sigh of relief because it was all his dream, and he dreamed of similar skills possessed by adventurers around the world. On the verge of self-destruction and in direct danger, his body started moving on its own, and apparently the training at the academy was not in vain. And the unique immersion skill could also be used on secondary characters, which means that Han Chong will be able to borrow the power of people who are close to his level of strength. But there were some drawbacks because my body still hurt and the recoil was very strong for its still quite modest capabilities. Saren still wasn't sure that her friend was okay, but he assured her otherwise, even though he knew now that not all battles would be able to use immersion, so he needed to become more resilient. Later, the guy returned home, where he barely made it after yesterday's shock, and now he was woken up by a loud phone call. The young man was lying on his bed, and without even looking at the caller, he dropped the call and enjoyed the silence again. When the phone rang for the second time, the guy couldn't stand it any longer and barely opened his eyes to look at the light screen. During this time, Saren also managed to write him a message, and it surprised Hanjong because his friend simply wrote words of apology for no one knows why. He didn't know for sure, but he thought of the worst-case scenario that could happen. He jumped out of bed and sleep finally let him go, after which he decided to test his guesses about what Saren had written to him. Because the young man stood up abruptly, his muscles hurt as suddenly and severely as if an electric shock had passed through them, and he fell back on his blanket. Later, Hanjong fell to the floor and managed to hit his head, which made it even more painful, and the young man dropped his phone. Then the guy finally looked at his phone screen for the second time and saw dozens of missed calls and a bunch of messages, although this was never the case before. The writer took up the challenge of not even knowing what was going on and then began to check all the notifications he had received. Saren apologized to him again, and then Hanjong read in the news that the students of the academy had saved all the people from the demonic beasts. She didn't want to tell anyone because she didn't like a lot of attention, but somehow it got to such a high point. Even though the day wasn't over, all the news was about it. Perhaps this is because monsters first appeared in the real world with people and not in dungeons as everyone is used to, which caused such a stir. He decided to call his girlfriend and realized that his life had begun to change, even though he had not done it on purpose and did not think about the possible consequences. He also read a comment from a woman who said that he had become a hero for her and her daughter, and after that the child wanted to become an adventurer herself. While he was reading message after message, new ones were still coming to him, distracting him from his comments. Most of the numbers were unknown to him, but he also saw a professor from the academy and his former instructor, all of whom wanted to meet him soon. Most of all, it was strange to see such messages from the instructor because Hanjong had never been interested in him before, and in fact, he even mocked him. The girl wrote to him again and offered to buy him 10 meals as her apology and said he could choose something expensive. The young man agreed, and he actually got up and said he would think about it, but now he hangs up. After a while, his body began to return to normal, and his muscles did not hurt as much as before. But the best part was that he had already understood how to use his unique skill. His lifelong dream could come true right now. Hanjong could finally become an adventurer and save the world, and he didn't want to delay it any longer. A little more time passed, and he went outside where it was a warm and sunny day. After that, the writer got on a bus and went somewhere. All the while he was traveling, he was reading the news and came across an article about how one of the strongest adventurers was unable to enter the Master of the Sword Tower. An incredible number of human heroes set out to conquer these towers and tried to enter them to destroy them to the ground. The most successful of these adventurers were able to acquire unique skills that were highly valued in their circle, but not everyone was so lucky. Not everyone was the lucky one who managed to gain both new abilities and power over others. Not everyone managed to win the hearts of people and become real heroes for them, receiving an incredible amount of attention to their person every day. But now the complexity of the towers has increased to incredible heights, and even those who were previously considered truly strong could not cope with what they encountered inside the tower. Despite all these failures, which involved hundreds or thousands of adventurers, the adventurers could not be stopped and attempts to conquer the towers did not stop. New groups and raids were created all the time. All these people knew they had no chance, but they kept trying, and Hanjong was reminded of masochists who just love to suffer. But most of them said that if you go to the dungeon just once, your life will become much better and you will sparkle with new colors. But the writer was really surprised that no one had ever entered the Swordmaster's tower, and even high-ranking adventurers had not reached this peak. Soon the boy saw the tower based on his idea from the novel, and he wanted to at least take a close look at his own creation in reality. At the next stop, Han Chong got off the bus and had to walk a few kilometers, and that's when he realized that he should train more and pay attention to sports. His legs could hardly hold him anymore, but luckily he made it to the main entrance of the tower from his novels. It was hard to move around, especially after yesterday, but he was grateful that he had at least reached this place alive and hadn't fallen on the way. The body still hurt, and the current ran through the muscles, but the writer was incredibly happy to see his creation in front of his eyes, and it drowned out the pain. Han Chong came even closer and touched the building itself, after which the system informed him that he could feel the energy of all 7 heroes. It was very strange to see all these words and phrases in front of him because he had only imagined it before, and similar things could only exist for him in another reality. The young man enjoyed this moment until a man came up behind him and spoke to him. He had already realized that this was the first time this boy had been near the tower because he did not know the rules of behavior, and then added that it was too dangerous to move anything. Saren confirmed that this was true because it is very easy to get inside the tower just by touching an object that belongs to her. That is why adventurers are very careful with this and do not neglect safety rules for their own good and warn others to be cautious. But Hanzhong reassured him and said that he would not be allowed to go there anyway, so he did not have to worry because he considered himself weak for such a task. At some point, he thought that it was even better because he would have had to run away anyway if he had been invited to the tower. But when the boy went back to the building, the system was informed that the true owner of the tower had been found. And then he also received an invitation from the owner of the tower, and at that moment his incredible journey began. He didn't even have to do anything to move to another place. And for some time the guy silently looked at everything around him, unable to say a word. By some miracle he managed to find himself inside the tower itself, but everything around him was as calm as outside. However, this tower owner was not happy to see a stranger running around his property, and Hanzhong was very annoyed. It was all too strange, and the guy sitting on the conventional throne fell silent, watching the stranger. Judging by his mania, he was a completely ordinary person. But still, he was bothering him and attracting too much attention. The owner of the tower realized that something was definitely wrong with this guy, but he did not notice any obvious signs of it because he was still looking at an ordinary person. He continued to watch the writer and thought about how he could learn more about this stranger and understand who he was. The idea came to him very quickly because he could simply call him inside and find out all the information he needed directly. So the sword that cuts the horizon invited Han Chong to the first floor of the Master Sword Tower and wanted to have a little talk with him. There was also a message that the monsters of the Catastrophe class would wake up after a while, so the player had to get out of here before that happened, and there was an hour for that. It's strange that a person without the skills to attack got inside such a complex tower where even high-ranking adventurers could not get in. This had never happened before, and it was news. Hanzhong made so many efforts to get this opportunity, but it was all in vain. He was called an unfit adventurer, all doors were closed to him, and he only received this label because he got the last place in the practical exam. Even after awakening your unique immersion skill, there is no chance that you will be able to conquer such a difficult tower right away. Hanzhong realized that there was really zero chance of that happening, but then someone noticed him and started grumbling that he was standing there like a scarecrow and not moving. Hanzhong suddenly fell to the ground, and the owner of the tower said that he had lowered the difficulty and invited him here because he didn't want him to fly above the clouds. Then the head of the tower laughed at the boy because he allegedly thought he was just a loser who was lucky to get here, and these words offended Hanzhong. But he quickly forgot about these images because he heard about the tower's owner's ability to change its complexity, and he replied with the same mockery and arrogance that he could because it was his own tower. And now Hanzhong was surprised by these words. The boy was silent for a couple of seconds and then said the name of the owner of the tower, who was named by Eden, who did not expect the stranger to know him. And now Hanzhong didn't know how to behave here at all, because this character who was talking to him might be slightly different from the one he had invented himself. Later they got to talking, and Eden turned out to be a braggart, and thanks to Hanzhong, his creator, he soon gained popularity. The main character of the 7 heroes was written from Han Chong himself, who was a misfit, a guy who could hold a sword but had no mana talent, and only with the help of a teacher at the academy could it be awakened. But even here the boy was unlucky, unlike the story he was creating. Eden found his companions and then went to the demon castle, and eventually the whole team defeated them. Then Eden became a hero respected and admired by the whole world, and it was because of these qualities that he was Hanzhong's favorite character. And who would have ever thought that it would be possible to talk to the main character from his own novel? But Eden was angry now because Hanzhong wasn't even listening to him anymore. In the end, He simply said that he had missed it and lowered the difficulty, so he would somehow get out of here, and finally wished the guy good luck. The dialogue ended very unexpectedly, and the guy would have liked to talk to him more, but instead he was left alone. But there is no choice now, and in the end, if he had no chance at all, he would not have ended up here, so his hope was still alive. They really hadn't had much time to talk, not even 10 minutes had passed. But now Hanjong was thinking about how to get out of this place in the time he had left. Still, absolutely everything here is based on his own novel, so there must be some way out, and the creator knows all the nuances, you just have to use them. The writer walked a few more meters until he came across a dragon sitting in a tree. In 50 minutes, the monsters of the catastrophe will wake up, and if he doesn't act, he will die in his own work. And now Han Chong is just lucky that the dragon didn't notice him. Now it would be worthwhile to at least understand the place where he is now, so the guy began to look closely at the details that he himself had once described. The system notified that the player received information about his location while exploring the environment, and immediately after that began searching for records based on the information it received. It took a while, so the young man walked a few more meters, after which he stepped on something, and only then looked down. He did not remember anything like this from his history. There were some pieces of wood scattered around, and it all confused him. When I looked closely, it reminded me of fragments of wooden swords, and it would not have been suitable for training, and the shape of the blade itself was very strange. But when the writer turned the wooden fragment in his hands, he saw an engraved inscription with Eden's name on it. Han Chong thought about it for a while, then smiled and began to understand. A moment later, he was told that he had found the key to Eden's broken sword, and the boy remembered everything. Now everything fell into place, and thus he was able to obtain information about the first floor of the Eden Tower. Then the guy started to tell me even more details about the first chapter of his story. It was a story about a place where a boy who had no talent at all nevertheless awakened his faith and discovered a skill. It was Eden's training ground, from which he practically never left, because he devoted all his time and attention to practice in order to improve and achieve his goals. Information was collected about the Age of Destruction, which was described in the Awakening of Eden, and the system also obtained information about the area among the meadows in the Forest of Nightmares. But it was not known why this particular chapter, and Hanjong only assumed that it was because of the reduced difficulty at this level, and he knew how to get out of here alive. Then Hanjong grabbed one of Eden's swords and clutched it tightly in his hand, doubting himself. He did not know whether he could cope with what Eden experienced here in the novel, because even his training was weaker than that of the hero of the story. The boy sat among the meadows, and all these thoughts tormented him more and more, and he could not calm down. But at one point he let go of that and told himself that he would just do everything in his power and somehow get out of here. The more fearful and self-doubting he is now, the less time he will have to fulfill his mission. So the young man took hold of the remains of Eden's sword and swung it with all his might, even though he looked unsteady. When the sword touched the ground, a spark ignited, and the boy drew the tree even further along the ground. Only then did he stop, as if he didn't know what he had just seen, and took a closer look. Then Hanjong saw exactly what he needed right then. It was a coconut fiber, and this plant belonged to the class of spiritual plants that can increase magical power by 1. Surprisingly, there were quite a few of these plants here, and usually they are very difficult to find, but here there were about 50 or more. But no one would ever think of eating this disgusting stuff, which tastes incredibly awful. In fact, this plant was very disgusting, even worse than it looked, and the boy almost threw up after biting off a small piece. The plant tasted very bitter, and how could he forget when he wrote that, although it was a rare ingredient, it tasted incredibly awful. Hanjong hated everything bitter. He just couldn't stand it, and now he has to eat this disgusting thing. I didn't want to do this at all, but there were less than 45 minutes left before all the monsters appeared. Despite his nausea, Hanjong continued to chew on the plant because it was the only way he would have been able to get out of the first floor of the tower. It shouldn't matter what the plant tastes like, because if it doesn't eat it, it simply won't survive in this place. And he had less and less time, so he had to eat as many plants as possible while he still had time. He continued to eat, and at this rate, another 30 minutes passed. Now there was very little time left before the monsters appeared. The writer did not remember how much he ate of this plant, perhaps 20 or 40, although it felt much more because he wanted to vomit. It seemed as if his guts were being ripped out, but fortunately the amount of mana was also increasing, and in a matter of seconds it reached its maximum. Hanjong literally held on with all his might to keep from throwing up, even though it was hard to hold back after so many magical plants. Eventually, he got the right amount of mana, and now he had to pour it into the sword, just like Eden had done. The owner of this tower watched the boy closely, and was surprised that Han Chong knew so much about these plants and ate them to increase his mana. Eden didn't know exactly how the boy knew about these plants, but he decided that he must have gotten the information about his tower from somewhere, because it was unlikely that he was just lucky. But then, the Tower Master realized the absurdity of his thoughts because no one knew what was inside the tower. But then, who was this guy? Now is the hardest and most important test, and after passing this last stage, he will be able to get out. This girl was a sorceress in a wealthy family in a small country, but in an unfortunate raid on demons, she lost all her partners and moved to the countryside. It was then that the girl met Eden, who was harming himself because he didn't know how to use mana, and at that moment the wizard felt sorry to leave him to his fate. And it was this sorceress who helped him, because she taught him how to control his own mana and channel it in the right direction. Stabilization did not take long, and feeling very happy, she decided to become a teacher in the village and was still teaching Eden. Then Hanjong finally decided on the character because a sorceress is the best option here and immersion should work. After choosing the right character for himself, Hanjong tried to recreate the immersion skill again. He focused all his attention on his strengths and then began to use them. Then the boy shouted the name of the sorceress Darai, after which she appeared in his imagination, giving him strength. All the conditions of the Darai high-ranked mage immersion were met, and after a successful use of the skill, he was surrounded by a magical aura. Eden still kept his eyes on the newcomer, and was still trying to understand how this guy knew so much about the tower, and how the tower owner remembered this energy after using his powers. It was very similar to his master's mana, but Eden still didn't know how this guy could do something like that. Now he needs to gradually purify the mana and direct it to the heart, and from the heart to the fingertips. And after full concentration, the mana began to move through the boy's body. When mana spreads throughout the body, it should be directed into the sword. But at that moment, the system notified him of a severe lack of mana, and his magic got out of control. An abnormality was also found in the heart, and after that, the force movement of the magician through the body caused abnormalities absolutely everywhere. Aiden didn't know what to think, because how did this young man know how to use mana and regain full control of it after that? And at that moment, the sword cutting the horizon told the boy that he could die, and Hanjong himself knew that this was total self-destruction and was afraid of it. But he did not want to give up or run away and wait quietly somewhere for what was to happen, because he had the opportunity to fight for his life right now. Leaving this life with all your hopes on your own strengths and skills will be much better and much more fun than just giving up and waiting. Now he had to give his life to his sword, but he managed to complete the mission and cleared the first floor of Eden's tower. However, he passed away, and the sword that slices the horizon paid tribute to his sacrifice. And after that, the path and title of the owner of the 7 towers was unblocked. Meanwhile, someone had already gone live and talked about clearing the tower of the one who cuts the horizon, and the girl was talking enthusiastically with her subscribers. There were already many adventurers here who wanted to test their luck and endurance, and during these 2 weeks, no one was even allowed inside the tower. She asked the audience if there was a hero who could enter the tower and stop the monsters from the dungeon, and then invited them to listen to the other adventurers. She approached other people, trying to interview them as well, and found another adventurer among the players. When this guy heard that he was considered a celebrity, he became very proud of himself and of course was not going to refuse an interview for a live broadcast. The presenter asked if anyone would get inside the tower after 2 weeks of its appearance in the world, but he immediately said that it was ridiculous to even think about it and impossible. Everyone has long realized that this tower is connected with swords, but the mystery behind it is still unknown to anyone, so it is impossible to get inside. It was obvious that the only way to clear this tower was to have but he didn't get to finish what he was about to say because they were interrupted by an alert. It was reported that the Tower of the Horizon Cutting Sword was opened, and its first floor was successfully cleared by the adventurer. And a few seconds later, a dome or aura appeared around the tower, and the entrance to it was blocked, while the reporters continued their filming for the broadcast. Everyone who heard this was really shocked because for 2 weeks no one could approach the tower and get inside. And then this news. The reporter turned off the camera because she had nothing to say, so the broadcast was interrupted, and in 60 seconds the commercial was to begin. This was unlikely even if the adventurer had a certain attribute. But this is one of the last towers, so there could not have been a runner here. There was only one assumption about everything we saw because no one could explain it any other way, except that a new and strong player among the adventurers had appeared. There was also a table of settings, and if they hurried, they would have time to interview this adventurer who had cleared the first floor of the tower at the entrance. They ran there as fast as they could when the director was immediately called to the entrance. When the girl got there, she saw the guy lying on the grass and thought he was unconscious. They were very surprised to see a man lying next to the tower, but then realized that he had just fallen asleep and was fine. He hadn't even woken up when she stepped on him, and it seemed to them that there was no one else here, so she decided to try to wake him up. But the other reporters and cameramen shouted at her to move faster because at this rate they would not have time to interview her for their broadcast. They need to do their work and not be distracted, so the girl ran as fast as she could to them, leaving the boy behind. And just at that moment, the young man began to wake up, or simply talked in his sleep, remembering the sorceress Dare, who helped him with her power. Eventually, Hanjung finally woke up and opened his eyes, looking up at the sky, and only then realized that he was not in the tower but next to it. He stood up and couldn't believe what he had done, because he had made it out, which meant that he had cleared the tower and overcome the first floor of the sword that cuts through the horizon. But then he was interrupted by a notification he received, and he didn't even know who it was. But someone was very unhappy that Hanjong was sleeping so much because everyone had already left. He could only assume that he was talking to Eden, the owner of the tower, and was even more surprised that his character could speak outside the tower. To be precise, to speak inside. But Hanjong did not fully understand Eden's answer. He continued to tell him something, but the boy still did not understand anything because Eden did not give a direct answer, only communicated in hints. But eventually he stopped torturing Hanjong and added that he could talk both inside and outside the tower only to him. The young man's face was very surprised and embarrassed, and he only quietly repeated Eden's words. When he took a few seconds to think about it, he asked him why he was the only one who could do this. But for Eden, the question was too stupid. He would have liked to ask himself, but Hanjong thought he should know because Eden was part of that tower. But it didn't seem to be the case. Although he did not know the answer to this question and could not tell him anything, the owner of the tower could tell him something else. The show that the guy put on inside the tower was very interesting and mesmerizing, and Eden enjoyed watching it every minute. Then he laughed out loud, but Hanxian realized that he would have been better off not hearing this annoying guy even in the tower or outside. Eden added later that he would never be bored with Hanjong, and the young man realized that it was time for him to leave because he had no energy to talk to Eden. The writer stood up and said that he was very pleased to meet him, but that it was time to go home and they would see each other later. But it wasn't that simple because Eden said he would follow his new friend and always be with him, and Hanjong was not happy about this news. Jongmin gave up very quickly, but it was really impossible to convince Eden otherwise because he had already decided that he was going with him. The owner of the tower was too stubborn, and now his daily life will become even more diverse and chaotic, and it would be nice if the problems ended there. Finally, the young man was at home, and of course the first thing he did was lie down on the bed and get some sleep, because he was very tired after the mission. Several long hours passed while Hanjong lay in bed, and when he got up, he asked himself what time it was. Now absolutely all the events that happened in the tower seemed like a dream. But there was something that proved the opposite, and he realized that it was far from a dream. His body was completely different than before he entered the Tower of Eden, because everything was full of mana, and there was an aura around him. Han Chan was happy about this because he had been dreaming of becoming an adventurer and protecting the world for so long, so he immediately decided to test his skills. It turned out that his mana had increased sixfold, but Hanjong didn't know how he managed to increase it so quickly, but it was very good news. Mana control, sword, and spear skills, along with physical training and archery skills were added, and a total of 7 new skills were added to the arsenal. But Eden didn't let him rest either, because he was immediately hooked on how simple Hanjong was, and how surprised he was by such a skill. However, the writer then asked me to warn him when he was going to speak, because anyone would be surprised if the heir spoke to them. But Eden just said that he had given him not only these skills and told him to check the characteristics window and didn't care that the guy had just done it. Hanjong did as he was told, and something new did appear, and it was something cool because the writer couldn't take his eyes off it. Eden rewarded the boy with hero mana, which was exactly what the boy needed right now. And Eden was pleased with himself because this was the reaction he was expecting. The mana limit for him was removed permanently, and this was already a cheat, because with the help of magic, he can use the skill all the time without interruption. He also didn't have time to rest anymore, so Hanjong decided that he would take up his old dream with a vengeance, even though Eden didn't understand what he was talking about. The writer only said that it was time for them to leave and did not explain anything else, as if he had not heard all these questions from the tower owner. He already has a lot on his plate and didn't want to waste his time. The young man decided to go to training immediately after clearing the first floor without even resting properly. But this is not surprising. It was his dream, and he finally had the opportunity to make it come true, so Han Zhong was going to test his fighting skills. He soon entered the first testing center to test his skills. However, as soon as the young man entered, someone noticed him and was not happy to see him in this place. The user received a notification about the warning of mana usage, and then Han Zhong stopped. When he was standing in the middle of the hall with people, something exploded right in front of his eyes, and Han Zhong remained standing still. Nothing terrible seemed to have happened because it was just a soda can that someone threw at the wall with all their might. But then the guy realized who he was dealing with because he heard a painfully familiar voice right next to him and that someone was mockingly greeting him. This familiar guy stood behind him and asked him with the same strange smile where he had been hiding from him all this time. It was Han Yu-kil, and the young man was still staring at him, not moving from his seat. Only then did Yu-kil come closer to the boy and slowly repeated the same words he had said earlier. Han Zhong had already realized that everything was very bad, and why he had met in this place the very person he least wanted to see. Han Yu-kil was a former classmate of Young Min's, and he also had a very rare skill, and because of this, he liked to mock his friend who did not have such abilities. The writer still did not move and looked with fear in his eyes at Yu-kil, who was getting closer and closer, and now the young man realized that the worst was about to begin. He was the one who mocked him in practice to assert himself because Han Zhong was weaker and easier to beat, so he often threw taunts at him. Yu-kil was scared only because he was smart, but it turned out that his classmate had nothing special at all except clumsiness. He was the center of attention when someone wanted to take the heat off and show off their strength, so Jiang Min often suffered from such people. Meanwhile, his classmate intimidated him, telling him not to even think about telling the teachers about what happened, because then it would be even worse. The young man was angry with him, but realized that he could not respond to him now and just had to endure his antics every day. But now he was more confident. Although he hadn't thought that we would meet so soon, maybe it was for the best. Yu-kil was about to beat him again, as if to remember the past, and he took Han Zhong by the collar while he stood there stiffly. He began to tease Han Zhong and repeat his own words because he was annoyed that this invertebrate still couldn't defend himself. People started to converge on the fight and noticed the uniforms of the Adventurers Academy and started talking again about how ungrateful and wild children are now. Now Yu-kil was thinking about his actions because it was important to him that Choi Pum-chun did not find out about the fight. After these thoughts, the student of the academy threw the guy away from the wall, pretending that he would not touch him again. This time, Han Zhong was just lucky because there were too many witnesses and someone would have told Pum-chun, so he let him go for the day. The guy felt uncomfortable afterwards and felt defeated, even though he had just been excited about his skills and wanted to practice. You just have to hold back. And that's all the writer was thinking about now, even though his body was trembling more and more. Now he has to concentrate on assessing his own skills, and if he starts fighting again, he will be disqualified and will have wasted his energy. However, Eden intervened and began to convince him otherwise, telling him not to act like a loser and to hit him at least once. Eden did not believe that this young man would just walk away and not even fight back, but it was much easier to talk than to act. Eventually, the gate opened for him, and Han Zhong told him not to worry, because he was not interested in losers like Yu-kil. Something else was much more important now, and that was that he needed to make his abilities known, not fight with that idiot. The retinal scan began, and the user's information was immediately uploaded to the system. Soon after, the registration in the Academy's system was completed, and he was welcomed to the test room. Now the boy will have to choose the difficulty of the test, and Han Zhong knew immediately which one he would choose for himself. The guy chose the lowest difficulty, and Eden laughed at him that Han Zhong had no pride, but the system would edit everything to suit his abilities anyway. In a few seconds, we had information about its physical capabilities, and then the system called up the lightest F-class monster, Golbat. The young man had read about this class of monsters and heard a little about them, but now he needed to choose a weapon for this match. He wanted to choose a weapon that would help him test the difference in strength, so the conditions had to be the same as during his training at the academy. Since the student had used a sword then, he chose it this time and clicked on the screen. A few seconds passed, and the sword was already in his hands, feeling the same as it had a few years ago during the practical training. Now the boy's body felt very light, like a feather, and for a moment he thought he was using the immersion skill again. It was just incredibly wonderful, but now he most wanted to see for himself how much he had changed over the past few years. In fact, the fight was quite easy, and the guy quickly managed to defeat the monster Golbat, and he did it in 3 seconds. The previous record was 32 seconds, and the hunting time has decreased, which has increased the difficulty from low to low. Jungmin was incredibly happy to have broken his previous record of 29 seconds, and he thought it was a great performance. But it was inappropriate to rejoice at having defeated such an easy monster, so Eden ordered him to keep his cool for the rest of the test. But the young man didn't even think about relaxing and being too careless, because he knew the rules and had to be very careful and attentive in this room. After this short conversation, another monster appeared between them. It was stronger and larger than Golbat and resembled an animal. All this was much easier than a few years ago, when I was doing an internship at the academy and the former writer was so fascinated by it that he decided to go all the way. Meanwhile, Yukil was sitting outside and heard a loud noise that began to irritate him, and he didn't know what was going on. Next to him was Choi Pom-chun, who was a zero-generation adventurer who cleared the tower of the thunder god Zeus and managed to gain 7 new skills. Finally, he managed to meet him and try to talk to him. So the younger man approached him and asked to watch videos of his fights because he wanted to become Pom-chun's student. However, his dream mentor smilingly told him that it would be difficult to do so because he had just found the perfect candidate for his apprentice. Han Yukil was really surprised because he was one of the strongest students at the academy, and it was quite difficult to find people like him, which is why he was confident in his own abilities. Then the young adventurer looked in the same direction as Pom-chun and noticed this nerd Han who was now fighting a monster. Pom-chun seemed not to notice Yukil anymore and focused his attention on the other guy, after which he approached the microphone and spoke to him. The young man did not even expect to hear someone's voice from outside, but when he paid attention, he heard the man praising him. Yukil became fiercely jealous and angry that he had exchanged him for this weak fool, and assured him that he would be a better student than this Hanjong. The writer looked in the direction from which he heard the voice, and all this distracted him, and he did not understand why someone spoke to him. Pom-chun just smiled again and said that he was very curious, and saw in him the potential of a strong adventurer. The user, meanwhile, was undergoing a survival test, needing to survive for 7 hours in an extreme cold environment, and it was a virtual room that could manipulate the senses. It is here that you can feel even an incredible threat to your life, which is why most people experience a fierce fear of the unknown during the test. Although it was really very cold, the boy held the sword in his hands and continued to think about how to defeat the monster in front of him. Unlike himself, who feels terrified and frightened, this monster looked completely calm in his own territory. Usually, all the people who passed this test just ran away because of fear, but this one is standing, and there are 2 options. He is either stupid or very brave. Pom-chun wanted to see everything with his own eyes. He was curious to see what this guy was doing, so he pressed the button. Without taking his eyes off him, the mentor spoke and asked if he could hear him well. In front of them was a giant screen showing Hanjong undergoing the test, and now he looked very surprised to hear the voice. Without further ado, Pom-chun told the boy to approach the monster, because in this way he would be able to spot the weaknesses and aim at them. At first, the young man listened to the man as if he were crazy because he did not even understand what he was talking about. He literally sends him to direct danger because you want him to approach the monster and tell him to do it right now at the moment of its attack. He didn't understand why, but he decided to take a chance and try to do what the man's voice said, so he rushed with his sword at the terrible beast. The young man swung his weapon several times to try to fend off the paws of this predator. Despite the fact that everything was happening very quickly and he was very focused, Hanjong really noticed the wolf's weakness. He saw something on the back of the beast's neck and thought that this was the right place to aim. So far, he had no other options to defeat this wolf, so the young man decided to try at least this option. Hanjong aimed and retreated a little further or have time to attack his opponent and strike him. He decided to trust the man's words and try to put all his strength into this blow to bring the beast down. So the guy did and concentrated on this particular punch to immobilize the enemy in one motion. It was over quickly, as it took only 4 minutes and 50 seconds to complete the hunt, and the system notified us that it was over. Pom-chun and other spectators supported him, loudly shouting that he was a good boy when he defeated the Iron Wolf. Yukil was still standing somewhere behind, but he was watching what was happening on the screen just as attentively. But he still did not believe that it was his classmate. Pom-chun heard what he was saying and approached Yukil, asking how he knew him. At first, the academy student tried to change the subject and avoid answering this question, saying only that he was slightly familiar with him. After the victory, the young man came out of the testing room, and Eden laughed and said that for such a weakling, this training was enough for now. It sounded like both praise and mockery, but Hanjong didn't know exactly what his new friend meant. It seemed that such a long pause of 2 years had weakened him greatly, and that he would have to train a lot to use immersion more freely. Maybe one day it will even come to the point where the guy will be able to use his unique skill on Eden. All he hoped for, though he laughed at it himself, was that when he used the immersion with Eden, he wouldn't have this horrible character. Pom Chun, meanwhile, was standing next to the exit and stopped the young man, saying that he was the one who spoke to him in the room, and then asked if Jung Min was a student at the academy. But the younger man was in no hurry to answer all his questions, but simply asked his own in response, because he did not even know who the man was. Pom Chun didn't know how to answer you. You identified yourself as an employee of the academy, and then Han Chun noticed his former classmate behind him. After that, the guy said that he used to attend classes at the academy, but then he had to take a short break. Han Chong admitted that the instructors at the academy did not teach him anything, although it was really strange for Pom Chun to hear this. I was surprised and wondered when they had such open and direct discrimination. Pom Chun was silent for a while, but then he told the truth that they had teachers at the academy who were not eager to do their job. In this way, he encouraged the boy to become his student and offered him to study with him personally. At this point, Yukil panicked because he did not believe that he would offer this nerd to take him under his wing and study with him. The most painful thing was that they chose this idiot and not him, because Yukil considered himself the best, or at least better than him. This boy's sword skills were much worse than his, and Yukil practiced every day and practiced tirelessly. He also had excellent hand-to-hand combat skills because he was also one of the best in this area and paid just as much attention to it. And even Yukil's javelin techniques were on top because he picked up the spear almost every day and practiced in the gym. Then, why did they choose not him, but someone who dropped out of school, and now a professor like Pom Chun is offering him to become one of his students and teach him anything? Han Zhang was no less shocked than his former classmate because hearing such words was really unexpected for him. Of course, the young man did not know who this man was and had never heard of him, but he did not want to pass up this offer either. Perhaps the one who introduced himself as an assistant to the academy was a master of all classes and a strong adventurer. After analyzing all of this, Han Chong politely refused, because the only reason he was stopped was that he would literally become a slave to Pom Chun and would have to pay a considerable amount of money. The older man realized that he simply did not trust him, and Han Zhong did not hide it and openly said that this was the case. This was a fairly expected reaction, so his future mentor said that he would make him believe in his words sooner or later. The Zero-Generation Adventurer said that they would arrange a test and he would tell the guy himself what was best for him. Then the senior used the Adventurer's Eye skill and tried to get information about the user. The writer didn't have to do anything and just stood there while Pom Chun scanned him with his eyes. In fact, it looked like a mesmerizing process, and the guy did not take his eyes off his eyes. Then a notification appeared that someone else was trying to access the author's history. But the young man did not resist, and Pom Chun calmly entered his mind, intending to see what was going on and what the boy was like. He was very surprised when he realized that the magic here was quite ordinary, and it was hard to believe that this was the same guy who had just defeated the Iron Wolf. It was the first time he had ever met such a strange person in his life, but that was not the main thing for him at the moment. As much as I had already managed to get into the mind of this eccentric, I wanted to check out absolutely everything here that I could access. That's why Pom Chun once again used the Adventurer's Eye skill and began to scan Youngmin's abilities. Now the guy was feeling just terrible. He couldn't even breathe properly because of what Pom Chun was doing. With every passing second, it became even harder for him to breathe, and he did not understand why he was being treated so horribly. Han Zhong soon realized that the man had to be thrown out of there because he would not be able to hold on much longer and would suffocate. The hero's mana began to protect him after activation, and Han Zhong decided to use a counterattack while Pom Chun calmly wandered around and scanned his abilities. Everything was fine until the adventurer's eyes were reflected back at him with a blow, and everything turned against Pom Chun. This both made the man angry and made him realize that this child was definitely unusual and special. The young man fell to the ground, barely holding on with trembling hands, and only now the writer realized that it was Choi Pom Chung himself, the father of all adventurers. His magic was much stronger than the young man thought, and it even frightened him, as if the man were some kind of monster. Soon the whole horror was over, and he was relieved because Pom Chun finally let him go and stood in front of the young man. Even now, the mentor simply told him without any questions that he would become his student because such abilities need to be developed further, and he would help him with this. Now Jong Min really didn't know what to say because the man's words sounded like an order, and for some reason he couldn't refuse. The boy could only ask why he was so eager to become his mentor, and the older man replied that it was actually a great honor. It was always like that, because if he tried harder, his talent grew, and Yukil stood behind him, quietly envying and angry with his peer. This boy was always standing in his way and making way for him, and Yukil was incredibly annoyed by all of this because he was always focused on Hanjong. And now it's happening again because Pamchun himself offered to become his teacher, while Yukil was simply rejected right away and was not interested in him. They didn't talk for a long time after that, but Hanjong finally agreed to attend his classes and went home. And when he got enough sleep, he sat down at the computer. Although the young man had a good rest, he was still incredibly tired and did not know what to hold on to. Now it seemed that he just needed to relax. Fortunately, Pamchun himself needed time to prepare, so he suggested that his student rest for now and that once he started, he would beg for mercy. The coach told him that the training would not end even after the guy was gone, and then the man smiled. These words alone sent the young man's body into a cold sweat, but he decided to relax and just look for some information. The first news that caught my eye was about the academy's faculty, and Hanjong read that absolutely all the professors had been fired from the faculty. It was all because of Pamchun, and if he was really that influential, the young man was even glad that he was interested in his abilities and became his teacher. A few seconds passed until the author of the story discovered a fragment of the original story, and this notification startled Hanjong with surprise. He jumped up and down in his chair and then thought about this strange fragment and decided to see what it was. The guy looked at the comments about the alchemists' competition, and for some reason, the participants were very unhappy with what was offered as the main prize. Eden was still sitting on his throne, reading this information himself, which surprised him. The guy was even silent for a while when he saw what he saw, and then exclaimed that the stone that is the prize is called the Bastion. Then Hanjong read that it was a rare ore from the Age of Destruction, and it also materialized. If it's true, as Eden said, then the prize is really worth fighting for, because the ancient fragment can be useful. And this bastion became a symbol that proved the existence of higher beings and deities. Even the imperial family highly valued and bought this stone every year as if it were a tradition. But he could only collect 30 kilograms at home, and he remembered that it was a very rare material in his own novel. But when Hanjong smiled and said that this stone seemed quite ordinary in appearance. But Eden got nervous when the boy called it an ordinary stone, and it became the main prize for the competition because it was too valuable for that. But Jongmin knew it was because he had created it himself. Eden was interested in his answer because it meant that the young man could create potions, but the writer said that he had never been involved in this. Even then, the tower's owner said that they would soon begin hellish training because they needed to get this bastion at any cost. But Hanjong wasn't going to do it, especially since there was only a week left before the competition. But Eden didn't care, because he wouldn't be the one to suffer anyway. There was nothing the boy could do against him except get angry, but this character didn't care about that anyway. Medicines, which are called potions, are those objects that can relieve a person of negative states. You can easily carry them with you, and the effect of this potion is very good, but there were some drawbacks. Learning how to make potions and obtain materials for their creation was a very difficult task, and alchemists were indeed becoming less and less numerous. In general, this is true. The guy agreed with this because it is really a very difficult thing to speak this potion. If there was a person who could easily create potions, even low-level ones, who would be the person any guild in the world would want to recruit? That's exactly how it was, but there was one more thing. However, the person who created the first potion did appear, and this task was successfully completed by a student of one of the alchemists. When the young man watched this video and tried to repeat something, he was shocked because he did not understand how it was possible to make something like this so easily by mixing a few ingredients. He studied imperial alchemy and created a first-level potion that helped to recover and relieve weakness and fatigue. And it was also said that it was created by a novice who did not understand alchemy but borrowed knowledge from an expert. That day, Hanjong wanted to use immersion on a low-ranked alchemist, but he overlooked the fact that Eden was a workaholic and simply wouldn't give him even a minute's rest. The guy's head almost exploded from the amount of information, but he managed to get into the competition because there were not many other high-level participants. The writer looked at those standing next to him and suddenly recognized one person in the crowd. There stood Master Reynolds' son, Reynold, now calmly talking to the other participants in the competition. I want to compete, but the other strongmen have already come, and Hanjong thought that no one would be interested in this unknown stone, but he forgot about the craft. They were the adventurers who entered the dungeons and towers to take away interesting and valuable materials to study for further use. Back then, these people brought all these items for those who made something useful out of them, because their work and hobby was crafting. Only 38 people were able to receive this title, and among them were only 8 of the best, who are called masters of their craft. Until now, the young man had been feeling fine, but now he felt as if he had come here in vain and it would not lead to anything good. But Eden said that if he had time to find it, he could read another book. But Hanjong was sick of it, so he tried not to listen to him and decided to drink another potion. When you picked up the small bottle and were about to drink its contents, someone called out to you and you looked back at the younger man. Reynold approached Jongmin and asked him about the potion, and then added that he had never seen the boy here before, and the kid replied that it was just a common potion to relieve fatigue. At first, Reynold was very annoyed that this guy didn't even dare to greet him, and then he asked with a disgruntled face if this potion was helping. Hanjong didn't say anything, and he looked very frightened, and judging by the look on his face, he definitely didn't belong to any group. They forbade him to participate in this competition, but Reynold was not told that even such stray dogs could enter the competition. Perhaps the guy was just lucky because the name of Reynold's band made him leave him, so he just said goodbye. Hanjong remained seated, but the words about the stray dog irritated him, and then the writer realized that he had to win at any cost. Eden understood his friend's feelings and supported him, saying that he needed to win no matter what it took. They were given 2 hours to take the necessary herbs and plants and prepare a potion from them. After the brief rules were announced, the competition began. All the contestants went to the stoves and started making potions. Even though they were new to the process, the ingredients were really good. They even installed an expensive mixing machine here, but Reynold was not so impressed because he had one just like it at home. While he was fumbling with gradients for his own potion, Reynold saw the boy he had approached the other day, and Hanjong stood frozen in place. This made the master's son laugh because he needed to train earlier, not now in the middle of the competition, and he had to get the ingredients as soon as possible. Reynold called him a loser once again and then turned away from the guy with a laugh, so you decided to ignore him and not waste your time. The competition continued, and the builders were working in one of the premises. There was a magical circle of gravity here, and they also felt an incredibly strong concentration of mana in this place. The girl said that you were a very talented student if you could do this. Moreover, she knew that in ordinary gyms they would not do so many laps, because it simply does not make sense, and her husband was sure that he would like it. The girl asked Pom Chun what kind of person he was, and the master said that he had once been a student, but then took a break, and later they met at a test. What impressed his mentor the most was that this guy was able to block his unique adventurer's eye skill because no one else could resist it. All this meant only that the guy's skills were at least equal to or even higher than his own. Pom Chun said that he just wanted to take care of a student who was trying his best, and we called him the father of all adventurers, but it all sounded too arrogant. But then the man looked at his watch and remembered that he had a very important meeting scheduled for today. He said goodbye and asked them all to finish here as soon as possible. That is, he just gave them orders and decided to run away. Then finally he added that they should do their job well, but the girl chased him away and told him to go away and not to bother. The competition continued with the participants trying their best to prepare a decent potion, while Han Zheng used his unique immersion skill. This time his target is a creature named Aryan Papper, who will help him make a potion that will win the competition. She was a student of the great alchemist from the original novel, even though Aryan Papper did not become the best alchemist in history. But despite everything, she was unrivaled in controlling her mana, so the choice fell on her now. This girl was fully aware of her shortcomings, and corrected them by reading 100 books every day and trying to become a better version of herself. In this way, she really improved her abilities and was soon rewarded with the opportunity to become a student of the greatest alchemist in history. After being allowed to take lessons from this alchemist, the girl was also given an ancestral potion directly into her hands. The guy was going to kill him right now because in this way, he would be able to get the information he needed. The effect was felt immediately after taking this potion, and the system reported that information had appeared, but all this knowledge exceeded its limit. But he didn't have to worry about that because the skill Eden gave him, that is, the hero's mana, gave him the right amount of energy. The boy literally felt himself immersed in this world of knowledge and mysterious information, even though he did not know whether he would be able to remember everything. He continued to fall, but at some point he felt that the difference in strength was still too great, and then he flew down at a frantic speed. Although it was difficult, and to some extent even painful, he needed to endure it if he wanted to get the information and win. So he strengthened the hero's mana skill to get even more energy. He had to suffer for a few more seconds, but then he acquired a new skill for a certain period of time called alchemy, after which his knowledge and skills in this area grew instantly. Eden watched with a smile and was pleased to see that all this energy was very different from what they had during their training. Maybe it was good and would really help him win, but the guy felt very strange using this terrible skill that made his head hurt. After a while, he finished and then realized that he would have failed if Eden hadn't made him train this last week before the competition. Taking a deep breath, the young man returned to his work, and now having full information about the potion, Han Chong decided to proceed with the task. At first, he just looked around and then ran as fast as he could to the shelves where the ingredients for the potion were supposed to be. However, he was disappointed because by the time he used immersion, everything had already been dismantled, and Eden was angry that they were late. But suddenly the young man noticed something, and Eden was already excited, asking what he found there. However, Han Chong's words instantly disappointed him because the guy said that there were only poisonous plants and nothing else. If so, they had no choice but to make a poisonous potion, and would be awarded a few points if it was a poison capable of overwhelming a crowd of monsters at once. In the end, the guy found Astindilapia, a unique plant that can raise the body temperature when used, and if taken untreated, it will burn the veins. There was another unique and rare plant, Barian, which turned into a film when heated and would be poisonous only if used internally. Eden tried to think of at least some way out of this situation and tried to sketch out different ideas, but the contestant assured him that everything would be fine. The boy took a small bowl to collect plants for himself and then walked as fast as he could to his surface. He also needed plants with a strong effect anyway, and these poisonous bushes were perfect. The young man went to his desk and decided to process them, and it had to be done right the first time. Absolutely all of his previous potions were nothing compared to what he had created now, and the boy was again grateful to Eden who had trained him so much the whole week before the competition, and to be honest, no beginner would ever dare to take such a risk. He had to do it carefully, drop by drop, because each sip could destroy hundreds of lives. But he saw no other way for himself, so he continued and concentrated on his task. A master potion maker sat on a chair and carefully watched the contestants brewing medicine or poison, and Reynolds looked at each one carefully. He was outraged by the fact that most of the newcomers decided to stop at a simple recovery potion or something similar, and no one wanted to risk winning. Only his son Reynold was on top, and no one could catch up with him so far, so the father was calm about his son's win. But he also watched the others and later saw that there was a fool who did not even use the machine and did everything with his own hands. This is a really terrible decision in this contest because the time is limited, and thus he can miss absolutely everything and not have time to brew a complete potion. Reynolds took a closer look at this stranger, and then his heart sank for a moment. The guy was still trying to remove all the poison and transfer it to the previously purified water, and for this he needed mana to treat his hands again. Reynolds looked admiringly at this eccentric who was going to remove the poison himself, and it seemed that he was able to separate and enhance the effect of these plants. It is possible to complete this process, and theoretically it is possible to complete it, but no one has ever managed to get to the end, but who taught them then? Reynolds knew perfectly well what would happen if he made even one mistake during the execution. The strength of this poison will increase dramatically, and the effect will spread not only here but throughout the city, or for several kilometers at least. It was really hard for him to believe that there was such a crazy person, so Reynolds started calling for the manager to stop the competition immediately. And then the competition really came to an end, and people started applauding when they heard that a unique class potion had just appeared. The screen showed the results of all the participants who took part in the competition, and then told about Han Jongmin who created a new high-level potion. The young man stood silently in front of the audience and looked at the people a little embarrassed, and he did not know how to behave in such a situation. Despite all Reynolds' worries, this guy managed to accomplish his task and prepared a wonderful potion with a unique class of poison, and at first the man himself did not believe what he saw. It seems that the winner had already been chosen, but the master's son Reynold, who was still preparing the potion, looked at the screens in surprise when the other winner was announced. The winner of this competition was a guy named Han Jongmin, who created a unique flame potion that can temporarily increase the amount of mana and resist fire by a certain percentage. It took less time than he thought, and after this achievement, the maximum number of skills he had increased, and the guy gained another unique ability, as well as the amount of mana. However, while he was rejoicing in all that he had gained, Reynold, who was supposed to win, became very angry and attacked him, saying that the newcomer could never have created such a powerful potion. The master's son was so angry that he couldn't control himself and lost it, saying that the boy was a cheater and used forbidden things to win. However, his surprise was even greater when his father approached him and told him to get away from the winner of the contest. He had 100% confidence in his father and knew that he had to support him in this situation, but Reynolds, meanwhile, took the other side. However, he was not worried about the winner himself, but rather about his reputation, because his son was simply embarrassing him in front of the public with such actions. So his father told him to step away. But Reynolds shouted that the boy was cheating while making the potion, and then his father asked him what he meant. But then Reynolds frowned and walked over to his son, angry that he had said such words, because a master can tell a fraud from a real alchemist. Reynolds bowed to his father and apologized, but he refused to let him apologize to the winner of the competition, Han Zhang, because he had been unfair to him. Stepping over his pride, Reynolds turned to the young man and bowed and apologized, to which the writer nodded awkwardly. Reynolds himself said that his son was too rude and aggressive, but Han Zhang again told him that everything was fine and he was not angry. Then the master turned to the main one and said that he had been watching the younger one closely, and the alchemist added that the participant had very good mana control, so he asked who had taught him. Han Zhang was quiet for a moment and then laughed slightly, saying that he had studied on his own and had no teacher. Reynolds and his son were really surprised after hearing these words, because a newcomer and a self-taught one at that could not possibly be so good at his skills. While they were talking, the host approached Han Zhang and asked the winner to come up on stage. Reynolds still felt terrible about what had happened, and Han Zhang left them, following the host to the stage. Who would have ever thought that such a small country would have such an incredible talent? And I must admit that this guy is very promising and has a great future. The son stood next to his father and did not say a word or look into Reynolds' eyes. But then he turned to the boy himself. Reynolds thought that his father would scold him again and start shouting, but the master put his hand on his son's shoulder and praised him, saying that he had done a good job. That's when Reynolds finally looked up at him and promised his father that he would try even harder after they got home. After the winner of the alchemist competition, it's time to start the award ceremony, and the prizes will now be given out to the winners. The first place was, of course, taken by the contestant Han Jung-min, and he was to be awarded by the father of all adventurers, Choi Pom-chun, and then the young man was surprised to hear the name of the master himself. The old man joyfully approached the boy and handed him the winner's prize, and quietly asked him how he got to this alchemy competition. The young man didn't even take his reward from his hands right away because he was shocked to see Choi Pom-chun there and felt a little embarrassed. The ceremony came to an end, and the boy finally removed his pimple, after which the master invited him to talk over a cup of coffee, and they sat down at a table. Later, the boy told Choi Pom-chun that he had entered the competition only for this stone and that he also knew how to brew potions. Of course, the master immediately inquired about the teacher of this young alchemist, but Han Chong said that he had studied on his own and was indeed indebted to him for this unique stone. This young boy has never ceased to amaze him, for the master had no idea that he could do such a thing and create such a good potion. Then the father of all adventurers asked the younger man if he had ever belonged to a guild before becoming his apprentice, but even here the man said no. Choi Pom-chun had already realized that these questions would lead nowhere, so he decided to change the subject and asked about the stone that the boy had received as a reward for winning the competition. Han Chong immediately blossomed when he started talking about the stone that may look ordinary, but is actually a very valuable ore, and the boy said that the master would also be surprised. In general, the former writer did not want to seem impudent or rude to him, but he still wanted to ask if he knew someone. Han Chong asked if the man knew a person who would stand higher than an ordinary artisan, although the pyramid was known to everyone and only the masters stood after them. But the old man immediately told him that there was no chance that any blacksmith could make something worthy of this stone, but the young man said that it was not a difficult stone at all, and he could check it himself with the eyes of an adventurer. However, Choi Pom-chun took it as if the young man wanted to force him to use such a unique skill for something stupid and simply laughed in response. But the younger ones begged him so sincerely and persistently that it became more and more difficult to refuse him. In the end, the master simply said that no matter how much you look at it, a stone will be a stone and there is no peculiarity in it. Eventually, the old man agreed to test the boy's prize with his unique skill, then used his adventurer's eyes and looked at the stone. Then the information about this ore changed, and only then did the adventurer's eyes see the information hidden from others. After that, the mana required for the application increased dramatically, and the boy continued to silently watch Choi Pom-chun as he scanned the stone. He discovered that this ore was indeed rare, and could also enhance mana storage and concentration, and it was a mineral that hid its owner and could only be possessed by the worthy. It was really strange because I had never seen ore of such a unique level before, and it became known that it was a mineral that hides its owner. Even the organizers of the competition said that it was just an unknown stone. Choi Pom-chun would like to ask the younger boy how he realized the unique possibilities of this ore, but he realized that he would probably not get an answer. Meanwhile, Hanjung continued to watch the master, and he felt uncomfortable when he fell silent and just looked at him with the gaze of a predator. But he was just watching and nothing else, watching how much this kid would grow in the future and how successful he would become later. The craftsman sighed and handed him the stone, then remembered the boy's question about whether he knew any good blacksmiths who could help with the product. How the guy's eyes lit up when the master told him that he would have to wait only a month, and he would pass this rare ore to a professional who would help. Pom-chun told his student to rest before the infernal training, but he decided to go to some alchemist competitions if he was so bored. He could just go out with his friends instead of hanging around here. But the conversation about the guy's friends somehow touched him because he had never even thought about something like that, at least not recently. At which point their dialogue ended and the master got up, saying that he had a hell of a training session to prepare, but still insisted that the student rest at least a little beforehand. Then the old man left the young man, and Hanjong thought about the fact that he hadn't seen his friends for a long time and hadn't even corresponded with them. Even now, he doubted whether he could actually do it because he had devoted all his energy to other activities in recent years. 2 years have passed since the writer sat down to write his stories and continued to write without even thinking about his friends and acquaintances, and only the words of this old man made him think about it. Hanjong continued to stand there, looking up at the sky and thinking about the past years, when suddenly his phone rang and it turned out to be Tai Min. But this call was too unexpected and did not even scare the guy because he was not ready to meet and even talk now. It became difficult. Then Hanjong started to panic because he didn't know what to do, he couldn't pick up the phone, and it wasn't the best idea to ignore his former friend either. But what a surprise it was when the boy heard a very familiar melody next to him. He had only to turn his eyes somewhere to the side, and his eyes met his. Then for some time the two acquaintances stared at each other in silence. In fact, neither of them expected such a spontaneous meeting, and Hanjong was getting more and more nervous. But now there was no escape, because they were sitting across from each other. It's been a long time since they've sat in a cafe like this, and it was a real coincidence that they both decided to come here at this time. This guy's name was Kong Tai-min, and he held a leading position in the academy. Whether it was the first or the second, Hanjong was not sure. From the moment he entered the academy, he showed incredibly good results in all disciplines. This guy had a lot of talents, and the most prominent among them was swordplay. Hanjong admired his friend and knew that his skills were on the same level as A-class dungeons, and this always impressed him and encouraged him to try harder. Then Taemin said that the chat room went into chaos when he told them that he was having lunch with Hanjong, and everyone became jealous of him, and his friend laughed awkwardly. And then Taeming added that Yuna was going to come here very soon because she had written to him about it right away. Then the guy started to get even more nervous, but his friend told him that the girl was not far from here, and that's why she wanted to come over. There was really nothing left, but the writer really didn't think he would meet them so soon. He was more worried about Yuna and was sure that she would be angry. She was the one who helped him cope with his problems at the academy, and Yuna, Taemin, and Hanjong spent all their time together during their studies. And this girl was always there to support him, and if it wasn't for her, he would have had a very hard time during his practice. Then Taemin said that it hurt her a lot when he stopped contacting her and seemed to disappear from their lives, and Hanjong was surprised, but also uncomfortable to hear that. Then his friend looked at the phone screen and read a message from Yuna that she was almost there, so Taeming asked him to tell him where he had been. But it was uneasy because the young man felt the presence of Everton and was tasked with freeing the man from the curse, after which he would be rewarded with information about Everton. No matter how much he wanted to stay here, the young man could not think of anything else but the task that had come to him. He was really uncomfortable and feeling terrible right now, but he hadn't noticed any obvious reasons for that yet. At the same time, Taeming approached the boy and began to talk to him about something, because time was running out. The author of the story felt a distortion, and Hanjong told him that he also felt it, but the feeling was too familiar. A few seconds passed before the cafe door opened, and the aura they both felt became even closer and more powerful. She was coming here, and then the boys stood up as if prepared for a fight, even though they did not know what to expect. Eventually, they noticed a girl in front of them, and Yuna said hello to Jungmin, who hadn't seen her for so long and missed him so much. In fact, it was not her that the boys expected to see here, because now it meant that it was their friend who was cursed, and that she needed to be saved from that curse. The guy recalled the days he spent at the academy, when he literally overwhelmed himself with books and notes, and tried to learn as much as he could and did not stop working. There were a lot of rumors about him throughout the academy, because the students knew that he had won first place in the written exam again, but he hadn't yet developed the skill, and they made fun of him for it. No matter how hard he tried not to pay attention to it, this environment was there every day when he entered the academy, so he could not forget about it. At the moment when Han Zhong passed by the company of these three, he pushed one of them, and of course this guy didn't like it at all, and now it was an excuse to bully him again. When the young man was approaching the stairs, this guy came up behind him and tripped him, which caused Han Zhong to stumble. It was completely unexpected, and unexpectedly for him, the young man flew down the stairs, scattering all his notes and other papers all over the stairs, and he himself was badly injured. They kept laughing at him and calling him an idiot who couldn't even dodge a footstep. And if so, how was he going to become an adventurer and save the lives of others? Because of his character, he could not defend himself and was afraid to say a word to those who insulted him. But he was lucky to have a friend who always defended him. While Han Zhong was trying to get up from the floor, Yoon ordered them to apologize to the boy immediately. If they are going to discuss him behind his back, they should just shut up because it looks pathetic, because at least this guy is studying normally, unlike those dumbasses. But hearing such words in their direction, this company of three idiots naturally started to get angry with her. But the other two began to calm Yukil down. After all, Yuna was the headmaster of Heavenly Castle. But the boy didn't care about any of that right now. Then the girl smiled and sent him away because she knew that they would not approach her like that, and even if they dared, she would fight back. The company left, and Yuna turned to Han Zhong, after which she held out her hand and asked him if he was okay and if he had already had lunch. The guy stretched out his hand to meet you, and you felt very surprised because you didn't know why she would even defend such a loser. And as for lunch, Yuna said she had a bet with Timon and he lost. So the girl offered to go to him and tell him to buy food for both of them since she had already won. During this incredibly difficult time for Han Zhong, when everyone was laughing at him and spreading rumors, Yuna became his first and true friend, someone he could trust and who always protected him. She and Taimin were famous throughout the academy, and were both respected and loved. However, Jungmin's suffering did not end there, because then people started laughing at him for being such a loser and hanging out with the best students at the academy. He was often harassed by others, but the situation really changed because now he was not alone, and for every mockery these fools got a beating. Yuna was extremely annoyed that they were bullying this guy just because he was unable to awaken the adventurer skill, so she stood up for him. Of course, fights in classrooms were forbidden, but she couldn't just stand by because the teachers told them to keep quiet, or it would only get worse next time. She used sparring and practical lessons to stop those who insulted Han Zhong, which made him feel grateful and guilty for causing so much trouble. Eventually, a group of friends gathered around the table, but the girl noticed that the two were very nervous and asked what was wrong. However, Taming checked her and said that she didn't look very healthy last time, as if she was better, but Yuna assured him that the doctor had said she was improving. At the same time, Jongmin asked what had happened to her recently. He was confused about where the curse came from and asked if she had gone to any strange places these days. And the girl could not remember anything like that because she was just at the academy preparing for a tour of the dungeon and was asked to check everything. And it was a completely normal test, so nothing bad could happen, especially since the professors were also with them. The dungeon the girl was assigned to check out was completely ordinary, just like the others she had gone to before. There was nothing special about it, except that it was new. Yuna walked further and looked up at the area more closely, and everything was fine until she went deeper into the cave and saw a red spot on the stone, and of course it confused her. She lightly touched the liquid with her hand, and then it all started. It wasn't an accident that she stumbled upon. It was all set up, and Yuna was just trapped in the curse. She had to stay like that for a few seconds, but when she was able to take a step back and fell to the ground, she realized that it was just an illusion. Then the other adventurers came up to her and called her, because they had almost finished the test, and at that moment she tried not to think about what had happened. She joined the rest of the group and soon joined the whole team of adventurers. After that, they left the dungeon, and that was the end of the story. Although there was nothing too surprising here, because it is known that there are dungeons with traps that cause illusions. And Yuna thought it was just one of those dungeons, so she decided to just dismiss it as a common trap. But in reality, it was much worse than she could have imagined, because Yuna's mana was now in complete chaos due to the curse. But the girl laughed again and said that she had stopped scaring her and added once again that she was fine, just as the doctor said. She probably just didn't want to admit that something worse could have happened. But now Jongmin needs to do something about it. So he tried to talk to her again. The young man said that Teming was right and that things should never be left as they are, and then said that it was necessary to determine what the problem was. But Yuna waved her hands in the air and said she didn't want to bother them after such a long separation, even though Youngmin assured her it wouldn't take long, and she just needed to sit for a while. Eventually, the boy began to use his skill with his eyes closed, and a magical aura began to accumulate around him. Both Taeming and Yuna were surprised to see the boy because they both knew that he hadn't had any awakened skills since he entered the academy. But now they saw something completely different, and the light radiating from Jongmin's aura was a healing element. Everton was an organization of those who worship demons, and therefore they could borrow power from these demons to curse people, and in such cases it was necessary to save the victim before it got worse. In this situation, his mana turned into divine energy that helps to heal a person from the opposite force. The immersion was also successfully used on the younger priest Esther, and then this priest blessed Han Chan by giving part of his energy. Now the young man saw no other option but to use his divine energy to help Yuna. They were very lucky that the curse of the demons had not yet gained enough power to work, and although he was a junior priest, this power should be enough to heal. Jongmin allegedly delayed the process because he was a little afraid and did not know whether he would be able to cope, but he could not wait long and the writer began to heal. In the end, Yuna agreed because all this convinced her of the curse, and she silently watched what was happening around her because it was all mesmerizing. Then her friend said that now she would have to be patient for a while because it might hurt for a while, but it would help to get rid of the curse. It took only a few seconds to gather the mana and release it on Yuna, and the girl felt the strong influence of the light energy. It was a strange feeling because she was well aware that this energy that distorted the mana immediately disappeared and she felt better. After this procedure, Yuna and Taeming began to ask the guy questions about how he did it and what kind of skill it was. But Hanjong only said that the two of them had helped him so much and he wanted to do something in return, and now this service is the only way to repay them. Yuna added that she had heard rumors about Hanjong, but his skill was even more impressive. But now it was hard for him to explain what they were asking. But it didn't matter anymore, because the young man had been waiting for so long to wake up, and now it finally happened. But Taeming definitely didn't calculate his strength when he started shaking him by the shoulders. Yuna herself was very pleased that her friend had received his training and now knew how to use it, although she always believed that sooner or later he would succeed. But now they wanted Hanjong's autograph, and Taimin immediately asked about the contract after graduation and whether his friend was going to return to the academy. But Zhang Min said with a smile that he was going to quit his studies because he had a master who would give him individual and intensive lessons. This made them both angry and happy, and even more curious to know who this master was. They were giving him trouble, but Han Zhang couldn't tell them yet because they wouldn't believe him if he said that Choi Pom Chun was his mentor. Later, the young man apologized for not getting in touch with them for so long and called them his closest friends, whom he missed. Although he thought that Yuna would be angry, she smiled back and said that she was very happy to see him healthy and happy. And Taeming wasn't angry because so many things had already happened. But then the guy asked him to call him all the time and not to disappear for such a long time. Of course, Jungmin agreed and said he would contact them more often and added that he was very happy to have such an unexpected meeting. They were in no hurry to go home, so they went out and had fun, and during this time, Hanjong got very tired. Sitting in a bar, the group ordered a beer and continued to have fun and discuss everything that had happened to them over the past 2 years without seeing each other. Then they went to the toy arcade, and it's worth admitting now that the former writer hasn't had so much fun with his friends in a long time. But he had to return to the task that had already been completed and was given an award, and the prize was quite interesting because he was given information about Everton. Even though he was incredibly tired, he couldn't wait until tomorrow, so he immediately decided to see the award and read the information. And he was given something about a raid on the Academy's dungeon, and there were only 15 days left. If all of this is true, it means that these people are going to attack the Academy and its students during the raid. Of course, the young man was most worried about Yuna and Damon, because his friends could be in danger if the cult was not stopped in time. The first thing to do now is to inform the professors of the Academy, where the young man immediately thought that Everton might find out about it and choose another place to attack. It's worth calming down and just stopping them yourself because the hero considered it his duty to do so, since he created Everton himself. and at any cost it must be stopped before the academy is damaged. I didn't want his close friends who had helped him so much in the past to suffer because of him. For Yoon and Daemin, he was truly ready to do absolutely anything and save them just as they had done. But he would simply not be able to get help and would have to deal with absolutely everything alone. And he would only have 15 days until Everton attacked the academy. The night passed, the boy rested a little, and in the morning went to see Master Pom Chun. When he entered the hall that had been prepared for him, he was truly surprised. There was so much here that my eyes were dazzled and did not allow me to concentrate on one thing. He simply deafened the master with his screams, but the old man replied that it was a training room for his student and individual lessons. It seemed like a big underworld because the room was incredibly large for a basement of a house, and I can say that it was even better than the rooms in the academy. But what fascinated him the most was seeing a fifth-generation virtual combat system in this large room. Of course, he wanted to ask where it came from and how everything was built so quickly, but even speaking was becoming difficult for him. In Korea, there was only one such room, and it was rarely used because it cost an incredible amount of money. And it is true that this room was expensive. It cost some 50 billion won. So Pom Chun decided to build it here for his student. He said that Han Jong might think of him as a businessman who wants to invest his money in something bigger, and then the mentor approached the young man, asking if he had already made up his mind. He reiterated that he shouldn't worry so much about the money he had to spend on this training room, and that he should just do his best as he always does. While the writer was still standing there, recovering, the mother walked past him and stopped next to the table where another interesting object was lying. 808. And this thing was exactly what the boy had asked for at the last meeting, so Pom Chun threw it into the boy's hands. He barely caught the thing and then took off the wrapper and looked inside, after which his surprise was beyond measure. Yes, it was the Bastion, and this product was the first of its kind. The effect was the same, that is, this pendant held and concentrated mana and independently chose its owner. In fact, the young man was incredibly happy to see it because it was exactly what he needed right now. And he took the pendant out of the box and began to examine it, while thanking the master. At first, all the blacksmiths tried to find out and asked Pom Chun where he got the mineral from, and it's not even worth asking what they were willing to offer to buy it from the man. The disciple just laughed and said that it was impossible to sell such a thing because it was too valuable, especially since the Bastion had already chosen him as its master. But now Pom Chun came up to the young man and said that they had to start the first lesson and that it would be better to warm up in the training room first and then move on to something difficult. The master taught all the basics of the academic discipline, and Han Chong was already curious about what he could teach him during the class. Maybe it will be a real sword fight, or perfect use of mana, or hand-to-hand combat and spear use or magic. Eventually, the guy found himself where the first test was to begin, and he heard the system signal that the gate behind him was closed. And the air circulation throughout the room was suspended, and at that moment the young man was even a little scared. For some reason, the floor beneath him also began to glow, and Han Chong did not understand what was happening in this room. Then the mentor told me that he had been thinking for a long time about what he could teach the boy, because he had already learned all the possible theory while studying at the academy. However, if he wanted to become a real adventurer, he needed to gain experience, not read books in the library. Then the system issued another notification that the training room would be contaminated. And while Jongmin stood in the middle of this chaos, he did not understand what to do. When he looked back, he could hardly see anything because of the darkness, and meanwhile the sticky energy was trying to penetrate him and destroy his mana. It happened in just a few seconds, and this energy enveloped his legs, preventing him from even moving away or running away. Very soon the guy just couldn't move his body, and it felt like he was in a swamp and was just drowning in it. At the same time, Jungmin heard a voice asking him how he felt inside the dungeon. Despite the fact that it is a simple virtual reality, it is really hard to stand there, and the student will have to get used to the pollution first, and only then go to the cave. It wasn't an easy test, and no one would have offered it to a beginner, but Professor Pom Chun wanted to see everything Jong Min was hiding from him, and he knew that this kid was up to the challenge. It was all just an illusion and nothing more, but it looked too realistic, so when the boy couldn't breathe, he was incredibly scared. He told himself that he had to get himself together and move forward, and first he had to somehow regain his breath and get back on his feet. At least he did start breathing, but it was very difficult for Jung Min to keep him steady and calm. Pom Chun said that the student stabilized faster than he thought when they first started, and he already knew that the dungeon had a completely different ecosystem. It is also worth knowing that this is the most comfortable environment for all possible monsters. The air in the dungeons is arranged and works in a completely different way from what we are used to, so often a person could simply suffocate in a cave. In this case, the human body will melt and only despair will remain, and this energy will get stuck in the underground corridors, and such caves can damage internal organs or even destroy them. So Jung Min simply cannot hide his unique abilities in such a place. If he wants to survive, he must fight with everything he has. At this rate, 55 minutes had already passed, and all this time the boy was drowning in pollution, and the student's motor skills were severely limited due to the negative energy around him. The towers had automatic cleaning, so he had never encountered such a force before, and Jungmin realized that he could not fail to withstand such pressure just because of his perseverance. Of course, the hero's mana protected his organs from this energy, and then the young man realized that he would have had much more problems if he had not possessed the hero's mana that Eden had given him. The hero's mana grew on its own during the long process of self-cleansing, but his body was already very exhausted, and Jungmin realized that he was going to fall down here. Then the young man finally turned to the teacher and he saw that he was struggling, which is not surprising because 57 seconds is quite a long time for a first time. Pam Chun allowed him to come out, but he was unable to find out the guy's secrets, but staying inside without using his powers is an incredible result. But then he heard Youngman's voice. He meant that he wanted to use his unique skill in the dungeon because otherwise he would not survive here longer. Pam Chun's attention returned to his student and he could not believe his ears. The mentor thought the guy had gone crazy, but Jongmin looked around the room with a smile and realized that it was really better not to use this technique. But Pam Chun was more interested in why the student hadn't used it for more than an hour, and then ordered him to use the ability immediately, after which the boy felt better. I should have emphasized using the skill from the beginning and not had to suffer so much, but now Jongmin's face was blissful. The master called him a crazy boy for daring to make such a joke in a dungeon that could swallow him up and even started swearing at him. By now, Jongmin was feeling good and sitting quietly in the middle of the cave with his aura. But soon he heard Eden laughing and asked him what was wrong. But the owner of the tower just said that he was a good man and Jongmin was doing great, but then added that without him, they wouldn't have been able to hold out for 3 minutes. And the hero's mana has become even stronger and more enduring. Eden was right, because not only divine energy can resist the devil, but also the higher pure energy possessed by the 7 heroes. This was the hero's mana that Hanjong had, and now it was very easy for him to sit in the dungeon. He didn't even feel the negative energy. It took a long time for the young man to sit in this cave, concentrating a large amount of mana. The master continued to watch his student, and each of his actions was truly surprising, so Pam Chun wondered how often this guy used his unique skill. Jongmin realized that he could get rid of negative energy through purification, and then he thought about who he would use this time in the immersion. For some time, he was still thinking about this issue, but then he decided who he wanted to choose this time. Jongmin used his immersion training on the younger priest Nieder, to whom he had already asked for help, and after applying it, the hero's mana temporarily turned into divine energy and the priest of Nethers protected him, after which the defense was activated. Back then, low-level immersion did not take so much effort from the guy and he could use it without significant losses. The sacred energy quickly restored and healed his body, and thanks to this, the oxidation of all internal organs almost immediately went away. It was supposed to be admiring the spirits, which is a unique ability to take over the power of spirits, but it is difficult to master such abilities. And so Pam Chun began to worry that the young man would faint. But after a little more time passed, Jongmin turned to his teacher and said that he was ready, and to his great surprise, the student did not faint in the cave. The master was really surprised to see that the boy was in perfect order and really ready to start the next stage. His strength just never ceased to amaze. Pam Chun asked if it was his friend's teacher, but Jongmin didn't understand what he was talking about. But then the teacher told him to just continue and not pay attention to him. The master had never before encountered such a strong energy that could absorb his fatigue and heal his organs, and for a beginner, Jongmin was doing great. The disciple obeyed and continued to pass the test, but for some reason Pam Chun was already sure that the strength of this little man exceeded even the single highest rank. A few hours passed, and then Jongmin collapsed to the ground and all the energy left his body, which was trembling incredibly strongly after exhaustion. The boy managed to stay in the virtual world for a total of 3 hours and 28 minutes. And this student was a godsend for Professor Pam Chun. But he couldn't even call him an ordinary person because the guy reminded him more of some kind of monster with such remarkable skills. Jongmin looked up at him slightly, not sure whether it was praise or insult because he couldn't think straight. Pam Chun smiled and said that of course it was praise, or rather admiration for his own skills. Then the master said that it was enough to pretend that it was difficult for him and that he should stand up. because he was not going to applaud standing for the fact that the young man had at least survived. But how could you say that when Jong-min could literally fall off his feet and actually have trouble saying a word? But Pam-chun was sure that he was fine and they could move on, so without any interruption, he decided to start sword lessons right then and there. The boy was not expecting this because he thought he would crawl home and lie on the bed to rest, but then he was told that the training had just begun. But Pam-chun will have to stay late for work because of him, and the student also needs to train just as hard if there is such a delay. So the professor decided to start with a simple beating. But Pam-chun himself told him to hold on to his strength, so it was his own fault for staying late at work, and now he decided to beat him up for it. But he raised his tone and said that the teacher had very good reasons for this. It took a while, but the training paid off, as the young man got fitter and his health improved. And in that training room, he managed to gather information about the dungeon where the adventurers from the academy would go. The trip will be exactly in a week, and everything will take place in an empty meadow next to the Tower of Light, and fortunately this cave was at a low level. They say that there will even be security for the students, and what could happen if there are also teachers. Then the young man thought that the Everton Academy was going too far. To be honest, last week, Jong-min was preparing hard for their attack, and thanks to training with the professor, not only his physical condition improved, but his mana flow also accelerated, and now there are no negative effects due to low-level immersion. I may even be able to try the intermediate-level immersion in addition to this, and my knowledge of alchemy has increased a bit after the contest. That's why the young man decided to create some medium-level potions and then put them up for sale, for which he received a lot of money. The potion was highly prized in their time, so it sold out very quickly, and the Korean was able to make good money on it, and this amount should be enough. It took some time, and finally the young man arrived at the right place, namely the building where the artifacts were kept, and upon entering, his speech disappeared immediately. Jong-min had a sword of an extremely rare rank in front of him, and it cost 3 billion won, so he decided to look at other options. Eventually, he managed to buy very high-quality equipment with the money he received for selling the potion, and after training, his sword skills improved, and he fully mastered the sword. Jong-min also took an extra-dimensional bracelet, an accessory that bends space and can support a weight of up to 200 kilograms. Although the young man could not use it immediately, the main thing was that he was improving his abilities. But it was funny for Eden to watch him admire himself in the mirror. Being a hero is so lonely and hard, and after hearing these words, Eden felt some shame for him and wanted to take all his powers back. While Jong-min was talking so enthusiastically about himself and his new life, his phone rang, and looking at the screen, the young man saw what was bothering his teacher. Jong-min picked up the phone excitedly, and after greeting him, the professor immediately started talking about going to the dungeon. It turned out that the association had asked him for a favor because they said that the safety of the students was a top priority, and so Pam-chun decided to go there as the chief manager. But there are high-ranking staff and professors there, so why did they decide to invite Pam-chun as well? And why so many guards for just an ordinary dungeon? Then the young man told the teacher that he wanted to go there himself because it meant that it would be very safe. But the professor did not understand why he should go there either. And then Jong-min began to invent at least something to justify himself. He said that he had left the academy, trusting Pam-chun, so he could not dream of a dungeon until he received a license to attack. So he wanted to at least look at the cave. At first the teacher was angry because Jong-min was allegedly accusing him of not being able to get into the dungeon, but the boy immediately said that it was not that simple. His student had to visit the dungeon at least once. Of course, the experience was very important. Now this guy is able to clear a low-level dungeon on his own without any help. Thinking about all these details, the professor agreed to take him with him, but told him not to leave his side. The guy was incredibly happy when he heard a positive answer, because it was also his dream to go to the dungeon. But his teacher said that going to the cave would be another additional training. The young man agreed to this training, and for the next week he trained hard and fulfilled all the tasks of his master, and soon the last night before going to the dungeon came. Jong-min went into a chat room with his friends and told them that tomorrow they would see each other at the academy, and they were surprised because they had never heard that their friend would be there. Meanwhile, the Everton sect was also preparing for the attack. It was a very important day in their activities, so the preparations were very thorough, but they were sure that a trap would be set. Meanwhile, the response disappeared somewhere and the connection deteriorated significantly at that moment. At the same time, they turned to number 10 and asked if everything was ready and if they could finally go to the dungeon raid. Their leader has prepared the seat again, and when the students, along with the professors and guards, let their guard down and relax, he will plant it again. But this time he would have to pay the price of his own life for a failed mission. and the head asked him if he was ready for it, and number 10 said he would do everything right. After a short speech and all the instructions, he was released first, and as he left their cave, they kept their eyes on him, success in the face of defeat, and destruction in the face of the impossible. Then they got together and began to perform the ritual, repeating the words chapter by chapter. The curse was in the face of the darkness. After these words, they had almost completed their ritual, and only one last thing remained to be done. Then their boss ordered them to finally plant the seeds, and the wards got to work after his order. He himself stood behind them and said that all their actions would continue to glorify Everton and they would never stop. Eventually, the night ended, and the boy got out of bed in a great mood because he had been waiting for the day when he would finally get to the dungeon. He got ready very quickly and went to the academy, but when he entered the territory, he saw no one there and realized that he had probably come here too early and no one had gathered yet. Or he was late and everyone had already left. But very unexpectedly for him, someone came up behind him and touched his shoulder, and the young man looked back. It was Saren, who was also in a good mood, and then asked her friend what brought him here and who he was waiting for. However, the young man was in no hurry to answer, and only smiled at her, and then asked her what about her, and whether she had come here for a tour of the Academy's dungeon. The girl happily replied that she would indeed go on the tour, because she had been chosen after receiving her scholarship, and was also very grateful to him because he was her former teacher. The young man laughed and realized that in addition to Yuna and Taemin, who also had to go to the dungeon, something bad could happen to Saren if the cult did attack the cave. After a few minutes, he saw his two friends who called out to him and then greeted Catherine, who was standing next to him, even though they had not expected to see him here so early. Although Yuna and Taeming did not believe that their friend would go to the dungeon until the last moment, they started talking about his sabbatical and how he wanted to leave the academy. Then Taemin told Karen that their friend had dropped out of the academy because he had a personal teacher. Of course, she was also very curious to know who Taemin's mentor was. But the young man did not have time to answer because right behind him appeared the father of all the adventurers, and Saren could not believe her eyes when she saw him. Choi Pom-chun calmly walked past the other people and waved to Jongmin, who was looking at him silently. The whole group, except for Jongmin, was surprised when he told them that he would accompany them in the dungeon. And as expected, he was very cool, but the guy himself silently watched their reactions because he hadn't told them about it yet. In fact, the guy was happy to have such a cool teacher, but he didn't want to be the center of attention, and if everyone knew about it, it would be unavoidable. Jongmin was even thinking about just running home and not listening to all this. While Jongmin was still struggling with his thoughts, Pom-chun approached his student and greeted him, and when he didn't return the greeting, the old man said that it was worth greeting when your master was around. And you don't have to pretend that he doesn't know it and just doesn't pay attention. Since everything was already lost, Jongmin just sighed and smiled, then greeted his friends and introduced them to his professor. At the time, Pom-chun felt proud and happy, and Jongmin's friends were surprised and asked him questions because it was too cool. Saren could not contain her excitement because it was the first time she had seen the so-called father of all adventurers, and it turned out that he was her friend's teacher. Of course, what happened was what the young man feared, because he was the center of attention, and his friends were going to find out everything from him, and Taeming asked how and where he and the master had met. But Yuna didn't understand why the boyfriend kept it a secret if it was such great news. He could have shared it with them first, and not been silent. The guy could not stand all this shouting and their thoughts, so he closed his ears for a moment and shouted loudly to stop them, and then asked them to ask one question at a time. It didn't take long to get to the dungeon, and all the while Jongmin was worried because his friends kept asking about Choi Pom-chun, but when they got to the dungeon, the screams stopped because the infected magic had begun to work. The boy stayed close to his friends, and the professor and teacher walked ahead, leading the students, but for some reason they were restless. In fact, the dungeon was different from Yuna's stories. She didn't talk about the forest, but there was a possibility that the company simply went down the wrong road. But the girl herself admitted that she had a strange feeling and advised her to tell the professors because they said that the underground passages were at the lowest level. But now the students saw not a weak dungeon, but rather a high-ranking one or close to it, and it became clear that something had changed. In fact, they were all a little scared and wanted to get home as soon as possible, but the team of friends decided to stick together. Saren went up to Jongmin, and they started talking about something so that it wouldn't be so scary. But it turned out that his friend couldn't even watch a horror movie because she was scared. But Yukil, who also joined the group, was fiercely angry and still felt jealous of Jongmin because he hoped to the last that he would not become a student of Master Choi Pom-chun. What was this weakling doing here if he was never good at anything and his former classmate just hated him with all his heart? Then the system started searching for the Night of Screams in the novel, but the author of the story did not remember writing such a chapter. But it was interesting to find out what it was about. They continued to move forward, and then everyone saw something truly terrifying in front of them. They began to be terrified by zombies who spoke in a slightly hoarse and lifeless voice, and when they saw people, they immediately went straight for them. The professor got scared and exclaimed that this had never happened here before when they did the preliminary inspection, and Pom-chun ordered everyone to calm down and stay together. The team stepped back to protect their students, but the monsters continued to attack them, and although they were moving slowly, it was very frightening, especially for the younger ones. Jungmin froze in place, looking at the spirits. He was really scared, but there was something fascinating about those eerie faces. He couldn't stop looking at them and held his breath as he gazed into those soulless eyes. And suddenly the writer remembered everything. While the professors were trying to provide for the students, Jungmin ran to the teachers to tell them everything. If he remembered this chapter correctly, there is a way to defeat this pack of monsters that are coming. The guy realized that he had no time to wait any longer, so he turned to the professor who was about to fight evil spirits. But his disciple stood up to defend these creatures and covered them with urkas, telling them not to attack them for anything. It's not even worth mentioning how surprised Pom-chun was when this guy said such nonsense. What do you mean by not attacking if they are in a dungeon and there are evil spirits in front of them who want to eat their souls as well? And then the writer looked back at them again and then said with a smile that he himself understood that they gave him goosebumps, but that it was really not worth destroying them. They won't touch them, because if they really wanted to attack the company, they would have done it long ago. But the monsters were just happy to see people in their home. Of course, Pom-chun used the adventurer's eyes to find the truth in the student's words because he still didn't understand how the boy had such confidence. The Night of Screams is a cemetery of souls who have suffered all their lives because of the devil's imitators. They are filled with despair and resentment, so they are waiting for living people, and if they attack them, all the dead in this forest will turn into evil spirits and haunt them until death. He knew this very well because he himself wrote this chapter about evil spirits, and he read about how to defeat such creatures, and they have not yet turned into evil spirits. And as long as no one attacks these creatures, everything will be fine. Otherwise, trouble will come. In fact, Pom-chun believed his student, even though other professors and students would not have trusted his words and would have done things their own way. But Master Pom-chun had reason to believe Jungmin, because with the help of the adventurer's eyes, he was able to find the truth in his words. Therefore, the professor said not to attack these spirits and decided to do something different, namely to just stand ready, and if the evil spirits attacked, they would fight back. People really didn't know how to teach better, but since the professor told them to back off, they couldn't obey. Yu-kil protested the most because it seemed as if no one cared about the lives of the students, and he began to say that the professors wanted the students to become spirits as well. After he said that, everyone fell silent and Pom-chun looked at the student. The master was not going to tolerate such an attitude, so he closed his mouth and said that he would listen to all the compliments later. Of course, Yu-kil kept quiet because he couldn't go against the father of all adventurers, no matter how much he wanted to. But fortunately for him, the head of the swordplay department came forward and said that Yu-kil was right, because the priority here should be the safety of the students, not testing what some weirdo was saying. And the head expected understanding and professionalism from Pom-chun's disciple, but in fact he was simply afraid, but Jungmin said this not out of fear. It's hard for him to explain, but if he can get rid of the resentment of these spirits, he will be able to clear the dungeon without harming anyone at all. He meant that these spirits should be sent to paradise. The head of the department once again said that this kid is really very funny and cheerful, and that he really wants people to believe him. But Pom-chun came up to him and told everyone to calm down, because they didn't come here just to destroy the dungeon. As he knew, there were evil spirits that could not be attacked, and it was better to find ways to clear the dungeon, so he asked the head of the department to act soberly. Jungmin was at least glad that he managed to detain the others and convince them not to attack the creatures now. The head sighed and said that he had made his conclusions after listening to the professor and understood everything. But this guy's body already felt what was about to happen. Unexpectedly for everyone, he quickly ran deep into the cave and left the rest of the team behind. The head of the department very quickly found himself next to these spirits and was about to attack them. And then Jungmin broke free of the chain and shouted again that he shouldn't touch them. But it was too late, because the head of the department had already dismantled several of them and calmly walked on. a sinister smile on his face. At this point, the young man already realized that everything was bad because now these spirits would never leave the people who had done them harm and would haunt them for the rest of their lives. He finished very quickly and didn't even need to worry, and afterwards this guy laughed and turned to the whole team as if proud of himself. They didn't want him to do such a simple thing, but were they really ready to take responsibility if the students were hurt and what they would have to say? Jungmin felt guilty and terrible because he knew that he had to stop those who would harm these spirits at any cost. But this guy suddenly rushed at those creatures, but Pamchun didn't want to let it go, so he went back to the head of the department. He is not responsible for this whole dungeon, and this conversation really hit him hard. But inside the dungeon, you have to suspect everyone and treat them as enemies, and Yukil remembered that it was Pamchun who wrote these words. But he also knew how a leader treats his entire team if the Chagiks ignore orders and decide to act on their own. There's just been an unexpected twist, and that's why the difficulty level is about to change again. But Jongmin realized that they had no time to talk because the worst was about to happen, and the system notified him that the level had gone from low to medium. Who came out of the fog to them? And it was another monster who was very angry because a person had allowed himself to destroy his friend, and did not know why Professor Pamchun wanted to avoid a fight. And they decided that he simply did not know which side to attack from, and no one believed Jongmin's words until now. The students continued to stand back and look fearfully at the evil spirits coming closer and closer to them. There was another disappointing fact, because everyone noticed that the fog had become even thicker, and Professor Pamchun first decided to ask Jungmin's opinion and asked if they should intervene. But no matter how much the guy wanted to admit it, it was too late for that because the head of the department had done something irreversible. Due to the wrong approach, the head turned the night of screams into the night of nightmares, and there were even more souls screaming and not understanding what they had done and why they were still being abused. All their resentment and despair turned into a strong desire to destroy because they were ready to kill their enemies for a friend, and now all the souls have turned into evil spirits. At this point, they all became very scared and had nowhere to go, because now the way Jongmin had proposed no longer worked. All of them have become evil spirits, and now it will not be easy to stop it, and we will have to fight them. They became blinded by the desire to destroy and attacked from all sides from the fog, surrounding the students and their professors, not allowing them to escape. Yukil didn't look so brave when he saw them next to him, and he became so scared that he fell to the ground trying to get away from the monsters. He almost started to cry when he saw it and became very scared because he did not know what it was in front of him. And he was even more afraid of what was happening to the head of the department, who was now sitting on the ground shaking and screaming loudly. The guy could hardly say anything because he started to choke and sweat was streaming down his face. No matter how hard he tried to get air into his lungs, he failed. Pamchun turned to the student again and asked if he should be taken away from here because if he really suffocated and died, they would be in big trouble themselves. Saren immediately approached him and said that she would take care of it, and she was very pleased to receive a mission from an adventurer of this level. And then the professor asked his student if he could join the fight now, because all these spirits had turned evil and were attacking themselves, so it would be impossible to just stand there anymore. However, the young man still objected and said that it would not work, and then asked to be given the opportunity and time to settle everything himself. Jongmin knew this dungeon very well and understood what would happen if attacked, and only he now knew an option that would help complete this mission without much harm to the students. But then Master Pamchun could not stand it, because he was not going to just stand by while the enemies attacked, and he had to do something. But the guy explained his point of view and told him everything, namely the fact that if they attacked by themselves, these creatures would turn into stronger opponents and then nothing could be done. Meanwhile, Saren threw her arm around the head's shoulder and dragged him away, and Jungmin admitted that he had a plan and just wanted to save his friends with his own skills. They used to be the only ones who helped him, and thanks to their support, he felt at least a little happy, while others at best turned away or even mocked him. All Jungmin asked was to believe him and let him fulfill his mission, and then the boy promised that he would save his friends and students and teachers as well. The professor had his doubts for a while because it really sounded very strange to him, but he was already inclined to believe the student because he had never told a lie. At the same time, the old man handed him a rare illusion ring that could change the user's account at the time of mana use, and Pamchun added that he would intervene if Jungmin failed. The young man looked at the ring, and the only question he had was why he needed it. Then the professor said that he knew all about his student's strengths, that he knew he was strong, but for some reason he pretended to be weak or something, and that was why he should stick to his role playing. The young man laughed and felt a little embarrassed to hear such words, but it was good advice in his case. Of course, he said he would deal with it, but since they have become evil spirits, it is highly likely that Jongmin will not be able to do it because although he is strong, he is not that strong. But despite all these thoughts, the young man knew that it was up to him to cope with this and stop the madness because he wanted to protect his friends who had been protecting him from others for so long. In addition, it was he who made these people like this in his novel and, as the creator of the story, is responsible for what happens there. And those children who wandered here were abandoned by their parents and then used as human shields during difficult battles. In the end, most did not survive because there was a lot of danger, or there were children who lost their parents and simply went to that world quietly alone. They have already suffered so much during their lives and now continue to suffer after becoming spirits. And so according to Jungmin, it would be very wrong to end it all in an evil way by destroying them, because he himself knew what these children really needed. They simply need the peace of mind that they never had during their lives and after they are gone. In the end, the guy put on the ring his mentor gave him and went forward with the only thought that he had to become the person who would stop everything. Then the young man used the immersion skill on the heretic Michelle Condor, a girl who had been under the care of monks from a small temple all her childhood. And throughout her life as a priestess outside her temple, she saved an incredible number of souls who were full of resentment and despair. And after that, the priestess received a revelation from the source of light and was empowered to save even more souls. He had previously managed to immerse himself in a low-level priest, but Michelle Condor is a very high level, so the guy was not sure that he would be able to do what he planned. That's when the light source found him, and that's when it wanted to know more about him. The young man was very surprised when he heard about the light source because he did not expect to see Prina like this. At the same time, he received a notification that the light source was protecting him and gave him additional strength and protection. Eden, of course, was watching everything that was happening, and he was also shocked to see Prina and didn't know why she appeared here and now. The idiot he was following all the time had not only recruited the father of all the adventurers, but also Prina. But now Eden had less doubt about the guy's personality. At that time, Aiden did not understand what he was really dealing with and who Jongmin was, and the writer now hoped only that he would succeed in his plan. Later, he learned that the light source made the dive easier and went smoothly, but that was only the beginning. The guy continued to use his skill, and the connection with Prina has not been broken. And it turned out that he had successfully immersed himself in a mid-level character for the first time since he had used his skill. He had to wait a few more seconds for the help he received from Pom Chunu to start replacing his appearance and create the image of Michelle Condor. This girl was incredibly strong and her power was very powerful, so the young man hoped that this power would save his friends. A few more seconds and the true author of the story was fully synchronized with the character of his novel and the purpose of the immersion. Professor Pom Chun watched with the same enthusiasm, and this magic fascinated him even more. The master noticed the coincidences and realized that it was the same skill the boy had used in their first lesson. But if then his power was quite decent, now it was even more impressive, and it was difficult to realize the power he possessed. However, he could not answer the question of how this guy became so strong in just 2 weeks of training because it is simply impossible. Pom Chun smiled once more and was once again convinced that his student was a real monster, and his pride was once again overwhelming. After that, the evil spirits quickly retreated because a very strange rain began to fall on them and the students even began to calm down a little. Now they really didn't see the same cowardly student, but the priestess Michelle Condor stood before them. Yuna had already freed herself from the spirits that had held her before, and now all her attention was focused only on this being who had saved her. And Saren, who was also sitting on the floor, also looked at the light source that was above her head. And Taming stared at the priestess in awe and found himself thinking that she was very beautiful and did not take his eyes off her. Later, the night of screams began to dissipate thanks to her, and this darkness turned into light. Even though these children became evil spirits because of the wrong approach, now everything has begun to change again, and we can say that Hanjong has succeeded. In the novel itself, it ended with grief for the children who were destroyed by life and did not do what they wanted. How the author of the novel, Jung Min, was going to save all these children and change his own story that he had written some time ago. No one could answer what kind of light it was or who called it here, but the students watched in silence. All these evil souls who had just attacked them began to cry and backed away from the people. Their tears did not stop and fell on the dry ground. At the same time, they began to talk about how the light would save them and help them. In the end, the night of screams was over. He successfully completed the task. The dive came to an end, and the system reported that he had used much more force than his body could withstand. Nevertheless, he was able to successfully use the skill on a strong entity, which increased his positive characteristics, and the light source added that she would continue to take care of him. When it was over, Jungmin fell to the ground exhausted and fainted, and Pamchun picked him up to check if he was alive, while other students began to worry about his health. As expected, using so much mana in a short period of time was very draining, but the professor had never seen such a power with a side effect. However, now it seemed that everything was only getting worse, as was his condition, and his friends began to worry even more. Since it was over and the guy felt sick, he had to be taken to the nearest hospital immediately, and then the professor told him to request a recovery potion from the association. All three of his friends stayed close to the professor and Jungmin, who was still unconscious. It seemed like it was the end, and the story was over, but being in the dungeon, they were still under the threat of those who were there. The mentor felt something wrong and looked back, seeing danger behind him. In addition to taking care of Han Zhang, who is now unconscious, he had to protect the remaining students and himself. Everton finally came here and timed it very well, because there were few people here and they are not in the best condition to fight. The head said that if they wanted to live, they had to bring back the 8th hero. Then they would leave them alone and allow them to leave the dungeon unharmed. The professor left Han Zhang with the other 3 students and went to deal with the danger, because the boy needed to be sent to the hospital as soon as possible while his heart was still beating. But the head of the cult said that he would not allow anyone to leave the dungeon until he got what he wanted. However, Pam-chun was not going to play by their rules and came forward to use his skills against Everton's players. He rushed into the attack himself, trying to deal as big and strong a blow as possible to his enemies. The one in front who had been speaking was now lying on the ground, and for some reason the others did not move without the order of their leader. The professor didn't have time for each of them, so he told them to attack all at once, and it would be even more fun. Very soon the whole horror was over, and they went to the hospital together and hospitalized Jungmin. They had to wait for some time for the young man to open his eyes, but after tens of hours he finally came to. The professor was with him almost all the time and did not leave his side. When he woke up, he was also there, and then asked him in a happy voice how he felt after a 3-day sleep. It was obvious that the condition was still terrible, but the young man stood up and asked what had happened to the dungeon with a trembling body. Pam-chun calmly ate an apple and then said that a very strong girl appeared and defeated everyone, and then Jungmin fell and lost consciousness. Then his mentor praised him, but added that losing consciousness, especially for so many days, scared Pam-chun and his friends. He was worried that everything could come to self-destruction if you use your powerful powers so carelessly, and you need to think before you use your skills. That was the end of the good news, and the professor said he had to tell him the bad news. Of course, Jongmin was most worried about his friends and first thought that something bad had happened to them, but that's the last thing I want to hear. But it was much simpler than that. Pam-chun said that he didn't know if Jungmin's parents knew that he had dropped out of the academy, but they asked a lot, so he told them everything. He jumped out of bed, calling his mentor an old man, but he was even a little offended, and then said that he should have warned him about this earlier. Now they won't let him live in peace. But the professor said it was his own fault. And then I heard the voice of a nurse asking the patient and the guardian to keep the noise down in the hospital. A few days later, the writer was discharged from the hospital and went home, even though he hadn't been to this particular place for a long time. It seems like 2 years have passed since he took his sabbatical. But the boy was still angry with this old man who told his parents everything, and now there would be a fight. They were very happy and even hung the poster in their village when he entered the academy and showed the best results every time, becoming a leader among students. But somehow I became indifferent to all this because I did not tell the professor everything, and there is nothing to take back. The boy was still worried about what his parents would say to him about leaving the academy, but he could not postpone his visit to them for long, so he gathered his strength, breathed in the air, and opened the door to the house. Jongmin was even thinking about just falling to the ground and hitting his head on the floor, begging for their forgiveness so that he wouldn't have to hear all the quarrels and accusations. But when the door opened and their son entered the house, the 2 parents welcomed him with a smile on their faces. It turned out that they didn't even think about arguing with him about what happened at the academy. Instead, they just didn't feed him, and the boy remembered that his mother's food was still the best and most delicious. She was worried whether her son was already full and offered him dessert while they were discussing everything. But Jungmin admitted that he would start to vomit if he ate even a piece of anything else. And over the years, while studying and taking a sabbatical, he managed to lose quite a bit of weight. When the boy had forgotten about his biggest success, his father started the same unpleasant conversation. Because his son had not just taken a leave of absence, but had simply dropped out of school, he was annoyed that Jungmin had worked so hard to get into the Dream Academy. But knowing the latest news about the dungeon, he was not so angry because getting there was much better than studying. But his mother advised him to find a more stable and safe job. She had heard that a few months ago a new dungeon appeared nearby and was worried about it. And his father said that there was a lot of danger in the world, so he told him to stay home. The young man ignored all these words and focused only on the dungeon his mother had just mentioned. It was around this time that his whole story with his unique skill began. And perhaps it was the very day when the novel was plagiarized and the story written on paper became a reality. Jungmin asked them in more detail about the dungeon and asked them to tell him where it appeared, and then decided to visit the place. Once there, the guy decided to use his unique skill to find the cave itself. He had an academy skill that allowed him to detect objects at the maximum search radius was doubled. But later on, I even regretted it because the information started coming in such quantities that I didn't have time to memorize anything. But there was nothing to be surprised about because the search radius is 1 kilometer, and Eden helped him and gave him enhanced mana energy. Jongmin just didn't expect it to be that strong, but Eden still thought the guy should be able to look up the whole mountain. The detection ended, and then Jungmin went to the place where the energy led him. It seems that it was here. And indeed, the guy saw an open dungeon in front of him. The system showed that the level of this cave was low and asked if the user was going to enter it. It was strange to hear that it was at a low level, because this dungeon looked too creepy to be of a low rank. Meanwhile, the professor was a member of the Association of Adventurers and went about his business. The specialist opened the cabin and took out the body of one of the adventurers, calling the professor to him. Yesterday, he also examined the body for a very long time, so the doctor asked if he was looking for something specific and if he could help in any way. The master was just trying to figure out what connected all those who had passed away, but apart from a single sign, there was nothing else that connected these bodies, and it was difficult to even guess where they came from. The professor only recalled the words of the Everton head that he had said the 8th hero, and that they needed him alive. But the master had no idea what 8th hero they were talking about, and there were no more hands because he didn't say a word afterward. Eden then asked why Jungmin hadn't entered the dungeon for so long, especially since it was at a low level and nothing terrible would happen there. But the young man was thinking about warning the association about the dungeon, but in the meantime, something worse could happen and the monsters could be released. He had to decide whether he would enter the dungeon. On the one hand, it was not difficult, but he was worried that the difficulty would increase like the last time if he entered alone. Then a golden window appeared in front of him and said that she was very disappointed. It was a source of light, but she asked to be called Prina instead of that horrible nickname. And when Eden asked her not to interrupt him when he was talking, the priestess added that he was just as rude as ever. Jongmin understood why he could talk to Eden, but he didn't know that he could communicate with the other characters. So he started looking for a connection and attributed it to the Night of Screams. Vovna then turned to him and said that he was braver, and in the end he helped the young souls, so she believed that everything would go well in this dungeon as well. After these words, the young man became more inspired and decided to enter the cave, especially since it was close to his house, and it would be better to deal with the cave as quickly as possible. The screen appeared again, and this time, though obligatory, the young man pressed yes. A few seconds later, the dungeon called the Path of Choice welcomed him into its corridors and then began to revisit his past memories. In a matter of seconds, tasks began to be generated, and the battlefield opened, and the system began to create a dungeon suitable for the user. After a while, the writer was already lying in his bed when the phone rang loudly and woke him up. When Jongmin turned off the sound and put the phone back and laid his head on the pillow, he fell asleep again, but not for long. In a few seconds, he jumped out of bed, not understanding why he was lying there and why he was not in the dungeon. The young man was sure that he had entered the cave, but then everything abruptly ended and now he was lying under the blanket. Then he turned his gaze to the wall where the results of the month's evaluation were posted, and the tables from the academy were hanging nearby. Now the guy was sure that he had gone back in time, and the system informed him that the dungeon path of choice was based on his past memories. When the first memory ended, he was transferred to a completely different place, but it was not the dungeon he had entered a few minutes earlier. Now Jungmin is back at the training grounds of the academy, which he had visited many times during his studies. He stood still while other students walked around him, but now he didn't know what to do at all. It was very difficult to watch what was happening there, because soon I could not see myself falling. He closed his eyes when he heard a loud explosion and saw a flash of light in front of him. He really didn't know what had just happened, and didn't understand what was happening around him. Everything around was very dull, and the students looked more like soulless zombies, but the boy's attention was on his past, which had fallen again. In this scene, they showed what happened to him during the same final exam a month later, and it was one of the worst days of his life. In addition to the fact that he was already lying on the ground, he was also hit by a student who was passing by and never missed an opportunity to mock him. He put his foot on Jungmin's face, and he could not even resist because he had no moral or physical strength. Yukil continued to mock him, and said that Jungmin was a weakling for giving up so quickly, and continued to call him all kinds of unpleasant things. It wasn't fun to mock and torment him because he didn't even say anything, and Jungmin was watching from the balcony. It was so painful, and he wanted to forget that day, like many other moments. But he was forced to look at it. But why these memories? Although Yukil thought that the head of the department would start a fight with him, a whole month had already passed and he remained unscathed, so he continued to call him names and beat the weak Jungmin. His friends generally believed that Yukil should have been rewarded because he had beaten the parasite, and why quarrel over such a trifle? However, what reward could there be for killing or beating up vermin? This company continued to mock Jungmin throughout the entire training process. Then he received a notification from the Department of Internal Affairs that he had only 4 days left, and if he exceeded this number, he would be expelled from the academy. Jungmin believed that he could do it and that he would reach the end and become successful, and at that moment, the dungeon path of choice noticed the user's fear. At the same time, it created an imitation of the person the young man was afraid of at that time in his life, and Jungmin heard a voice behind him calling him a weakling. Looking back, the boy already began to realize what this dungeon was about and what the trials would be like in this place. A few seconds later, Jungmin saw Yukil in front of him, an exact copy of him, and he laughed that it was an honor to go up against the one who had been the best in the written exam. This dungeon restored and created the illusion of a memory from the past in order to fight his fear, and the young man's body was really trembling now. He became stronger, but it was too much. Even though Jungmin realized that it was all just an illusion and that he was not really Yukil, he could not get over himself. To think Yukil would have to fight a weakling in the first round, then he told Jungmin not to take up both of their time and let him beat the crap out of him. This was the test of the dungeon of the path of choice, and the boy would once again have to fight his greatest fear of the time. He was overcome with despair when he heard the same words spoken to him as then, as if he had to relive that horrible day, which he wanted to put out of his mind forever. Yukil called him a disgrace to the entire academy and said that he was incapable of anything. But now Jungmin was at least trying to control his fear and reduce everything to the fact that it was just an illusion. You just need to calm down because it's Han Yukil from the first year. And now the same things won't happen as then because none of this is real. In addition, the writer knew that he had recently become stronger, and this time he would definitely change the course of events and defeat this idiot. The fight was declared open, and the classmate wasted no time in attacking. So far, Jungmin has been lucky because he hasn't been hit by Yukil and managed to dodge the attack. It looked funny in Yukil's eyes. And he said with the same mockery that this lowlife could improve, or this guy was just lucky. Jungmin remembered that he always hit him in the head first, so he managed to defend himself, and this helped him to some extent. Means that this boy had analyzed his opponent's fighting style. But Yukil was not afraid of it because he knew that his classmate could not change anything even if he knew it. In fact, Jungmin said he was glad to see him in person and glad to be able to teach him a lesson now. The test continued, and then Jungmin decided to apply his immersion training again while defending himself. But suddenly the system notified him that the immersion training tool could not be used. It was simply blocked. And then for a moment Jungmin panicked. This skill was all he had hoped for, but he had no idea what to do without it. Due to the fact that he became distracted and frightened, Yukil managed to throw him away from him, and the writer fell on his back. Yukil laughed again and ironically said that he was playing along because he just wanted to play with his toy. He used a tornado swing and then approached his classmate. He was beating him with all his might and was not going to stop. And in the second move, he used a cobra throw, and this attack was even worse than the first. And in the end, Yukil hit the guy on the head, which is what he was going to do in the first place, and then Jungmin thought it was definitely over and lost. Now he was lying down in front of his opponent, completely powerless and unable to respond to his blows, and he was listening to all his taunts and insults in his direction. At this point, Yukil became more amused because he enjoyed mocking this weakling who was even afraid to move a finger in front of him and who shakes in his presence. How embarrassing it must have been to lose like that and also to lose consciousness. and his classmate started to kick him because he wanted to have some more fun and understand before the next tournament. Eden continued to watch the boy, but he knew for sure that this was not like Jungmin at all. He could not just lie there and not even answer. He just let some freak beat him up, which is really very different from the Jungmin he knows. In the end, no matter how much he wanted to change things, it was all happening again, and Jungmin was still the same pathetic rag without any unique skill. Will he never be able to become stronger and win? Will nothing ever change, and he will continue to shake in front of Yukil? But at that moment he heard Eden's voice, and finally he was able to open his eyes. Eden was sitting right in front of him, and said that he was very ashamed of Jungmin, and did not recognize him at all. He was truly convinced that he would fight and would never give up easily and quickly before someone he wanted to fight back and take revenge on so badly. Where was the guy who escaped his end in the tower? But Eden realized that it was just a trauma that Jungmin had experienced, and that it was harder to live through it again. But Eden was quite surprised that this guy could switch so quickly after a few blows, or if it was a simple illusion. But Jungmin told him to shut up because he doesn't know anything and doesn't understand how hard it is for him. But he admitted that Eden was right in what he said. He really hated himself for being able to adapt to what was happening around him, and that's why he created Eden, the hero who never gives up, and then wanted to become like him. The boy was still tired and weak, but he found the strength to get up because Eden's words made him do it. Although Jungmin looked tired, he said that it would soon be over. When the young man stood up, Yukil began to laugh at him and said that he was crazy if he wanted to deal with him quickly. And then the classmate said that he had a few more tricks for him and was not going to let this weakling go. When Yukil was about to punch his opponent, Young Min was the first to do so, and he lost his footing and fell to the ground. The blow was strong and his aura spread across the arena, and now the hero felt confident. He knew he had become stronger than even Yukil. He does have more power now, but that was not the problem at all. Eden finally smiled and was glad that he finally got up and started a real fight with his fear from the past. Although Jungmin was still afraid and still worried, he knew he could fight back and was really happy that he was now on the right track. Of course, Yukil was angry after what the boy did to him, but he couldn't get up yet, so he held his chin where the boy hit him. He was wounded, but it was not the pain that worried him more. It was the fact that this weakling dared to raise his hand to him and do such a thing. But Yukil told Jungmin not to relax because he still wouldn't beat him, only after he decided to play a little, and then promised to make the boy beg for mercy. While Jungmin was standing in the middle of the training ground, his opponent used a disguised running skill, and in a moment he was no longer visible. Only dust cleared behind him. It was unexpected, and Jungmin didn't have time to react, but a classmate quickly came alongside and pushed him as hard as he could in the shoulder. This was even more difficult because Jungmin could not even understand where Yukil was, so he could not defend himself against his blows. Only for a moment did the illusion stop, and Yukil laughed, only to humiliate his enemy once again and call him a weakling. After saying a few not particularly pleasant words, the guy disappeared from Jungmin's sight again, and he could not figure out where he was. There was simply no way out, and if he continued to try to build a strategy now, everything would go wrong, so Jungmin decided to just trust his gut and use his unique academic skill. When his eyes were closed, he could see more clearly and could figure out where Yukil was using the detection skill. Then the effect of the enhanced mana system increased significantly, and the hero finally opened his eyes and turned to the enemy. At the moment of the shot, Jungmin managed to block the opponent's attack, albeit at the last moment. Yukil was definitely not expecting this because he was sure that he was going to beat the weakling who was unable to reveal his location. But he was more agile. He was really starting to get annoyed by the fact that such a powerful skill might not work on a weakling like him, so he rushed at him again with his weapon. Yukil wanted to put an end to this, and now he was not up for fun. He just wanted to finish the fight and humiliate this guy once again. And he was able to do it 2 years ago in the same place in front of other students and teachers. And it was that day that Jungmin remembered as his worst nightmare. All these skills that Yukil used that day worked against Jungmin's past, but now things have changed a lot, and he has grown a lot. And because of his awakened skill and the confidence that grew with his relentless training, Jungmin became someone who could overcome his past and fight back against Yukil. The classmate got even angrier and began to lose control of himself. He couldn't believe that someone like Jungmin could beat him or even stand next to him. But he realized that this guy's energy was too powerful now, and there was no way to resist it. He thought he was a weakling and didn't even think about his own loss, but finally Jungmin was able to do what Eden did in the novels. He stood up for himself and learned to fight back. He learned to fight and won. Yukil now finally fell down and his weapon flew out of his hands. He could not move and did not make a sound. Only after a few seconds did the classmate try to raise his head. But nothing happened, and he remained lying on the ground defeated. The realization that he had lost to this guy was simply disturbing, because how could such a weak student show himself in such a good light? Yukiel was truly afraid, just as Jungmin had been afraid of him, and he considered him a motor with too much power and no way to resist it. But the victory was even easier to explain because Jungmin simply stopped feeling fear of his enemy, and Yukiel will now fear him on a subconscious level. In the end, the young man successfully passed the dungeon's tests and then returned to his parents, who again asked him to visit them more often because they would forget what their son looked like. Now Jongmin was very happy to be back home and see his parents. I was even more glad that I had finally knocked all the stupidity out of Yukiel, who had been bothering me for so many years. The right bus pulled up to the stop, and then the young man said goodbye to his family and took his seat, leaving them. Everything was going well, and the boy was satisfied with his work because he was not afraid to go into the dungeon and was able to pass the test. Then he received a notification asking if he wanted to see his reward for completing the path of choice. And when Youngmin opened it, he found himself holding his own book. It was about the Age of Destruction, in which the class was aristocratic but at a low level, and the setting was aimed at providing the author's brain with the necessary information, and this text could only be read by the author himself. But the author's skills were not enough to unlock absolutely all the functions. And this was the most annoying thing right now. But if he manages to reread his books in this way, it's a good option in case he forgets a point. While the young man was quietly reading away from people, Yuna came up to him and unceremoniously looked at the screen, which was completely black. In fact, she scolded Jungmin, who was sitting quietly, and then he asked her what she was doing here, because she should be at the academy right now. But Yuna laughed back, and then said that she had also decided to leave the academy. But Jungmin thought that the girl was just crazy to say such things, because she was one of the top two, and how could she leave the academy in such a case? But he also dropped out, so why be angry? Unlike him, Yuna had a lot of opportunities after graduation, and she was good at everything. While they were quarreling with each other, Teming came up to them and stopped his friends from sharing something again. Jungmin was surprised to see him, but then the gift of speech was finally taken away from him because his friend told him that he had also left the academy. The guy just couldn't understand why they chose to do this because they were the best students and had so much potential, and they decided to just quit. However, Yuna said that it was very cool because now they can study together outside the academy and prepare for the adventurer's exam, because Mr. Pom Chun allowed them to use the training room. However, if he knew that she called him that, he would be angry, because Pom Chun liked to be called master. But that's not what matters now, and Teming also thought it was a really cool opportunity to improve their own skills with the help of a training room where they could train on their own. He also praised her and said that they were both very smart. But then Jongmin was even a little upset because for some reason the old man hadn't said that to him. But there was no time to be angry about it, so Taiman suggested that the two friends go train together right now. Eventually, Jungmin agreed and asked where the grandfather was. And he was still at the Adventurers Association, trying to solve this Everton mystery that had haunted him and claimed many lives over the weeks. He received a call from one of his wards, who informed him that they had caught another cult member who also drew a magic circle. It was unknown how many of them there were because every day they worked to catch them, because the cult was strong and new ones came every time. And then the ward said that the man had also said something about the coming of the demon, and there were too many of them to consider them a small cult and ignore them. At the same time, Pom Chun looked again at the photographs he had taken of the same symbol. And it was the same mark as the guy who attacked them in the dungeon, and it's the only clue that Professor Pom Chun has so far. And the bodies that were brought for examination also had these symbols engraved on them. Now they are all over the city, and the cult's power is growing. These people said something about the eighth hero, about whom the master knew nothing, and also talked about the devil. After the appearance of the new 7 towers, people associated with the devil appeared, and it became interesting whether they were related to the towers. So Pom Chun decided to continue his work because he wanted to deal with this immediately. But Jungmin had already gone to the artifact shop for the second time because he had made some potions again and was able to earn quite a bit of money, so he decided to buy something useful. While the young writer was walking around the store with weapons and armor and looking around, someone approached him. It was Zhang Jiwan from the Heavenly Guild, and he wanted to recruit the boy again because he had heard that he had recently awakened, so he handed Jungmin his business card. The young man said hello and felt a little uncomfortable because he thought that Yuna had already told him everything, but he took the business card anyway. She was the daughter of the head of the guild, and Jungmin himself said that he was taking care of him, even though it still felt strange. Zhang Jihuan also heard that Zhang Min had applied for an adventurer's license and asked why he didn't decide to join the guild later. However, this time, the sweeter one politely refused and explained that he would feel pressured to join an organization that was connected to his friend, and then apologized. The guild member was disappointed then, because he really hoped to lure this guy to join him and build a team of the strongest. But there was nothing he could do about it. And then Zhang Min finally said goodbye to Zhang Jiwan, saying that he had a lot of urgent business to attend to, and they parted ways. Eden didn't understand what this man saw in him and why he wanted to hire him so badly, but it was obvious that Zhang Min was a genius. And yet, hearing him say that, Eden regretted asking him about it. Zhang Jiwan finally found himself in the elevator, but he felt terrible. His unique skill, the Eye of Truth, couldn't get close to this guy. He was simply thrown away and couldn't even scan Zhang Min's skills, and it was the first time this had happened to Zhang Jiwan. He had never done anything like this before, and even in the gym it was not that hard, so he became even more interested in it, and wondered what Master Pam Chun knew about it. All this powerful energy surrounded Zhang Min and made it impossible to read the foreign language about him, as if protecting him from prying eyes. Zhang Jiwan could feel this powerful energy as soon as he approached this future adventurer, and it was something incredible. Everything was changing very quickly, so he decided that he needed to get closer to Young Min as soon as possible, before it was too late. And he knew he was ready to do anything to do so. At the same time, the young man took his headphones and began to talk on the phone, although he was actually just pretending. Prina was surprised to find out that he had already used everything, but thought that he had just bought a lot of stuff at once. But this thing would really be useful in the dungeon, so he wanted to prepare in advance. Everything was going well until the author of the story discovered an object that radiated Everton energy, and then Jungmin stopped. But he couldn't answer what they were going to do this time, and he felt uneasy, so he decided to use the detection skill. At first, he left the premises because he did not want to do it there and needed to find a larger area to use. So he went to the building, and this space should have been enough. Then the guy used the detection skill, and his ability grew depending on the hero's mana, and started looking for the object. At first, Jungmin decided to check the store, and it was clean. The first and fifth floors were also clean, and at this point, the young man thought he had lost sight of the energy, but soon found an object with a copycat tag in basement number 1. His training was enough to see everything carefully, so Jungmin approached the object. And now I could finally say that I had found what I needed and decided to act. He saw the same mark that Everton fans were leaving all over the city. Eden didn't understand how the boy even knew what the mark should look like. And Jongmin excused himself by saying that he had seen it in a book, even though it wasn't there. Prina told him to use his power and that she would help him in due time, and he knew that Everton's magic circle had been used to summon the demon and knew of only one way to erase it. Jungmin had the necessary supplies in his bracelet, so he decided that he would do it right away. Jungmin tried to do all this as quickly as possible without using immersion. When he touched the symbol in the basement with his hand, it disappeared almost immediately, and the young man breathed a sigh of relief. But he knew that he shouldn't relax just yet, because he wanted to check for other magical circles, so he used the detection skill for the second time. His senses were sharpened, and his aristocratic fantasy began to search for magic that resembled the mark of imitators from the Age of Destruction, and eventually found another object. And then another and another dozen. And at that moment, Jongmin became afraid of how many of them there were all over the city, if he found so many in just a 1-kilometer radius. When I found one, I was already excited and thought that this would be the end of it, but I definitely did not expect such a large number. Jongmin stopped using the skill, but he kept thinking about how many more of these copycat marks could be scattered. Everton watched him and saw that this guy was erasing their marks on his own, and one of the cult members offered to stop him. Now they were sure that this guy was the 8th hero, and he kept interfering and would be a big obstacle in the execution of their plan. And judging by the way he easily took the first seed, he was using divine power. They should have destroyed it as soon as possible before it was too late, but the cult could not even get close to it. The others were ready to deal with the problem if the head ordered them to, but number 1 said it was too risky and they could not act rashly. Now there was really no point in such a donation, because each of their people is worth their weight in gold, especially since it is impossible for one person to remove all the magic circles on their own. But right now their seed is under great threat. Then the divine apostle will react with his power with magic circles and protect all these seeds. The guy's back hurt so much after he went around all the places where the marks were left. The magic circles were still scattered around the city, and he hadn't managed to destroy them all yet. But if there are magic circles here, Then the seeds of the curse must also be somewhere nearby. But Jungmin couldn't even erase them, so how can he possibly find the seeds? In order to summon the demon, magical circles and seeds of curse are needed. If these seeds are planted in a person and with mana as a vessel, the victim is taught that the demon will be reborn. The problem is that it is very difficult to find it, so the young man decided to ask a master to help him erase all these circles. He wrote to him about all this and arranged to meet him in a cafe nearby where the guy was already sitting. But in the meantime, he had to find a person for the seeds. The young man sat waiting, but then he heard the voice of his friend who also entered the cafe. Saren smiled and waved at him, walking straight to the table where the boy was sitting. He was surprised to see the girl, and Saren immediately started asking when he was discharged and how Jungmin was feeling now, but he was more surprised by how she knew where he was. The girl said that she just saw him through the window, and then offered to buy him a drink to celebrate, but he refused and immediately said that he was going to leave soon. After that, something very strange happened. Maybe he thought it was just him, but Jungmin heard 2 heartbeats. And after that, an abnormal flow of mana began to direct itself directly at the author of the story, and now the boy was finally sure that it was another curse, like the one that had happened to Yuna. At the same time, the young man asked his girlfriend to give him her hand because he needed to check something. Then Saren extended her hand to her former mentor, and he felt the same way again as before. It seemed as if a current had passed between them, and they were both electrocuted, which is why the girl abruptly withdrew her hand and stepped away from him. The guy sat there, not understanding anything, and Serena's arm still hurt a little. It was like static electricity, but this shock was too strong. A few more seconds passed, and then the author of the story discovered the seed of the curse. She responded to the divine energy, but the guy still didn't understand when exactly it happened. Perhaps it happened during the visit to the dungeon, because enough time has passed since then to stabilize these seeds. Then he decided to read the information about the seeds of the curse from the book of the Age of Destruction. There were 3 stages, high, low, and medium, and the demon would be automatically summoned when the stage reached the maximum. This curse potion had not yet attached itself to Saren's mana, and it was still possible to remove it, and it might be easier than he thought. If the demon had already been summoned, the battle would have been quite difficult, but for now, he has a chance to stop everything at an early stage and prevent chaos. When he smiled at you because he was happy that it wasn't so bad, you thought he was laughing because she was in pain, and that hurt her a little, but then Jungmin decided to explain the situation to help her. Saren was told that he would listen to him carefully, but he did not know how to tell the person without scaring them too much. In the end, he decided to tell her that she would just have to be patient and everything would get better, and then he would buy her something tasty. However, she was really a little scared because Jungmin never told her anything concrete. In the end, he didn't want to waste too much time, because the seeds could have stabilized and then it wouldn't have come to a fight with the demon. If he does it here and now without wasting any time, it will end at this point. But it all went too far, and one of the Everton players smiled and said that the guy would never make it. Jungmin heard an unfamiliar voice next to him, and then he was very frightened and froze in place. He screamed a lot because the glass broke, and everything around him started falling. Then the guy fell to the ground and covered his head with his hands. Other people in the cafe were also injured as glass started falling on them, and they tried to shield their faces from the shards. Eden and Prina had already sounded the alarm, and the girl immediately asked Jungmin if he was okay for the time being. Saren was standing behind him, and the guy was trying to get to his feet, after which he asked who he was, and it all happened very badly. It was one of the members of the Everton cult who tried to stop the guy from erasing their marks, and that's why he came here and found out his location. He immediately attacked Jungmin, swinging his claws at him. For the demon, this was the only way to wipe him off the face of the earth, and then this annoying guy would not interfere with their plan. This time, Jungmin dodged along with the girl, but the cult member was too fast, and they literally could not follow him with their eyes because he moved at the speed of light. When they almost came to the end, and Jungmin and Saren were cornered, they were saved by a professor who fortunately came in time to protect his students. Although the master was a strong adventurer, this demon was so much stronger than him that the old man managed to take the brunt of the attack, protecting his students, but he himself flew away from the blow. Jungmin was very afraid for his master, and was shocked to see that this demon had dealt with the professor so easily. He was unharmed except for a few scratches and bruises, but Pam Chun now realized how strong an opponent he was facing and with whom he would have to fight. But what worried him the most was that this demon had dared to attack his student, and protecting his students was his priority. Fortunately, The master was here just in time. He had just finished his work earlier, and came here now. Chun joined the students, telling them to stand back. He tried to deal with this demon himself, despite the fact that the cult member was much stronger than him, and told the boy to hide far away. Jongmin didn't back down. He didn't want to leave the old man alone, seeing what this cult could do, and the demon suddenly approached him again, mocking the master's words. The demon laughed when he heard these words and stood in front of Professor Chun, showing that he was not afraid of him at all. But it was too rough. Someone from the S class would have fallen to the ground and stopped breathing a long time ago. But the demon was annoyed that this old man was helping Jongmin again and preventing him from destroying him. Chun was really surprised to see the demon unharmed because he had snapped its neck, but it survived. At the same time, the demon introduced himself, calling himself an apostle of Satan, and called him Amel. He bowed and looked into the eyes of his rivals again. Chun had already realized that this guy was involved in the Everton cult, and he was incredibly annoyed by all this. But he was not one of those ordinary priests, for he was an apostle who had received a blessing from their god, for unlike the gods of other people, theirs answered prayers. But time is running out, and it's time to get the party started and get things done. Jongmin stood behind his professor without even moving, and then he discovered another mark of the Everton cult. It turned out that all these tags had been distributed in advance to their respective places. Even more than 1,000 of them were made, and they all detonated simultaneously. The master was very frightened when he heard so many explosions and saw what was happening around him. All those magic circles that the boy was able to destroy did not prevent the plan from being fulfilled, because there were many more marks and the energy they possessed exploded at once. Only now did the young man realize that Amol was simply stalling for time so that the tags could detonate. And then Jongmin thought that it would be advisable to destroy at least a few circles to reduce the energy. He was still behind the professor, but when he looked back, he noticed that his friend had disappeared. The young man had never heard of her running away or anything else, so he was surprised. Only after looking around did the young man notice the girl who was among the demonic energy. Amel approached the 8th hero with a pleased face and then spoke to him, asking if he knew what the demons liked most. They like human fear the most because seeing them tremble in front of you gives them so much strength and energy. The whole city began to change, and soon the poles were visible in every corner. Ordinary people could see them too, and children were afraid. Numerous red poles alerted all the residents of the city. No one knew what they were or where they came from, so the only option was to run away. But they came to their senses too late, because these pillars created a dome that did not let them out. When people went outside, they noticed a hole opening up in the sky, and it was getting worse and worse with each passing minute. Demonic energy began to cling to people who were nearby. All these evil spirits that had gotten close to the townspeople would not leave them. And now there were an incredible number of these spirits, and people simply had nowhere to run from them. These souls kept coming and coming from this big hole in the sky, and there were more and more of them, and there was no longer a single quiet corner of the city. The boy realized that this demon takes the souls of people without mana, and that Saren would also become one of the demons if she absorbed all their souls. So Jongmin decided that he needed to get rid of all the seeds as soon as possible or save his close friend. But the Apostle Amol laughed again, as if reading the boy's thoughts, he would not have been able to destroy the curse until his friend turned into a demon. He came to his senses too late, and the effect of the demonic energy had already begun to consume Saren's body, so it was almost over. Amel said with a sinister smile on his face that there was nothing more the hero could do. Very soon, every soul that is damned will be inside Saren's soul, and after that, nothing will save it. Her body will become the place where the demon will be reborn and come to Earth. And after his arrival, real chaos will begin not only in this city but throughout the country and the world. However, it was not over yet, because the professor was not going to give up anymore. It seemed that he had completely lost his mind and lost his fear. Chun shouted that Amal had really grown so strong, but then continued to talk about this nonsense. The master said that he hadn't read any strange books, and at that moment Jongmin even felt a little uncomfortable because it was all based on his novels. Amel didn't take his words seriously, only saying that they would kill him faster if he didn't stop in time. The demon rushed at the old man and told him to fight with all his strength if he still had it, and maybe then he would live a few minutes longer. But the professor already knew that he would not need these powers, and even if he fought, he would still be defeated. The demon rushed at him with its claws swinging, but at the last moment the master managed to defend himself. Although he had lost hope of getting out of here, his powerful barrier prevented Amal from touching him. Very unexpectedly, the master was able to throw the demon away from Saren, And then it seemed to him that this was the perfect moment to get close and destroy the cursed seed. But just as he was about to do so, he heard a very familiar smell. The demon stood in front of Eden and the heroes, and the air around them was filled with the smell of decomposing bodies. It's exactly the same as the first time a boy describes the appearance of the demon in his novel. Jung-min really didn't believe that all this was happening in reality and not on the pages of a book. It really ended very quickly, and when Jung-min looked back at the place where Saren was, he saw that the girl had turned into a demon. The girl finally became a demon. She looked incredible, but Jung-min was too late. He was even more depressed by the realization that this happened because of his novel. If he hadn't written his stories, these towers would not have appeared, and what he sees before his eyes would not have happened. Jung-min approached his friend with fear and asked Saren if she would even recognize him, and mentally hoped that she would at least not attack him. However, the girl did not recognize him. She stared at him silently for a while and then asked him emotionlessly who he was. The demon's voice sounded like it came from another world, like metal rubbing against metal, and he wanted to step back, wanted to change something, but now he didn't know how to bring her back. Even this voice was exactly like the boy had described it in his story, and the thought that he was the creator never left him and never gave him rest. Everything around him began to darken sharply, and Jung-min realized that the situation was hopeless because he saw no way to save his friend. He didn't want to believe that he would have to let her go, and he couldn't forgive himself for just leaving her here. But there is no way to stop a man who has turned into a demon. At least he didn't know how, but if he doesn't stop it, it will get worse. It will go to kill people, and it will not stop with a few victims. It will go to a city that will also be small, and as a result, a huge number of people will suffer. Although it seemed that there was no way out, the young man tried to do everything, so he used the unique skill of immersion. He managed to lock the girl in a cage and then began to use divine energy on her. The boy put all his strength into freeing Saren from the demonic energy and again turned to the priestess for help. It was a divine spell that destroyed the demon, and it spread through Saren's body. Jung-min knew how much pain she was in right now, and tears welled up in his eyes that he had to cause this pain. So far, this is the only way to exorcise the demon from the victim he remembered, and there was no time to wait. He couldn't see much because there was a lot of fog all over the area, but what he could see reminded him that his friend was falling to the ground without breathing. However, this did not happen, and the demon could not be exorcised from her, and she became angry that he dared to do this. Already very angry, she rushed at Jung-min to scratch him and destroy him, but she couldn't reach him. The guy was scared because he had no doubt that the divine energy would work and drive out the demon. But it did not work at all. The professor was not there, it was happening in another room, but he heard the artificial explosion clearly. This confused Pom Chun, and the old man began to worry about the children he had lost sight of. But he was distracted from his main enemy because the devil's apostle Amol was still here and would not let him go. How he even dared to turn away from the demon during the fight. Although Pom Chun didn't have that much strength, he still tried to fight because he needed to get to his students first. He was going to kick the demon, but it was still moving very fast, so the professor had to try to hit it. Pom Chun had so many problems created by this cult. But even after the blow, Amol did not give up, and he laughed ominously and said that it was not the end, because Saren had already turned into a demon. She was stronger than Jung-min, so she easily knocked the guy to the ground and he hit his head hard, while Saren stood silently over his body. Now the young man felt powerless because he had already done everything he could, but it did not help. He was angry with himself for being so weak because if he had more strength, he could have done something and possibly saved his close friend. He would have helped her and freed her from the spell, but now he felt like a miserable rag because he couldn't even do that. Nothing bad would have happened to her if I had learned more or if I hadn't written this novel at all. And being stronger, he would not have risked the lives of others, or at least he could have done something to save them as well. Jung-min continued to beat himself up for writing the damn book that started it all, because if it wasn't for the story that turned into reality, nothing would have happened. He closed his eyes, tears streaming out of them, and simply begged Saren to come back, because he did not believe until the last moment that she would disappear from his life forever. The young man knelt and begged, hoping in his mind that it would work, and then he heard one single word from her lips. Saren had always called him bosom, and now she said the same. At that moment, he reawakened his hope that all was not lost and that he would be able to bring Saren back to life and free her from the curse. When the girl became a demon, her soul was supposed to be completely destroyed, but for some reason her eyes looked normal again, which meant that she was still alive. The eyes changed again, and the boy heard Saren say that she was scared and asked him to save her. It was so strange that the girl was still conscious. She was in so much pain and Saren could not breathe. She didn't even know what to do or where she was because the last thing she remembered was meeting Jungmin in a cafe. And then they met the demon Amol who attacked them, and chaos ensued when the marks of those who follow the devil detonated, and now she is here. She was attacked by this strange guy with sharp claws, and she couldn't remember anything else. But the pain was spreading throughout her body. She thought she heard her own voice somewhere in the distance, but she was sitting in complete darkness and could hardly move. But she was frightened when she heard a request for help. The girl looked back and fell silent, listening to what was being said. When Saren looked there, she was even more terrified because she saw a dozen people begging for help and not understanding how they ended up in the cages. The screams filled the entire space and tore at her soul, making Saren feel uncomfortable with their pleas. As her eyes began to adjust to the darkness, she saw hundreds of cages with people in them, each begging for help and release. The girl gathered all her strength and despite the pain got up on her feet to help these people, but she did not know how to get them out of there. But as soon as she stepped away from her seat, the hand of a demon appeared behind her, unwilling to let go of Saren. She looked around and saw something terrible that scared her even more. These were new victims whom the demon had caught and grabbed with his long fingers and was about to put in cages with the others. She realized that she had to do something because Saren was an adventurer and her vocation was to save people in trouble, so she rushed to help. Forgetting the pain, the girl used a unique skill of the ice world and created a large block of ice. For a moment, the demon's hand let go of all these people and they fell on the ice platform created by Saren. She was surprised when the attack worked, but since it was useful, she decided to keep striking to free the people. Just as the adventurer was about to use her unique skill for the second time, she was hit hard in the back. This blow was incredibly strong and she immediately fell to the ground and hit very hard. The attack was so powerful that even her clothes were torn and wounds appeared all over her body. Only a few seconds later, she was able to get up, feeling immense pain. Her whole body hurt so badly that she let out a few tears, and even more depressing was the fact that she did not know how to proceed, how to get out of here on her own, and how to get those people out of this place. She wanted to save them, but how could she do it if the demon was attacking her and would not give up on her either? She turned away, feeling powerless, but suddenly there was a light and she heard the demon screaming. His next attack was rejected, but she didn't understand how because she did absolutely nothing. Only later, listening, she heard the familiar voice of Jungmin begging her to come back, and it seems that this is what saved her from the enemy's attack. He begged her so sincerely to come back and asked her not to leave him that it really helped. Saren could not hold back her tears. It was very cold and dark, scary and uncomfortable, and she told the guy that there were a lot of people imprisoned here and she could not save them alone. Saren herself began to ask him to save her, to save them all from this dark place full of demonic energy. When a person is turned into a demon, his soul is automatically destroyed and cannot be brought back, but here it happened differently. The boy saw behind her numerous souls of people screaming for help, begging to be rescued from there, and the girl's body stood still in the form of a demon. Jungmin really didn't understand why she was still conscious and could even say something to him, but it meant to him that there was a chance for her to be saved. The guy just couldn't calm down hearing all these cries of people's souls, which were getting louder every minute, and he could hear despair and fear in their words. But the writer remembered well that this was definitely not in his book, because he had told everything before, and it ended, so he could have missed something. The young man heard two voices in which Saren spoke. One of them really belonged to her, and she tried to fight off the demon, but he was stronger and wanted to humiliate her further. It was a terrifying sight for him, but the girl tried to fight the demon that had taken her over on her own. Then he remembered the moment when he touched her hand, and a spark of electricity passed between them. Then the young man attributed it all to divine energy. Perhaps a part of it remained in Serena's body and is now helping her not to disappear from this world completely. If he's right, then Youngmin's blows will help her come back, even though they will hurt. It's a chance to grab hold of, and there's no need to wait because at any moment, she can completely turn into a demonic being, so the guy decided to start right away. He was nervous and afraid not to hurt her even more, but if this was the way to keep Karen alive, he was willing to take the risk and use the dive skill on Michael Condor. His plan might have worked, but the skill was disallowed because he didn't have enough mana to use it, even though he hadn't fought to do so. For the demon, it was the perfect moment to destroy his enemy, because now the young man will be unable to do anything without his power, and will no longer interfere with the transformation. Jungmin felt terrible again, angry with himself for becoming powerless at a really necessary and crucial moment, and not being able to help even those closest to him when they really need it. However, As soon as he said this, the pastor of the 7 heroes he had invented gave him his power, after which my boy began to recover rapidly. Jongmin didn't know why Prina was helping him so much and why she had made this decision now, but he was extremely grateful to her. Now her help is needed more than ever, and without wasting any more time, the boy was able to apply his diving skills. After that, the light energy of prana appeared around him. Using this light power, the boy began to expel the demon from Saren, directing all the energy to him. Now it was his last hope, and Jungmin hoped that for the second time his spell would work and his friend would return to the world. This time it really worked, and the energy began to spread rapidly through Saren's body. She must have been in pain herself, but the demon could not tolerate such intense pain. The chaos around him was even greater than it had been before, and he found himself among Saren's memories spinning around him. Later he felt weak and under a lot of pressure because all these memories began to consume him and erase him from the face of the earth. After how many seconds, when the darkness disappeared and the boy opened his eyes, he realized that he was in a prison of the soul in Saren's mind. Without waiting a moment, the writer went inside and saw a demonic hand holding the girl's body. The girl was not conscious now, and the young man ran to her as fast as he could, trying to wake her up. After his screams, Saren barely opened her eyes and looked at Jungmin with tired eyes. It was almost over because the demon almost pulled her in, but the young man quickly started running to her and held out his hand to his friend. She tried to grab him but failed because the demon's hand pulled her up sharply. Jongmin jumped up and finally they were able to take each other's hand. He held it as tightly as he could because he knew that if he let go, he would not be able to save her anymore. When he held her hand, the light energy passed through Saren's body, and she began to regain consciousness, and the demon left her. The demon was incredibly angry when the boy again prevented him from waking up and destroying further. Karen's body began to decay, and the demon screamed very loudly while Jungmin was still holding her hand. The demon almost completely left the girl's body, even though Saren herself was in great pain while this was happening. For a few minutes, he had to listen to these screams, but Jungmin was able to do it. He managed to save his friend and exorcise the demon from her. It worked, and not only did it bring Saren back to life, but all the souls of these lost people will also return to the bodies of their owners. He defeated the demon with a spell, but he was still most concerned about Saren, so he ran to the girl's lying body. When I turned her on her back and checked her pulse, I realized that the adventurer was alive and then breathed a sigh of relief. Now all that remains is to destroy what's left of the demon. This ball looked even more disgusting than he had imagined, but he had to deal with it, so he approached it closer. The demon's body became so horrible again, and he started screaming that Jungmin had stripped him of his flesh and ordered him to return it. Although the boy thought that it was almost over and that it would be easy to defeat this orb, the demon still hadn't lost its powers and attacked Jungmin. But now the young man was not afraid of anything. For some reason he was confident that he would win, and he always had someone to support him. The young man was about to activate the tutor again, but suddenly Yuna appeared in front of him and stood in front of him, defending her friend. She was wearing an adventurer's uniform and turned to him to ask if he was okay, and the girl came just in time. Jongmin was certainly not feeling well, but he was surprised by Yuna's arrival and asked how she ended up here. She said that she saw souls gathering here, so she ran after them, but she did not understand what was happening. Later, she saw Saren lying unconscious and began to worry about her and asked Jongmin about it all. But at that moment, Yuna let her guard down and found herself with her back to the danger, which made her vulnerable. Only Jungmin screamed as the monster began to attack. Luckily, Yuna reacted quickly and applied a measured interference while turning back and directed her force at the monster. It altered its characteristics and continued to destroy it with its power. A few seconds later, she finished the spell and cut the big ball in half. Yuna, as always, did everything professionally and quickly, but for a moment even fear gripped her because the monster attacked her unexpectedly from behind. She was already calmer, but the calmness disappeared again when Yuna noticed that the creature was still alive and that it had grown even larger. Jungmin looked frightened at the demon, who, as it turned out, could regenerate with mana. And the only way to win was to find a force that could exceed his recovery speed, but he really didn't know who could do that. And the demon kept saying that he needed a body and then started attacking again. In another room, Amol and Pam Chun continued to fight. And the old man, though still alive, was still unable to reach his students and did not know what was wrong with them. The apostle was about to strike again when the demon came and spoke again about the flesh he wanted. Then something strange began to happen, and the professor stood behind me, confused, watching. The demon had just destroyed his own ally, and after that there was no longer any doubt about his madness, but Pam Chun still did not know their motives. But the professor knew that he had to get out of its clutches and find students who were also in danger and struggling now. Now Amal had already disappeared from his usual account, but this entity had possessed him, and now this demon looked much larger, about 20 meters in height. But it doesn't matter because the bigger it is, the more pleasant it will be for Pomchun to destroy it. The mana of lightning was discovered, borrowed from the god of thunder Zeus. The professor used his skills and said that he would destroy the demonic creature with a single blow. The demon himself was curious to see what lightning mana could do and wanted to try it out for himself. Pomchun was confident in his abilities and believed that he would win with his power, so he concentrated all his mana in one area. He was saving his energy to attack when the demon attacked him, and at that moment the creature was already approaching. He felt uneasy watching the monster approach so close, but he knew he had to wait for the right time to strike as hard as possible. Finally, the moment came, and Professor Pomchun used the spear of Astrophase lightning and pushed all the energy onto the demon's flesh. Yuna and Jongmin could barely hold on when they heard this terrible explosion and closed their eyes from the bright light. In fact, Jongmin didn't expect to see anything else because the professor was incredibly strong, but there was a high risk that the situation would worsen right now. If things turn even a little bit wrong, he will simply become an appetizer for this monster. Sometimes the professor's mana only saturated the energy of the demonic creature. He was going to take away absolutely all of his power, and the demon only became stronger after each attack by Master Pomchun. The professor did not expect that his own mana would saturate this demon with energy, and he instantly stopped the attack and then tried to dodge the attacks. The demon kept trying to attack the man, but he kept dodging its blows and moving away. But at the same moment he saw that the creature was self-destructing, and it did not start after he struck it because now he was not attacking the monster. Jungmin stared at the master in shock as he watched his actions, but when he saw the demon begin to fall apart before his eyes, the master's power worked. Now it would be good to add in a monster that would finally blow up, so the guy went up to Yuna, who was still watching the battle in amazement, and told her about it. He asked her to use her most powerful spell so that the blow would be even stronger and they would be able to defeat the enemy faster. The young man didn't explain anything, he just asked me to trust him and use my strength, and when he gave the signal, I would just attack with all my might. The girl prepared to attack and immediately used her most powerful spell, the one Jungmin had spoken about, but it was too fast. The speed of the mana calculation was simply incredible, and he was becoming more and more fascinated by this girl. But in the end it was not surprising, since Yuna was the best and strongest student of the academy. And now it was his turn, so the young man turned to the bracelet to show the strongest skill to use in the Age of Destruction. Initially, there were more than 200 results, but later they began to decrease sharply and eventually came to 1, and a skill was established that he can apply now, after which the information began to be transferred to the user's brain. This feeling was really strange because everything was transferred to his brain to the smallest detail. Michael at that moment dared to apply the divine formula, and it also helped a lot. I closed my eyes, trying to concentrate specifically on my energy and the skill I was going to use, and after how many seconds I started the harmony of the force. Now these are the best skills he can use with the 30% of divine power he still has left. Of course, there were high chances that he would not survive, but he had to try. Right now, Jungmin was ready to do absolutely anything to help get rid of the monster. Because after all, he still felt guilty for creating all this himself and for the people he loved suffering because of him. Immediately upon his signal, Yuna used the full power of her strength and directed it at the monster. At the last moment, the girl called out to the master and told him to move away so as not to hit him during his attack. He abruptly pulled back and moved away, after which there was a large explosion and everything caught fire. Only the growl of a demon could be heard in all this chaos. Jungmin was going to sanctify his soul in order to get rid of the demon that had taken over. This is exactly what he is doing now, even though it is a rather tedious process, and he was already well aware of all the possible consequences. But he tried to do everything in his power. Yuna also stood back at this point, mesmerized by this unique skill she had never heard of before. The girl had never really seen anything like what her friend was using until then. The demon continued to shout very loudly and in many voices, saying that he did not want to die, saying that his flesh should be left untouched. The master himself was surprised to see that his student had wrapped his mana in divine power, and although he knew the kid's abilities, he still didn't believe that Jungmin was capable of such a thing. And then the professor remembered what happened when they got into the dungeon, and the young man also used his skills after that. He almost died, and now he also overdid it. His condition was critical, and the master immediately ran to his student. However, Jungmin really knew the risks he was taking and consciously chose this path. But when the professor finally got to him, he saw that the guy was fine and standing on his own 2 feet. Now he was actually okay, only his head hurt a bit and he was tired. But he was not injured or hurt. He also noticed that he had used big moves 3 times and wondered why he hadn't been penalized for it. At first, Yuna didn't understand what they were talking about, but the master just laughed and said that everything was fine. Only after his statements did he realize that he should watch his language better and think before he speaks. It took only a few seconds, but at that moment, Jungmin's condition worsened and he seemed to evaporate from this world. When the young man looked at his hands, he was horrified. He was afraid of what might happen and screamed loudly, looking at the master and his friend. They were also shocked, but they didn't know what to do about it. After all, it was something Jungmin had said before that it could end badly for him. Eden continued to watch the boy through the screen and was shocked that this idiot decided to use mana along with divine power, which was Prina's skill. But unlike her, Jungmin had much less power. It seems that this young man is quite knowledgeable about this if he wrote it off as a mere coincidence. Of course, Eden knew that this guy was special from the very beginning, but he had no idea that Jungmin would be able to turn a demon back into a human, because that requires very strong skills. But as mentioned earlier, this can lead to a terrible result for the user, and Eden understood perfectly well where it all leads to, and Jungmin will soon disappear from this world. He used a force that exceeded his limits many times over, and the Tower Lord mentally called him a complete idiot for taking such a risk. Eden sighed and said that he had had a lot of fun and pleasure spending time with Jungmin, but that it seemed like it was time to say goodbye. However, after a few more seconds, Eden opened his eyes because of Yuna and Pamchun's screams, and then he saw that the boy was okay. For some reason, he was fine now and standing upright. Then Eden turned to Prina, who had to hear him now, so he immediately asked her a single question. I don't understand why she saved Jungmin and why. She was surprised to hear that because she didn't think Eden would want him to end up like that. The young man had really used his skills 3 times, which were at the limit of his strength, and he was between life and death. Then Prina asked what he was talking about, but Eden said that the girl would understand everything when Jungmin was sent to the 2nd floor of his tower. She mimicked his words, which made Eden frown because it was crossing the line. In the end, he just wanted to forget about it. There were too many thoughts about what happened and what he saw. Prina spoke again, saying that she knew about his experiences, even though Eden had asked her to stop because he was uncomfortable talking about it. In the end, everyone knew that the 1st floor of the tower was made impenetrable, and all this was to ensure that no one could get to the 2nd floor. But Jungmin became the user who was able to pass the 1st floor, and now Eden is inviting him to the next one. Maybe Eden didn't want to admit it, or at least talk about it, but Prina thought this guy was very much worthy of moving to the next floor of the impenetrable tower. Now Jungmin himself was shocked by what was happening and why he was still in perfect health. And Prina continued to talk to Eden about what the future might hold for this guy who was capable of using such force. That's when Eden really decided that he would bring him here, and that's when he invited Jungmin to the 2nd floor of the Swordmaster Tower. In the end, Jungmin naturally accepted the invitation, and the 2nd floor of the tower was a quiet, albeit poor place. The younger brother showed his sister a small piece of bread he had picked up from the ground, and then they decided that this would be their lunch because it was really hard to find more food here. The girl sat down next to him, and the younger man immediately offered to divide the bread in half so that they could both eat at least a little. When the brother and sister decided to eat something, they noticed something very strange next to them, and the girl looked in the direction where she heard the sound. The younger one was very frightened and threw himself into her arms when, in addition to the strange sound, they also saw an incredibly bright light. It was Jungmin who came to this tower at the invitation of its owner. And when everything cleared, he looked around, not realizing where he was. Although the guy was the author of the novel and had written every detail to perfection, he could not yet understand what kind of place he had arrived at. When I saw these two, I was afraid, although my sister and brother were even more afraid of him and were already thinking of running away from here. But Jungmin asked me what I was doing. Then I received another message from Eden saying that the sword that cuts through the horizon had invited Jungmin to the floor of the Rotten Ghetto Tower, which was actually a very unexpected invitation. The sister defended her brother and cautiously asked him who he was and how he came to be here, and the young man was very surprised when the girl called him sir. The system found a character who existed in a real setting, so it started looking for more information about him and eventually read about his brother Jack, who is 11, and sister Leia, who is 15. Then Jungmin thought about these two characters from his story. The kid also looked at him without trust for a while, But then Jack handed Jungmin some water and asked him if he was still hungry. Then he sat down next to them, and he felt very embarrassed that he had to take something from these people because they had almost nothing themselves. Jungmin took what the younger man gave him, but he didn't think it was even possible to eat it. Or at least he was worried that there would be some consequences after drinking it. He decided to take a chance and took a sip, but immediately spat it out and found out that he had just taken a moss tea, which gave him mild poisoning. It was so horrible and tasteless, and there would be side effects, but Jack yelled at his uncle not to spit it out under any circumstances. He just took the kid's tea and didn't drink it himself, and that was all the water they had managed to collect. That's why the boy decided to help them, and the brother and sister were very surprised when Young Min was able to get fresh meat from his bracelet. The young man wanted to apologize to them and make amends, because he felt bad for taking their last water. Then Jung Min handed them food. The brother and sister sincerely thanked their savior for such a large amount of food. They threw themselves at the meat and started eating it with their hands, even though it was very strange for Jung Min, at least because the meat was very hot. But Jack and Leah were so hungry that they didn't care about such trifles. Then the young man told them not to worry and not to eat in a hurry because he had more and was ready to share it with them. Then the girl asked Jung Min why he wasn't eating anything. But she called him Mister for the second time, and he felt even more uncomfortable, but said he was just not hungry. Then Jung Min picked up the bread they had eaten and told them not to do it again because it was completely spoiled and could easily make them sick. Later, the guy asked if they lived here alone, and Jack and Leah said that there were only 3 of them and one other person. And everyone was Eden's. But the little one said he had left a long time ago, but his brother Pavel would come and play with them sometimes. Jungmin couldn't say where or when, but he had definitely heard this name somewhere, and it seemed painfully familiar. The younger man eagerly began to tell the stranger absolutely everything he asked, but Leia began to suspect something and asked why he needed such information. But Jungmin said he was just worried about them, and then he held out the food again and told them to eat more and get stronger. Then the young man got up and went somewhere, and when Jack asked where he was going, he said he had to go to the restroom for a minute. He left his brother and sister alone by the fire and barely made it to the toilet because his stomach hurt so much after that terrible moss tea. Of course, Jungmin was incredibly grateful to Eden for inviting him to his second-floor apartment, but he wished he could just leave the place as soon as possible. Especially since he had a lot of unfinished business in the real world. He should have taken Saren to the hospital as soon as possible to see if she was okay. And when the young man didn't hear any answer a second later, he got angry and shouted for Eden to let him out of here immediately because he shouldn't be here at all and he needed to go back to Earth. No matter how much the guy asked him, Eden rejected his request and didn't even say anything. Only then did a sign appear that Jung Min should go to the second floor immediately. It's easy to go crazy, because everyone will be worried that he disappeared and didn't say anything, and you don't know how long he'll have to stay in this damn tower because Eden doesn't want to let him go. Eden had so many thoughts in his head that he was scared, but Youngmin still tried to get him to let him go home. The boy was on his knees and holding his head when a man approached him and allegedly brought him back to consciousness. When the young man looked up at him, he realized that he was very angry that a stranger was playing with these children. He saw that this stranger was a foreigner, and then some other people armed with small daggers approached the young man. Jung Min also did not know who they were because he remembered absolutely nothing about these people, but he could see that the people of this place were very hostile to him. Perhaps it was simply because he was a stranger, and even old people whose bodies were already trembling joined this small group to kill the stranger. Jung Min was sure that this episode would end when Eden left the city, because it was at this point that the writer himself put an end to it. But it turned out that everything continued to live its own life. Jung Min decided to be more friendly and began to speak gently to the residents, saying that he was confident that they could do it again peacefully without any weapons. But the group of people didn't care what he said because these children had taken the life of the son of one of the residents, so they decided to kill these monsters in return. People started to advance and get closer and closer to Jung Min, and they didn't care about his statements. They just wanted to get rid of him here and now. The situation seemed hopeless, but at that moment a girl named Leah came up to him and asked Jung Min if he was okay. As soon as these people saw her, they turned their attention to her and ran to Leia to destroy her first. These people called the girl a monster and ordered her to be killed, but she did not understand what was going on. When they got too close and were ready to attack, Jung Min pushed the old man in the shoulder, and he fell to the ground. Hans fell down and the others started running to him, worried that he was okay, and Jung Min himself thought he had gone a little overboard, but it was the only quick way to stop him. When people saw this, they realized that this guy was one of them, so they hated him even more and pointed their daggers at him again. Jong Min was now even more disappointed that he had come here at all, because absolutely everything had gone wrong and now he had nothing but problems. The guy still tried to convince them to just talk and discuss the situation calmly, but they prejudicially said that no one would believe him, even though Jong Min hadn't even had a chance to say anything yet. This challenge was called Ghetto Danger, and all these people were obsessed with winning, so the user had to detect the threat of the ghetto, and right now was the most inappropriate time to give him a task, and there was also a penalty for defeat. He didn't want to let Leia die because Youngmin is too kind and his conscience would have been tortured if he left her alone with his brother. The boy knew that Eden was watching him, but he didn't like the fact that he had given him this task. But what was he thinking doing that and making the guy do it now? Eventually, the boy was wounded and Leia was very scared when she saw the older man's wound. While he stood there and tried to do something, other residents of the town went to continue attacking them and finally killed the 3 children. Only at one point a guy came up to my grandmother and stopped her, telling her not to do it and to calm down. Eden was literally interrupted by the whole show because he was waiting for Jongmin to start defending himself and have something to watch. And now some unknown guy has ruined it all. He had already told her more than once that the bodies were found in their house, but that she should not be prejudiced against those children. But the elders still stood their ground. Pablo said that the children could not destroy the adults, especially when there were only 2 of them, and it was unlikely that they had special tools for this. And Yongmin was really surprised to see this guy and did not understand why he was helping them. The young man scanned Pablo to find information about the character. He was a blacksmith and 25 years old. It was only then that Jongmin remembered this character because Pablo was the person who took care of little Jack and Leah after Eden left the city. After a while, Jongmin thanked Eden for his help, but Pablo just said that he did what he had to do because they were friends. Then Jongmin decided to ask Pablo what was going on here, because it was as if everyone was going crazy, and the blacksmith himself didn't even know how to explain it. He felt uncomfortable talking about it, and then he sighed and started to tell me that a lot of people had died recently, and it all happened at Leah and Jack's house. Then the newcomer asked who all the suspicions fell on, and Pablo said that no one could be found and only 2 children remained near the mountain of bodies. But he had someone in mind. His name was Aiden, and Pablo said that this guy used to live with these 2 children and had only recently left the city. Pablo thought it was like saying goodbye to this city, so he decided to do it one last time and leave them to their fate. Of course, Eden could hear everything the blacksmith was saying, but it was impossible to describe his indescribable anger because it was so crazy. Eden called Pablo a psycho and a freak, and everything that was going on in Jongmin's head was making it impossible for him to sit still and his head would have exploded. Pablo was a little embarrassed to see the boy's behavior and asked if he was okay, to which Jongmin smiled and nodded his head, mentally cursing Eden. Then the blacksmith said that he had to go and ask the boy to calm the children down, because it is still difficult for them to live with this hatred of themselves from all the remaining residents of the city. Eden couldn't calm down after this idiot had unleashed all this cruelty on him, and then just walked away, and now Jongmin had to calm him down as well. The owner of the tower was incredibly angry and his blood was boiling, but then the young man turned to him again and said something. He thought that there was just a misunderstanding and that Pablo had that opinion of him, and Jongmin himself admitted that he had no suspicion of Eden himself, because he knew that the hero would not be capable of doing such a thing. Then the young man finally asked his question and asked if it was because of these children that Eden had called him to the 2nd floor of his tower. But then the guy stopped talking again and started ignoring everything he said, and Jongmin was annoyed because it wasn't the first time he had asked to be let out of here. Eventually, Eden realized that he just couldn't keep quiet and sighed heavily, starting to tell them that he used to live with Leah and Jack when he was in that city. Then he was looking for adventure and went to all the places that were open and met these 2 children. It was here that Jack and Leah lived in the ghetto, where there was almost nothing for a good life, but they held on as best they could and survived. When Eden came to visit his brother and sister, they welcomed him warmly, and they were happier now that they were eating, sleeping, and playing together. Jongmin smiled and remembered what he had once written, and then thought that Pablo was quite suspicious if he could so easily throw accusations at someone. Then Eden broke down again and started shouting that he had never seen this blacksmith before. He couldn't say for sure that it was Pablo who was to blame for what happened, but when he heard Jongmin's words, he was quiet for a moment. He simply said that he remembered, and that was the only response to his story. For some reason, the guy spoke about him as if he knew everything, and Eden felt uncomfortable because if he did, it meant that he knew his past. In the end, Jongmin passed the invincible difficulty, And Prina said that this fact alone shows and proves that he is able to go further. Jongmin walked through the first floor of the tower, which no one had ever been able to approach before, and he did it not like everyone else, but in disguise and knew many nuances about which there was no information available anywhere. In the end, Eden himself admitted that he had invited Jungmin to the second floor only out of curiosity. But maybe Jungmin was the one they really needed right now. Maybe he could really protect these children. But when the young man was about to go to bed and get some rest, Eden spoke to him again. Jongmin didn't have the energy to talk anymore, so he told Eden that he wanted to get some sleep now and that tomorrow he would tell him anything. But he couldn't wait until tomorrow, because Eden didn't even know who he was dealing with, so he asked the guy with some distrust who he was. He was confused by the fact that this boy spoke as if he knew absolutely everything, even about his past, and he asked him to explain it. And then it was as if Jongmin's dream was lifted and he opened his eyes. But Jongmin decided to just pretend that he didn't understand and didn't know what he was talking about, so he asked again if Eden was sure he had heard something like that. But in his mind, the young man already realized that Eden had begun to doubt him and would not stop looking for clues in everything he could, so he failed, and now he had to tell everything. However, it is unlikely that Eden will understand his story and believe him at all, and will simply consider him inadequate. Jungmin felt terrible because he hadn't been able to sleep at night, so now he couldn't even lift his head. It was so hard to think of anything I could say to Eden that he would believe. Just telling the truth and telling it like it is the easiest option, but Jongmin couldn't do that. And lying wouldn't work either because sooner or later Edan would start to doubt the truth of the story. In the end, Jongmin himself described the life of this character as so difficult and came up with such a character, and he realized that he would not want to live in Edan's place at all. The young man did not see what was happening around him and only thought about what to say to the character from his novel, but at that moment Leia came up and asked him if he was okay. Then the guy got up and said that everything was fine, and then apologized because he realized that he was disturbing their sleep with his noise. Leah came to talk about what happened yesterday and to thank him for saving them, but Jongmin didn't have as much to do with it as he thought. Leia continued to call him Mr., even though he was only 23, but then added that he had been mumbling all night and she was worried about it. He sighed, and when he stood up, Leia grabbed his clothes and asked him, almost in tears, if he would come back to them. Jongmin smiled and said that of course he would come back, he just wanted to get some fresh air, but the girl told him to promise that he would come back. Jongmin made a promise, and he really appreciated the fact that she opened up to him and began to trust him. He was the creator of the story of these children for a while, and he created them as a test for Eden, and now he has to walk in his shoes. Jongmin also thought that these children were very sweet, and he wanted to continue to help them. When the young man left the house, he was immediately met by Pablo and asked where he was going, to which the stranger replied that he just wanted to take a walk, and then asked what the blacksmith was holding. Pablo looked at his basket and said that it was food for children, but it was all rotten. So Jongmin decided to help out again and told him that he had a lot of food and handed it to Pablo, who was also surprised when he took it out of his bracelet. Then Jongmin told Pablo to throw away the food he had brought and leave the children to him. When the boy had moved away from him, the blacksmith shouted one last time to be careful not to go too far. And when he walked a few more meters, Eden started to harass him and repeated the same thing he said last night and reminded him that those children had to be killed to get to the second floor. But Jongmin wasn't going to do that, and in his opinion, Eden was talking about it too calmly and coolly, but Eden was just giving him advice to make it easier. It seemed that something was definitely wrong with him, and the young man began to worry. Eden is very impatient, and there must be at least a minimal reason for this, so the young man decided to look for something in his book. Maybe Eden was just wrong, and there was another way. Which is why Jongmin started looking in his laptop for some details that would help him figure it out. For some reason, the guy did not want to be so cruel to these children at all, so he wanted to find any other way, even if it was harder and longer. He recalled how he had described Eden's journey with these children and remembered how the current hero had treated them. But at some point Eden lost it and accidentally dropped the girl's hand. She also tripped and fell down while he was standing next to her. He was only 11 at the time and screamed loudly when he let go of Emily's hand. The girl was sitting on the ground gritting her teeth in terrible pain and said she had twisted her leg and now it was hurting badly. Little Eden came up to her frightened and asked if she could at least get up and walk home. But Emily said she was in too much pain and it was hard to even move her leg. It was the worst thing that could have happened to small children because those who spat on them were already walking very close by, and the adults had already found the tracks and called out to others saying that their target was close. Eden was very scared. He knew they had to run as far and fast as possible, but Emily couldn't even stand up and he couldn't carry her. Then the girl told her brother to leave her and save himself. But Eden was stunned to hear her say that. Emily tried to smile and told him once again that he could leave her here, and she would not be offended, and that he could run away. But Eden was only pressured by these words and said that he shouldn't leave her here alone. Her brother has already told her about this, and will continue to say that they will get out of here together, and he will not leave her with these people. Eden was not going to give up and did not want his sister to even think about it. He knew that he would not be able to support her in his arms, but he tried to give her support so that Emily would not put too much weight on her injured leg, and eventually she at least stood up. But at that moment something threw Eden away from her with all his might, and he flew back. The brother fell away from her, and everything around her became covered in fog, and the young boy could no longer see anything. I could only clearly see a strange mark belonging to the Everton cult right next to me. The guy just managed to look up when a red liquid splashed on his face, and he barely managed to say his sister's name. Eden stood up, and his legs felt like cotton wool. It was hard to stand up when he saw this picture, and somewhere in the distance he heard other people's voices. Eden thought about what to do next and knew that he would not leave Emily because he naively believed that his sister was still alive under that stone, but he decided that he would try to move it. When he came closer, a frightened Eden did not even know what to do. And although he realized that his sister would never have survived, he hoped for the best. The brother began to run in the opposite direction with tears in his eyes and mentally begged Emily's forgiveness for not being able to protect her. People in the city started shouting loudly that a robber had appeared there, and it was like a hurricane swept through the street. Eden survived as best he could, and since he had no money he had to steal, so he took a few loaves of bread to have at least some food. He tried to escape this time, but people blocked his way and wouldn't let him go. But the guy did not lose his temper and started fighting, first knocking out one and then the next, after which he continued to run away. Then the young man laughed and waved his hand, telling them to catch up if they could, and this time the traders also failed to catch the robber. He was agile and intelligent, and this is probably the only thing that helped the little boy survive in such a difficult time, being completely abandoned. He was having fun even when he was being chased, but it seems that at that moment the end really came because a high wall was in front of him. It would have been impossible to jump over, and the guy realized that everything could be over now and started to panic a bit. The traders finally got to him and drove him into a dead end, and now he can't get out. There was no way out, and Eden realized that he was definitely in big trouble. Already one of the vendors had rushed at him and was about to grab his jacket, but Eden dodged as best he could, trying not to get caught. When he distracted them a little bit, he tried to jump on this high wall, pushing with all his might, and in his other hand he held the stolen slice of bread. In the end, a miracle happened, and the young thief managed to catch his hand on the top of the peak, and this is his salvation. The traders were sure that they had caught him because he would not have gotten out of here, but when he jumped so high, they were speechless. He looked like a monkey because he hadn't jumped to that height in the night, and Eden looked down with relief, realizing that he was lucky today. In the end, the kid said that this bread would not make them weather, and that he also needed to survive somehow, and when he was about to jump from the other side, someone grabbed him very strongly and firmly by the neck. It was a woman who looked at him angrily and said that they already had enough stolen and no one was going to give bread to the robbers. Eventually, by accident or on purpose, she let him go and little Eden went flying headlong. The workers watched in silence, not even intending to catch him, and in a few seconds the young man fell and kicked up a lot of dust around him. It hurt so badly that Eden couldn't even move his face, and he had a lot of scratches and bruises all over his body. Realizing that the situation was dire, the guy started looking for at least someone to help him, because screaming was the only thing he could do now. But the merchants only continued to torment him and beat and kick him, wishing for the worst. They were going to finally destroy Eden. Again, severe pain throughout his body, Eden could not move and did not even open his eyes or scream, just thinking about how miserable this ending was. Many people gathered around, some wanted to continue, and some saw that the boy was going to die here, so they wanted to help. But still no one came forward. Only a girl who was passing by decided to see what was going on, and, seeing this picture, ordered the vendors to move away from the boy. He was already on the verge of death, but she stopped it all thanks to her. The loud sound woke him up and he barely opened his eyes, but he didn't realize where he was. He woke up and there were many unfamiliar faces around him, and these people called Darai. Eden was covered in bandages with scratches and bruises and thought he would not survive, but now he woke up in someone's house. Eden asked very quietly about the place where he was taken and began to examine everything he saw before his eyes. Then the other children told him that it was a shelter of hope and that Dare saved him. but the young man remembered almost nothing. 1787 and did not understand what kind of shelter these children were talking about. Eventually, he saw the rescuer herself, and the girl smilingly asked him if he would eat with them now while she held something tasty and hot in her hands. In a few seconds, her apron was on her face and the food flew out of her hands. Eden abruptly got up from the bed, and what he did scared the other children, and Dari herself was surprised by his behavior. He called her a witch and was convinced that she was connected to Everton, all in order to lure him and make him a victim. However, a crowd of very angry children started shouting that he was crazy to equate her with this cult. They even began to threaten to beat him even harder if he dared to say anything else about Dari. But Eden kept telling them that the girl was deceiving them, and they could not be sure of her words, and that soon, Dari would just send them to Everton. The girl exhaled and was not angry with him because she realized that he had a terrible experience from the previous shelter. Then Dari told him not to worry and that everything would be fine. Then she came closer and smiled, saying she had nothing to do with the Everton cult. But Eden again did not believe her, and thought she was a liar, because why else would she have brought him here? At first, all the children and Dari were shocked by his words, but then they all laughed as one. The guy was annoyed that they were all smiling, but Dari said she would tell him one thing. She told him to get up and they were going to take him somewhere, and then Eden saw the children struggling. The girl said that it was a training ground for children from the shelter, although at first the young man was afraid of it. Dari explained to the boy that this training ground was created for them to learn to resist the Everton cult from a very young age, and it was not a problem for them. The girl also said that in the future, each of them wants to take revenge on those who imitate the devil for everything they once did to them. Dari explained that all these children who ended up in the shelter at some point were victims of Everton, and she taught them and took care of them, giving them everything they needed to live. It had already happened a few years ago, but the guy remembered the day he lost his sister, the day he first met this cult face to face, and it was scary to imagine that they were going to take revenge on these monsters. As if these people had simply gone mad, because the cult is incredibly strong, and some children will not be able to destroy them. Eden only got angrier as he looked at her, and I don't understand how these children will fight such strong demons. The people from the club will just destroy them as to how the children will have time to do anything, even if they train every day for several years. They will not achieve what the demons already have. The young boy again called Dari a crazy girl and turned away from her, but then she said that they could not lose their family again, because it had already happened to them once, and they might not be able to win now. But the only thing they could do was train hard or give an answer later. Dari also recalled the moment when the young man secretly trained with a sword, and this topic interested him even more because he did not understand how this girl knew such details. Dari smiled and reassured him, saying that she could tell by the calluses on his hands, which are what happens when a person is actively practicing the Mickey technique. Then the girl put her hands on his shoulders and told him to join them, that she would help him in any way she could and teach him how to use mana, and that it would definitely come in handy. However, Eden pushed her hand away and stepped back, saying that he could not unite with them because he did not even know who they were and could not trust ordinary words. Then the boy ran as fast as he could away from her and said that if they wanted such a terrible life, they should stay with him alone, and he would go the other way. Dari was very patient to endure so many of his antics at one time, and Eden finally said that this shelter was just terrible. When the young man had already left the shelter, he was met by someone just a few meters away. The girl was friendly, and the blonde smiled at him and said his name was Eden. She came even closer while he stood silently looking at her and welcomed her to the family of the shelter. However, he said that she was very much mistaken, because he came here just to take his things and leave and never see this house again. The girl did not like it at all, but folded her arms across her chest and turned away from him. Then she followed him where Derlin said that he at least ate before leaving, but the girl added that he didn't deserve it if he had such terrible behavior. Before that, Rosa herself said to feed this guy, but he behaved unacceptably. In the end, Eden interrupted their dialogue and said that he did not need food. He was really going to leave this place as soon as possible because he had great doubts about these people. It was only a short time later that Eden returned to them and Darlene greeted him with joy. The children warmly welcomed him, but were surprised that after all his words he decided to come back. Rosa added that he had no shame or conscience if he came back here for days on end just to eat, so why not stay here forever? And then I told him that he could at least wash the dishes if he was so impudent. Of course, Eden didn't like it and told her to stop talking to him. All this outraged them both, but when Eden decided to take a piece of food again, something distracted him and he looked back. Rosa guessed that he was looking for Dare, but when she asked him about it, he nervously replied that this was not the case. But then he said that Dare was always here, and that's why I wondered where they were now. While the children were arguing and the boy was trying to prove his point, someone's silhouette appeared in the window and smiled ominously at the two kids. He waited a few more seconds and then began to break the glass and make his way inside, and only then did both children notice the mysterious figure. Now this man finally broke the window and broke in. Eden fell to the ground, and in all the chaos he did not even realize what had happened and tried to control himself. When he was able to see something, he saw something that looked like a soul flying next to him. Then the spirit left him and flew to some container and then ended up there. This jar just swallowed him up, and then the young man saw a man holding the same jar. Eden had to lie there for a while longer until he realized that he was facing one of the members of the Everton cult. One asked why it was necessary to injure him so badly, but the other, who did it, said that he was just told to hit him and did his job, but they needed to get to the bottom of the truth. The young boy saw that they were distracted for even a second and realized that this was his chance, and he had to run away as fast as possible. He was so afraid that the same thing might happen again a few years ago, and then he regretted coming here today because he wouldn't have had to endure all this if he had just been walking around the city. Rose already seemed lifeless, and the two cult members who came here began to quarrel with themselves because they needed live children, and now all their efforts were down the drain. Eden was scared when he saw the girl's body because it reminded him of the events that happened to his sister some time ago, and he started to tremble. He blamed himself even more for her passing away instead of him. If Rosa had not been here, it would have been him. She wasn't his sister like Emily, but it was all painfully reminiscent of the same situation that happened then, and it was incredibly painful for the boy to see it happening again. At the same time, Everton turned his attention to him, and the boy silently turned his gaze to them and remained silent, trying not to even breathe. One of them saw that the boy was alive and was incredibly happy because at least one victim they would be able to take away from here in their minds. They knew that this boy would be a good test subject, so they were going to take him with them. Their leader ordered his men to immediately take the child with them, to grab him and keep him alive in any case. However, they were prevented by some people because children came here and tried to protect Eden. Even though they had been training for months, they certainly could not resist the less powerful creatures that were members of the cult. Eden stood back in horror at what was happening before his eyes, and then he realized that the attack was blocked. A boy from the shelter came up to him and created a shield to protect him and tried to hold on with all his might. Perhaps it was not in vain that these children trained so much, and Dare put so much effort into it. Finally, it paid off, and the children were able to fight back against their enemies. However, for Everton, it was even better because they were sure that a bunch of small children would not harm them in the heart, and it would be much easier to catch them all in one place. The children were from completely different orphanages they ruled over, and their head kept wondering where they were hiding, and it turned out that all the victims were here. The head told them to be captured immediately, and this time to make sure that the children did not escape like last time. After his order, the wards rushed forward to take these children back to their homes. But all the children from the orphanage did not give up easily. They were weaker than these demons, but they stood up with dignity and were very angry with them for their past. The girl ordered Derlin to attack as well and to combine all his attacks and forces to destroy his enemies. The guy immediately put up a shield in front of them, trying to keep the demons out of the barrier. He expanded the barrier just in time when they got very close, and for a while everything was covered in fog. Eden, who until recently did not believe in the abilities of these children at all, and said that they would not even have time to do anything in front of the Everton cult, now really admired them. He could not understand how they could resist such powerful demons as children. All the children were really angry with the cult, and they tried to put all this power into their spells and attacks. The girl started to strike herself, and now she really felt good because she realized how much she wanted revenge, and recognized that this moment was worth waiting for. She tried to attack the head of the cult, but he attacked her quite easily because that was enough. How naive these children are to think that they can defeat such strong beings as they are. They were much stronger than demons, and now they are just children with a simple spear. This girl sincerely believed that she would win, or at least be able to do something, but as expected, the demon easily surprised her with his attack. She didn't even have to try to do it. She fell down after just one blow and couldn't get up again. He came closer and sighed because he realized that the maximum had already been done. They had to let her live, and then he said that they shouldn't resist. It was completely unnecessary. And then the head of the Davit to immediately break through this shield and take all the children alive. Their tank immediately rushed at the barrier, trying to break it down. He had to admit, it was a little harder than he thought. Eden, who was inside and watching, realized that he had to run as fast as he could. But he didn't know where the barrier was going, and it kept cracking. At the same time, the Ma used his powers, and in a calm voice told the children to kneel down, and then they would stay alive. Now they were really afraid because they could not see a way out of here. A cult that had almost broken the barrier was standing in front of them, with only seconds left to go. Derlin tried his best, but he couldn't keep holding the shield any longer. It was too hard. They all tried so hard and trained so much to avenge a moment from their past, but it was all in vain. The guy didn't know what to do, and he just stood there as if waiting for his end. But at some point he seemed to be revived because he heard his name. The boy from the shelter locked him in a barrier and told him to wait here, but what about him and why he didn't hide with him? Then the young man said that the shield was too small for both of them, and that if it was used on one of them, it would last for a while. So Eden began to lose it, or he immediately took it off. Eden really didn't know why they were trying so hard to save him. He didn't know why he was better than others, and deserved to live instead of others. But then the younger one said that they had the same wounds and he didn't want to experience someone else's end anymore. In the end, the boy just asked Eden to move on and never give up. He also told him not to make mistakes and not to do rash things. Everyone here will die like Rosa. Then Eden asked himself again why he was better than others, why he deserved his life, and why anyone should sacrifice for him. Eden felt so helpless. Tears rolled down his face, and the situation with Emily continued to haunt him for the umpteenth time. His heart was clenching in his chest. He was in pain, but he could just watch these monsters kill others. However, the guys were interrupted by the scream of one of these demons, and he looked quite unhappy. Finally, Dare came here and said that she didn't care how they found them, but she wouldn't allow her children to be hurt. Eden really could not hold back his tears when he saw her now. She looked like the very last ray of hope. The girl apologized because she was indeed late, and there had already been victims, but she was not going to let it happen again. Now the cult was over, but I still had to pay for Darai's delay and only had to go to her grave. Even though Eden and Rosa did not have a good relationship, he was very hurt that she died because of him, allegedly framing herself, and Derry blamed herself for coming too late. The guy could not hold back his tears. He was so unhappy that the second person had gone to the other world instead of him. He had to be in Emily's place, and if not in his sister's place, he would have to meet the end this time. Then Derry said the phrase that confused the boy even more. The girl quietly said that he was alive because of Rosa. And once again, he was the only one who survived, and this girl left this world right before his eyes. He hated himself for it as much as he could because it was a reminder of the past, and it was the second time he had failed to protect someone, like hiding behind someone's back and not saving them like he had with Emily. Then Darai asked him if he thought it would be better if he were in Rosa's place now, if he had ended his life the way she had. Darai stopped talking and looked him in the eye, and then the girl told him that he had to live and become stronger. He still kept his eyes on her, but then the girl spoke again and said that everything would end when the demon castle fell. The girl smiled. It wasn't a happy smile, but she offered to take revenge on her enemies together, and to do so, she needed to become stronger. Eden listened to her words as if mesmerized, as if he believed it to be true without any doubt, and then Darai held out her hand to the boy. He will be able to become stronger if he goes with her and continues to fight, and he will be able to take revenge on the enemies who took the lives of others in the future. But it was very difficult for Eden to make these decisions. He believed that if he stayed here, everyone else would die, and he really did not want to see what happened before. He felt that being here would bring danger to everyone. The guy thought for a long time. His heart was getting harder and harder, but in the end, he decided to stay by Derry's side. Soon he made his own weapon. Although it was not of high quality, it would have been quite useful for initial training. Dare taught him as promised, and the boy was quite skillful, growing up quickly and catching on to everything fiercely, and soon he learned to wrap his sword in mana with the advice of his mentor. After the magic was already around the sword, the boy had to cut down a tree with his weapon. He tried so hard, and it seemed that he had enough mana to strengthen the sword and make it a weapon that could cut down a tree, but in the end the sword broke again. Eden tried again and again, and he never stopped practicing, even though his homemade swords broke one by one, and he could not cut down this unfortunate tree. Darlene was also wrapped in bandages, and next to another girl from the shelter, they both heard that Eden was going to leave them, but he was still here. What surprised them the most was that the boy trained on his own without even asking Derry for help. But Eden was too stubborn to ask for help. The two children laughed, calling him a loser because how could he beat him so badly against it, Turned out that they were talking and laughing too loudly, and he could easily hear them. Although it was funny, they were worried about their friend who might get sick if he used so much mana at once, so it would be better to stop him right now. Apparently, they came to their senses a little too late, because Eden fell the next minute because his legs were not holding him up at all. The two children were immediately frightened, thinking that it was the end and he was not even breathing, and then they immediately ran to the guy. Turning him over on his back, the children realized that he was still alive and had simply lost consciousness due to overstrain. Luckily, they knew how to perform CPR, so they brought the young man back to consciousness. Aiden opened his eyes and saw Jer and Derlin looking at him, confused. He asked in a barely audible voice what they were doing here, and then closed his eyes again and thought about how he needed to keep training. Although he had great plans, Eden lost consciousness again and woke up on a bed among other children. He again did not understand where he was, and then smelled a strong odor of alcohol. The guy experienced déjà vu, but was surprised when he passed out again. Later, Derlin told him that the wounds on Eden's face had healed, and that's why he removed the bandages. The guy felt very uncomfortable. He wanted to close himself off from the whole world and not see anyone because he had been helped again, and he did not want to accept anyone's help and be helpless in someone's eyes. But Derlin silently approached him with the medicine and began to rub it into his face. Although the medicine smelled terrible, it was necessary to avoid scars. Eden tried to stop him, but Derlin said that he was told to take care of him until he left. Of course, Anne also almost died because of a hole in her stomach, but Eden managed to save her and also helped other children, so the boy sincerely thanked him. However, the future hero still did not understand why he was being thanked if it was because of him that everyone was in danger and some even died because of him. He was in despair. But at that moment, Dari entered the room and went to the young man's bedside, asking how he was feeling now. When she saw his face without bandages, she was pleasantly surprised, because this boy seemed to her very handsome. Anne also repeated the same words, and Eden even laughed and mentally whispered that they had noticed it too late. And then Derlin said he reminded him of someone very much. They thought about it for a while, and then with a smile on their face, they called out Emily's name and said that she was the one he looked like. And at that moment, the smile fell off the guy's face. Derlin also noticed that, in addition to their external similarity, they both have names that begin with E, and he thought it was funny. Eden asked the girl's name again and told the other that Emily had lived with them a month before when he came here and decided to stay, and then said he would show her a photo. The young man was terrified, but at the same time he was hopeful again, because how could it be that a person with a name like his sister's and who looked so much like him was here? He had already seen her crushed by a stone, and he saw everything that happened, and it is unlikely that anyone could have survived it. While Eden was thinking about all this, he had a million thoughts in his head. Darlin finally found the photo and happily approached the boy, holding out a piece of paper with the photo. Then the boy repeated that they looked very much alike, and in the photo Eden really saw his sister, albeit in a wheelchair. Eden snatched the photo from Derlin's hands and began to look more closely at the girl's face. It was impossible that she had survived. It was a miracle. She was really an exact copy of his sister, but Eden was so depressed that he simply did not believe it was possible. But he wasn't going to waste this opportunity either, so he almost jumped out of bed and asked his friend where Emily was now. Eden started screaming and ordered him to immediately tell him everything he knew about the girl and said that she was his sister. Derlin didn't even know where to start. He also looked like he was in despair and took a step back from the boy's bed. Everyone fell silent and Derry looked down. Then the girl quietly said that Emily had been dead for a month. Eden could not cope with his thoughts. As soon as he had a glimpse of hope, it was immediately crushed by saying just one sentence, and the boy's hands began to tremble again. Derry said that when they found Emily, she was pinned to the ground by a large stone, and it was a miracle that they even saw her there. The sorceress brought her to the shelter where she gave her first aid, but the anesthesia spread too quickly. Eden's heart was beating at a frantic pace, and he asked what Emily had said at that moment. But in fact, the thought never left his mind that at the moment he left her, Emily was alive and he could have saved her. The guy held his head and his thoughts overwhelmed him. He just couldn't believe that the girl had survived, that she had been lying there for some time, realizing that her brother had left her alone like the last selfish person. Eden blamed himself so much for leaving her in the lurch and running away because he was afraid. Eden just wanted to believe that it wasn't true. He kept thinking that he wanted to be in his sister's place, and she would live on in this world. He remembered what he had told Emily, always saying that they would both get out alive and that they should never give up. In desperation, the boy ran out of the shelter and ran away. He did not know where he was going. He just wanted to escape from this world without anyone seeing him. At some point, the young man stumbled and fell into the grass. His own words to his sister kept coming back to him, and only now he thought about how hypocritical it sounded to assure Emily of one thing. But now she was no longer there. Telling him not to give up, he did it himself and eventually just left her, and the guy continued to blame himself for what happened to his sister that day. He ran to her grave and knelt down beside her, unable to hold back the tears that poured down like a river and fell on the ground where his sister was buried. He cried and said her name over and over again as if it would help revive her. Eden was choking on his own tears as he looked at the name written on the stone, but through the rain he heard a light and quiet voice call his name. Yes, it was Emily, smiling like she used to and very happy to see her brother. And then she added that she knew he would come to her one day. She said she was looking forward to this day because she wanted to see him again. Eden was hysterical, but after sitting there for a few more minutes, the rain stopped and the sun came out, and he remained sitting on the grave. The boy was desperate, but the only thing he could do now was to correct his past mistakes and become stronger, not to run away and take revenge for what happened to Emily, so he ran back to the shelter. He fell to his knees before Darai and sincerely begged for help. The girl said she would be happy to help if she could and asked what exactly he needed help with. Eden was no longer crying. There were no tears in his eyes. He looked up at the sorceress and firmly said that he wanted revenge. He asked her to teach him how to use mana, begged her to show him what she could do, and then he would come to everyone from Everton and put an end to them. Of course, Darai did not refuse him. She was glad that this boy had finally said these words himself, so she immediately began to teach him. Eden really wanted to study, even though the other kids kept telling him he was a failure and that he was not good at anything, and they didn't mean it because they considered him a friend. The guy himself was a little uncomfortable, and he realized that he had too little mana, and all the training he was doing was hardly helping. Then Eden went back to the sorceress and asked if it was possible to increase the amount of mana, and if so, let her tell him all the effective ways she knew. She didn't answer this question. She just came closer and told the guy to give her his hand without explaining why. But Eden held it out, and Darai took his hand in hers and then cast a spell. The little boy was even afraid of what was happening, but Darai reassured him and told him that everything was fine, but that he should not move now. In fact, there was nothing wrong with the girl. She just needed to measure his mana limit in order to figure out how to help him further. Eden didn't know anything about it at the time, so every word she said sounded strange, but he decided to just trust the older woman and stood quietly for a while. Darai calmly explained that each person has their own personal mana limit, which can be compared to the effects of alcohol, which is different for everyone, and then the girl asked if he had a hangover, but Eden said he was too young to drink. She laughed and then closed her eyes and began the process. Eden watched in fascination. It was truly a magical sight from which it was impossible to look away. The girl finished with it quite quickly and opened her eyes, and then the little boy thought that everything was very bad and he had no chance. It was exactly the opposite. He may not have realized his potential yet, but Derry saw him as a future hero. The girl sighed and told him to listen carefully, because his channels were currently blocked for mana use, and that was the problem. The boy took his hand away and looked her in the eye and did not understand what she was saying about mana channels. Then they started talking to other children from the orphanage, and the children were even a little surprised to hear the words of the wizard. Darai smiled again and told the boy that his channels were completely blocked, which is why mana cannot circulate through the body and does not allow it to be released. This is the only reason that does not allow the use of magical energy. Perhaps it could be compared to an open tap from which water flows. But then, the wizard added that his mana level was incredibly high, almost 1,000 times higher than an ordinary person's. Anne even looked at him enviously, and at first did not believe what she was hearing. And Eden himself didn't believe what the wizard was saying. He just couldn't believe that he could have so much mana. But he had no reason to distrust this girl, so he thought about what could happen if he unlocked these mana channels and how powerful he could become. However, Darai told us about another good thing was that his channels were blocked because he would not be able to cope with the amount of mana he had, as if a balloon filled with water had burst. Then the water will just pour out, so you need to do everything gradually. First, he needs to become stronger to control his own mana, and then the girl asked if she could rely on him. Of course, Eden said that he would do everything possible to become stronger and reach his full potential. He was ready for anything and said that there was no need to doubt him because he would do his best. The guy wasn't lying. He really took it upon himself to start training every day. All these practices were incredibly exhausting, but he kept going, and at this rate, 5 years passed. All this time, the young man studied under Darai and continued to train with his sword. Eden was now 17, and the other children at the orphanage admired his skills and began to support him when he cut down a tree with a wooden sword. But then Dare came and laughed and said they were looking in the wrong place. The sorceress said, and looked at what was behind the trees. Derlin looked at her in surprise, not understanding at first what the girl was talking about. Only then did everyone look up and see something that silenced them. They were so impressed because Eden managed to halve the mountain with a sword made of wood. Derry stepped forward a few more steps and then told him that they were done. Then the girl clapped her hands a few more times and asked everyone to come closer to her because she needed to talk about something. When everyone gathered around her in a circle, Dare unfolded a small map and showed it to the children. She showed the children where Everton Castle is located in the very center of the continent. Those who follow this religion are scattered absolutely all over the world. They can be found in every corner of the city, and they all collect the souls of people in the form of seeds. These people then offer those seeds as a sacrifice for the world tree, which in turn blooms only once a year. The goal of all these people is to call the devil to earth, which is why they make so many sacrifices every year, the souls of which are collected throughout the 12 months. Then Dare continued to talk and said that they needed to stop them as soon as possible so that at least as many people as possible would be injured. And when asked how to do it, the girl said that they needed to destroy all the seeds they found so that they would have nothing to sacrifice for the world tree this year. All the teenagers listened attentively to her story, and then Eden had a little plan and began to tell them. The young man said that the guardian could go to the north and the archer and swordsman would go to the east, so they could cover all the territories. Eden himself said that he would take over the west and south and deal with everything there. However, others thought that 2 regions would be too much for him. Even though he was strong, he would have to hurry and make incredible efforts to do so they advised him to reduce the scope of his tasks. However, Derlin said that he was completely confident in Eden and knew that he would be able to do everything. And since no one opposed him, they agreed to meet next to Everton's main castle in exactly 1 year. And there they discussed a detailed plan of action for the future. The team was ready to go to their respective locations. Each of them had trained for a long time to fulfill the mission and wanted to finally take revenge. All of them went to different parts of the world and successfully performed their work in all regions very quickly. They managed to capture a lot of seeds, and everyone took them away in a bag, or destroyed them later. Eden had already dealt with the whole village, and the seeds he was holding in his hands were the last for this small town, so he proudly put them in his bag. The guy had already dealt with everything in the south, but there were still a couple of spots left in the eastern zone, so he decided that he would go there next. It turned out that the guy would finish with 7 earlier than he thought, and with a smile he went to his horse and said it was time to move on to the next village. Then the boy went to the owner of the horse and he collected the money in a small bag and handed it to Eden. The young man said goodbye to the horse that had helped him move around the village for so long, but now it was time for him to say goodbye and move on. When Eden walked a few meters, he immediately grabbed the bag of money, but in his head he was already running to the store to buy something tasty. It seemed that everything was fine. His dreams were already somewhere in a cozy place where he could eat in peace, but someone came up to him from behind. It was some girl who wanted something from him. The young man turned his gaze to her, looking at her and waiting to see what she would do next. The girl looked quite small, and then she offered him to buy the flowers she had gathered in a small bag, looking sincerely into his eyes, hoping that he would at least buy something. Eden didn't say anything at first, but he realized by the look on her face that she was the same age as his sister Emily, and again the thought of her haunted him. In general, he did not need these flowers, but he wanted to help this child and asked for 1 flower at first, but then took it back. The young man told her to give him everything in the sack, and she was actually surprised by this because she did not expect to sell even half of it. Eden himself knew that there was no way to sell these flowers anyway, and the girl said that they had already wilted a bit during this time, and she felt uncomfortable selling them for such a price. However, Eden said that it did not bother him at all and took the basket from her hands. He really didn't care about the flowers. He knew that he couldn't do anything with them anyway, but he just wanted to help her earn some money because even if they walked around the village all day, no one would want to buy them. At the same time, the girl was even more pleased because it was not often that she met people who just wanted to help, and their situation was really not the best. Then another boy appeared next to the girl, and they looked very much alike, so one could conclude that they were brother and sister. And the children began to circle around Eden and thank him for his kindness. He did what he wanted to do, he helped them, but if you looked in his hands, you wouldn't see his bag of money. This guy who walked with her abruptly took him from Eden's hands while they were spinning around him and ran into the crowd to hide. Then the young man turned to the girl to ask her to hold the basket, but he did not see her next to him. and it became clear that he had been tricked. He just wanted to help them, and these two just brazenly stole his money and all of it. Eden realized that it was all their plan, only to realize it too late, and now he was penniless. The two men finally returned to their neighborhood and opened the bag of money and began tossing coins happily. It had been a long time since they had seen and held so much money at once. They hit a real jackpot by receiving this amount of money, and according to estimates, they will not have to go hungry for the next 3 months, and they will not even have to sell anything. But alongside their joy was Eden, whom they had robbed, because of course he was not going to give them his money back that easily. In fact, the guy scared them a lot because he was literally hanging almost from the ceiling, and they ran back in embarrassment, their hair standing on end. The sister took her brother with her when Eden jumped to the ground and was about to take his money back. But none of this was a problem because the young man simply grabbed the kid by his shirt and kept him on the ground, and he just started calling out to his sister to help him. Eden was going to punish them for what they had done because no one would have been happy with the robbers. But at that moment his sister fell to her knees and began to beg for forgiveness, begging him to forgive them both for such a bad deed. Eden couldn't tell for sure if she was lying, but the girl told him a story about how they really needed money for their mother's medical expenses and couldn't get it anywhere else. Mentally, the young man had already begun to realize that she was just lying and that this was another plan to take the money for herself, but he still partially believed her words. Eden would not have minded helping them, since the little brats had not stolen his money in the first place. But he wanted to make sure that the story was true, so he told them to bring him into his house and show his mother. By the girl's reaction, Eden was even more convinced that she was lying, because she was very embarrassed by the proposal, but she said she would walk him home. He had to walk for a few minutes because the house was not far away. Then the girl invited him inside and showed him the bed where the older woman was actually lying. Tears welled up in the girl's eyes when she approached her sick mother. It was supposed to be a very sad story, but it was just an old woman, and she was not sick, and she could not be their mother. After that, Eden got very angry because he finally realized that they were lying to him. Her younger brother told her that it was not harmful, but she wanted to try all the ways to stay with the money. Then she thought about it and said that she would return the money, but only if he agreed to leave them some of it, and explained that they were going through a very difficult time. However, Eden said that if it was that bad, he should go to the farm or help with the cleaning, because it was much better than robbing people. And then a real fight started between them. The girl went to work, but she and her brother were children and would not have been paid anything, and they considered all adults to be very bribable, so there was nothing wrong with freeing up their wallets. But Aiden still didn't understand what he had to do with it, and she sighed and said that he was just unlucky to be here, and that he had fallen for their trick with the flowers. All this made him even more angry because these kids were just robbers who didn't want to work and just stole money. But there was nothing else she could do, and this was the only way to feed herself and her brother. Eden thought it was wrong, but hearing their story, he subconsciously compared it to himself and Emily, because he had been like that once, and was also willing to steal in order to have at least a loaf of bread for himself and his sister in the evening. For some reason at these words, Eden fell silent and his face changed dramatically, which surprised the kids. The guy sighed heavily. He really couldn't stand his ground after what he had heard. Then he asked the women whether the problem of theft would be solved if they had something to live for, food and water every day. This question seemed strange, but the young man said that they could not continue to steal. And then the children thought that he would give them his money. But that was not what Eden meant. The older man sighed and began to think of something. After all, he still had time before the meeting near Everton Castle, so he could help them both. Eden tried to explain to them what could happen if they stole from the wrong people and something really bad happened, and he even knew from his own experience. But the girl perceived all these words as a threat to her younger brother, and she took all phrases concerning him very sharply. I was reacting like Eden used to react to things that were said about his sister, but he didn't mean anything bad. He was just trying to help. In the end, the guy decided to stay with them for a while, because he still had to wait a few months for the training camp, and he had almost completed all his tasks. The children really seemed happier and now slept peacefully. This peaceful sleep lasted exactly until Eden burst into their room and started yelling at them to get up. But even that didn't help get them out of bed. Leah just mumbled that they would lie down for a few more minutes because it was so cold. But that wasn't it. Eden just took the blanket away from them. In the end, they couldn't resist and followed Eden, who loaded them with work. He decided to take on these children and start taking care of them, teaching them what he knew. However, so far the children found it difficult. even to lift the sword of the lady as he managed, and time was running out, and there was exactly 1 month left until the meeting near Everton Castle. Unfortunately, Leah and Jack will have to stay here and he needs to move on. At this time, the children had already started playing instead of training, and the young man mentally said that he would return here when everything with Everton was over, and then told the children to continue practicing. The training ended after a few hours, and then Eden brought them food. He thought that they would meet him at the entrance, but they sat farther away, not even moving or paying attention to the elder. But everything was fine, and then Jack came up to the guy and said that they just decided to clean the house a little bit because it was pretty dirty. Eden praised the younger ones, but it was strange and spontaneous because these children had never wanted to clean up on their own. Leia also tried to say something about how they were both clearly hiding something and trying not to say too much. The young man had already studied their behavior a bit, so he concluded that we just wanted to ask him for something, or had already done something and were trying to appease him. But my sister said that was not the case at all, and then added that she was already hungry and let him set the table. Eden was not going to talk about this topic any further, so he simply walked away from them and told them to wait a few minutes and then come back for food. He moved away in time because at that moment the Everton mark that the girl was trying to hide was clearly visible. Later, Eden went to put on his shoes, and the children asked if he was going to the market. The older man nodded his head and said that he needed to take the sword because the blacksmith was about to repair it and would have time to sell it at the same time. And Leah added that she wanted canned fruit like last time. After taking all the orders, Eden finally went to the market. Soon he was there and visited the blacksmith who had just finished working on his sword. He told his assistant to take out the weapons they had just repaired, and the assistant disappeared. While they were waiting, the blacksmith noticed some canned fruit in the boy's hands, and he was hungry and would have loved to eat something like that. But Eden immediately took the jar to his place and said that he bought it for the children, not for him. And very soon, Pablo came up to the guy and gave him his weapon. When the guy picked up the sword, he almost immediately examined it and shouted that it was a work of genius. And after that, he said that he had to go because they were waiting for him at home. Joyful Aiden said goodbye to the blacksmiths and went home. But what happened at home was not at all joyful or cheerful. Jack looked at his hands. They were all red, and the boy was frightened, not knowing why it happened again. He didn't know what to do, so he immediately ran to his older sister, trying to find her in the middle of this empty meadow. Meanwhile, Eden had almost returned home. It was snowing outside. It was very cold, and he was happy to go home where it would be at least a few degrees warmer. When the young man came inside, he immediately put the canned fruit in front of them and said that he was taking care of them, and then joked about you because they bowed down and did not kneel, and then he would treat them to the fruit. However, the boy did not see the happy children who greeted him again, only Jack running out of the house very quickly and confused, not even paying attention to him, and almost pushing him away. The older man looked at him in surprise and immediately asked Jack where he was going so late, and in general the boy's behavior was very strange and suspicious. His younger brother stopped for just a few seconds, not knowing what to say, and at that moment Eden saw that he had a lot of blood on his hand and started to worry. Eventually, Jack looked back at the older man and immediately hid his hand behind his back, surprised that he was back so early, and Eden explained that many shops were closed because of the terrible snowstorm. Then the older man asked if he was okay because he saw what happened to his hands, but the boy lied and said that he had just cut himself while cooking. But it was too deep for cutting food, so Jack lied about cutting vegetables with a sharp knife. And for a moment the older man even believed him and entered the house, no matter how hard the younger man tried to stop him. Then Eden really went crazy because not only were this little boy's ears stained with blood, but the whole house was covered with this red paint. In the midst of all this chaos, Leia stood and slowly and calmly turned to him and looked at the guy with a look of surprise that he couldn't even speak properly. The only thing he could see next to her were the seeds of the Everton cult, which were collected in a jar next to her. Eden began to worry about the girl and told her to leave immediately while he wondered where the seeds could have come from. The lion listened to him and moved away, but at the same time she tried to attack the older man and attacked him, and fortunately he stepped back in time. She just didn't survive. At the same moment, Eden noticed that the girl's hand had turned into a sword, and now he didn't understand exactly what the hell was going on. The older man immediately asked where they got all these seeds from, but Jack said he didn't know anything, and tears came to the little boy's eyes. It was really dangerous here, and he could not stay in this house any longer, so Eden thought about what to do next after what he had seen. In the end, it is impossible to think of many options because Leia is attacking him, so the young man told Jack to run away from here and began to defend himself. Eden continued to struggle and at the same time told the boy to leave the place as soon as possible, but he continued to stand there unmoved. Something terrible was happening in that house, something Eden shouldn't have seen, but they couldn't keep it a secret. Little Jack didn't know anything at all and didn't understand what was happening. He looked down and didn't even cry anymore. He was just scared because of what he was seeing around him. The older man had to be distracted again for a moment because he saw that Jack was still standing there and once again ordered him to leave the house. Only then did the younger man run away and Eden continued the struggle and eventually threw Leia to the ground with his arms around her neck, pinning her to the floor. He was incredibly angry, but he knew for sure that he had seen a whole can of Everton seeds and knew who was behind it. As the boy continued to hold her tightly and squeeze her neck, his head went through many possibilities, even that the brother and sister could have been Everton players. But then he said to himself that it was all nonsense. Eventually, when the girl had almost stopped breathing, he took his hands away from her neck and shouted her name in fright. Eden looked at her body. But at that moment Jack reappeared and attacked him from behind, severely wounding him with a sharp object. It was completely unexpected and the world turned upside down in Eden's head because he had cared so much for those children who now repaid him. The already wounded guy stood up and looked at Jack, and although he really thought that they were members of a cult, he realized that the kid was not himself, as if something had possessed him and was controlling his body. So Eden thought that Everton had just recruited these kids and now they were out of control. But the young man really didn't know when it happened because a few hours ago he was here and they were fine, and when he suddenly returned home he saw it. He tried to stay away from Jack because at least Leia was already on the ground, and then Eden thought that these kids were just waiting for the moment when they were alone to do this. But why did they have to make all these sacrifices? Why did two children have to do this? And he could think about this question for a long time, but Jack attacked him again. He had to admit that the little boy was quite agile, which was also unlike him, since he had just begun his training. But now was not really the time to think. For now, we need to stop them both, and then think about what to do next and what to do with this building, which is covered in red. Eden himself tried to attack, but he ended up just dodging Jack's blows, who was very skillful in swinging his sword, which also appeared as a hand. He had to make a very difficult decision, but Eden knew that if he didn't, more people would suffer, and he didn't want to let that happen. The young man took the weapon in his hands and swung it across Jack's body. This was not enough for now, and they faced off again in a fight that was not easy even for Eden, who had practiced so much. In the background, the boy could only hear two swords clashing, but the thought that these kids were Evertons from the beginning still stole into his head. Maybe they were trying to deceive him on purpose and lure him in. And now he's lucky he wasn't at home when they were doing this and didn't kill him and the others. Jack fell to the ground for a moment, exhausted, not taking his eyes off the older man, who was becoming more and more convinced that the two were working for the Everton cult he wanted to take revenge on. At that moment, the guy's anger exceeded all other emotions, and he thought only about destroying everyone involved in this cult to prevent even more victims. So he took a swing at the kid. But at that moment, Leia, who had been unconscious all along, finally got up and looked around at her brother. It was as if she had been replaced again, as if she was the same Leia Eden had known all this time. The girl looked into her brother's eyes as if she didn't understand what was happening here. The girl hugged her brother, looking fearfully at Eden, who raised his weapon at them and tried to protect the younger one. Eden no longer knew what he was doing and did not know what to do. He did not even believe his own eyes, because he had just seen this girl destroying people, and now she was completely calm and scared. The guy just couldn't keep fighting and couldn't do what he was going to do because Emily was back in front of his eyes. It was very difficult for him to cope with all this. Different thoughts kept running through his head. Later, despite the snowstorms and all this cold, the guy left home in just a sweatshirt, holding a sword in his hands. He didn't even look at his feet, which is why he stumbled and fell, but he didn't care anymore. He no longer understood what was happening in this world. Eden returned to the state when he considered himself a weakling, and when he started to hate himself again, because why? After seeing all the things these children did, he could not destroy them. I just told him not to do it again. He left the house with words, or rather, an order for them to never take up arms, because then they would not leave him alive. The guy threw his sword, which was also all red, and there was silence around him, but even it depressed him. But then Eden sighed and lay down in the cold snow, seemingly reassuring himself that everything was fine and that he had destroyed the seeds of the Everton cult and gotten rid of all the strange weapons. He covered his eyes with his hands and smiled, though it was insincere, but he told himself that everything would be fine and it would be over soon. Eden could not destroy them, so he began to deceive himself, saying that these children would never take this path again and would never continue to do what happened today. After this event, he felt incredibly hard. as if all the memories he had buried in his graves had surfaced again. After how many minutes, Eden lost consciousness and was found in the snow by Prina and Michael. As a result, Prina took over Everton, and all the children were released. They stopped using mind control, so this can be considered a good ending. Jong-min stood there thinking about something while Edan kept telling him to destroy these children as soon as possible so that there would be no problems later. He asked if the boy was going to stay here, but Jong-min just wanted to think in peace and quiet and told him to shut up. It was worth thinking about how to get through the second floor, because the mission of this floor is to destroy the tumor of the ghetto. And Eden believed that the children were the ones who were it, and that they needed to be done with as soon as possible. Now Leia's arm is normal because he helped her and everything is fine, but people just started chasing them. And he continued to think about what he could do better because he did not want to leave these children in trouble. So much time has passed since Eden left this place, but the situation has not improved at all. Despite everything the boy told him and told him that the children should be destroyed, Jung-min believed that they were not the same tumor, and the problem was completely different, especially since the controlling subconscious had long since disappeared, and the brother and sister were absolutely no different from other ordinary children. The boy did not want to destroy lives for no reason. But Eden was still bothering him because he started to ignore him, and he didn't like that at all. But Jung-min heard him perfectly well. He just didn't answer because he was thinking. However, when silence reigned, the writer heard voices from the street, someone saying that the group had already entered and that they should come and help others. And when people agreed, they moved forward. There were a lot of people on the street, all talking about something, indignant and discussing some plan. The young man decided to look out. As soon as he looked at those people, he realized that it was the same group that had been near Leia's house yesterday, so he immediately hid to avoid being noticed. He could only hear their voices and statements that these children had to be disposed of today, and they were armed. Others asked what to do with the guy who helped them, but since they didn't care about him at all, they said to destroy him with them. Hearing this, Jung-min realized that he needed to get out of here immediately because it was too dangerous, but at that moment the knife was already at his throat. It was the same old man who yesterday led a group of people who were going to attack him and the children, and he was looking very suspiciously at the guy in front of him. The situation got out of control. It was very bad because they found him. And if there is already one armed man here, he will be able to call other people. And it is not easy to deal with several armed men at once. This old man started attacking him, saying that he had no place in this world, and then he started waving a blade. Jung-min was not injured, but because he was dodging and stepping back, he tripped and fell to the ground. It got even worse because the others who were outside noticed him. And now Jung-min is surrounded on both sides. Part of the group went to get the children, and the rest of the group will now be able to play with him and destroy this annoying guy. Jung-min began to worry about Jack and Leah and wondered if the group had already found the kids, and it turned out that they had. The sister stood in front of her brother, protecting him and keeping his enemies away, and Jung-min was only thinking about how to get out of here and protect the younger ones. But his situation was really terrible because there were several people with sharp objects attacking him and wishing him the worst. However, the young man tried not to panic and come up with something. Now he has decided to rely on his strength because the children are in danger and need to be protected, so Jung-min prepared to run. Although there were several people standing in front of him, the boy was faster than them and began to run away as fast as he could. Pushing them out of his way, the young man did not look back and ran to the house where the children were. But there is also a quest to complete, and in order to complete it, you need to settle a misunderstanding with Eden. All this group of people did not prevent the boy from running away, and soon he got to the place where Leah and Jack lived, but did not see a single soul there. As he approached, the guy became alarmed because he smelled a distinct odor of blood. He rushed to the entrance thinking that the children had already been wounded. An embarrassed Jung-min went inside and immediately started looking for the children in the house. But imagine his shock when he saw not children but several adults from the group that tried to hurt them wounded. Jack was crying and hugging his sister, asking why they did it again, but Leah reassured him that it was necessary. Jung-min thought the same thing as Edan did a few years ago because he didn't believe that children could do this, and the tower owner sighed heavily at this and said that they should have been destroyed earlier. Eden closed his eyes and began to blame himself again for leaving them alive. If he had only known that this would happen again, he would not have allowed it. The boy could only see his own guilt in what had just happened there. With a sigh, he called out to Jung-min again. He spoke absolutely emotionlessly. There seemed to be no aggression or any other emotion in his words. He was just tired and told the guy to destroy them at least now. In the end, he was simply wrong. Prina's victory over the Everton cult did not mean a happy ending, but rather the beginning of a new era for them. and how Jungmin could not have guessed the pain Eden was feeling at that moment. The guy fell to his knees, hugging both children. He was silent, but mentally told himself that he was very sorry. Besides, he was sure that it was not easy for these children to create all this horror and chaos while under someone else's influence, and one can only imagine how it affects their psyche. But Jungmin decided to help them and fix everything. So the guy said they had to get out of here right away before anyone came here. Before this group of people follow them into the house, they need to leave as quickly as possible. Of course, the children did not want to leave their home, but Jungmin just wanted to help them. And to do that, you have to run as far as you can. In the end, they did not have time to hide before other people entered the house. The grandmother fell to her knees seeing all these bodies, and they cursed these children who had done this again. Aaron and Derek were no longer breathing, and the anger of these people toward Jack and Leah only grew with each new body. Jungmin stood in front and ordered the children to move away. He said he would protect them from the others. They had tears in their eyes and could not stop them and wanted to do the same to Jack and Leah as they had done to their families. The hatred of these people was so strong that it was difficult to resist it. At this point, Jungmin began to doubt whether he would ever be able to convince them otherwise. The guy finally spoke and said that it would be really hard to believe, but these children had nothing to do with what happened in this house, and then added that the three of them would leave this city soon. But there was a mountain of bodies in front of them, and before that there were only these children, so no one was going to let them go free so easily. People were so overwhelmed by feelings of hatred and anger and rage that they only wanted to end them. In the end, it was predictable, and the guy knew perfectly well that it would be almost impossible to convince this pack of angry people. That's why he had another plan, which he was going to fulfill now, because he prioritized the lives of these children whom he wanted to help because he knew they were innocent. Jungmin told the younger ones that he would clear the way for them, and that the two of them should stay close to him, and when he told them to run, they should run as hard as they could. Of course, he knew that it would be hard, and that he would have to work hard, but he did not want to leave his children to fend for themselves, and he did not want to die here alone. The problem was not that these people were too strong. On the contrary, they were quite ordinary, just armed, and the main problem was to get Jack and Leia out of here safe and sound. The guy rushed forward and began to clear the way. He didn't kill with all his might. He didn't have a goal to kill these people. He just made them pass out while he was running away with the children. Then the young man called out to the kids and told them to come over here immediately and run away. However, there was one more old woman who rushed at him with words of hatred, and she had no strength left to do anything else. She just started calling them demons who destroyed all life in the city. The young man stepped back. He didn't want to hurt the old woman at all, but she said he would leave the house only after she had gone to bed. When the guy turned back, he saw Leia running somewhere. She grabbed her brother and covered him with her body when another member of the group started attacking them with a knife. Jungmin rushed over to protect them, as this old woman could not have harmed them anyway. This guy was going to end the demons, as he believed, because he was attacking children. Almost at the last moment, Jungmin managed to stand in front of them and block the children's spear, deflecting the blow. Then the young man rejected him and ordered him not to touch the children, repeating that they were innocent. Eventually, a resident of this city also fell to the ground unconscious. Jungmin turned sharply to the children and shouted to them to run away. There was no time to stand still. My brother hugged my sister even harder, and they both started crying and saying that they didn't want to leave this place because they were used to it, although that was not the main reason they wanted to stay here. And then Jack said that if Eden came back, he would not be able to find them if they left this town. Hearing this, the guy didn't even have anything to say to them because they were still sincerely hoping for it. Jack and Leah missed him and believed that one day Eden would return and they would meet again. Jungmin himself wrote these lines for the characters, but in his novel he left their arch unclear. Then the young man gave up. He sighed and thought that running away from this place and even from the country would not help, and that it would not end there. They would continue to kill people because they would be clouded by Everton's orders. People gradually started to rise up, and then the guy decided that he needed to come up with a way to prove to the townspeople that the children were just millionaires in the hands of demons. And Jungmin quickly found a source from which to start his story. It was holy water, but Eden didn't understand why the boy was taking it out right now. He decided to ask Jungmin what he was doing, but the young man asked Eden to be quiet because he wanted to check something. Jungmin reiterated that these children had done nothing wrong and that they were not the ones who initiated the destruction of half the village. While he was dealing with this, one of the group who was about to kill the children took a spear and attacked Young Min by surprise. It was the same guy the young man had seen and remembered. The water fell from his hands and the bottle rolled to the enemy's feet, and now the young man did not know how to finish his so-called ritual. Once this guy was filled with hatred and anger. He simply asked why they did it, and why Jongmin was trying to protect these children and protect those who destroyed so many innocent lives. At this point, the worst happened because Leah turned her hand into a sword and also attacked this guy who was standing in front of Youngmin. Other people were panicking. They started shouting to everyone to get out of here because it was dangerous. This older woman said that they were facing real monsters who took her son's life. She called these children demons, and Jongmin's plan finally failed after that. Even though what the girl had done had really messed up everything he was about to do, Jongmin still wanted to finish. When he got to the bottle, someone shot right in front of him, and the guy reflexively took his hand back. At the same time, he saw Leia running straight towards him out of the corner of his eye. Literally at the last moment, the guy managed to pick up a spear and fight her off, but he tried to attack her in a way that would not harm her. Someone had definitely taken control of this little girl, and the young man was sure it was someone from Everton, but he had many options. And then the cult option was dropped altogether because the young man remembered that Prina had already dealt with him, as he wrote in his story. Then Aiden began to scream because he did not know what the boy was doubting anymore. He had seen with his own eyes how these children had destroyed a man. There was no reason to hesitate, and they had to be finished before new victims appeared. But Jungmin couldn't stand it any longer and yelled at him to shut up. Eden thought he was crazy, but the young man wanted to show him the truth. He wanted to show him the person who had made these children like this and continued to say that they did not want to destroy others. Eden had already guessed that he was talking about controlling the subconscious, and he had already realized that he would not be able to shout at Jungmin and that he would do as he pleased anyway. Leia in turn started attacking the guy again, and he defended himself. In defense, the boy began to tell other people that these children were not demons. They were possessed and forced to do this. The boy clutched his spear tighter in his hands, not taking his eyes off the girl. He did not consider them to be the same tumor of the ghetto that Eden was talking about because the cause was not these kids. The situation became a little more difficult when Jack started attacking the boy, but from the other side, helping his sister. Then the young man was not at a loss and quickly picked up a water bottle and threw it right at him. The request for water spilled over him, and Jack instantly stopped, even though a second ago he wanted to destroy Jongmin. He was in incredible pain and started screaming. Everything around him went dark. He didn't know where he was. He had to suffer for a little while longer, but Jongmin was incredibly happy when he realized that it worked, and thus he had cast out the demon from this boy. However, it was too early to rejoice, because Leia attacked him from the other side and even managed to touch the guy with her blade. The young man quickly pushed her away and poured some more water on the girl. She was affected in the same way as her brother, and the demon left her body, and all the people who watched were truly amazed by what they saw. It was strange that this guy just poured holy water on them and it was all over. They were still angry, but now they were so shocked that they didn't even attack them. But the shock soon wore off, and someone called out to everyone to throw everything they could at those children to destroy them completely. However, Jongmin immediately protected them with his own salvation and threw away all the objects that were flying at the children and then ordered them to stop. He needed to stall for time for the children to come to their senses, and soon they opened their eyes. They were still hurt by what the guy had done, but his plan really worked. At least he thought so until the real demon appeared. In fact, this is what could be expected after the bodies possessed by the demon had been exposed to holy water. But the young man did not know what to do. There was no way to destroy this worm that devours a person's mind and destroys him from the inside. It is used for brainwashing, and this worm is very popular among devil worshippers. Those parasites that settle inside and consume a person, controlling their consciousness. It seems that people were not convinced by the fact that the monster came out of the children's heads. On the contrary, it gave them more faith that they were the demons. However, Jongmin knew that these worms cannot act without their host, so the host must be somewhere close. The children were still holding their heads in great pain, and the worms quickly found themselves next to other people. The boy ordered them to run to their master as fast as possible, and then the people parted in the center, with only Pablo standing. And then Jongmin turned to Eden, who was watching through the screen. He told him to watch very carefully what was about to happen. The guy was able to prove his point and showed that it was not the children who were the problem. The real problem was Pablo because the worms crawled to him. He was their owner, even though absolutely no one, not even Eden himself, could have guessed that Pablo had anything to do with Everton. The problem is already half solved, and all that remains is to defeat this guy and put an end to it. When he poured a little water on himself to heal the wound, he waited only a few seconds to touch his hair and felt better. As long as the guy was already in perfect order, it was only a matter of destroying Pablo and his worms and getting rid of the main problem. From the very beginning, Pablo was only pretending to be a friend of these children and trying to gain their trust. The people who heard this were divided into two parts. Some believed in Zhongmin's words, while others were still inclined to trust their friend Pablo, even though they saw for themselves who the worms went to. In the end, one guy came up to him and told him not to worry and that they would always be on his side. But as soon as the boy put his hand on his shoulder, he received a less than kindly response. Pablo changed his face and said that they all had already pissed him off and were really annoying him all this time. And who are they to interfere with his personal plan anyway? Pablo has invested so much energy in making it work, and now it's going to go wrong because of one youngman who freed the demons from the children's bodies. How much effort was spent on Jack and Leah, and all in vain because of one freak who decided to help these children. The younger ones looked frightened when they heard Pablo say that because they trusted him so much and thought he meant well and really cared about them. Pablo, in turn, continued to kill people who stood in his way, and most of all, he wanted to get to Jongmin, who was standing next to the children. Apparently, only after he started doing this in front of people did their eyes open to the truth, but it was too late. All the survivors began to run away from Pablo and tried to hide as far away as possible so that he wouldn't reach them, and they began to consider him a psychopath and a madman. Then Pablo gently called Jack and Leah, telling them to come closer to him. But he scared the children, and they hid behind Jungmin. He was not going to back down and wanted to protect the children to the last, so he ordered Pablo to leave them alone and get out. And he just laughed when Jungmin called them children because they weren't even human. Jungmin is frozen in place as if waiting for the psychopath to continue. Pablo smiled and said that they were doppelgangers, those creatures that could turn into anyone. They would look like ordinary people and carefree and defenseless children, but in reality, they were real monsters. And they will become a weapon for their masters who created them. They can turn into humanoid and look absolutely no different from others, but only in appearance. And those whom Jungmin was now so diligently protecting were only monsters in human form. Pablo appeared as a minor character in the guy's stories, but if so, how did he get the information about the doubles and their abilities? The doppelgangers transformed after eating the bodies of the children, as written in the novel by Jungmin. Even though it was his story, all these statements made the young man doubt, and then he turned to the children and told them not to believe Pablo's words, calling them lies. But it was too late, as if the truth about everything that had happened in Leah's life had been revealed. She hoped so much that it would all turn out to be a lie, that it would all end sooner or later, but they were really monsters, only their shells might resemble ordinary people. It was hard to take it all in, but the girl was so hurt by the fact that it could be true that she refused to believe it. Later, Jungmin said that even though the double can transform into anyone, it cannot destroy someone at will. First of all, these children were still people, not monsters. Pablo just laughed listening to all these words of a guy who was just trying to convince poor children who were crying in despair. They are real monsters, no matter what he thinks and says to them. And then Pablo stopped and said that they should actually thank him for everything he had done earlier. Very often you can see the bodies of people in abandoned buildings just decomposing, and no one will even bury them or look for them. Pablo just wandered around the neighborhood looking for something useful and finally found it. He saw something incredible. It was the very soul of Everton, the seed he picked up and took with him. Only then did the boy remember that person, and thus realized that the children were twins. It would have been very stupid not to take advantage of this opportunity, so he decided to take control of them, ostensibly taking care of them after Eden left them. Jungmin did not want to listen to all this nonsense anymore, so he attacked him with a spear. Pablo was hurt, but he still didn't understand why this guy was so interested in those monsters. The writer ordered the children to stay away, but he did not know how the character he created in his story could change so much. Pablo smiled and said that Prina, who allegedly destroyed the Everton cult, did not actually do the main thing, namely, she did not break their magic crystal. And the essence could easily penetrate a person who possesses a crystal, and demons came to those who were angry. And no matter how much anger there is, just a drop is enough for them to get a hold of a person. But at this point, Pablo crossed the line and it was time to stop at last. Jungmin was just talking to Pablo all this time, and he was not happy that they were not acting, and it was time to end it. He attacked the boy, saying that he would destroy him and then make them eat Jungmin's body. Pablo was surprisingly agile, and it was difficult for the boy to dodge him, so he retreated further and further, waving the spear in front of him. While they were struggling, the young man shouted at Pablo not to treat these children like things because they are living beings. Without waiting a moment, the young man used the immersion skill and applied it to Wepo Roman, after which he gained the ability of a lightning spear. Jungmin began to wave his weapon even harder, trying to hit his enemy and get him away from the two children. His characteristics, especially his agility and connection with the spear, have greatly increased during the use of the skill. The strength of the lightning was also increased, and Jungmin continued to attack the opponent. In the original story he wrote, Pabel was not weak, but he was not particularly good at fighting. But he really was similar in characteristics to a real blacksmith. Over time, he managed to gain the ability to take away weapons, which he actively used. If he is attacked with a sword, as soon as the weapon touches Pablo's hand, it will be destroyed and turn into ashes. The blacksmith's ability didn't work only on Eden's sword, but he wouldn't have been physically able to use his immersion skill on Eden. Then Jongmin realized that there was only one way out in this situation to defeat the enemy. We'll have to overcome it using Roman's magic lightning, which he has dipped into. Pablo was ready to defend himself and put his hand out to destroy the spear, but he was surprised when Jongmin's abilities and aura suddenly changed. The guy became even more agile and attacked him so fast that Pablo couldn't even attack properly and had to dodge Jongmin's spear. He almost touched him with his spear, but Pablo managed to move away in time. He took a small, but Jongmin at the same time jumped up and dodged his attack and was away from his enemy. Pablo realized that if he didn't destroy this guy, he would destroy him, so he tried his best to do something. But of course, Jongmin was stronger, especially after using this skill, and he moved so fast that Pablo simply couldn't even keep up with him. A few blows and the guy managed to get right in the face of the enemy. He hit him and the first step was taken. When Jongmin kicked him in the face with all his might, he jumped away from him and Pablo fell to the ground, unable to keep his balance. The blacksmith also noticed that this guy seemed to be able to predict his actions and thus easily dodge and attack him. Now his situation had worsened and Pablo was not thinking about how to destroy him, but about how to just survive. And he also realized that if it weren't for the spear the boy was holding, he would have been able to defeat him easily. But Jongmin just laughed when he said that, because Pablo would not have been able to defeat him even if he hadn't had his spear, because it wasn't about the weapon. In any case, the blacksmith would have no chance of winning because he doesn't have that much mana and doesn't know how to really fight. After his words, the young man activated the magical power of Roman's lightning and prepared to attack the enemy again. They were face to face, and Pablo didn't seem to realize what was happening at all because he didn't even move. However, Jongmin played a trick and easily hit his face and wounded the blacksmith very badly. Pablo fell to the floor after being hit and did not move for some time. He was alive, but then the writer came up to him again and took him by the neck until Pablo realized that he didn't even have a chance to fight back. Jongmin approached him, and you said that Pablo could destroy his weapon. But again, it wasn't about the weapon at all, because even without his spear, the guy would have won. A blacksmith can destroy almost any weapon, but then let him try to destroy his fist. Jongmin held the guy tightly by the neck, and Pablo began to laugh hysterically, saying that this would change absolutely nothing. Even if he destroys it, let Jongmin come to his senses and finally realize that no one will survive here anyway. And if there are survivors, they will only give their souls to people who worship the power of the devil. Pablo screamed that these children were just a tool to achieve his goal. He was using them to share power, and they would be a great bait and switch. Jongmin listened to the whole story, but for some reason he was surprised that the ending was exactly like that. In the end, the boy could understand why he became this way. In the beginning, Pablo was just a minor character and always hid in the shadows, but he wanted more. He was very jealous of Eden, seeing how much he could do, seeing his strength. Pablo saw talent in the protagonist, but did not find this talent in himself, and this envy began to eat him up inside, which is why he decided to do exactly what he did. But that was the biggest difference between Eden and him, and yet Pablo still pretended he didn't understand because he didn't want to admit it. Then Jongmin repeated the same thing, but in short, he just said that Pablo is not the main character and will never be like Eden. The blacksmith thought he was crazy when he heard all these words in his direction, but he did not resist anymore and lay on the ground almost silently while the other man held his hands around his neck. This did not mean that he surrendered. He just did not want to make too much noise and tried to find at least some sharp object with his hand to fight back. Jongmin continued to speak and said that he understood how difficult it was for Pablo to realize all this and to live in such a situation. That's why the guy wanted to release him and let him live in peace. Even then, Pablo screamed and begged him to stop, trying to get the boy's hands away from his neck. But it didn't help, and Jongmin's force prevailed and took over. He managed to destroy the one who was the main problem of the ghetto. He destroyed the tumor, and now he could guarantee that the children would live in peace. When the blacksmith was already unconscious, the young man took from him the very seed of the cult that Pablo had once picked up. The second floor mission was successfully completed, and now Jongmin only hoped that all the misunderstandings with Edan had also come to an end. They were additional characters in his novel, but they played such an important role in the plot. According to his own idea, they were supposed to be those who would thoughtlessly sacrifice their lives even for the sake of the protagonist. But the sight he saw is much worse than he could have ever imagined. Who would have ever thought that it could come to such a terrible situation? And even more strange to him was the fact that he was caught in his own novel. When the towers first began to appear around the world, many people were incredibly happy to meet their favorite mythical characters in their lives and see them in reality. But why did the story that came to life belong to him? The boy did not understand this, nor did he understand what the world was going to do with his story and how many more strange things he was going to see. But suddenly Pablo stood up and said that he wasn't done yet, and it was amazing that he was still alive. If it happened that way, and his main thing was taken away from him, then Pablo wanted to at least take away some of what was important to young Min. So he released his worms again and ordered Leia to return to him immediately. Jongmin did not expect such a turn, and when he released the worm, he dodged as best he could. My brother and sister were sitting at the end of the hall, and this worm was approaching the girl at a frantic speed. It didn't take long for the effect to kick in again, but her younger brother looked at Leia in fright, not understanding what was happening to his sister. Pablo began to recite some spells, but the boy didn't even know the language, so he couldn't understand a word of what the blacksmith was saying. The guy already knew an effective method that could drive this worm out of the human brain, so he went looking for holy water again. He poured a few drops of this water over her again, driving the demon out of the girl. Jack approached the boy frightened, keeping his eyes on his sister, who was very scared because she began to glow. At first the girl was rocking. It hurt. But then she stopped and opened her eyes, and it seemed that everything was over and this light helped her again. Jongmin simply poured some holy water, but he did not expect such a result. He knew what it meant because he had invented all these nuances himself. And what was happening was called the twin transformation field. Later, Jack screamed in awe when his sister turned into Eden. As soon as Jongmin saw him, he was immediately struck by the guy's beauty, but he was surprised that he was the double. But this accounting was a little bit different from what the owner of these worms wanted. Everything came together as it should because Eden immediately rushed at his opponent to destroy him completely. Eden was a messenger of justice, and he was eager to destroy all those like Pablo who came his way. Several teeth had fallen out of his mouth, and he was already half dead. It all ended very soon, and then there was a deathly silence. Leah walked over to Pablo, who was already lying face down and not breathing, and crouched down next to him as if she was going to hit him again. And Jack and Jungmin watched with bewildered expressions on their faces because a second ago, this double was Eden, and now he was back to being his sister. When the doppelganger realized that the enemy was finished, the girl quickly approached Jack and opened her arms to embrace her brother. He was so impressed by this that Jack started asking her how she managed to do it and asked her to tell him. Leah didn't know how to explain it all, but she just heard Eden's voice. She was scared. She felt like she was going crazy again. It was all so depressing, and she could not control her body and thoughts again, as if she was falling into a deep abyss. I didn't want to believe that she was just a monster used by someone to have a weapon to kill people. Tears rolled into her eyes as if she was falling deeper and deeper into this abyss and drowning. She was unable to open her eyes until she heard Eden's familiar voice. He didn't say much. He just told her not to give up and to keep fighting. At the time, everything was dark around her, but after hearing that, she seemed to start to rise up. Leah stretched her hand up and then heard another phrase from him, and Eden said that she could do it. That's what helped her get out, even though they were simple words. But they were exactly what she needed right now. Jack laughed and started talking about how he wanted to do the same thing because it was so much fun, and his sister smiled and said that he could do it too. She emphasized that those people told them about the doubles they were. It was their special skill, and the sister decided to show him how to do it. But the process was so difficult that the boy refused to do it. Leia explained it to him in a simpler way. His sister told him to imagine the kind of accounting he wanted to become. The girl once again showed me how to do it, and again emitted the light she used to fight Pablo. But Jack said that was not fair, and she should show him from the beginning. Leah agreed to teach him and told him to focus. Jongmin was surprised that she managed to create the transformation field at all, because it was not really that easy. But eventually they started to get something right, and it was truly mesmerizing. Jack then asked the others how they liked his results, and they both praised him. But his sister said that it was time to stop talking. Jongmin stayed here for a long time, and it was time to leave the tower. Eventually, he helped them and completed the second-floor tasks. But he felt uneasy about leaving these children alone. That is why the young man suggested that they both leave this place, and then added that there is a village not far away where they can settle down in peace. In the end, everything that happened here will not be forgotten easily. It will take years, and people will still remember this story from time to time, and it will be difficult for them to live in this environment, while in a neighboring village they can start from scratch. But the girl took her brother by the hand and said with a smile on her face that they were not going anywhere and that it was completely unnecessary. Even if they were brainwashed and someone else was behind it, they had to take responsibility for it, so Leah didn't want the older man to worry too much. Her smile became even more sincere when she said that she and her brother would stay here and wait for Eden. It wasn't the first time they had said that they really wanted to meet him again, so the young man promised to help them in any way he could, and then a system window appeared with a message that the second floor of the tower was successfully completed and was being moved back, although it was all too spontaneous. They didn't even have time to say goodbye properly, it was all in a hurry, but there was nothing the guy could do about it. He was brought back to the real world where everything was in ruins. The whole company was looking for Jung Min, who had suddenly disappeared, and even the mana detector Yuna was using did not help and did not fix the target. She was very worried about her friend, but Tae Min hoped that he would be okay and that Jung Min would return soon. Although they had already searched for him everywhere, they decided to go through the area where the boy had disappeared one more time. But as soon as the friends decided to split up to look for him, they saw a strong flash of light. Jung Min was on the ground but was very angry with Eden, who did not even give him a proper goodbye to these children. But as soon as I opened my eyes, I saw these two kids in front of me. Jack and Leah were looking around in surprise and did not understand where they were. In fact, now the young man did not know whether it was good or bad that he had moved here with these two. Perhaps this happened because these children are inventory items and not real people. Since this happened, the guy suggested that they both re-register as normal people to walk the streets here. They listened to him, but as soon as they turned back into children, they jumped on Jungmin and said they were very scared and didn't know why he brought them here. The young man smiled and said that this was the neighborhood where he lived, and then offered to go to his house where he would explain everything. They thought it was too far away, and the main reason they didn't want to go was that they wouldn't be able to see Eden again. But the young man reassured them and said that they would meet again soon. While Jungmin was standing with the two children, Yuna noticed him. She came to this bright light and looked at her friend and was incredibly happy. Without further ado, she threw herself into his arms and stood there for several seconds without uttering a word. Then she couldn't even hold back her tears, and at the same time she moved towards him and was very happy that he had returned, but she didn't understand how he could just disappear before her eyes. The guy felt guilty about the situation, although he could not do anything about it because they would not let him out of the tower, so he simply apologized. Tamin also came up to him and said that Yuna was very worried about the whole situation. They were both very excited, but the young man apologized, and then the friends calmed down a bit and decided to go out for a bite to eat. Jongmin was there and explained everything to them, and said that he was in the Swordmaster's tower, and then it became clear who the person who cleared the first floor was. But in fact, it was hard for him to explain all this because he was called to the tower out of the blue and had just returned. It was the first time Yun and Teming had heard of anything like this, especially since it was a tower about which very little was known. And the girl later asked him what kind of children he was bringing with him. It was also a little difficult to explain, but the young man said he met them in the tower and everything started to spin. Now they will be like his children, although this statement of both friends was a bit surprising. After all, how could he explain all of this if he still couldn't tell the full truth about the doubles? And her sister looked a little embarrassed, but greeted the boys' friends by saying their names. Yuna loved children and immediately hugged them, calling them very sweet creatures, and then offered them something to eat. The girl said she could buy them ice cream, but these kids didn't even know what it was. She and her children moved away while Tamin stayed with a friend. He wanted to ask the guy how Saren was doing, because he had seen the state she was in recently, but before he could even finish speaking, a system window appeared in front of him. It was said that the sword that cuts through the horizon again invites the boy to his tower, and of course, without any warning, Eden took him back to his place. He didn't even let him rest in peace. Only in the end did Jongmin ask his friends to keep an eye on him while he was gone. A few seconds passed and the guy collapsed in some dark place where there was not a soul. He was so angry with the character from his novel because he could have waited a little longer instead of calling him to the tower at such moments. Jongmin kept shouting, hoping that he could hear him and telling Eden to send him back because he couldn't leave his children like that. However, I heard a short shut up from behind me, and after that I really shut up because I didn't think anyone else would be there. But the voice seemed really familiar, and before he turned around, Jongmin thought it was Eden standing behind him. He immediately touched the boy's shoulder and told him to answer honestly. The only question Eden asked was whether this guy had anything to do with the Everton cult. His face was covered in wounds and his voice was very familiar, but the young man was silent and just looked at him. He had dark hair and crimson-red eyes, and of course now all these details made him realize that this was really his character. And this ominously proud and cruel expression on his face. Jungmin smiled very unexpectedly because he was curious to see what the adult version of Eden looked like, since he only remembered the moments when he was a child and a teenager. But Eden did not receive an answer, and said that he was asking for the last time and threatened him with a sword. The young man smiled lightly at the strange question directed at him. And then he screamed that Eden had tofu for a brain if he could even miss the fact that he was connected to Everton in some way. He didn't look like the kind of person who would have anything to do with this cult. And then he didn't yell that Eden was swinging that thing too hard, and he almost cut him. But Eden said that it doesn't work that way, and if the guy had nothing to do with this cult, how did he know about those worms that can influence the subconscious? Jungmin was a real threat to this place because he knew even more about this tower than its owner. He remembered that Jungmin had found the braided coconut fiber on the ground floor very easily, and no one knew about it. There was no way that information could be on the ground, so he began to suspect him of being involved with Everton. It seemed that you couldn't tell Eden the truth either, because he would really destroy him with one stroke of his sword, even though you would like to tell him the truth. But even if he does, he just won't believe it and will think that it's some crazy guy who hasn't made something up. At first glance, it really seemed that Jungmin was the person who was fighting against Everton, and that was his dream since childhood, which he tried to follow in life. But the identities of Leah and Jack are information that simply cannot be known to anyone else except those involved in the Everton cult. But even if he really isn't one of them, he still needs to be checked out because Eden has become very suspicious of this guy. Then Jungmin told him to answer him quickly and started talking about how there were no towers on Earth at all in the beginning. And then, at a turning point, these towers began to be built on stories and myths inside the towers. All the characters of these legends turn into living beings, and if you pass the test, you can get a reward from its owner. And among the novels that Jungmin read was Eden's story. And then the boy stopped listening attentively. It is in this story that Eden and other heroes fight the great devil. And this story was born under the name of the Tower of the Seven Heroes. And one of these 7 towers belonged to him and was called the Tower of the Swordmaster. At the same time, the Everton cult was born. And that's all Jungmin could tell him because that's all the information he knew. Then the young man fell silent and mentally hoped that he hadn't crossed the line in his story, and that Eden wouldn't start to suspect him even more after that. Judging by his personality, he would definitely not believe that he is a character from a novel. But to his great surprise, Eden listened to him calmly and only said that in that case, this guy had nothing to do with Everton. Jungmin said that he really had nothing to do with this cult, but he was very surprised that Eden believed the story he told. Instead, Jungmin told him that he himself was going to stop Everton so that no one else would suffer in the world. Finally, Eden took the sword away from his neck and briefly said that he would believe him. But with Jungmin's current abilities, which are also questionable, it will not be so easy. But the guy knew this very well and trained all the time. Eden turned away from him and slowly began to walk away and finally told Jungmin to come to the tower soon. And then he came back with a kind of sinister smile on his face and said that he would change Jungmin's body from head to toe. Then the boy finally got home and Eden sat down to think about what he had heard from this stranger. And then this guy who was a deity also talked about the same thing, that is about novels. There were also 7 heroes there, and he told them to sign a contract and in turn he would make their stories real. According to the deity on Earth, their story became known as the Novel of the Age of Destruction. Eden continued to think that this guy had something to hide, but for some reason he wanted to believe Han Jungmin's words. One of the characters in the same novel said that she thinks she knows what Jungmin is hiding from them, and Eden was naturally interested to hear her version. Of course, all of this is still just a guess, and there is no reason to worry. But when she prays, she feels a similar energy coming from this guy named Jungmin. But Eden was only amused by these omissions because this guy was too weak for such a comparison, and he watched Jungmin's work with a smile. Maybe he was really too weak for now, but this kid could be the key they've been looking for so long. Meanwhile, the children were playing with Jungmin's friends, and were excited to see their old friend soon, as the young man said that Eden had even ordered him to come to practice. Actually, he didn't mind, because he knew that with the current powers he had, it would be impossible to defeat the Everton cult, so he decided to check on Saren and immediately head to the Swordmaster's tower. He wanted to rest at least a little bit, lying on the bed and closing his eyes, but he was prevented from doing so because someone started calling out to him again. Yuna came with Leia and showed her that she had braided her hair and again started saying that it looked cute. Jong-min said that her hairstyle really suited her, and he was very happy with how quickly his friends became friends with these children and found a common language with them. But there was one fact that bothered him, because Leia called Yuna her sister and he called her Mister, which was strange. But the girl said that he was already Mister. That's why he calls himself that. But this answer only made Jongmin madder. In the end, he heard nothing new for himself and decided to leave the situation as it was. He exhaled a sigh of relief and sat down on the bed, then spoke to his friend. He asked her how Saren was feeling, though, because he hadn't heard from her for a long time and had seen the state of her when he last saw her. It was hard for Yuna to talk about it herself, so she turned away and reluctantly said that Saren was now in a rehabilitation center for adventurers. Although her body has almost completely recovered, doctors said she could not see anyone yet. That is, almost no one was allowed in very rarely, and the girl said that he might also be allowed in for a few minutes. Of course, the guy decided to visit her and ask how she was feeling after that, and when he came to the hospital, the doctors allowed him to enter Serena's room for a while. He opened the door of the room and then saw her in her pajamas, standing next to the window looking up at the sky. Only when someone entered the room did she look around and recognize high school student Jong Min. He didn't come here empty-handed. He knew that the girl liked some drinks, so he brought a few with him, but she was a little uncomfortable and said that it was not necessary to buy anything. But the guy himself was uncomfortable with the fact that he had come so late, but of course Saren didn't hold it against him at all. On the contrary, she was very worried when she found out that he had disappeared unexpectedly. The younger one asked him if he was feeling okay after the incident, and he smiled and said that he felt just fine. But now he was more interested in whether she was feeling well, because what Yuna had told him was not a very comforting diagnosis. Although Saren tried to show that everything was fine and smiled earlier when he asked her directly about it, she could not help but say that she was very afraid. She seemed to be fine and would continue to live a full life. But her dream of being an adventurer and all her achievements seemed to be in vain now that she could no longer use mana. The doctor said it could never be fixed, that is, she would never really return to the ranks of the adventurers. Because without mana, she would have nothing to do there. Of course, she can graduate from the academy and become an analyst or find some other similar job, but her desire to be adventurous now makes little sense. This was not her dream at all, and at one point it came to an end after so many efforts and years of successful practice. Everything turned out to be in vain. Saren continued to cry because she had promised her boyfriend that she would become a great adventurer, and she was really on her way to doing that. But after what happened, she just couldn't keep her promise. The girl felt shattered after what the doctors told her, and Jung Min, who was sitting next to her, did not know what to say to her to calm her friend down a little. He was well aware of the feeling when your life's dream, which you confidently pursue, work extremely hard to achieve, and live this dream, is shattered into 100 pieces. He knew what pain tasted like better than anyone else, and now he was very uncomfortable that someone so close to him should experience the same thing he once did. Saren couldn't even look up at him. Couldn't even look at Jongmin, knowing that everything she had promised and dreamed about was burned away, and then the girl said she wanted to be alone. The guy said a short goodbye to her and left the room in a terrible mood after hearing what he had heard. He did not understand why everything had to turn out this way and not otherwise, and again blamed himself for what happened because it was still his romance. Of course, thanks to this story, he himself had a chance to become an adventurer. He had this unique skill that he finally learned to use and was able to return to the business he had been passionate about before. But because of his own affair with Serena, this opportunity disappeared. And now, according to the doctors, she will never be able to achieve the goal she was so confidently moving towards. And it was all his fault again. Because if it wasn't for this novel, if he hadn't written those damn pages, all this would have simply not happened. There would have been no legend with the Everton cult, and Saren would have continued her studies at the academy and followed her dream. But it happened that the heroes and monsters from his own story were released and gave him the skill he had been practicing for so long, but it ruined his life. The boy felt so depressed that he felt the same pain as his friend right now, because many people have already suffered since the Master Sword Tower appeared, and many more will have to be sacrificed. For a while he stood in the middle of the corridor, but then he came to his senses and told himself that he needed to get himself together, and that if he continued to think the way he was thinking, it would not lead to anything good either. Instead of continuing to blame himself, he wanted to start doing something to prevent anyone else from getting hurt because of him, and to do that, he needed to become stronger. as well as use the unique skill of immersion, as it should be done for the good and for the protection of those who are attacked by the Everton cult. Later, the guy came home and came up with a new plan, invented strategies, and said that he needed to take control of the current situation in order to control it. The children looked at him in surprise, thinking that he was studying, but Jack wanted to play because he was bored. But now he had no time for these two children, so he quickly picked them up, brought them something tasty, and sat them down in front of the TV, saying that they should watch Pokemon while he had to take care of one thing. Luckily, the kids were sitting quietly watching cartoons, and Jongmin seemed to realize how exhausted his parents were that day. Then he walked away from the children and opened his laptop. To begin with, he had one thing to do. He began to recall all the qualities that the great devil Satan from the Age of Destruction had been endowed with. He was indeed incredibly powerful, with a power level of 6, and this helped him recruit many people to his side at once, and even hundreds of experienced adventurers found it difficult to fight his forces. Those who followed his religion and actions were very few, and there were only 6 of them, and the guy already understood that in the near future he would probably have to fight all of them, and if that really happened, he would need to be incredibly strong to get out of there alive. And if he manages to defeat them and get through to the top 6, it won't be the end of the story either. The end will come only when he fights the mighty devil and only if he manages to defeat him. And then there was the apostle Amal, who met them in the cafe and through whom all this began. But he also remembered the moment when Amal was attacked by this shapeless demon and possessed by him, after which their powers were united. If Amal were really the one who served Satan, then the demons of lower rank would bow before him and obey him. In other and simpler words, this meant that Amal was not a true apostle, but a demon impostor. But real imitators of the devil were about to appear, and with his body as weak as it is now, he would not be able to fight not only demons of lower levels, but also to fight on foot. Of course, there is a way out in this situation, but it seems to be only one and very difficult. Or even scary because there is a suitable mentor for such a situation who will prepare him for a real fight against demons. But the young man thought about it a bit and realized that there was no time to do all this and that he had to act, not think. The boy decided that he was going to the Swordmaster's Tower right now and then turned to Jack and Leia because they also wanted to see Eden very much after all these years. Meanwhile, Professor Pom Chun was in his office at the association when someone knocked on his door. It was Rachel, who had come to visit him quite unexpectedly, but he was very happy to see her again. Also with her was a master of the Cross Assembly Guild named Ben, and Rachel's name was Han Soo-jin, but she asked not to be called that. Professor Ben didn't notice him at first and only later greeted him. Then the master made a joke, but on the background of this innocent joke, an argument broke out between them as soon as they could see each other, and even Rachel was ashamed of it. Eventually, they forgot about it, and the professor thanked her for coming to see him because he had heard that she was quite busy at the moment, and Pom Chun said that he was about to call her, and Rachel asked if it was serious because the master did not look very well. He needed to talk about something. The thing was that even when he used a small amount of mana, something terrible happened to his body. It really looked terrible, but there was a way to cure it, so she decided to do it right now. She had already emphasized this last time, but the damaged mana channel will never be fully restored. Rachel began to use her power to heal the master, saying that she would have to be patient for a while, and at the same time asked him why he needed to use so much mana. But he was now concerned with its use, and Pom Chun said that although it was painful, he could still use mana if necessary. A few more minutes passed, and Rachel completed the healing, after which they both breathed a sigh of relief, and Pom Chun exclaimed that they could start working again. However, the girl told him that he should be extremely careful with this now, because Pom Chun's Pana supply channel is more like a rusty pipe, and if he uses too much mana at once, it will get even worse. However, Pom Chun started waving his hand and said that everything was fine, and that he usually doesn't have to use so much mana, but this time it happened so it became necessary. Rachel had repeatedly emphasized that she was worried about this, but the master assured her that everything would be fine, and then mentioned that they had a new student. And then he started talking about Jungmin as a fastidious boy who suddenly disappeared and made everyone worry. And because of that, he didn't even get to say hello to his friend whom he had originally come to see. Then Ben asked if he liked him, but Pom Chun immediately brushed him off and denied the words. But then added that he was worth a look because this young man has a lot of strength, but he also hides a lot, so it will be interesting to uncover the secrets. He had already told Rachel so many good things about Jungmin, and she wanted to meet him herself as soon as possible. But then she remembered Saren, because the professor had mentioned her, telling her that her mana had been affected. Pom Chun immediately smiled and asked Rachel to visit her if she didn't mind, and she agreed. asking the hospital where Saren was currently being treated. She was very tired, and it was even worse when she remembered that the mana never came back because, despite the doctor's predictions, she tried to restore everything. Saren even thought that there was no point in fighting, and it was better to just give up in this situation. But the doctor told her not to be so disappointed. She promised her patient to find some other way to restore mana to at least some percentage, seeing how much the girl was suffering. She came up to Serena, putting her hands on her shoulders and telling her that everything would be fine if she just waited a little longer. While the adventurer was almost crying, realizing that her dream was disappearing before her eyes, the doctor continued to hug her and added that Saren could rely on her and they would figure something out together. And the Everton cult continued to create marks and prepare for the biggest battle to come. However, this time, things did not go as smoothly and easily as they would have liked, and they had to make a lot of effort. When one of the participants barely stood up and looked up, he immediately saw the angry face of his mentor, who called the whole team a bunch of losers who were unable to cope with the problems. They begged the priest to save them and assured him that this time he would definitely succeed. Others begged for a last chance, but the priest was only angry at these words because he had already given so many chances and allowed everything to be fixed. He was furious that they even dared to ask him for something like that. In the end, he simply destroyed the man who begged for mercy by striking him only once. The priest himself did not know why this group failed because the task was easy. The girl picked up a thing and said in a thoughtful voice that she had the same opinion as the priest, because the work the team was assigned was not that difficult. Although the demon was of low rank, she did not think that this demon could be defeated so easily. The priest angrily said that it was all because the task was entrusted to the wrong people, and he himself had been saying for a long time that it was time to intervene, but no one believed him. They tried to come to some kind of agreement together, but the girl said that she would not be able to deal with such small matters, but this made him very angry. Eventually, the man calmed down and breathed a sigh of relief, adding that he would raze the place to the ground anyway. The girl turned away and walked away, and on the other hand, she wasn't going to dissuade him from doing so, because they didn't need this place anyway now. The priest gathered all his strength in his fist and was about to really destroy the room. Soon enough, the fire spread over him, and the girl, who had already gone far enough away, just sighed softly, saying that he was making a lot of noise, as always. But as soon as they finish what they are preparing now, they need to move on to the next task. The preparations were very serious, and the demons were preparing every day to finally catch the 8th hero and destroy him, putting an end to it. Meanwhile, Leah and Jack, along with Jongmin, finally found themselves next to the tower. Even then, the children were staring at the tall structure with admiration, their eyes sparkling. The brother and sister stopped for a moment as if looking for Eden, and then asked the older one if they were sure to meet him here. And Leia added that there was not even a door, so she did not know how to enter. But Jongmin reassured them and said they shouldn't worry about it, but then he wondered if the children would be able to enter in human form. Since Jongmin didn't want to risk leaving them alone, the young man asked Leia and Jack to change for a while until they entered the tower. Jack turned into an exact copy of Tamin and Leia into a pink-haired girl, and it seems now that the children were very pleased that they managed to do it. Both of them became idols that they saw on TV, and Jack looked at his sister admiringly, but Jongmin came closer thinking how to tell them that they did not do the right thing. Eventually, the young man smiled and asked them both if they could become objects for a while, like a bracelet or a ring, although this surprised Leah and Jack. Leah said that Eden wouldn't recognize them in the list of ordinary accessories, but Youngman added that if they went inside as the idols they had turned into, he wouldn't know who they really were either. In the end, none of this mattered, because it was time to enter the tower, so the young man walked closer and touched the building. They were able to enter without any difficulty, because as soon as the young man touched the tower, it immediately transported them to the right place. Of course, the children were very surprised to see a completely different place and began to look at everything around them with enthusiasm. Jungmin told them that they were already inside, but he had no idea what floor the tower had thrown them all to, because at the same time it looked like the ground floor, but something seemed to have changed. While they were looking around and Jongmin was trying to figure out where to go next, they heard a voice behind them and turned to see Eden. He immediately called Jack and Leah to him, and the children quickly flew straight to him. Eden himself smiled as he asked them how they had been living all this time since they had been separated. The two of them had been waiting for this meeting for so long and wanted to finally see him again so badly that it was hard to hold back the tears. Soon Leah and Jack turned into children again and ran to him in his arms. The two of them almost knocked him off his feet. But now they were really happy because they finally saw someone so close to them again. They missed him a lot, And finally, when they let him go, they continued to cry, and these tears were simply impossible to stop. The older man also hugged them and smiled. After all, he missed them himself, despite all that had happened long ago. And Jungmin was content to look at them all without looking up. And only after a few minutes, Aiden looked up at him and told him not to watch them with the look of a pervert. Then Eden said that it was time to start training and at the same time asked why the boy was gone for so long, because he thought he had run away somewhere and would not come at all. But Jungmin smiled slightly and said that he was fully prepared for this hellish training. The brother and sister were quite tired, so they went to sleep outdoors under a tree in the shade, while Jungmin and Eden moved away to finally start their training. The young man was faced with a serious high-level task, and it was to receive recognition from the sword that cuts through the horizon. But for Eden to recognize his powers, he would have to try so hard that he was afraid to even imagine it. But then Jungmin asked how they would train. Jungmin remembered that Dare had made Eden train over and over again, so Jungmin thought that this time he would do physical training first. While the young man was thinking about all this and trying to at least roughly imagine the scope of the work, Eden called him over. Jungmin stood next to the character, and he didn't even ask anything. Eden himself pointed off into the distance and said that's where they would train. Jungmin didn't understand exactly where he was pointing and asked again, but then the character from his novel smiled and pointed down, saying that Jungmin's task would be there. He was only more frightened by this, and Jungmin looked down to where he was pointing. Both of them were standing in front of a large split, and below was only a deep abyss with large rocks on the slopes, so the guy did not want to go down there at all. At first, Jungmin did not believe that Eden was serious, but he was not joking and crossed his arms over his chest, asking what he was looking at if he could not see it. Eden came closer with a smile and pointed his finger down again, telling the young man to jump right in. I was so sad that this is Jungmin's novel, but it is he who has to suffer. Although when I remembered that I wrote about Eden's suffering, I immediately thought that it was some kind of karma. Then he came even closer and said that it was time and gave him 1 week to get out of there, and if he didn't, it was a lost cause, and Jungmin would stay there until he met his end. Of course, the young man did not expect such a setup, and when he flew down, he could only verbally show his indignation, but it was really too insidious. When the young man had already fallen down, and there was water there, he started shouting from below that Eden was crazy for allowing himself to do such a thing, and then added that when he came back, he would kill him. Jungmin barely makes it to land, wondering what's wrong with Eden's character, even though he created him that way and now he has to pay for it. Finally, there was ground under his feet, and Jungmin took off his jacket, trying to squeeze the water out of it so that it would dry faster. This was the place where Derry trained Eden as a child, and they spent a lot of time in this big canyon. This is a place that is not so easy for people to get to, but it is incredibly beautiful and full of natural mana. But despite all this, it was not the best side for him, because this canyon is also full of evil monsters that hide in the bushes and come out at night to hunt for their dinner. For Eden, who knew nothing at all back then, this place looked more like a living hell where it would be incredibly difficult to survive. But for himself, Jungmin saw it as a great opportunity to prove himself and improve his skills by improving himself. After all, he has a whole week to get out of here. Although looking at everything, Jungmin thought that might be too long. Even 3 days would have been enough to complete the task Eden had given him, so the young man happily jumped forward to find something useful in the thicket. Meanwhile, Eden himself was still standing on the edge of the cliff, looking down as if trying to see somewhere there Jungmin, whom he had thrown off. He fell into this abyss quite well, but only now he wondered if he had survived at all after that. But looking down, he felt a chill run down his spine as he remembered the years before, when he was down there and the wizard made him train harder and harder every day. It gave me goosebumps, and at the time Eden himself thought that he would not be able to stand it all, and only now he is laughing at those thoughts. Then Dari also pushed him down and then stood there laughing at him and emphasizing once again that the mana was too strong and Eden's body would not be able to take it. At that time, the girl also told him that the best option for them now would be to pump up his physical fitness and then work on mana energy. He remembered all those words of Dare's again, and then he got goosebumps, even though so many years had passed. But Eden could not forget it all. The guy knew that it would be very difficult for Jungmin because everything here is far from the ground floor, but if he wants to fight his enemies, he has to go through this stage. It's worth going through this hell to improve your powers. But in fact, Jungmin felt great there and was looking for some flowers. Finally, he managed to find the desired plant, and it was a burgundy flower that grows only on braided fiber that is 70 years old. The flower and fruit were very rare, and in case of constant consumption, mana would increase to a high level. A mana supply channel was also accelerated. This fruit was very different from the roots of the braided fiber sprouts that Jungmin was eating on the first floor of the tower. And then the young man put a small fruit in his mouth and felt an incredible taste because it was very sweet. And it would be even better if you then pull out the roots, and then it will be a pleasure to eat these fruits. In addition, inside those very roots was something very precious that very few people knew about. There were larvae of the red-haired butterfly, and they parasitized these plants and absorbed mana. So when they are consumed, they can strengthen the circulation of mana and effectively act on the mana supply channel, but they also contained neurotoxins. As disgusting as it was, Jungmin was going to eat them too, all in the name of becoming stronger and achieving his own goal. Soon Jungmin started picking all the fruit from the burgundy flowers, and the harvest was very good, so he had to work hard. It was only at night that the young man sat down next to the fire and began to cook, because if you roast this animal well, the neurotoxin will disappear almost completely. While the meat was cooking on the fire, Jungmin decided to increase his mana level with sweet fruits, and each time his energy increased. At the same time, the system screen suddenly appeared in front of him, and he read what was written. Jungmin knew that before, with too much mana, his body would simply not have withstood such pressure. But it is thanks to the hero's mana skill that you can raise its level almost without any problems. In the novel, Eden had to spend a lot of time and effort to increase his mana because he didn't have this skill, and Jungmin was already mentally thanking him for this wonderful opportunity. But now it was his turn to eat the meat he had cooked on the fire, but the young man did not want to do it at all, even though he convinced me that as soon as he swallowed it, he would become stronger. Jungmin was reluctant to eat this disgusting food, but eventually gave in and continued to think that it would help in the future, so he did it. The larvae tasted really disgusting, but they increase mana levels and are a good source of protein and can be eaten quickly. It tasted vaguely like shrimp, and I can at least thank him for that. In addition, the mana channel became stronger after the young man made such sacrifices. The boy continued to eat calmly, trying not to think about what he was putting in his mouth, when suddenly someone's hungry eyes and sharp teeth appeared behind him, emerging from the darkness of the forest. It was a giant bear that attacked Jungmin, and so he had to be distracted from eating. Apparently, this large animal came here by smell, and it was not an ordinary bear, but a fighting bear, and its attacks were very dangerous. The boy was angry that his meal was interrupted, but when the bear rushed at him, the boy started to run away himself. Only later, after successfully dodging and hitting it several times, did Jungmin manage to overcome this large animal, and soon he was standing happily next to the body and his performance improved. It would seem that this would be the end of it, and he would eat in peace. But in a few minutes, the hero was attacked by a pack of silver wolves from all sides and had to fight back again. During the meeting in the training room, these wolves were approximately at the S level, so the young man already knew how to defeat them and was confident in his own abilities. Recently, he managed to defeat an iron wolf that was at rank B, so these items shouldn't be difficult to deal with. It seems that the time to stretch your muscles has come, because your mana has already risen to a fairly high level. While the young man was fighting the silver wolves, the Everton cult was already preparing for the sacrifice, for it was the same day that the world flower bloomed. This is the same plant that blooms once a year, and the girl was fascinated by this flower on the table. Everyone was in the meeting and discussed how they would proceed, and whether they would finally be able to fight the way they wanted to from the beginning. And they were given the go-ahead because in 3 days Everton were going to destroy the city and start implementing their plan. In the end, they must not be allowed to fail, and they have been preparing for this day for a very long time, and a lot of effort has been put into it. The girl smiled and said that there was no need to worry and that everything would go well. The participants prepared absolutely everything to catch the 8th hero, except for the one where this father of all adventurers and Pom Chun could become a bigger obstacle for them. However, the guy said that he would deal with this old man on his own and let the others do the main task. It had been so long since he had seen his old friend that it was worth meeting him face to face. At this pace, several days passed and Everton continued to prepare for their mission, while Jungmin survived in the canyon, gaining strength and continuing to collect the fruits of the burgundy plants. He had to face and fight some monsters from time to time, but it was not a difficult task, and Jungmin managed it quickly and easily. This only helped him improve and enhance his own performance. It took only a few minutes for the young man to overcome the beasts again, and this time it seemed that this area was definitely finished, and there was not a single beast left. He had already eaten all the fruits of the fiber, so there was nothing more to do here, and Jungmin decided it was time to leave. But since he was already lucky enough to be here, Jungmin decided to take away everything from this place that might be useful to him in the future. Standing in the middle of the forest, the young man used the skill of the academy to identify the things he might need. But now he could search the entire canyon, and the place turned out to be even closer than he thought. And as Eden said, he could get lucky even if he searched only one mountain. Jongmin's eyes lit up when he thought about what he might find there, so he wanted to start his search as soon as possible. The mountain was really quite high, so it took a long time to climb up and it turned out to be a bit more difficult. The young man tried to focus on what he wanted to find and was sure that he would soon get to what he wanted. He climbed a few more meters, but soon saw what he was looking for, so he just had to get there. This is a great result, and if you use a little mana, you can direct it between the stones and get everything out. It sounded simple enough in words, but it turned out to be much more complicated. The guy had to spend a lot of time and effort to get what he wanted. Now the young man was feeling the same way as Eden once did because it was very hard, and at one point Jungmin thought that it was the end, and he would not survive. It was really not easy, but now I could reap the rewards because I had reached the right point and would be able to take what I needed. Very soon the boy looked inside this cave and saw what he had come here for. Jungmin stepped to the ground and picked up one crystal in his hands, and it turned out that they were heavier and larger than he had thought. They may have looked like ordinary shiny gems, but in fact, this thing is much more valuable than that because he was holding the stones of mana. And one can achieve tremendous energy by channeling the user's mana into this windstone. In addition, it will be possible to use more diverse possibilities of this stone if you try and pour more energy into it. Jungmin already knew what he was going to use them for. With the help of these stones, he would be able to climb up out of this canyon very quickly and effortlessly. In the end, the guy did what he was going to do, but the result was a little different than he originally thought because he almost didn't succeed. It was still too early to use them in the way he wanted to, because it would be better to work on these stones as artifacts first, and then they could be used properly. If it was not possible to fulfill this plan, Jungmin simply decided to take all the stones upstairs with him and figure out how they worked later. He just stumbled upon a gold mine because if you take all this stuff with you, you can do so many things with it. A few hours later, morning came and the children were still asleep, and Eden covered them with his cloak only to wake up when he looked at them both. Leah and Jack slept long and soundly, but he decided not to wake them and let them rest. Jungmin finally made it to the top. He spent several days in the canyon, and when he came out, he immediately shouted that he had made it and raised his hands in the air. Only after that did the guy open his eyes and say in a quieter voice that it was incredibly hard and he barely got out of there, and he didn't even believe he could do it. But the harvest was incredibly good, and even the bastion was found there, so Jungmin was 100% satisfied with his work, despite the fact that he had to put in a lot of effort. While the boy was recalling all the things he had done there in the canyon, Eden came up to him and praised him with a slight smile. In the end, Jungmin completed the task in just 4 days, although Eden thought it would take him the whole week, but the writer later added that he had mastered spending 3 days at first. But Eden didn't listen to his words at all. He looked at Jungmin closely and realized that even with the naked eye, he could see how much the boy's mana had grown over the past few days of training. And somehow he managed to get out of the canyon faster. So Jungmin took out the wooden sword that belonged to Eden. Then the boy threw the weapon at him, saying that they would spar in the remaining time. Of course, Eden didn't mind, but Jungmin's confidence amused him, so he decided to show his strength. Jungmin only now realized that he had gone a little overboard and said it too confidently, but he was speaking out of emotion. But in terms of physical skills, he managed to reach almost the same level as Eden, but Jungmin still can't stop Everton in his current state. And that's because he doesn't have enough experience in real fights, and will have to train with someone before he can fight this cult. He really gained more confidence in himself because Jungmin told Eden to quickly take a fighting stance and start because he was ready for the fight. Eden twisted it so that Jungmin told him that without experience, he would have lost to Everton's players then. The excitement in this guy's eyes woke up immediately, so I told him that I would show him how experienced I was, even if I didn't take into account the many real battles I had participated in. He was able to split a mountain in half without much effort when he was a teenager, and he won't have to try too hard to do the same to the enemy. Except that he managed to do it with a wooden sword. And after Eden started to advance sharply, Jungmin thought about his words. He was too fast and seemed to think it was a real fight because he almost wounded Jungmin with his sword several times until he retreated. Only then did Eden stop, throwing the sword over his shoulder, but the young man had said he wanted to become stronger and time had challenged him. Then a character from the novel encouraged him to fight for a while, saying that he would even give in if necessary. In the end, Jungmin got angry, but Adan is right, because if he was serious, he would have already dealt with him like he did with that mountain. But you can be sure that Eden will not do it, so you should not worry about your own life, and it is better to just train hard. Although Jungmin attacked him sharply and moved quickly, his opponent in this fight easily dodged, and it was hardly even a warm-up. Eden hasn't attacked him yet, but Jungmin hasn't been able to sleep on him once, and it's been depressing. Now, the young man didn't look as confident as he did at the beginning when he challenged him, and Jungmin was only thinking about how to hit Eden at least once, and that would be a victory. This went on for a while, but at some point the red-eyed man caught the sword and stopped Jungmin, saying that he thought he was stronger. But if so, why was he still so clumsy and weak? Of course, the young man was not pleased with these words at all, and he almost fell over after hearing them. However, he really thinks all the time about how to become stronger and improve his skills, but nothing works. So after Eden's words, Jungmin told him to answer himself if he was so smart. Then Eden waved his sword and said that Jungmin should meet his end if he wants to become stronger than he is now. The boy was thrown into a tree trunk and hit hard on his back. The tree fell back while Jungmin was barely coming to. Eden slowly came closer and added, "Every time a person stands on the edge and crosses that gap, he becomes stronger." Jungmin only partially heard what he said, but he only thought that Eden was crazy because he had just almost killed him alive. Then Eden began the Battle of Hell, a test of great difficulty, and he will have to hold out against the sword that cuts through the horizon for an hour, and if he loses, he will end his life here. Eden came closer to the boy, swinging his sword at him again, and saying that this hour would indeed be hellish for Jungmin. Meanwhile, in the hospital where Saren was staying, the restrictions continued, and a doctor came to her room asking her how she was feeling today. According to all the latest recordings, she realized that the girl was no longer dizzy and was supposedly on the mend. The doctor smiled and said that this would be the last checkup, as she had said before, and then after it was over, she would have to take Serena's blood for analysis. Of course, the girl said she agreed, and she had no choice, so the doctor decided to start the medical examination right away. Meanwhile, the match between Eden and Jungmin continued, and it was already the 7th round. Perhaps this is why the writer of Changes adapted a little, and at least did not look so helpless. The young man gradually began to distinguish and recognize Eden's attacks, but he did not know how much longer he would have to hold out. Although he trained and improved his skills, he began to feel weak and tired, but he could not give up right now. Eden allegedly began to say that he was giving up too early and that if he wanted to become better, he had to be more resilient. And when Jungmin started dodging, he laughed, attributing it to the fact that he was so desperate to survive that he didn't even attack. This fight was really real, and Eden was not going to give in to him too much, and started attacking even more actively at the end. This blow must have been the decisive one, because Jungmin didn't dodge it. He just put up his sword to defend himself, and Eden hit him. Jungmin's hopes were shattered along with his weapon, and at that moment he could not even think about what might happen to him now, and he was left completely unprotected in the hellish struggle. The young man started waving his hand and shouting for a timeout because he was worried for his life. But then Eden pushed his body to the ground with his foot, and that's when Jungmin started to really worry about his life. Eden pointed his sword directly at the guy, and with a devilish smile said that there can be no timeout during a hellish fight, and was ready to lower his weapon. At the moment when the tip of the blade was already a few millimeters away from Jungmin's face, the time for the fight ran out, and a screen appeared on the side, announcing the end of the battle. Only then did the young man lie down on the ground with relief and exhale, and he was just lucky because, as Eden said, he could have destroyed him this time as one of his former enemies. As the young man lay there trying to regain his breath, the swordsman challenged Jungmin to drink the recovery potion, as she was about to enter the 8th round. But the young man stood up, begging for rest. While they were fighting in the association, they continued to try to find out all possible information, because at the moment they only knew that the terrorist attack was organized by adventurers who still belonged to the army, and the location was the town of Darren, where more than 6 people were killed. And the whereabouts of those 16 adventurers were not yet known. Pom Chun was trying to put something together and understand why it was all organized, but so far she knew nothing about the association. So far, they only know that an Everton sign appeared at the site of the attack, and they have just started to investigate it by sending a special team. Detailed checks were being conducted to establish the exact number of terrorists, and it was also assumed that the leader could be a first-generation adventurer. Professor Pom Chun began to read more about everything written in this document, and came across the name of one of the adventurers, Kim Dae-ho. Listening to his mentee and reading all this, Pom Chun froze in his tracks because he knew the name so well. They continued talking when suddenly, without knocking, another employee of the association came into the director's office. Pomchun immediately asked him what had happened, that he was running to him so fast and out of breath, and the assistant tried to explain everything in choppy words. The thing was that a new tower had just appeared in the place of Darren, and the adventurers already knew its name. It was called the Tower of the Transformed Hero, and the whole building was dark with lights illuminating it here and there. Soon after, Professor Pom Chun set out with his team to search for Kim Dae-ho, but the search was to last a long time, as he was informed that no one had been found and that they could not even find a trace. But almost a whole day has passed, and it's strange that they haven't found any clues or traces of mana yet. But at that moment, the assistant said that the only assumption was that Kim Dae-ho was hiding in this tower. Later, they also reported that there were footprints leading to the tower and showing that Kim Dae-ho had entered it, but no traces of his exit were found. So the priority is now to protect the entrance. If his old friend is really inside and all these nuances are put together, then the only option left is that this tower is very closely connected to Everton. In the end, the adventurer was unable to stay inside the tower all the time. So Professor Pom Chun ordered the entire team to stand next to the building and guard it so that Kim Dae-ho could be captured at any time. And as soon as they notice his presence, they have to make every effort to capture the adventurer because Kim's strongest point is one-on-one combat. Taemin took this into consideration as he continued to listen to all the captain's orders regarding their mission. Then the team leader said he had to go and ordered the others to report everything, even minor things. After the conversation, Taeming decided to take the professor to the operations office. While Pom Chun and his assistant went to the office, Kim Dae-ho continued to do his job. One boy was trapped in his trap and had just come to his senses, but was already chained to the adventurer's chains. He was biting his lips in pain as Kim Dae-ho silently watched him suffer. At the same time, the boy did not even try to get out of the trap, having no strength. He said absolutely nothing to him and spoke only a few seconds later, saying that the mana had already been almost completely absorbed. The guy no longer had the strength to even talk, and his whole body began to tremble even more with each passing minute. And finally, only with the last of his strength, he began to beg for mercy because he had small children and a family. But Kim Dae-ho was completely indifferent to this and ordered him to shut up immediately. They were interrupted by the arrival of a priest who immediately began to express his dissatisfaction because he asked Kim Dae-ho to leave at least a few people behind, and he had already killed them all. He wanted to conduct his own experiment to understand how long it takes to beat the adventurer until he passes out, but otherwise no fun. However, Kim Dae-ho took all this talk of fun as childish games and told the younger man that everything that was happening now was not a joke. But he replied that Kim Dae-ho had better stop thinking that he, like these people, was an adventurer, because otherwise, sooner or later, he would be in the place of the test subject. In fact, he did not like these statements, and the elder considered this demon to be very impudent. In a matter of seconds, something happened that this priest did not expect. Something appeared from the ground and it resembled someone's hands, but it was an incomprehensible substance that grabbed him very tightly. Later on, it really began to resemble hands, and the priest again asked Kim Dae-ho in a disgruntled voice what he wanted from him and why he wouldn't let go. And this skill was also very powerful because no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't get out and even lost the ability to move. Then the guy found himself in a completely hopeless situation because Kim Dae-ho put his gun forward and added that he didn't care who he was going to kill. He knelt down while the adventurer ordered him to think about this behavior, because if he continued to interfere with the plans, he would quickly take his life. It could have ended worse, but the same doctor put her hand on the gun and ordered Kim Dae-ho to calm down. After all, what are they going to do if they start fighting each other and there are not enough hands? So they need to think about more than petty insults within the clan. Eventually, the adventurer cooled down a bit, and the girl looked at the man chained to the chains and then sighed heavily, saying that she didn't think she would win this time. In fact, it's good that they can experiment on previously caught adventurers in advance. But no matter how much mana they collect, the gate still won't be able to be opened. As they expected, this requires the mana of the 8th hero, which will open this portal. The girl wondered where the boy could have gone, because now is the perfect time to catch him because Jongmin hadn't woken up yet. She said this without thinking because the priest and Kim Dae-ho were sure that they already had the 8th hero, but then they find out the opposite. In the end, the priest himself said that it had long been clear that this would happen, but this only made him angrier. Then she told him to try to find him himself if he was so smart, because she knew that all of Youngmin's friends also said that there was no news from him, and it was very unfair. Then Kim Dae-ho turned away from them and said that they should catch Pom Chun, and if they succeeded, they could finish the plan without the eighth hero, because the old man's mana would be enough to open the gate. It is his huge amount of mana that proves that the professor is the ultimate adventurer. But this path would also be difficult, and she doubted whether it was worth changing their mission at all. In addition, they will not be able to get past the adventurers around the tower who are also guarding Pamchun, because global battles must be avoided under any circumstances. But Kim Dae-ho came up with something else, and said that they could simply lure Professor Pamchun to the gate and he would catch him there himself. The girl sighed and said that they would do so, even though it was not the original plan, but it seemed the best option at the moment, but added that they would wait until tomorrow and then act. And maybe by tomorrow the eighth hero will appear and we will be able to accomplish our plans. At the same time, another guy entered the large hall, and with some irony, the girl said that the hero who had been transformed was here just in time. It was Corgitas, and then he came closer, where they bowed to him. The guy behaved quite calmly, but asked in a dissatisfied tone why they had collected so little mana in all this time. Kim Dae-ho apologized, and explained that the process was currently being delayed because they were unable to find the eighth hero's whereabouts. And then he said that he was going to personally catch Pamchun, and Corgitas only said that this time he would not let him down. After all, tomorrow absolutely everything has to be perfect, and we can't afford to fail in any way. When I looked down, I saw that there were so many people here that they looked like an annoying flock of flies. And he himself could not wait to finally leave the damn tower and get out. Eden and his student continued to struggle, and for an hour in a row he trained him, even though it was giving some results. Jungmin gradually began to memorize Eden's techniques, and it became easier because he could at least sometimes anticipate his actions and dodge or find time to attack. It was really hard, but Jungmin was beginning to keep up with the swordsman's attack speed. At that moment, Eden stopped and asked if the boy was sure he was okay, because he hadn't slept for more than 2 days and was actively training, and he was worried about Jungmin. But the young man said that he still had a potion of restoration, so everything was fine and he could continue. He drank it all very quickly and threw away another bottle in the ground, saying that he was ready to start training again. Eden smiled, noticing that he was a good bluffer, but he really thought that Jungmin should take a break for a couple of hours. After all, he had been on his feet for a long time. But the young man didn't want to waste any more time because he knew that every minute counted and he needed to gain strength and become more perfect as soon as possible. All the previous times he had received more than one blow to the body from Eden, but this time he promised that he would defend himself against all his attacks. Although Jungmin had a lot of perseverance, he was actually inferior in strength to his teacher, and Eden began to attack sharply from the front. In addition, the young man noticed that Eden had beaten him with this pattern about 100 times, and it still worked. Although Jungmin had been losing all along, he was now going to withstand Eden's attack and fend off his blows. However, nothing happened anyway, and in a few minutes Eden happily came closer and, as if mocking, said that he had won again. But immediately Jungmin ran away from him, pushing him away, and it even made Eden a little angry and brought back his desire to show the guy who was in charge. Eden came closer, looking at Jungmin with excitement, and again urged him to attack, and apparently the main character of the novel was saying this in him, and his character is not a gift. Although Eden did not show it, he did not expect such a breakthrough and did not calculate all this. Although Jungmin has grown significantly with the help of his hero mana skill and it made the task very easy, the speed of this guy's development is too fast. However, the character still called him to the next stage, but added that before that they would fight one more round, and although at first Jungmin exclaimed with joy, the words about another round did not please him. In general, Eden didn't care about it. He just told the idiot to talk less, and they would do as he said anyway. Now Jungmin continued to regret the choice of character for the main character of his story, because it was really not easy to communicate with him in reality. A few more hours passed, and Leia and Jack finally woke up, picking up wooden swords. The children began to play with each other, and Eden continued to teach Jungmin. By now they had warmed up, and now it was time to tell the boy about his new skill, so the swordsman began to tell him. Although all that was going through Jungmin's mind was that it couldn't be called a warm-up in any way, because Eden had just taken out all his anger on him. They've already turned Jungmin from someone who doesn't know what he is into a normal person, and now they need to do everything properly. And of course, Jungmin was hurt a little by these offensive words. Eventually, Eden began to talk about the skill itself, adding that there was no point in teaching Jungmin the skills he had because he had his own sword techniques. And Jungmin also has his own techniques, and in general, at the end, Eden said that it is not necessary to always use the sword, At this point, they need to create a uniform that fits the boy perfectly, and Eden told Jongmin to think of it as a process of putting on the things that fit him best. The idea for the form came from his own novel, and Jongmin came up with the idea to create it himself. He created this concept to make up for the lack of his own unique skill, because this unique skill could not be awakened in every person, but only in a select few. At the same time, the skill of the form depended only on how diligently and tirelessly the character would train. And this meant that the skill developed along with the character's talent, character, and mana. Then Eden admitted that he didn't know if he was using the shape skill or just mana. He was just trying to find the most effective way to destroy all the enemies at once. In the end, he decided that he would show everything in action rather than just talk about it in words. His shape was a cut, and Eden showed him how to use this skill. Roughly speaking, this was exactly what he meant, and Jongmin looked at him intently. He created this character and knew what he could do, but seeing it in reality, Jongmin was really surprised. And even though the story was written by him, it was a real cheat. Edan was so good at his powers that Jongmin couldn't even think about it. Eden said that even though he knew about the novel, everyone's form would be completely different, so it didn't really matter. This is the same as the miracle of Prina or the probability of Wraith, which Jong also wrote about in the story. For them, these forms are the most suitable, so Jongmin must create the form that is ideal for himself. Eden wanted to teach him everything he knew and wanted to help open up Jongmin's possibilities, so he began to tell him more about the boy's skills. He also added that the form suitable for him will depend entirely on the nature of his personal belongings, because this is the design that works. In the end, Eden told us enough about the skill, so he said that they would finish and let Jongmin worry as much as he wanted because he was just resting. Of course, the young man was very pleased to learn and master a new skill, so he decided not to put it off for long. The next day came, and the 8th hero did not appear, and this was a great tragedy for the Everton cult, and today was such an important day that this situation could not spoil. The participants had been preparing so hard, but she was talking too much, and it would do no good now. Since today is the day when the flower blooms, and there is no time to wait any longer, Korgidas ordered us to start right away to avoid wasting time, and Kim Dae-ho added that if they catch Professor Pam-chun, his energy will be enough to create the gates of the world flower. So first they should remove the old man from the others, and the assistants from the association will come later to rescue their leader. When the search for Pam-chun began, Kim Dae-ho wanted to move the professor's mana into the gate and finally perform the ritual of summoning the great devil. The priest jumped out of his seat, saying that it was better to start right away because you could go crazy with boredom. However, they could not do anything because they had to act according to Kim Dae-ho's plan, and no one could disobey his decision. Then the girl started to wake up Yeonza, who had fallen asleep, and then she added that they decided to use the world flower effect in the town hall of Darren, so she needed to stop time around the tower. Of course, Jens didn't like it because she just wanted to sleep, so she asked for at least 10 more minutes of peace. But the girl didn't like it and hit Yeonza on the head, shouting at him to get up and get busy. However, this did not help her either, because Yeonsu was very sleepy, so she suggested that the others just leave very quietly so that no one would see and let her rest at last. It took a few minutes to wake the girl up, even though she didn't look like she was going to do anything. Kim Dae-ho approached her with a peace flower in his hands and said that it was absolutely impossible for anyone to see them leaving the tower. Yeonsu sighed heavily and tiredly, closing her eyes again, and said that she could help, but the number of adventurers was so large that it would be difficult to hide. In the end, Yeonsu will not be able to stop the time of all these people near the tower for a long time. He will only be able to stop them for 1 minute. Of course, this is very little, but Kim Dae-ho said that it will be enough for now if everything is done quickly and according to plan. Only then did Yeonsu agree to begin her spell, but she did not even open her eyes. In the end, she used the skill to stop time around all the adventurers standing outside. They only had to wait a few seconds, and Yeonsu started to stop time, and then the team left the tower, passing the adventurers unnoticed. Everton left the tower, led by Kim Dae-jo, who was holding a flower as they walked forward to look around. As always, it was very interesting and fun to watch, but the girl shouted to him that there was not much time, so it was better to leave this place quickly and not stop. Eventually, the whole team entered the portal when the minute was almost over and Yeonsu's spell began to dissipate. When the time went back, everyone started moving again. But because of the stop, one of the team members dropped the medicine, which led to him being chased away immediately. This guy didn't understand what had just happened, but he knew that he felt some kind of dissonance. Eventually, everything quieted down, and the adventurers continued to defend the tower, unaware that the Everton cult had just successfully secretly left it. The association continued to work and everyone stayed in their places until the adventurers began to notice that something strange was happening to one of the group. The guy was getting worse and worse, and he was barely able to stand on his feet. And then he said the name of the cult Everton in a quiet and tired voice. In the end, this young man just collapsed and fainted, after which others immediately ran to him and ordered him to call an ambulance immediately. When the adventurers took up the phone to call for medical help, something stopped it this time. Out of fear, people began to run away from the place where the guy was lying, and immediately after that, a portal appeared from which a monster came out and began to attack them. Chaos spread very quickly throughout the area, and more than one monster managed to get out of the Poroth and attack the adventurers who were nearby. And now it was Everton's turn to enter the fray, and all the necessary monsters were already at large, so all that was left was to try to execute the plan to win the fight. Kim Dae-ho ordered everyone to fight to the end, and allowed them to have as much fun as their hearts desire, and let no one hold back today. The adventurers, like ordinary people, were alarmed and were going to focus on those creatures, but they did not expect that there would be another reason. Eventually, all the cult members began to follow the orders of their leader, Dae-ho, and decided to pay back their enemies in full. The army of the years was large, and they were released with orders to attack all the people they came across. Meanwhile, Professor Pom Chun was sitting quietly in his office, drinking coffee and reading documents. Of course, he noticed how quiet everything was around him, and eventually it began to disturb him. He looked at the paper and read that there were still no changes to the tower, and then tried to figure out what Kim Dae-ho was up to. Everything was very quiet indeed until an excited Rachel entered the principal's office and immediately went to Pom Chun's desk. She ignored his question because she had come here with urgent news because she had just received new information about the tower in Darren. But first, Rachel asked if it was true that the tower was somehow connected to the incident of the disappearance of the adventurers. The professor looked quite calm and seemed to ignore Rachel's agitated behavior, and then said that the disappearance of a group of people might be related to the tower. Rachel was speechless for a few seconds, and she was annoyed by Pom Chun's calmness, and she said that they were just wasting time and needed to explore the tower from the inside as soon as possible. But the professor explained that the abilities of the person hiding in the tower are quite strong, and they do not know what can happen inside, so it would be a mistake to enter so lightly. Then Ben came into the office and immediately said that they would cooperate with the association and asked to report any changes, because among the missing adventurers were those who were connected to them. Pom Chun then handed over a document with a report that said he was a suspected thief and was one of the first generation of adventurers. She and Rachel both looked at the documents in a hurry, and when she saw Kim Dae-ho's name, she was surprised because she knew he was an old friend of Professor Pom Chun. In the end, the adventurers, who belonged to the clan and were members of the Darren community, were attacked and 16 of them went missing. Traces of the battle were visible, so we should assume that they were taken by surprise, and on the same day a new tower appeared and the traces of mana broke off just in its vicinity. Even though the thief is hiding in the tower, he can't stay there all the time, which is why the leader didn't tell his team to surround the tower and keep a close eye on everything that happens there. Rachel and Ben immediately said that they would help with the case and were about to leave the office when the door suddenly opened. From the borders of the association's premises, all three heard very loud sounds, as if a large-scale fight was taking place there. Of course, they were not going to sit still and decided to go check out what was going on, so they went there right away. As soon as they looked out the windows, they saw that the whole sky was covered with monsters that had escaped into the real world from myths. There were more and more dragons and other creatures, and before we knew it, it seemed too late. Kim Dae-ho stood with a flower in his hands, watching everything Everton had set free, and it was only a matter of time before they could turn their plan into reality, just as they had done with the monsters. He picked up a small stone and continued to do his work, knowing that as soon as the gate opened, Professor Pom Chun would appear at this place. He counted on his team, and now their plan is extremely close to being successfully implemented. In a few minutes, the world flower in his hands was released, and he began to interact with it. Various demons and monsters were growing in number throughout the city and continued to attack the adventurers from all sides. Other citizens of the city were also in danger in all areas. Chaos reigned as buildings were burning, and fire spread through all the streets. Taming finally met with the professor when he came out to them and told them that the monsters were attacking the people of Darren more and more. It all became stranger when the young man reported that the same situation happened in more than one dungeon and that there were several such caves. The adventurer needed support, and as soon as possible, because the group guarding the tower had to stay on the ground and somehow protect the citizens. Of course, the professor immediately asked if anyone had left the tower, and the student said that there had been no changes. Now the situation seemed even more confusing because all this time the whole team was sure that Kim Dae-ho was hiding inside the tower, but now the chaos is outside. Pom Chun then saw a very bright light, and it was the direction of the town hall of this city. The streets continued to burn, and high in the sky they could actually see a bright purple light. For a moment, the team even froze in place, not knowing what to do amidst all the fiasco and the crowd of monsters walking the streets scaring and killing people. While they were excitedly watching the whole situation, a system window appeared in front of each adventurer, and new information was sent to them. It was a message about a new task, namely they had to stop the emergence of the great evil. The class was episodic and the difficulty was hopeless. The adventurers had to stop the Everton cult, and if they failed, the gates of hell would open, and all 46,000 citizens would be sacrificed and Satan would appear. Pom Chun had already realized that all the adventurers who were here had received the same message. They needed to stop the great evil that was spreading through the city at a frantic pace. The situation might have seemed hopeless to them, and the professor wondered what to do now and how to save the city from complete destruction. There was a lot of tension among the adventurers, but first they had to notify the authorities to order an evacuation, because the safety of civilians must be put first, and then the leader did not tell all the adventurers near the towers to stop the monsters. Then the professor had a few more words with Dae Min, and he said that he would take care of the evacuation of the residents. At the same time, we started asking the authorities to display all the maps of the city with bomb shelters so that people could escape. Pom Chun immediately called one of his friends, who was surprised that his old friend remembered him, but the situation was getting out of control and getting much bigger because even the authorities were asking for help. Of course, the Heavenly Castle Guild also promised to intervene and help resolve the situation in Darren. Things were getting worse. The city was filled with light from the flames, and Kim Dae-ho was still waiting for Pom Chung to finally come here. While the real world was in chaos, everything was quite calm in the Tower of the Sword-Cutting Horizon, and Jungmin continued to train tirelessly. He was swinging his sword, trying to find the perfect technique for himself, and although he was already tired, he didn't want to waste any more time resting. Of course, the immersion skill could have helped him here too, because only with its help will he be able to use the abilities of the characters in his story. But the young man was sure that even this unique skill would not be enough to create the perfect mold for himself. Aiden and his two children sat a little further away, watching all the efforts of Jungmin, who once again failed, and it was no longer even fun. Aiden looked at him as hopeless because if Jungmin continued to use this skill, he would just fall flat on his face. He sighed, but Leia immediately ran into the foreground, not yelling at him, but asking him to stay still. Jungmin finally stopped and thought about what he was feeling inside and what his own ability was. If the tower from his story has become a reality, perhaps we should think about the fact that his skill is creation. At that moment, the young man tried to create a braided fiber by touching the ground, and to his surprise, it worked. Aiden looked at Jungmin again, not understanding what this weirdo had been doing there for so long. Together with Leah and Jack, he approached Jungmin and told him menacingly that he had ordered him to get in shape and not suffer from something unknown. Eden added that the guy needs to think and imagine what he lacks and finally create a form. But Jungmin didn't understand anything because he was thinking all the time and trying to do everything he was told, but he couldn't create anything. It was only after this conversation that the young man laughed, noticing Eden's hair and stammering with laughter, asking what was on his head. He didn't even pay attention to it, but simply said in the same stern voice that he had already told Jungmin everything, and now it was time for him to learn on his own. Without waiting for any further response from the boy, Eden said that Jungmin was free. Despite the young man's cries that he was not ready for this yet, Eden said goodbye to the children and wished Jungmin good luck. And when everyone was a little bit down on the ground, Eden said that his hair was fine and then ruffled it. As Eden was about to return to his room, he noticed the braided fiber and was surprised to see this rare plant. He knew that braided fiber was not common, and he had never noticed the plant here before, but without concentrating on it too much, Eden walked back. Later, the young man, along with Jack and Leah, found himself outside the tower. He was once again angry with Eden for throwing him out of there so sneakily and abruptly and telling him to train on his own. He has a sharp temper, of course, but after all this time, the young man began to get used to Eden's behavior, and the children enthusiastically exclaimed that they had a lot of fun. Of course, Jack and Leah wanted to visit their eldest there again, and Jungmin promised that they would definitely go there again someday. And there was one more thing that interested the young man, because he took with him 2 rings that Eden had thrown away, and they ended up in his hands. But then the boy remembered his mentor and realized that he should say goodbye to him, even though Jongmin didn't know where he was or what was happening. The student only hoped that Professor Pomchun would understand him if he fully described the situation in detail. In the end, the young man went to the association where he asked about Pomchun and was going to his office. But there, Jong Min was stopped and told that the professor was not there and was now in the city of Darren, and that he asked him not to search for him. Jong Min didn't understand what had happened because so much time had passed and he wanted to meet the professor, and he was also alarmed that the whole association was suspiciously quiet and calm. Then Yuna and Taemin entered the association and saw their friend, and then hurriedly approached him and asked where he had been all along, and then added that they had been looking for him for a very long time. Jong Min looked quite surprised and then asked why they were so excited, since the young man did not know what was happening in the real world. At this time, monsters appeared in the city of Darren one after another, coming out of the portal, and the streets of this city became real dungeons where the situation was extremely difficult and scary. The Heavenly Castle Guild and various organizations have already sent people to bomb shelters and announced evacuations. But these places were too small to hide all citizens. That's why the board urged people to move to the nearest association facilities or emergency shelters. The association was also convinced that the recent tower that appeared under the name Hero Turned was connected to the Everton cult, a religious organization that was responsible for the disappearance of the adventurers. Of course, Jung Min knew this tower of the transformed hero and its ruler Korgidas well, but he began to worry when he realized that this man had also made it out into the real world, especially after the events where he was destroyed by Adon. If Korgidas remained alive even after the novel ended with his defeat, then the man's goal is clear. Jungmin was seriously frightened when he read the latest news, but he realized that he needed to go to the city of Darren, where the professor is now. Yuna and Taeming also came here with the same goal in mind, and they were not going to let their friend go alone, so the girl offered to stop the chaos together. Yuna added that they were going there because they needed to meet some more people, and she had done all the calculations for possible teleportation. Since everyone was already assembled and ready to go, the team decided not to delay and to come to the aid of the adventurers already in Darren as soon as possible. Later, all three of them stood in a circle of light and then teleported to another city. Jungmin didn't like the trip because he was dizzy, but Yuna looked around and realized that they were definitely not in Darren. In fact, Taeming also felt terrible and almost threw up from this teleportation, and only Yuna began to think about what to do next. The girl was sure that she had accurately calculated all the coordinates of the city, but she felt as if they had been changed right during the teleportation. Yuna thought about what could be an obstacle to the use of mana and came to the conclusion that it was all because of the events that were happening in the city, which had become a new dungeon. She wasn't paying attention to anything because she was thinking, so Jongmin picked up his sword and destroyed the monster that was standing there, already swinging at her. She and Taemin were only surprised by how fast Jongmin had become and thought that their friend was secretly training alone. The adventurers were presented with another screen that said their mission was to stop the great evil. And all the employees of the association who were in Darren received the same message. The fact that the test class was hopeless indicated that the next few hours would be incredibly difficult, and Taeming tried to call someone, but the phone did not work at all. Jongmin read what was displayed on the screen for the second time and for a moment thought that Everton would really reach their goal, and none of the adventurers would do anything. But what he had already read made it clear that the cult members were able to get to the World Flower, which bloomed once a year. However, in the real world, these heroes did not exist, and how did Everton gather the mana to open this gate? To do this requires an incredible amount of mana, and that is why, in the novel, Korgidas used his own energy to achieve his goal. However, right now all the characters are imprisoned in the tower, and what is happening is a big mystery. Putting all these facts into one picture, the guy realized that everything could be more than they think and wondered if Evertonians had captured the mentor. There was no time left, and they had to act quickly, so all three of them immediately ran closer to the town hall, where the chaos was centered. There is no time to think, and it doesn't matter what Everton's main goal is now, because any plan they have will be carried out, so Jongmin decided to destroy the World Flower first. People had a lot of different desires, and these desires can be good and evil. But if a person desires evil, he becomes prey and food for evil, which immediately takes over. The devil tempts such people and offers them everything they want, and the soul of those who cross the line gives energy to the devil. And in the midst of the era of destruction, only one apple in Korgidas could not resist the temptation of the devil and went over to his side. He gave up his soul along with his mana and then summoned the great evil here. That's why Korgidas was named the transformed hero after what he did. And then when the call of the great evil begins, more people will be left without souls, and the situation will be much worse than what happened to Saren, and it will really be a hopeless situation for them. Back then, they were very lucky that a low-ranking demon appeared and managed to defeat it. But now, without the help of the characters from the novel, they will not be able to stop the great evil. That is why there must be a chance to stop the process of summoning the devil. All three of them continued to fight monsters with no end in sight, and there were more and more of them. But very soon the team would be able to get to the city center and would only have to destroy the monsters on their way and come to the others. The guy was killing wolves by swinging his sword harder and harder. It was already hard, and it seemed that the monsters were only getting stronger. But now they will have to hold out a little longer to prevent the monsters from defeating them. Eden watched everything through the screen, and when it came to Korgidas, his anger flared up again. Prina also saw the whole situation, but now it was out of control because Everton started to act faster than they expected. Earlier, their team had already lost to the Everton cult and suffered a defeat, but now they wanted to get back at it and not repeat their mistake. Now we need to at least hold out until the 8th hero awakens and stop them before he falls into the hands of the devil. Prina was talking to Eden at the time and asked him if he was confident in Jungmin and if he could handle it alone. He said no, at least not with the powers the young man has now, so Eden suggested that it would be better to stop the summoning itself and make it a little easier for them. Prina agreed with him because the world flower blooms only once a year, so stopping the challenge now would buy them enough time to prepare, but they needed to trust Jungmin. The young man was in a hurry to get everything done and get to the right place, and Eden noticed that he was in a hurry and asked him why he was running around like a madman. Jungmin smiled and said that he was just going to destroy the plant, and Eden was finally convinced that the young man was out of his mind to do such a thing. He sighed and wished he could punch Jungmin in the face on that stupid face, and maybe he should have hit him harder last time. But now there was no other choice, so Eden decided to just trust him, as he said, and Jungmin was still nervous about his character. Yuna saw all this horror and chaos in front of her and began to realize that the situation was much worse than they thought, even though they managed to deal with all the monsters. But when we got closer, we saw another person who had not been evacuated and quickly went to the woman standing among the flames in the streets. It was the same doctor who had treated Serena, and she looked around as if she was happy to see the three of them. But she didn't look scared, and then Yuna asked her why she was in this city at all, and if she was, why she wasn't running away. Then the girl smiled and said that the association helps the residents of this town and that she herself belongs to the association, so she came to help because of the lack of people. Jungmin believed it at first, but it was too illogical, because what was she doing here alone if it was too dangerous for the whole group to be here? Listening to the girl's words, Jungmin began to suspect that something was wrong and wondered if her words were true. It didn't take long to detect the lie in her words because the writer used a skill that sensed the lie. At that moment, she realized that there was no point in hiding her true intentions, so she decided to launch an attack. Moreover, the 8th hero they had all been waiting for came right into her clutches, and everything seemed easier. The first thing she did was to catch Yuna to take away all the extra enemies that could prevent her from catching the 8th hero. She also tied up Daemin with her own forces, and Jungmin was left alone in front of her. When I looked around, I realized it for sure because the children had also disappeared somewhere. The girl laughed, saying that it was very quiet here and she liked it, and then very slowly, as if savoring the moment, she began to approach her victim closer. Now that nothing and no one was distracting them, it was the turn of the 8th hero, and she used magic to capture his powers. A second later, the girl hit the ground, screaming something, and a rather deep crack went through the asphalt. In a moment, there were several of them, and the ground began to literally cave in under the young man's feet, and it became almost impossible to stand, and he could not resist either. He looked very surprised and excited because he was not expecting such a setup, but this was only the beginning of their fun. And she wasn't lying, because out of the ground that was falling apart under their feet appeared a monster several times larger than Young Min himself. Although it all happened unexpectedly, the young man quickly pulled himself together and got ready to act. And the time to attack came, as the monster began to rapidly approach him, breaking everything that remained of the city. It was all over in a few minutes, but then the girl from the club noticed that Jungmin was no longer there and was afraid that he might not have survived the attack. And then it's even worse because they need him alive. She was so angry at the guy she was working with, because if Jungmin didn't survive, he would have ruined everything and all Everton's efforts would be ruined. She approached the abyss formed by the spells and blows and ordered to immediately rescue Jungmin and pull him out alive. But when this priest came closer, the young man suddenly jumped up and managed to hit him on the head. Now the situation became unexpected for Everton, and Jungmin began to attack them more and more. I had to try hard to split this stone monster in half. The demon fell to the ground at the girl's feet, and Jungmin quickly moved away from them. She was standing next to him, but she couldn't even do anything, seeing how quickly this guy dealt with the monster. It was obvious that only the eighth character would have magical powers, but for some reason she felt like she hadn't woken up from that yet. Jungmin stood farther away and was not affected by simple brute force, and he didn't have time for all this. Damon and Yuna were still not here, so Jungmin shouted at the girl to let his friends out of the cage quickly. However, at the same time, she used her unique skill called the Power of Lies, which is an ability that can deceive human consciousness. The Apostle of Lies uses people's fear to attack them with the help of created illusions and thus subdues the victims. Over time, people begin to believe more and more in these created illusions, and this gives more and more strength to the Apostle of Lies. The energy of the illusion itself becomes more powerful because of this, and as a result, people simply have no choice but to completely submit to the power of the Apostle. In the end, the girl summoned more monsters and ordered them to attack Jungmin and bring the hero to her alive. The young man found himself alone with the forces of the cult, but he had no choice but to fight the girl on his own until he was caught. Jungmin knew the powers she possessed, and perhaps this was the only thing that helped him, because he realized that if he did not believe in the illusions that were created, then all of this would remain only a lie. Of course, the girl did not expect him to be so brave when there were still so many monsters ahead, but to her surprise, the young man overcame them. Despite this, she tried to focus on the spell and again ordered the monsters to attack the boy and not let him get close to her. But no matter how many creatures stood in front of him, and how hard they tried to hit him, Jungmin was still victorious and cut the stones in half with a single blow, even though she had never seen anything so strong. When Jungmin got too close, she tried to stop him with her own strength. She repeated the same words, trying to subdue her illusion, not knowing that this power does not work on the young man. In the end, Jungmin really got very close to her and then she panicked, realizing that the illusion was not working. At that moment, a real fight broke out and the young man struck with his sword with all his might. This girl disappeared from Jungmin's sight. But Yoon and Daemin had not yet been released, and the space created by these illusions still surrounded him, which could mean only one thing: that the Everton member is still alive and can maintain her spell. The guy stood there for a while longer, but then suddenly ice cubes started falling from the sky, which of course shocked him. He knew quite a bit about this ability and knew Jungmin very well. This was a skill that belonged to Lee Saren, and when the guy looked back, he actually saw her standing in front of a cult member. Saren looked at him silently, and with a glassy gaze, and the young man, surprised by her appearance, asked what she was doing here. The demon quickly reacted to this and decided to play on it. Maybe she should have shown Jungmin this Saren's face right away if he had such a reaction. Of course, it was a trap, but Jungmin fell for it, and then he saw several clones of Saren approaching, clearly hostile. Although it irritated him greatly, this anger gave him strength, because it was many times more unpleasant for him to realize that this girl dared to use the image of Lee Saren to create her illusions. Her clones were attacking and getting closer, but Jungmin realized that it would be pointless if he started fighting the illusion. The girl decided to use illusions with Saren because she saw his reaction to her and it would be a great distraction. But Jungmin couldn't muster the strength to attack Saren because it was hard to strike when he saw his friend in front of him. But now he needs to deal with the person who creates all these illusions and makes him and Saren suffer. Jungmin repeatedly told himself that it was only an illusion and not the real Saren, and told himself that he would not hurt her if he attacked her. Jungmin's target was the lady in the black dress who let these clones loose and made him believe in all these illusions. Most of all, he wanted to take revenge on her for daring to do this to Serena's appearance and deceiving him so insidiously. But when the young man approached, he noticed that the girl was not even running away and looked very calm despite what was happening. She was just having fun watching Jungmin deal with Saren's clones so quickly, and it was even a little exciting. The girl smiled ominously and praised him for such a wonderful job, and then finally stepped closer. It was only when Jungmin looked up that he saw his friend trapped in the cube, and it seemed that she was alive too. From a distance, the boy heard his friend's words, and Saren repeated only that she was in great pain and sighed heavily. Jungmin stopped, and even forgot that he was facing his main enemy at the moment, because now he didn't know if it was true that Saren was in pain, or if it was just an illusion to lure him in. Then the girl smiled even wider, saying that it was the real Miss Saren, and then, as if mocking, said that she was really suffering. This happened because Saren's illusion was created with her own blood, meaning that Jongmin's attacks harmed the owner of this blood, even though he was hitting the illusion, and thus she put him in an almost hopeless situation. Jongmin really froze in place, silently cursing her, and did not know what to do, except that there was no such plot twist in his personal novel, although it is not so important anymore. He heard something behind him and turned around, holding his sword at the ready. It turned out that it was Saren, and she didn't stop, continuing to attack Jongmin on Everton's orders. And then the illusion released even more icy spikes at the boy. Now the young man stood silently and motionlessly in place, not knowing where to run to, because danger surrounded him on all sides, and wherever he went, he would be met with another blow. Of course, this is not the kind of attack that could destroy him now, but since there is a demon nearby, it is a great maneuver to distract him from his main target. Saren launched several attacks at Jongmin at once, and that's when things started to explode. This girl was even watching what was happening in front of her eyes with a certain pleasure and waiting for it to end. And now Jongmin was trapped in the ice that surrounded him, and for a while he was trying to figure out what to do next. At the beginning, the young man thought it would not be so difficult, but now it turned out to be much worse, and he almost fell from the illusion. It was getting harder and harder to stand on her feet, and the girl from the cult was getting angrier and angrier that no one could catch the eighth hero. Along with Saren's illusion, she cast the spell again, directing it at Jongmin to tie him up and finally finish the job Everton had started. In addition, Saren's clones, who surrounded the young man from all sides, also began to attack simultaneously on the girl's orders. It was difficult to fight several strong enemies at the same time, but at the beginning, Jongmin skillfully fought off all the attacks. At this time, he managed to touch Saren's illusion more than once, and then he heard his friend screaming in pain in the cube. The guy came to his senses, realizing that now he was causing her a lot of suffering with his blows, and even a minor attack was turning into something unpleasant for her body. It was so annoying, and it hurt him again to have to do this to his friend, and he hated the person who created this illusion even more. Jongmin rushed away from all the clones that surrounded him, and quickly approached the girl, intending to attack her with his sword while she was alone. But as soon as the boy got close enough, he got a very hard slap on the wrist and immediately went back by inertia. This blow was indeed very strong, even to the point that the young man could not stand on his feet and eventually fell to the ground. The girl standing behind her was surprised by what she was seeing with her own eyes and became quiet. Only then did she scream that she was the one who was attacked, and to get her illusion back on track, she took out a few more tubes of Serena's blood. This place was her stage, and she was the one in charge, so she began to do everything she could to get the power back on her side. For some reason, these clones began to destroy each other instead of fighting against the enemy and catching him, and the girl immediately threw all the tubes on the ground, breaking them. This time, the situation for Jongmin got even worse, because instead of a few clones and one Everton representative, he found himself alone with 100 Saren illusions. The head of this great army ordered them to attack Jongmin and defend her, and then called himself their creator, saying that they were obliged to obey his words. Looking at everything that was happening, the young man began to realize that this whole thing was coming to an end and that it would only get more difficult. All of this even sounded like a kind of conclusion to the story, but for this conclusion, he needs to stand up to it. The 7 heroes continued to monitor everything that was happening on Earth, and Prina was surprised to see this ability in the Apostle of Lies, because she had never had this ability before. The girl immediately got in touch with Eden and started talking about how they needed to help this guy deal with the Everton cult immediately. But Eden said that Jongmin was very different from them, and the Everton Apostle was very different from those they had fought against in the past. But Prina is right, because if Jongmin loses, it will be impossible to resist the forces of evil. But on the other hand, they cannot interfere, and we just have to trust this guy's decision. The clones continued to attack from all sides, and the young man fought off each one, but Saren herself was getting worse and worse with each blow and screamed even louder in terrible pain. The girl was as if under hypnosis because of the pain. She already understood something, but through this prism of pain, she did not understand why her friend was doing this to her. Jongmin was very distracted by all of this, and he wanted to stop even more to avoid hurting Saren, but he knew that if he stopped, he would simply lose. The young man tried to avoid a direct hit in order not to hurt his girlfriend too much, but he would not have been able to avoid this suffering completely. Because he was distracted and tried to struggle with less force to avoid hurting Saren, he was caught and got a strong blow and stepped back a few steps. The Apostle of Lies looked at him with a smile on her face while other clones stood in front of her, and the girl meanwhile said she would fight to the last, especially since she was immortal. The blows cannot harm her and will not bring her to a lethal maximum that she will feel this pain, albeit severe, but will remain alive. Jungmin had already begun to lose ground, but he remembered all his friends who had already been hurt by Everton, and Taimin was still missing, and Saren was still suffering. He was unable to find a way out of this difficult situation and save them, and the very next second the young man fell down exhausted, breathing heavily. He closed his eyes and then entered a completely different dimension that we seemed to be in. At that moment, Jungmin was quite calm, but he was really thinking about the fact that he was no longer living and was not in the real world. But he was brought back to the same reality by Eden's voice, which was as always unhappy and called the boy an idiot after seeing what he had done on Earth. At the same time, Aiden reminded him that he should think about the basis of his strength, and Jungmin only repeated his words, and his mentor only told him to act faster. Eden added that if he fails now, it will really be fatal, and there will be no second chance or opportunity to rewrite history. But despite all of Eden's words, the boy could not understand how he was suggesting that he find something while he was already gradually leaving this world. It's worth starting with the fact that he doesn't even have any buffs for the main character, but Eden again said that if he looked at what he couldn't find in training, he could find the answer. However, Jongmin was not the main character. He was just a pathetic guy who writes novels from his dreams sitting in the corner of his room. But if you think about it, he had quite a bit of time to get the buffs from Eden, and only then did Jongmin really think about what he should do next to survive. At that moment, he remembered the time when he fought with Eden, and he stopped his sword, saying that Jongmin was getting stronger, but he was still down there and that this strength was not enough. Then the young man was very angry with his mentor, but Eden gave the answer that Jongmin still thinks about from time to time, because then the main character said that he needs to meet his end if he really wants to grow up. It was probably only now that Jongmin realized the meaning of Eden's words, and that was the answer to the question about the buffs from the main character. He can afford to leave this world and then be resurrected. At that moment, the Apostle of Lies joyfully approached the guy's body and said that the 8th hero had finally been caught, and now all that was left was to destroy the rest of the useless people. Saren was still in the cube, and it seemed that she was unconscious and would soon give up. The girl came up to her and ironically thanked her, saying that she was letting her go. If this story ends like this, it will be a great ending to the novel. But just as she was about to destroy Saren, something started happening around her, and she saw a very bright light. This light began to consume her from the inside, and she was unable to complete her spell. Her expression changed dramatically as she was already savoring the victory, realizing that the cult had finally achieved what it had been waiting for, and the 8th hero was right in front of her. But at the last moment, everything went wrong. Jungmin revived and then mentally thanked Edan for telling him what he had said, because his words helped him understand how to proceed. Now he realized what his true form was, and now Jungmin was able to transform into who he really is. The girl was still angry at what was happening, because it was obvious that the 8th hero was already dead, and it happened right in front of her eyes. But now he came back to life. She didn't know what to do anymore, and then she started saying that if she continued to attack her, she would hurt Serena too. The girl continued to say that he had no right to attack Saren if he wanted to save her life. But despite all these threats, the guy continued to create his clones and directed all his efforts at her. Now he also had the skills of illusion, and Jongmin was able to summon all 7 characters from his novel who had once failed in losing to Everton. Of course, the Apostle of Lies did not expect this, and it began to alarm her, because now she will have to stand against all 7 strong opponents. But despite what was happening now, she did not give up and continued to say that she owned and controlled this space, and that is why she continued to launch monsters. The girl kept creating more and more monsters, but at that moment, Jungmin spoke up and said that from now on, this space did not belong to her, and he was in control of what was happening around him. Battles broke out on both sides, and monsters attacked the heroes Jungmin had summoned. They managed to deal with the stone creatures fairly quickly, but more and more of them appeared because, to begin with, the Apostle of Lies tried not to let the heroes get too close to her. In a few minutes, the end came, because the girl could no longer create her illusions. And the monsters she had managed to release were almost over, and now she was alone against so many. She started to panic, saying that it just couldn't end like this, and she couldn't believe that she was going to lose because she had so much to do. At that moment, Eden came closer to her, his sword held firmly in his hand, ready to kill her this time. She began to panic even more when she realized that the spell was no longer working and that speaking and ordering her to stop did not help. Without a word, Eden stepped closer and swung, using the form he had shown Jongmin earlier, called the cut. The pain went through her body and she fell. But what worried her more was not what would happen to her, but the fact that the whole plan Everton had been preparing for so long had failed before her eyes. In the end, Eden won this time, and silence reigned after the girl fell to the ground and her glasses broke. When it was all over, Jungmin went down to Eden and he looked at the boy and remained silent. Only then did Eden smile and say that he had found his form. Before that, the hero paused and then told Jungmin that he had created them, and the guy didn't know what to say at that moment because he was only focused on his words. Eden smilingly said that he would come back next time as soon as his creator called for help. This conversation was more like a dream than reality, and after a few seconds, which the guy didn't even notice, everything disappeared from his eyes. Then Jungmin looked at his hands and still couldn't believe what had just happened, and somehow hesitantly recalled the words he had recently heard that he had created it all. In a moment, the writer found himself on the ground and his wings were gone. Instead, he had already moved to a reality where darkness and chaos continued to reign. Then the young man immediately fell to his knees and sighed, feeling very sick from the deep wound, and also feeling very weak throughout his body. Of course, he had little strength, but when he saw his friends in one piece, he was incredibly happy and breathed a sigh of relief when he realized that everything was okay this time. Meanwhile, the towers were actively discussing what had just happened with great interest. It was so interesting and strange at the same time to realize that it was this young man who created this form. Xingongen and Xingchangzer were among the 7 heroes, and they were greatly impressed by what Edan's successor was doing right now. The demon executioner named Liet also approached Eden and asked about Jongmin's past words where he mentioned that he had seen all 7 heroes in the book. He had no idea what this guy could be hiding, but now he was finally convinced that this was not all that Jongmin had told them. The young man's friends quickly ran over to him, while Jongmin held Serin's head in his lap, trying to bring her to consciousness. When Yuna and Daemin came to him, he smiled and said that he was fine, but that he needed Karen's help again because she was much worse. Taeming noticed his friend's injury and was afraid for him, but there were more questions than they could answer because they did not even understand how Serin got here. The girl was still in the hospital until the Apostle of Lies used her illusion technique on her, but fortunately she was fine and alive, just sleeping due to excessive fatigue. When the friends realized that Serin was okay, they began to ask Jungmin about what had happened all this time and how he was feeling now, while the young man drank a recovery potion. Later, the two began to talk about how they used magic and destroyed golems to get out of the trap, and Jongmin just laughed, remembering that these people had once been deputies at the academy. In the end, it's good that it ended this way. But the problem is not yet solved, and there are other things to be done. So Jongmin said that it should be solved as soon as possible. While they were away in the real world, the situation deteriorated significantly and the great evil was about to be summoned. But if this demon is a monster, then whose magic and why did not work correctly? But there was a possibility that it was a weak, low-level enemy that was easier to defeat. But if this one was at a low level, then what awaits them in the future? Because it is difficult to imagine what powers the devil has that Everton is going to summon. Satan is the strongest. And if the ritual is successful, a catastrophe will begin, and the Demon King will start destroying everything, not only in the city, but all over the world. Jungmin was happy at least because the gates hadn't opened yet while they were gone, so they decided it was better to go to the column as soon as possible and destroy the World Flower. However, there is a problem, and it is that Yuna and Taemin are very strong, but their strength is still not enough to fight the apostles because they have incredible power. The young man took Serin in his arms and turned to his friends, saying that he would go there alone and let them take care of Serin. He asked me to take Serin to a temporary bomb shelter and find a doctor to help her there. Jungmin also asked his friends to help all the people they encountered along the way, even though there may be many of them. Since there were many monsters and many injured, the young man also handed them a potion of vigilance and some crystals. Yuna took it in her hands and they would have been ready to go, but they were worried about Jungmin, who was going to go there alone. He felt uneasy about having to go alone, but there was no other way out now, and he didn't want to put his friends in danger. Time was running out and he realized that he had to hurry if he wanted to make it. The portal was still hanging in the air and monsters continued to come out of it, killing people they found on the almost empty streets of the city. Taeming took Serin on his back, trying to carry her to a shelter, but the Everton creatures followed them everywhere they went. Ming was already breathing heavily because it was really hard to run away and carry someone on his back, and the monsters did not let them pass and kept stopping them when their friends tried to run. Yuna and him stopped, not knowing whether to run any further, so they hid for a while to take a breath, and only after a few seconds decided to run on to avoid being caught by those creatures. There were no more people around and they must have been evacuated, but there were no Evertonians there, which they definitely shouldn't meet now. But before Jongmin left, he told his friends that there was something they should know, and he told them that the reason Satan controls all demons is because of the power of his 6 powers. The first powerful force is destruction, and the second is lying and the ability to control someone's subconscious. The third was laziness and the ability to defy time. The fourth was the power of the poison and the ability to create the most powerful poison. The fifth was the conquest and the ability to subdue absolutely all demonic beasts. And finally, the sixth pillar was fear itself and the imprisonment of fear deep in the human subconscious. The 6 apostles of Everton are the 6 people who received all these abilities from Satan himself. Then the young man pointed to the glasses left by the apostle of lies and said that it was she who attacked them with the help of illusions. She was strong, but the other 5 apostles had much stronger powers. So the young man added that as soon as they saw one of them, they should run away as fast as they could. Min continued to hide, and Yuna looked out to see if anyone was around the corner, and they started to run away. At that moment, Yuna saw one of Satan's apostles, and Jeongmin was emphasizing that she should never be seen by the apostle of anger and poison. He killed another person but then came to his senses, realizing that he had used more force than he wanted to. The victim was lying on the ground and no longer breathing after all the blows the apostle had inflicted. Yuna was frightened when she saw her uncle Tegel, who was the leader of the Cheonmyeong Guild, on the ground. She didn't even think about rushing to his aid and saving him, but then Taeming grabbed her hand and did it just in time. If he had been late, this apostle would have noticed them and would have been unlikely to escape. And it seemed that this was the demon that Jongmin had spoken of earlier. While they were talking, Tegel's body had already flown into the nearest wall, and it is unlikely that anyone could have survived. But Yuna couldn't let it go, so she told Daemin to take care of Saren and pulled her arm out and ran there herself. To her great surprise, the guild bed was still alive, just badly wounded, and as soon as the girl came closer, she asked how he was feeling. Tegel was not worried about what was going to happen to him. He was worried about Yuna and told her to get out of here immediately, and he got to his feet, barely standing on them. When the girl quickly approached the leader, the Apostle of Wrath noticed them and was about to destroy them both at once. However, Yuna did not give up so easily, and stood up to defend Tegel by creating a shield. She now wanted to avenge her uncle and prevent him from being wiped off the face of the earth. Her fiery attack was almost upon the Apostle of Wrath, but he stood unmoved, as if he was completely indifferent to the approaching energy. When the impact finally occurred, nothing new happened. Only behind all the smoke, no one could see anything. And Yuna only heard the voice of a demon saying that she resembled someone. Namely, Yuna looked like the head of the Choi Hangul Guild, and in the end, he was right. She was his daughter, but she was already an orphan because the demon said that the girl resembled his lifeless body. There were a lot of people still trying to evacuate and take them to shelters, and everyone asked them to move faster, while adventurers and police asked residents to follow the instructions. It turned out that everything was much more serious than one might have thought. And who would have thought that this cozy town would become a prison for hundreds of souls? In the end, the number of monsters did not decrease, and sometimes it seemed that there were only more of them, and the citizens of the city tried to escape from the mythical creatures. Of course, ordinary civilians were powerless against the power of demons and could do nothing. They were just lucky if they managed to hide in time. These two were also lucky enough to be approached by a helper, and the monster was destroyed right in front of them. They were scared, and their bodies were paralyzed by what they had just seen. At the same time, the head of the Cheongmyeong Guild, Choi Hangil, approached these people, saying that he would take them to a safe place. His brother Tegel, who was a manager in the same guild, continued to admire his elder and helped him. And everything would have been fine for both of them if not for something that caught them off guard. This power of the demons was too powerful. And then Hangil ordered the people to take away the people quickly and run away from here. Some of them went to one side to reconnoiter the situation, while the rest stayed here to evacuate those who were in the clutches of demons. Hangil was left alone for a moment in the smoke and saw the Apostle of Wrath approaching him. My brother stood next to me, but he also looked alarmed to see the enemy so close. This time they will not be able to deal with the enemy so easily, for the Apostle has too much power, and he wasted no time in attacking Tegel. He had to hit the guild leader only once before he flew away from the apostle and crashed into the wall. He was almost unhurt, but he was hit hard. But even then Tegel realized that it would not be easy to defeat the Apostle of Wrath, who could do this with just one movement, and then he released his claws. The devil's worshipper just laughed at him and said that he would have a lot of fun playing with him. The apostle looked around and looked at his enemies, about to attack them. But at that moment, Hangul started the attack first and quickly threw a stone at the demon, then used the recovery skill to heal all the scratches. My brother happily exclaimed that Hangul was incredibly cool and strong, and his tension even eased a bit. Hangul changed his form again and then headed for the demon, who was standing nearby. Although it was more difficult, the apostle was only glad to have stronger opponents, because it would be much more fun to fight with them. When the elder of the two brothers approached the demon, he began to beat him, but the apostle dodged and fought back. Tegel eventually transformed because he would never let his brother offend him, and took the form of a beast, which was his unique ability. The demon again said that he would beat him in the face for saying that, and then he went back to attacking his rivals. After that, an epic fight started between them. And although Tegel could not hit the demon's body with his fists, it started almost on equal terms. Finally, the apostle left the place again, intending to deal with another problem, that is Hangul, and then return to his younger brother. The apostle hit the house again with his fire and then went to the head of the Cheonmayeon guild. In the end, the real fight had just begun, but Hangul was very confident in his own abilities, so he did not move and waited for his opponent to come closer. The stones from the damaged house continued to fly down, but at that moment Hangul heard a person nearby screaming and focused only on that. The safety of people was a priority for him, so the guild leader was the first to protect the people who were suffering. At that very moment, when Hangul was distracted from his main enemy, the Apostle of Wrath attacked him by surprise and struck him very hard. The older man did not have time to dodge, and the demon threw him away from him, and Tegel came to the scene too late, although he was able to defend himself. But it seems that everything is over with his brother. It was hard to keep the demon at bay, and he couldn't distract himself to see what happened to his brother and help him in any way. And there was no one else around except a few frightened people hiding wherever there was room. As he continued to fight the demon, he realized that he could not see his brother at all because he had completely lost sight of him. Having fought off the attack of the Apostle of Wrath, Hangul looked around and finally found his brother. He could not get closer, but seeing him sitting behind the stones, he thought that Hangul had simply hidden and calmed down. Tegillis started moving away from the demon as quickly as possible, which was his plan because he wanted to get away from him so that he would not worry about his brother and destroy the apostle. Of course, Everton's participant didn't like it at all because his victim was simply running away from him, and in the end he was completely bored with the fight. Tegil ran as fast and as far as he could across the roofs of the houses, trying to avoid the flames that were coming at them, and the demon followed him just as quickly. When the younger man had gone far enough, he stopped and waited for the demon, and the Apostle of Wrath came close enough to him to start fighting again. Tegel noticed that this guy had very sad eyes when he ran away, but now they met again, and he challenged the demon to a fight. In the end, they had the perfect place and plenty of space to show each other their abilities. The Apostle of Wrath was still at full strength and could hold out for a long time, but Tegel realized that at full strength he would last a maximum of 3 minutes, which was not enough to take down such a strong opponent. In the end, there was simply no time to think of a strategy, and he needed to attack as quickly as possible in order not to waste his minutes, which were already scarce. So Tegel rushed forward. We can say that his attack was successful because the guild leader shot more than once directly into the face of his opponent, where I didn't feel any pain, but I wasn't upset that I didn't have time to dodge because I realized how strong this Tegel was, which meant that the battle would only get more interesting, so he was going to fight to the very end. He wanted to go to the end until one of them was down, and all Tegel's actions only made him more determined to use his abilities to the fullest, so the Apostle of Wrath began to fight back the very next minute. It seemed that Tegel's fighting spirit had disappeared when his opponent began to show his true strength, and the demon began to advance even faster and continued to attack him with every step. At some point, he struck more than a dozen blows, and at that moment the demon became really bored because his opponent even stopped moving, which is not fun at all. In the end, even if it was a boring fight, he had to deal with him and move on, so the satanic worshipper took one last swing to destroy his enemy. Tegel lost all his strength because the 3 minutes he could have spent transforming had passed, and because of this, his body returned to its normal human form, and he fainted. After a few seconds, the guy briefly regained consciousness. He did not fully realize what had happened because he could not even open his eyes at first. Tegel could hardly think, but he could see the picture of when he met Hangul that day, and invited him to join the Chungmyeong Guild and gave him a helping hand when he needed it. Yuna was just a little girl back then, standing next to Kangil, but the younger man did not understand why this memory came to him now. It was only when he felt a sharp pain in his back from another demon's blow that Tegel realized that it had all just been an illusion and he was hallucinating. Now he really lost all his strength and could not even stand up to continue the fight. He was really saying goodbye to his life, mentally thanking Hangul and Yuna for the years they had spent together, even if they hadn't spent much time together. But they had been very fun and wonderful. At that moment, the girl approached him, and the uncle thought that now he was experiencing auditory hallucinations. When he opened his eyes slightly and looked forward, he saw what he thought was Yuna's illusion. It hurt Tegel so much because looking at this illusion, he realized how real Yuna's voice was, and the girl continued to try to bring him to his senses. Only after many seconds, he finally managed to realize that it was the real Yuna. And the girl said that she had seen the chaos on the news and came to help. And now his uncle was ashamed of being in such a state. But then he told Yuna to leave because it was dangerous here. Perhaps it was time to leave this world because Tegil could hardly hear anything the girl said, and he saw her getting worse with every passing second, and the world was getting darker around him. Yuna did not want to believe that this had happened to her uncle, so she tried to bring him back to consciousness, but at the same time, a demon came up behind her. The Apostle of Wrath had found another perfect victim, of which there are never too many, and decided to finish her off quickly. The whole city was still burning, the flames were only spreading, but almost all the streets were very quiet because all the people had already managed to hide. Jongmin was now alone in the middle of the city that looked more like a ghost town, and then the young man entered an alleyway, leaning against a wall and holding his still bleeding wound. Of course, he healed all his wounds with potions and drank more than one bottle of this medicine, but the pain did not leave his body and seemed to increase. And the pain was unbearable, as it seemed that his whole body was on fire. At this time, Eden turned to the boy in a disgruntled voice and asked why he was standing, since they had little time. Then Jongmin got to his feet and said that he needed at least a little rest. Eden was only silent for a moment, and then asked the question again, asking if the boy had kept the object he had given him, but Jongmin had no idea what object he was talking about. Only later, after Eden's reminder, did the young man remember what the swordsman had given him when he left the tower. Jongmin said that when he received it, he didn't think he would need it so soon. But it turned out that he was very wrong. Now he was getting worse and worse, and the young man sat down on the ground again, after which he began to understand what it means to truly awaken the true powers. Such a high temperature is a side effect of awakening, and this state disappears after the first use of the true form. This stage was impossible to avoid for those who had reached beyond human abilities. All the characters in his story crossed this line because they trained all the time, and soon a force appeared that connected them all. It was the same true form, and the body that cognized this form awakened very rapidly, becoming transcendental, but at the same time experiencing terrible torment due to the temperature. Except for Prina, who was an angel from the beginning, even Eden, when he first used this power, was in bed with a fever for 3 days because of this awakening. Jongmin realized that he just needed to rest. But on the other hand, every second counts, and there was no time to waste. That's why the guy pulled out a rare item that could take away the pain. And this thing, after use, takes away all physical pain for 1 hour. But the downside is that after the effect wears off, the user will feel double the pain. This object was created by Riet in the novel itself. If you use it for 1 hour, you can get rid of this temperature by waking up. The young man would have easily done it if not for the problems that would follow him later. After this hour is over, he will be twisted with pain and nothing will help. Once again, Jongmin chastised himself for what he had invented. Eden now looked more cheerful and told the boy to drink the stuff immediately, and Youngmin thought that he had calculated everything exactly and would enjoy watching him suffer. Jongmin was very afraid of these side effects, afraid of what would happen later when he felt this double pain. But now there was simply no other way out, because he needed to get to the epicenter of all the events as soon as possible and stop the chaos, and in his current state, he would definitely not be able to do anything. There's no turning back now. Jongmin has done it, and now he has 1 hour in which to destroy the world flower no matter what it takes. Yuna, meanwhile, was left alone with the Apostle of Wrath, who risked throwing her away while she was not even expecting an attack. The girl cringed and quickly put up a shield in front of her, trying to protect herself and Tegel, who was barely breathing. Yuna threw firestones at him, retreating further so that he could not hit her. Eventually, these stones fell along with another large boulder, and for a moment the girl thought that the demon was about to be finished. In fact, it was very strange that such a strong apostle could be stoned to death. Of course, Yuna realized that she could hardly destroy it completely, and at that moment Timing appeared with Saren on his back, and he started to say something, but she said that she would detain the demon and let them run away. At first, Timing didn't want to leave her here alone because he knew how it could end, but now it was too late because he was already here. All the girl could do was shout at him to get Timing away from here with their friend as soon as possible. She remembered the words of Zhang Min, who said that the Apostle of Wrath could not be defeated even by several very experienced hunters. My friend emphasized that if they met him, they should just run away and not even try to fight, because they would lose anyway. Tai Min eventually listened to her because he remembered that Su Jin was in a nearby bomb shelter, and if so, her order was there too. Apparently there was no other way out, so the guy and Serena, who was unconscious, went there to ask for help. There was a lot of noise and people near the temporary bomb shelter in Teriansi, which was a gymnasium of a school. Very quickly, a medical center was set up there to help the victims. The adventurers urged everyone to go inside the gym because it was much safer there, and promised to protect them until the situation in the city stabilized. There were really a lot of people. One of the families was sitting on the ground, and they were talking with their stepfather about what was happening around them. They were glad that at least the order was nearby, and they helped them. In addition, only Rachel has a unique gift of healing that is irreplaceable now. Han Yugil was feeling terrible, and Rachel came over to heal him, and although it was painful, she managed to heal his wounds. The student barely survived because he was chased by a monster for a long time, and then Yugil regretted that he had decided to look at this new tower. But on the other hand, he was happy to see Rachel with his own eyes, and she healed him, so it wasn't so sad that it happened after all. At the same moment, Han Yugil thought that it was just a gift of fate and that it all happened for a reason. Soon he felt better and decided that if he liked Rachel, it would be easier to get into her order, in which case it would not be a problem at all. Soon the girl was completing the healing and asked if Yugil was in any pain, and the student kindly replied that he was fine. The young man stood up and thanked Rachel for helping him, and then offered to eat with her as a sign of politeness and gratitude. The girl thought for a moment, and then remembered that Yugil had said something about studying at the academy, and then asked if he was still a student, although the young man did not understand why he was asking. Eventually, he said that he was really a student at the academy, and Rachel smiled because then he could help with the evacuation of other people. Of course, Yugil wouldn't have refused her anyway, even though he didn't really want to do it. Rachel explained to him where he should take all the food and water supplies, along with medicines, and told him where to take the wounded later, adding that he would hardly have time to eat, but they were distributing rations, so he would have time to grab something. In the city itself, chaos still reigned despite the fact that people were already in bomb shelters, but they were no less panicked. Rachel went outside to look at the barrier they had set up, but something was wrong, so she went straight to Ben. He also looked quite alarmed, and after seeing Rachel said that something was coming here fast. There were quite a few wounded, and the poison that was already in the victim's blood could have been divided in 32 seconds. Very soon they were walking forward, but they heard someone shouting very loudly. Some guy who was lying unconscious on the floor just a short time ago started jumping up and down and shouting very happily that he was glad to come to this city. Then this guy started shouting that it was fate that brought him here. The other adventurers standing nearby also noticed him, but thought that this guy was just crazy because of what was happening around him. However, even if he was not in his right mind, he still had to be detained. Nevertheless, this boy abruptly approached Rachel and confessed his love for her. Ben was still standing in front of her, after which he asked the girl to take care of the other people, as more and more victims were coming in every minute, and said he would deal with this guy. When the thing was no longer visible, the stranger changed his face and started calling out to her again. After a few seconds, he started to say that this was completely unfair and he needed to see her immediately here and now, and then this guy let out a sigh. Ben and the others knew that this is what the poisonous fog looked like, and that it would spread here at a frantic pace, so they had to run as fast as they could. Ben shouted loudly to the other people, telling them that it was poison, and ordered them to cover their mouths and noses. All of them obeyed him, but it seemed too late, because those who managed to breathe in the fog began to suffocate almost immediately. This guy, who had been lying on the ground from the very beginning, fell down again and started laughing, saying that no rag could save him from this poison. A little more time passed, and all those people who felt in spirit and lost consciousness from the poisonous fog regained consciousness. But at first, they did not believe that they had really survived. They were illuminated by a very bright light, and when they parted, they saw Rachel in front of them, walking calmly and confidently towards the guy who had released the poison. I had to wait only a few seconds and its fog almost completely disappeared, and the effect that had worked on some people instantly dissipated. However, this obsessive was even happy to see this, as it proved once again how strong Rachel was. And he called her his Madonna again. He was really obsessed with this girl. And it was not the first time he had repeated that she should be with him, and then he immediately threw himself at her. Even before Rachel herself had a chance to use her defense, Ben intervened and fought him off. He was also okay, and stood in front of her telling this strange guy to stay away from Rachel. The girl was fine, and afterwards she said she could easily clean up the area, so we just need to get rid of this weirdo. However, it was not so simple. Some people were still affected by the effect of the poisonous fog. The adventurers were once again struck by this strange magic, and at that moment they had nowhere to hide because it all happened so suddenly. Rachel immediately stood up and said that she would create a magical barrier for protection, and ordered everyone to hide behind her. But this guy's strength was incredibly strong, and even she, being so powerful, realized that the barrier would soon break. When the shield was already cracking, Rachel told the other adventurers to prepare for a joint attack because she could not hold back his power forever. At the same time, the guy who was behind it all stopped, and he stopped when he realized that he almost made a mistake because he could have hit Rachel at any moment. For him, this girl was special and he did not want to harm her in any way, and he was going to keep her as she is right now. But he had a clear plan, and the guy just said that he needed to wait a little bit and then released more poisonous fog, saying that he would come back for her again very soon. After that, Rachel's barrier finally broke through, but she was not hurt, nor were the other adventurers who hid behind it. The effect of the fog continued to take over more and more people, and some could not even cope with what they were feeling at the moment. He did it because he wanted to destroy everyone who is close to Rachel, who protects her and prevents him from getting close to her. Yugil saw the whole situation and realized that if he did nothing about it, he himself would become a victim of this poisonous fog like the other adventurers who had already suffered. He didn't want to give up, so Yugil activated his unique skill that helped him spot weaknesses in his enemy. Having carefully examined this strange man, the student saw that his weak point was his hands, although for some reason this seemed strange to him. It was ridiculous, and he would now have to attack the poisonous hands, but in the end, the skill could not fail him. Taeming and his friend were almost there, and he had lost almost all his strength while running here, avoiding monsters and fire all over the city. Now, all he could think about was how to get to the Order as quickly as possible and find Nuna so that she could heal Sarin and help Yuna, who was still fighting the demon alone. Taeming had no doubt that this girl would definitely help him. Then he remembered the times when he was a small child at school and was bullied by almost all the children in the class. His classmates knew that Taeming was an orphan and always called him that. They would hurt him and start fighting with him even when he did nothing wrong. In this situation, he really looked helpless and didn't know how to react, because he didn't even touch this company that hated him for nothing. Little Taeming didn't know what we were talking about, but then Rachel appeared right in front of him and pushed all these guys and said that she did it. The one who had been clinging to Taemin the whole time got the worst of it, and he fell to the ground in front of her. It wasn't the first time she had talked to them about not touching Daemin, but this time she really couldn't take it anymore, and it came to a fight because she was tired of telling them to leave him alone. Rachel loudly told them to leave quickly and not to come anywhere near her friend. The three of them immediately ran away because they did not want to get even more slaps from her. When these children left, Rachel sighed and asked her friend why he never gives them back, because they would continue to terrorize him like this. Taeming only repeated the principal's words in fright, saying that it was wrong to fight with friends. But the girl replied that he was too stupid to think the principal was always right, and what would Taeming do without her? Taemin behaved like that because they had nowhere else to go, and this shelter was the only place where they could at least have a place to sleep and something to eat. Eventually, Rachel stopped and spoke to the boy again. She said that no one is obliged to give anyone a roof over their head, everyone is obliged to build one for themselves. Rachel added that when she started high school, she would leave the orphanage and was going to find some part-time work and live on her own because she did not want to obey the rules written by the administration of the orphanage. And in the future, she wanted to become a hunter and live a happy life helping others. Ever since he was a little boy, Taeming greatly admired his eldest. He was always surprised at her enthusiasm and wanted to be like her. There were only a few meters to run to the nearest bomb shelter where Rachel was now with the Order. Although Taeming did not know the exact geolocation, he had a rough idea of the area. In the end, he was right, because he had already reached the gym, but the room was not visible behind this strange green fog. Taeming realized that it would be a bad idea to continue walking with Karen, so he gently put her under the wall and went to check if anything bad had happened. This strange guy, who was obsessed with Rachel, came up to her and grabbed her hard by the throat. And all the other adventurers who were nearby were already lying on the ground because of the fog. Taming quickly found the older one and then, without a second thought, rushed at the bastard who had grabbed her. The former student of the academy grabbed the sword and rushed to defend her, ordering the guy to take his paws off her. But he didn't care, because he had been waiting for this moment for so long, and now Rachel was right in front of him, in his arms. He told her he loved her again and continued to tell her how much he loved her and wanted Rachel to stay with him forever. Luckily, this guy managed not to hurt her and only removed the adventurers so that they would not interfere with his plan. After that, he said that he would now take care of her and protect her. But it was at this moment that Taming interrupted him and quickly rushed right at this guy with a gun, ordering him to step back. Rachel was very surprised to hear Taemin's familiar voice because she definitely did not expect to meet him here. The guy was really on time and scared the weirdo who was picking on her. Yu-gil was also sitting right next to him, but he was only conscious and felt terrible and sincerely thanked Taemin for saving him. But he was immediately frightened when he saw him. However, as soon as Yu-gil realized that it was his Taming, he immediately retracted his words and then added that he thought it was someone from the order. In the end, it didn't matter at all, and the guy just told him to shut up immediately. The student began to tell me that it was a poisonous fog, and if he breathed it in, he would become a victim like most adventurers here. There were very few people who could still stand up, and the poisonous fog created by this weirdo was spreading incredibly fast. Taming was still standing away, and their common enemy seemed to be waiting for the moment when the fog would weaken him and not attack. In the end, the guy didn't take long, and his unique ability could have been very useful in clearing away the fog, so Taming's wind skill was useful. The weirdo who caused all this started to get angry when Taming became another obstacle for him. But what annoyed him even more was that the guy who had just walked in here snaked around calling Rachel Nuna, and then he launched his fog at him again. The possessed man was going to destroy Taemin and make him suffer after what he had already done. Rachel came up to him and said that they would take him down together, but Taming assured her that he would destroy him alone. When that weirdo heard Taming calling Rachel Nuna again, his eyes filled with blood, because that was the kind of address that irritated him the most. Everything the student did only made him more angry, and he became even angrier. In the end, this guy only began to use his skill more actively, or destroy Taemin completely, but he also used the wind skill himself. Although the younger man tried to restrain the guy, he realized that he would not last long, because his strength combined with his anger was something scary and powerful. Although Yu-gil felt bad, he got up and started helping him. Yu-gil stood behind him and began to support him, saying that Taming should hold on no matter what. He began to cry about how he couldn't die here and now because he hadn't even confessed his love to Rachel. While Taemin was trying his best to restrain this demon, Yu-gil finally did what he wanted to do and told him how much he loved Rachel. Taming was now even more angry at Yu-gil, and at this moment he wanted to destroy him even more than this demon, but he realized that he simply could not back down now. In the end, Taming could not restrain his forces for long because it is really difficult to resist such power. His heart froze the moment I realized that the demon was breaking through and I could no longer hold it back. When they both stopped, this weirdo immediately screamed and wondered if Rachel was okay, because it was important for him to save her life and not even hurt this girl. And indeed, Rachel was doing great. She stepped up to the plate and created a new barrier. She knew and immediately informed them that they would not be able to hold that shield for long, so they needed to figure out a way to get out. Rachel knew it wouldn't be easy, so after standing for a few seconds, they told them to run away while she held the demon back. But Taming said he wouldn't leave her alone and would help her. But the girl raised her tone and ordered them to run away as fast as they could. Now this is all she can do. She would like to save her own life, but she realized that it would not be possible to save everyone and remain unharmed. She was in pain and, despite all her strength, a little scared. Then Rachel held the barrier with her last strength, repeating again that the younger one should run away. The girl blamed herself for what happened because if she hadn't been distracted at the time, nothing would have happened. Or at least it wouldn't have reached such a scale. Then Ben tried to protect her by standing in front of her, but the demon grabbed him and was about to kill him. Ben had already realized that he was finished, so he told the other adventurers to take Rachel to a safe place immediately, and he had already given up on his life. The girl did not want to even think about leaving the battlefield, despite the fact that they tried to take her away from the dangerous place. Rachel resisted and said that she needed to treat Ben. But Yu-gil said that it was too dangerous and risky because there was no one else to protect Ben, and the demon clung to him. Her ability was healing, but she couldn't fight like other adventurers who had other skills. Looking around and seeing so many bodies of the injured adventurers, Rachel continued to blame herself for being too weak. And it was her fault. She could not hold back her tears when she realized that everyone was killed because of her. The girl remembered all the comments from the other adventurers who were so grateful to her that thanks to Rachel's abilities they could easily clear the dungeons. Her magic was much more powerful and better than the most expensive potion in the world. She was the only one in the whole world who possessed divine power. Rachel became someone who made a very big contribution to the whole world. Because of her abilities, she became very popular and continued to do what she loved and was important to her. But now, seeing everything that happened, she did not understand what the point of her skills was, if she could not even protect anyone. Now she has become a burden to everyone, and because of her, Ben is no longer in this world, and because of her, the other adventurers have suffered. Youngil tried to move her away, but at the same moment he was shot and let go of Rachel, falling to the ground. Of course, she was not going to leave him alone, and immediately sat down next to him to heal him. But the demon was getting closer, and Youngil barely heard her telling her to run. That time had come, and the demon was about to take her with him, because so much had happened, so much had to be done to get to her, and now Rachel was standing there unguarded, and no one would help her. How many people had already suffered because of her, and because of her weakness, Rachel wanted to save at least both of them and told the boys to get out of here as soon as possible. In the end, she knew that this demon would not chase them, because he only wanted her. So if she stayed here, this guy would leave the others alone and no one else would get hurt. Her shield was losing strength and gradually began to fall apart before her eyes, but the girl continued to stand firm. But Tae Ming and her classmate were not going to leave her, despite all these words, and the younger one said that everything would be fine. Rachel protected him for so many years when he was a kid. She was his support and protector. If it wasn't for this girl, he would have to continue to endure beatings every day, and now it was his time to protect her and repay her. Taeming was infinitely grateful to her for doing all this as a child, but now he wanted to take this burden off her shoulders. The student looked at her and smiled, holding the barrier above them, and then said that he wanted to share this burden with her, because that was why he became a hunter and tried to prove his strength every day. Taeming restrained the demon's powers, despite the fact that it was quite difficult. But later he was distracted. He saw a very bright light, and then the crystal that Jungmin had given him before he went to the town hall magically appeared in his hand. This stone radiated incredible energy, and Taeming allowed this energy to break free and protect them. Of course, the demon did not expect to see such power from his enemy, who had recently shown rather poor results in front of him. But if this magic stone is capable of such a thing even with the magical power of Taeming, then there is a chance. Perhaps they will succeed in winning, or at least it's worth a try. All four of them stood next to each other and were silent, looking at Taemin's hand where the magic crystal was located, but in just a few seconds, everything stopped. Youngil was beginning to panic, but none of them understood why they couldn't use the same magic now, when a few seconds ago the crystal had been radiating incredible power. The wallpaper began to quarrel with each other, but while they were shouting at each other, the stone began to radiate the same magical energy again. None of them could explain how this was happening, but they were enveloped in magical energy, creating a shield and attacking the demon behind them. This wind was so strong that it was almost impossible to stand on your feet, and this magic came out of nowhere. Taeming himself was shocked by what he had just seen with his own eyes, for he had not expected such power from his powers, even with the crystal that could amplify the user's magic. Youngil was already glad that he would at least live, and began to encourage his classmate, saying that he could do anything and that he could drive this demon away. Then the guy said that he would definitely come back here and that this was not their last meeting, and that it would only get worse in the future. The demon created a huge amount of clouds and lightning in the sky, telling the three to get ready for their next meeting, which would be much more fun than what happened today. It was really very resilient and not as easy to destroy as it might seem, but the company was at least glad that they got rid of it for now. They did manage to get rid of the demon itself for a while, but he left them a small gift in the form of monsters. All these monsters gathered and started attacking the three of them at the same time, and they were approaching them at a frantic speed right towards them. Taemin's anger grew stronger as he saw what this demon was capable of and failed to defeat it. What happened now was very dangerous indeed, because these monsters he had created could have killed them in one blow if they had only fallen under their sharp teeth. Youngil asked in a very encouraging voice whether the boy could hold out until help arrived. But Taeming exclaimed that no one would come because the Thousand Fates Guild had been completely destroyed. Rachel was also shocked to hear this, but she had to accept the fact that they were alone here and would have to deal with this demon and its monsters alone. Youngil said that he was lying, because how could Daemin know what happened to this guild, and that absolutely all of its members were killed? But it was true because this guild was attacked by another apostle, and only thanks to Yuna did they manage to survive. Yoonggil was not happy to hear the news, and the first thing that went through his mind was that he would have been better off getting out of here to save his own life. As much as he didn't want to do it, he was worried about himself, but the student knew that he couldn't leave Rachel here and run away alone. So Yoonggil suggested that they run away. He saw what was happening before his eyes and knew that he would not be able to defeat these monsters created by the demon, and that he should not even start the second round, because he would be wasting his time and energy. Daemin told him to run away with his sister, but Yoonggil immediately panicked and said that the three of them needed to leave. But it's unlikely that such a scenario would work if everyone left. The demon would chase after them. So Timing decided to detain the monsters so that at least they could leave this place without being harmed. Rachel still said that she would not leave him here, despite the fact that the younger one said that he would survive and be fine. Only Yoonggil was already getting annoyed by all this, because they both kept talking about how they would not leave each other and would hold the monsters while the others ran away. He realized that it would be no use, so he told them to get together and fight these monsters together, and even if he was destined to leave this world during this fight, Yoonggil wanted to break the guy's face first. He suggested to Taemin that they switch places, and that Yoonggil would be the one to hit and throw the most punches, while his classmate would support him. Yoonggil said that the weak point of this demon is its hands, so you should mainly aim at them, and the limbs are especially vulnerable at the moment when the apostle releases the poison. The student told Timing to block all of the demon's poisonous attacks, and he would hide behind Rachel's barrier and sneak up on the apostle of poison, and then attack him from behind. If Yoonggil gets into the hands of the demon and destroys them, he will be able to defeat him and all the monsters created. Only Rachel was against it because even though he would be under her shield, it was too dangerous. But in the end, they had no other choice, and they would have to risk their lives anyway. Nuna was right, it is indeed a very dangerous move, but there is no other way to do it, and here we have a chance to win, albeit a small one. Now they were standing at a distance waiting for the attack. So Timing began to think about what other ways they could neutralize the demon and save their lives. They already knew that this apostle created and released poison from his hands, but if so, his hands are his weapon, and thus they can also be his weakest point. At first it was hard to understand, but at one point, Timing seemed to understand everything. He recalled the time when he started talking to Jungmin again, and he told them that he had won an alchemist competition and created a unique class of potion for it, and even then this information surprised them. Pamchun then added that the young man used only poisonous plants to enhance the effectiveness of the poison, and even then Taemin did not believe that this was possible because he had never encountered it before. But Jungmin explained that in order to create a strong poison, they usually put poisonous plants together with an antidote, which is done to neutralize the side effects and make the potion weaker. So he decided to use only poisonous plants. Of course, this required jeweler's precision, because even a small mistake would be a failure, but if we manage to neutralize the toxins and fill them with poison, we will succeed. Now Taeming understood how to defeat this demon, if only to destroy its toxins with other toxins, to fight the enemy with the same coin. Then the boy called out to the others and told them that now they had a chance, and he knew how to defeat the apostle of poison. Taeming said to proceed as they had agreed and added that he had a brilliant idea. Yoonggil quickly approached the thing, but it began to ask her to give it a barrier, saying that he would definitely make it and come back alive. It was really a risky move, as they had said, but there was no other plan, so she agreed to try it. Rachel immediately put her shield over him, and it was actually a very strange feeling, something special that cannot be put into words. But it would not be possible to devote much time to this because a monster was waiting for them on the other side, so Yoonggil moved forward with his equipment. The Apostle of Poison began to speak in a very non-human voice, asking them to give him Rachel because he needed her. As they had agreed, Ming continued to repel all of the Apostle's poisonous attacks, and Yoonggil began to quietly approach him to attack him up close. Only then did the guy notice that Taeming was collecting this poison for some reason, not just to deflect blows. This surprised him, and for a moment the boy stood, but Taeming called out to him to keep going because they were running out of time. In the end, he did not know exactly what the demon was up to, but he continued to act according to the plan they had agreed on, and soon the student found himself right next to the demon. However, now he felt very angry with Taemin, who began to command him and tell him what to do. But he didn't think it would be a good idea to keep quiet, because it could spoil their wonderful plan, and the demon certainly noticed him and grabbed him. The Apostle of Poison squeezed his hand hard and continued to mock him. The demon said what the boy thought was pathetic and squeezed his hand even harder. Young-gil screamed, as if he had twisted his arm, because the pain from his hand to his shoulder was electric. The pain was both incredible, and on the other hand, he could not feel his limb because it hurt too much. Then tears came out of the guy's eyes, and he forgot about his anger at Taemin, and just asked him to do it faster because he couldn't take it anymore. At one point, it even seemed like he was going to faint. The demon still did not let go of him, but he noticed what was happening in front of him. By this time, Taeming had already collected enough poison and realized that the Apostle of Poison used different types of poison depending on the situation. At that moment, the demon left Young-gil when he realized that this idiot was going to use his own poison against him. At that moment, Taeming released the demon's venom at him, realizing that he would have to use another force to repel the blow. At this time, the demon approached again, and even with some mockery in his voice said that it was foolish to use his own poison against him, because this attack would not work. The Apostle of Poison said that he would simply absorb this energy back and perhaps become stronger. Taemin, in turn, hoped that his plan would work, and that he hadn't come up with something crazy. The friend again recalled the words of Jung Min, who spoke of the need for jewelry precision in this matter, and the need to neutralize toxins by balancing them with other poisonous substances. Then he and Yuna wanted to do it again, and Jung Min happily said that they would most likely succeed, so if you know these proportions, it won't be difficult. But at the very end, the young man added that he would not advise using this method because it is still dangerous. It's still very easy to make a mistake here. If you fail to maintain the balance, neutralization will not work, and nothing will come of it. But it seems this time he managed to keep the same proportions. Unfortunately, the demon was unable to absorb this poison, despite his confidence that his own power would not harm him. It turned out that the poison was multiplied and gained incredible power. The image of the demon disappeared and he transformed into his human form, after which he only said Rachel's name in a barely audible voice. Young-gil stood silently next to him, after which the Apostle of Poison fell on his back. Now the guy's body was trembling from what had happened, but the barrier partially stopped him, although the demon grabbed his arm hard and damaged it. The Apostle held on to her so tightly that he was very hurt, and this pain still remains in his body. Young-gil could no longer bear this pain and fell to his knees, and then Rachel and Timing came up to him to help the student. When the two finally approached him, Young-gil slapped him several times, and quite hard. Rachel was just trying to bring him to his senses so he wouldn't faint. The poison had already spread all over his body, and the girl told him not to move, and that she would heal him, but Young-gil still got more on his cheek. For how many minutes it really helped him and healed him, and his arm almost completely stopped hurting. Then Taeming turned to him. Maybe it wasn't the best time, but he started talking about how Young-gil used to bully Jungmin and had to drop out of school as a result. Taeming, of course, thanked the guy for what he did today and for the good work they did together, but said that Young-gil should apologize to him. The student felt very uncomfortable after these words, so he turned away and quietly said that he would really apologize to him later. At the same moment, Rachel called out to him and told him not to talk, as it interferes with the healing, and also told him not to even think about closing his eyes. It was very fun and funny to watch because Taeming remembered how he used to get the same treatment from her and laughed as he stood back. Later, the young man handed her a small bag and told her that it was from Jongmin and told her to use it for healing. Basically, there were potions and other things that could help heal Rachel, and she was very happy about it because their supplies were already at zero and it would be nice to get something else. After all this, Taeming spoke about his friend Saren, who had left the petals and told the older woman that she needed help now, so he asked her to come with him to heal her. The place was safe enough that he was sure nothing had happened to her, but it took him too long to overcome the demon. While the rest of the team went to Saren to either rescue her or heal her, Yuna continued to fight the Apostle of Wrath. And this fight was very difficult for her because meeting such a powerful opponent one-on-one could have ended in her death. Despite the fact that the demon was very strong, he still sometimes missed her because Yuna was small and moved quickly, running away from his blows, which irritated the demon. When the girl got far enough away, she decided to use a barrier to keep her opponent from getting closer and repel all his attacks. He was annoyed that she could hit him and strike him, so he kept attacking over and over again to destroy Yuna and end her as quickly as possible. Despite the fact that she was facing a very powerful opponent, the girl was doing quite well and so far has defended herself skillfully by holding the barrier and sometimes hitting herself. Then the Apostle of Wrath again gathered all his strength and began to attack her from close quarters, coming right up to Yuna. But as soon as he started his attack, he realized that this girl had abruptly disappeared somewhere, and it was not the first time Yuna had done this, as if she had deliberately wanted to lure him to one place and then escape from there by creating a trap. The girl had teleportation, and now this ability was really helping her out, because at least she was able to dodge her enemy's powerful attacks and stall for time. The student fell to the ground with her hands covering herself from the blows, and although she managed to teleport and escape, the demon was just as fast, and it would not have been easy to dodge all of them all the time. Finally, he caught her and told her that if she wanted to live, she should have run without looking back and not started fighting him, especially since she could only move a very short distance, and then catch her easily anyway. Despite all the demon's words about running and Jongmin's warnings, the girl didn't want to run anywhere. First of all, because she was going to protect her loved ones, and in the end, now she has nowhere to go and has only to fight. For the Apostle of Wrath, this fight was quite fun because the opponents were strong, and you had to put in at least a little effort to destroy them and emerge victorious. Eventually, the demon hit her hard, and Yuna was knocked away from him, but she quickly got to her feet despite all the scratches and bruises she had already received during the fight. It was getting more and more interesting, especially after the demon realized that this girl could not only throw spells well, she was quite a skilled adventurer, so he wanted to continue fighting. Up to this point, he had not used all his strength, as if playing with his victim, and then the demon began to approach him quite slowly and said that he liked fist fighting more, and now the real fun would begin. Yuna had almost lost all her strength to continue. She would not have been able to stand it because she was alone here against such an opponent, and even in her mind she understood where it could go, but she did not want to give up, first of all, to take revenge. After all, fighting with his fists is definitely not an option, because no one has a chance of winning against him. So Yuna again prepared to use one of her most powerful spells and attack the demon. These were the strokes that were in her style, and she was one of the best at them, and she felt more confident using these skills. The gap between their powers is very large, and it will not be easy to destroy this opponent, but at this moment the girl decided to use her main trump card and use the magic that only she could master in the entire academy. With such attacks, Yuna was more confident in her victory, so she began to apply these skills. Within seconds, meteorites began to fall from above, and in fact the demon was a little surprised to see such a phenomenon created by her. But for him, it again served to show that the fight would only be more fun because of a good opponent. Now this demon was a big punching bag for her, so Yuna wanted to take all her anger out on him and tried her best to do something about it. Despite the fact that her meteorites had already begun to fall to the ground and dozens more were approaching, the demon abruptly began to approach her as if he was completely indifferent to these attacks. Perhaps these were strong attacks, but for him she was still not on the same level as he was, so as he approached Yuna, he simply said that he had had enough of convulsing before his end and finally went to his father. Any mention of her father hurt the girl very much, and as she said, she was here to avenge her father and Tagil, so she was not going to give up even after such words, and used her skill again. Yuna would never forgive this demon for what he did to her father and Uncle Tagil, because they were the closest people to her who almost simultaneously left her through the apostle of the devil. Then the girl stood still, despite the fact that the demon was rapidly approaching him, which was a bit surprising, because if she met him so close, she would definitely have no chance of surviving. It turned out that she did it on purpose, because just as the demon got close enough, Yuna quickly teleported and did so just as the apostle was about to touch her. Again, she couldn't teleport too far, but it was enough distance to get away from him for now, and she needed to buy some time to do what she wanted to do. At this point, Yuna even managed to laugh that he had fallen for her trap again and was trying to catch his victim. At that moment, the demon fell to his knees because he was hit several times by Yuna's attacks. It wasn't so much painful as it was just annoying that this crazy woman could confuse him and the demon was already tired of chasing her like that. He wanted to end it quickly and destroy their entire family. He began to use his powers again, telling Yuna that he would destroy her right now and send her to her father, while the girl stood calmly in one place and did not move. After such an attack, silence reigned, and the Apostle of Wrath was sure that after such a blow she was definitely finished and could not move after this attack. Everything was burning even more intensely, but Yuna used her teleportation skill again, intending to choose a safer place, or at least get rid of the enemy for a few minutes, so the demon was left alone again. Yuna felt just incredibly terrible, and it was really hard for her to turn around. She could barely stand up after what she had been through, and breathing was only getting harder. She was glad only because she had managed to escape from there, because this blow really destroyed her in the same second. But there is a disadvantage for her, because the magic of teleportation leaves a clear trace, and the demon will be able to find her quickly, especially since she teleported not far away. Yuna had already spent so much energy on him, but all these attacks against the demon were completely ineffective. And now she understood what Jungmin had said when he said that she should run as soon as she met him. And of course the apostle was also tired, but her mother would be over much faster. The girl thought that she needed to buy time, or at least regain her strength and come up with a plan, but she did not know how to do it alone. She was trying to be quiet and thoughtful, but at that moment we found her and kicked in the door of the room where she had gone to hide. It seemed that now he was full of strength and anger, which gave him energy, so the demon quickly walked forward to her and said that this is where she would spend her last moments of life. He came here at the wrong time because Yuna hadn't had time to recover her strength and was hoping that he would look for her longer. The demon was slowly coming closer, saying that he was going to destroy her and make her suffer for a long time before finally passing out. The Apostle of Wrath used his skills against her, blowing up everything here. But Yuna, though afraid, tried not to show her fear, urging him to come closer and start a second round of fighting. She was exhausted, but she prepared to attack, telling the demon that he could do nothing but swing his fists. And she was only thinking about how to get out, because she had almost no mana left. Now she simply has no choice but to distribute all her remaining energy among all the attacks equally, in order to at least have some chance against him. Satan's supporter still stood calmly in front of her because any of Yuna's attacks would not work on him now, and he even became bored when he saw that this was all his opponent could do. But the girl continued to throw all the objects she could get her hands on, trying to push him away from her. In the end, although these attacks were boring, he liked watching Yuna fight for her life in every way possible. The apostle came closer, and when he was very close, the girl picked up a dagger in an attempt to defend herself. And of course he did not like it, because it is not fair to hide weapons. At that moment, the demon grabbed her head sharply and strongly, and Yuna staggered backwards. The demon exhaled heavily, and then realized why Yuna was acting this way. She simply ran out of mana and had nothing else to do but throw herself at everything to fight back, even though she knew it would be of little use. But she still had some energy left over for just such an eventuality, so she began to cast her spells again. She sharply threw the demon away from her, repeating once again that she would not give up and would fight to the very end. In fact, it was really very unexpected, because the demon was sure that the girl's mana had already been exhausted, and now she was an easy victim with whom he would not have to bother. Now he wanted to end her right now so that she would not create any more problems and troubles, and after all, the apostle knew that in any case, Judas would not be able to match him and would not win. Although the girl already looked very exhausted, she still had a desire to win and take revenge. The apostle stood firmly in place, wishing he had not cut off her tongue when he had the opportunity, for he was tired of talking so much. But at that moment his feet began to wrap around the sprouts. The plant quickly grew in size and then grabbed him completely and tied him up. He was already very tired of it, and now all these attempts to survive were irritating him, not amusing, so the demon was not going to play anymore. And anyway, all these attempts will be in vain and will not lead to anything, after which the apostle moved forward, saying that she would never restrain him. However, he made a mistake here, because in a moment he began to feel that something was wrong with him, and when he tried to escape from Yuna's trap, he realized that she was holding his body too tightly. He panicked and could not believe that only these unfortunate plants could do this to him. Yuna could barely stand on her feet and then breathed a sigh of relief, saying that what she had been talking about had finally worked. She tried to catch him and chose the right moment, and when the demon was trapped, the apostle's body began to stiffen. She also remembered that Uncle Tegel's punches could not only knock an opponent down, but he seemed to have some secret ability. And now, she used this to her advantage because she knew that these attacks cause microtrauma. Of course, if there are a few of them, nothing will happen, but if you hit her dozens of times, the opponent will sooner or later feel the effect. Over time, the effect of these injuries will be felt even by strong opponents, and they will not be able to move because the body is gradually paralyzed. She kept silent about this trump card until the very end. And in the end, Yuna just hoped that this effect would soon take effect and help her cope with the demon and overcome it. These plants began to squeeze the apostle even harder, and the effect of Tegel's blows became stronger and stronger, and his body really stopped obeying. Since he was running out of time and was already annoyed by this girl, the demon decided to burn everything here with her and finally end the fight with his own victory. But Yuna had thought of everything, because now the demon was covered in flour, which she had also thrown at him along with other objects, and when he began to use his fire skill, she smiled. Of course, before the attack reached her, the fire hit his body and the demon began to burn. The girl decided that she would continue to pour flour until the explosion stopped, and now she was ready to sacrifice even her own life just to destroy him. It was much more important for her to take revenge for her loved ones who were harmed by him, so she continued to attack. Now the girl's anger knew no bounds. She seemed to be enjoying what she was doing in retaliation for what had happened to her uncle and father. It was as if Yuna had lost her common sense looking at his suffering. Now the demon was hurting as much as he was making her loved ones uncomfortable. She didn't stop, even though her strength was almost gone, but she kept hitting him and pouring flour right on him. It was all really unpleasant, but he kept on keeping on and didn't give up. But soon he noticed that this girl had come up with something else. With all the explosions and the dust of flour, he could hardly see anything. But then Yuna quickly approached him, about to hit him. But before she could do so, the demon fell in front of her, and the fire spread even more. It took only a few seconds for her to fall to the ground, fainting. Before she finally passed out, she thought only about Daemin and Saren, and worried whether they had made it to the safe house and met with Rachel. Closing her eyes, she realized that she also needed to get there as soon as possible, but she had no strength to move a finger. It had only recently happened, but she already missed her father and Uncle Tagil. Later, everything became quiet, and the fire stopped. Yuna was lying on the ground with her eyes closed when the door to the building suddenly opened. Despite the fact that the demons said that the girl's father was already dead, he managed to survive. Although he was badly injured and had many injuries all over his body, he found his daughter among the rubble. He picked her up, intending to take her to a safer place and bring her to her senses. But to his surprise, the girl was conscious and was very happy when she realized that her father was still alive. She did not even open her eyes, but realized that it was him, and quietly said that she believed that he had survived. Yuna could hardly speak, but she felt overwhelming joy when she realized she was not alone. Eventually, they couldn't stop, so her father left the building with her and headed for the nearest shelter. But they didn't leave the room with their daughter, and immediately Hangul saw Daemin running quickly towards them despite the heavy rain. His father guessed that this boy would follow them to find Yuna, and Daemin was even a little scared when he saw the condition of the boy and the number of wounds on his body, so he asked if he could walk normally. Hangul sighed heavily and said that it was just a small scratch, so there was nothing to worry about. In the end, he told them both to stay where they were and not to go here because it was too dangerous. But the children disobeyed him and went to the city anyway. Teming apologized, but they couldn't stay away from this situation, and then the guy asked if Yuna would be okay. Kangil replied that she would be fine because he had already given her first aid, and now she just needed to rest, and then she would feel better. The father didn't say it out loud, but he was proud and surprised at the same time by his daughter, who was able to defeat the man even several strong and experienced adventurers could not defeat. Yuna changed a lot and became much more proficient in her own skills. She improved herself and became stronger every day. At that time, Pamchun and other adventurers continued to fight, and nothing was over for them because the epicenter of all the chaos was there. Soon they would be approaching the gate, so the professor told everyone to prepare for the strongest attack and not to spare themselves or their enemies. They prepared to strike, and there were only a few meters to the portal itself. Pamchun saw a lot of victims on the way here, and he saw how much Everton has affected this whole city and turned it from a cozy place to something more like a prison. There hasn't been such a large-scale disaster since the dungeon burst 4 years ago and the monster was released. But if you look at the whole situation, it's even worse now than it was then. That's why the professor didn't understand why his old friend Kim Dae-ho was doing this, and didn't understand why he had changed so much. When this tragedy happened a few years ago, he was the one who was most worried about what happened. But now he is the one behind this chaos. The gate was already right in front of them, so the leader stopped and told the others to focus on the enemy's main weapon, that is his pistol. Pamchun said that they needed to get as close to him as possible, or he would not be able to shoot, and the professor added that he would shield the adventurers from bullets himself and let them follow him. There was no more time for conversations and explanations, so everyone went forward as quickly as possible, following the professor. They were approaching their main enemy, but at the same moment he started shooting at everyone who was approaching. And they weren't even bullets, which is probably even worse because they were tied up with something and the adventurers couldn't move after that. It looked very strange, and the professor remembered that Kim Dae-ho had never had any technique similar to the one he had just used. Despite all of this, he warned others not to panic, and then he was going to use protective magic to prevent this from happening again. The leader got quite close and was about to grab the gun, but what annoyed him the most was that he dared to shoot at his own men. But his opponent's answer was very short. He just said that everyone here was superfluous. He wanted to fight him one-on-one, so he was going to destroy the others. Pam Chun was only more enraged by these words. He was waiting for the right moment to attack. And it seems that this moment did not come, so the professor unleashed all his strength on him. A fight broke out between them, and none of the adventurers interfered with them because they were tied up and unable to attack their opponent. Pam Chun again found himself very close to the enemy and struck the ground on which Kim Dae-ho was standing with all his might. The professor admitted that when he heard about the situation, he did not believe that the suspect was really a thief until the last moment, thinking that it was a mistake. Kim Dae-ho was his old friend with whom he had lived together for so many years, and he was always in favor of justice, which changed him so much. Then Pam Chun remembered his brother's wife and Seo-hyun, because it could only have hurt him so much. When Kim Dae-ho remained silent and looked at his former friend with a glassy gaze, Pam Chun shouted that it was just an accident and no one was to blame, although he felt sorry for his fiancée and daughter. But now he is planning what has led to so many hundreds of victims. Kim Dae-ho said that he knew absolutely nothing about him or what he was feeling at that moment. However, the old friend still tried to stop him and asked him to come to his senses, and if not for his sake, then for the sake of his family, who would definitely not want to see such a father. Pam Chun knew him better than anyone else because he had been friends for so many years and had experienced many different moments with him, so he tried to bring Dae-ho to his senses. Now it was as if he was not himself, but something that had taken over and was trying to control his subconscious. However, Dae-ho did not react to Pam Chun's words at all and only continued to attack. In the end, he was as strong and powerful a hunter as ever, and there was even some nostalgia. What a pity that time they were in the dungeon and Pam Chun rushed into the attack again, realizing that he was unlikely to bring his friend back. Kim Dae-ho continued the same sentence that his old friend had started, and said that he also regretted feeling sorry for him then. It seems that Pam Chun decided to fall into memories, but it was unnecessary because what happened then cannot be brought back. It was all too sentimental, and Pam Chun decided to end it and also prepared for his opponent's strike. No matter how much he wanted to get his friend back, or at least understand his intentions and their reasons, the professor knew it was over, especially since he was already almost at zero. Kim Dae-ho told him to surrender for the last time, because Pam Chun's magic channel was already broken, and even so he would not be able to defeat his opponent. The professor stopped for a moment and became wary because few people knew about his problems with the magic channel, and Dae-ho was definitely not one of those people, because at that time they were not even in contact anymore. He became nervous and created a large light dragon next to him to protect himself and the other adventurers behind him. At the same moment, Dae-ho began to fight back with both pistols forward and fired again. Their fight was short, and then the place where they had just been standing exploded. The professor fell to the ground and felt incredibly bad about what had happened, because all his magical powers that he had managed to get from the mana channel had almost dissipated, and now Pam Chun was almost powerless. With such a wound, he would certainly not be able to do anything, but Pam Chun was now looking closely at the place where Dae-ho had fallen, hoping that he too was no longer able to fight. But it turned out differently, and Dae-ho calmly went to his old friend, almost without any wounds, asking if he was still tired of fighting. Because he was not yet ready to end this struggle and was going to finally destroy all those who would interfere with Everton's plan. Pam Chun froze and looked at the enemy with horrified eyes because he did not understand how he had survived, and there were no injuries on his body. Dae-ho did not attack him and just silently came closer, saying that he was only doing the same thing he had done before, the same when changing the trajectory of the opponent's attack. That is, Kim Dae-ho used bullets like a lightning rod, directing them into the ground to deter Pam Chun's attacks. But if it weren't for his broken manic channel, he wouldn't have succeeded at all. And since Pam Chun can't use his magic power, Dae-ho decided to do him a favor and do it for him in the name of summoning Satan. However, Pam Chun was not going to bend under him and give up, so he said that he would fight until his last breath. The professor continued to sit on the ground looking directly into Kim Dae-ho's eyes when he heard a very familiar voice calling out to his teacher. It was Jung Min, and the professor saw him immediately when he looked back. But the first thing he did was ask the younger man why he had come here at all. They all said the same thing. It's very dangerous here, and it's better to get out of here while there are still people alive. But the young man seemed not to have heard the professor at all, and quickly ran off somewhere because he had only 1 hour to finally deal with the chaos and destroy the world flower. In the end, this kid was very cunning, and Pomchun realized that his student had come here to close the gate. So Pomchun decided to play along and called Daeho over to distract him. He was going to cast a spell to summon Stana and complete Everton's plan. The professor told him to begin his spell, urging him to rejoin the battle, while he thought about taking his enemy away so that Jongmin could take care of the gate. Daeho was surprisingly calm, but he immediately said that he did not understand his old friend's position, because if Pomchun used his magic now in this state, he would not be able to use it at all later, if he survived at all. But Pomchun didn't want him to interfere in other people's business, so he told Daeho to take care of himself. The professor used his dragon summoning skill again and sent the beast straight at the Evertonian. Pomchun used his power to invest in the dragon and tried to restrain it until the portal closed. In addition, the professor's technique had no weaknesses, so Pomchun confidently controlled the beast, directing attacks at the opponent. He didn't even think about saving his own strength despite the great risks. And since Daeho knew the man well, he realized that this was not like him. It was only later that Daeho realized that he was looking at a strange guy who had just appeared here. But now it became clear why Pomchun was acting so strangely in the first place, and Daeho realized that he was just going to cover for the young man who had almost reached the portal. He was distracting Daeho at the moment when Jongmin was about to draw his sword and strike. Daeho would never allow this to happen in front of him as long as he was alive, so he turned his attention to Jongmin. This little plan got out of hand because Pomchun hoped that his opponent would not notice the student, at least not so quickly, so the old man rushed to Jongmin. Daeho and the professor were already next to the boy, but they immediately felt a powerful energy flowing around them. Jongmin didn't realize anything himself when he simply put his hand forward and froze. While the boy stood there in shock and did not realize what he had just done, the professor came closer, looking at Jongmin with surprised eyes. He could not explain how this was possible because even he would not have thought of doing such a thing, and Daeho's attack would have destroyed him immediately. But while Pomchun was distracted by his student, Daeho found the perfect moment to attack him and destroy the extra opponent. The Evertonian gave up and said that it was not Pomchun's style to fall for such cheap tricks, as he was only targeting one of them. When the professor was finished, Daeho was about to move on to the junior, but Jongmin rushed to strike first, seeing what he had done to the teacher. He was so close to his goal, but then Daejo's hand stopped him. The demon used his magic against the boy and distanced him from himself, ordering him not to interfere in his affairs. Jongmin fell right into Daeho's trap, and now he couldn't even move. The guy understood that he had to get out because he could not live otherwise, but his body was almost completely paralyzed. Since the younger man was no longer in the ranks of his rivals, Daeho approached Pomchun, intending to do to him what he had done to Jongmin. The professor was now only able to pay lip service to the idea of moving. They were both strong and powerful hunters, but Pomchun allowed himself to be distracted and act rashly, and as a result, he found himself powerless in the clutches of the enemy. Now everything was clear, and Daeho realized that he had been secretly teaching his student to destroy the gate. Now Pomchun's body was paralyzed, and he could only feel the Evertonian absorbing his strength. It was hard to even stay conscious after the magic had completely left him. Jongmin believed that he was to blame for this situation, so he tried his best to get out. But his thoughts continued to destroy him from the inside, because Jongmin remembered what had happened to his friends, and now the professor, and they all suffered because of him alone. The young man blamed himself for what had happened to so many of his loved ones. Even though Jongmin knew that all this was just an illusion created by his own fear, it was very difficult to cope with it. The young man spent time gathering his thoughts and trying to concentrate. If he let those thoughts consume him from the inside, he would definitely not have time to do anything, and Jongmin knew he had to save his teacher. However, it was still difficult to move his arms no matter how hard Jongmin tried. Kim Daeho stood behind him, continuing to absorb Pomchun's energy, and then picked up a pendant with a photo of his daughter and looked at it. In the end, Daejo had already done everything he could and everything he still needed to fulfill Satan's challenge. At that moment, Jongmin was still able to move and lunged forward, almost hitting the man with his sword, but he successfully dodged his attack. This happened very unexpectedly, at least because Jongmin managed to get out of his technique and free himself from the trap. The very next move, the guy did what he wanted to do and drew his sword across his body. It was a smart decision on his part, because in this way the guy managed to free himself from Kim Daeho's technique and regained consciousness. Then the Evertonian looked back at Pomchun, who had already given almost all his energy, and the ritual was about to be completed and Satan would be summoned. Yoon and Zaire watched the fight, and after Jungmin was grabbed, they asked Eden what to do and whether they should intervene because they knew that as long as the power of fear is in place, the body will remain paralyzed. Another character from the Seven asked why Eden was not acting. Because if Evertonian succeeds in summoning Satan, no one else will, and it will affect the whole world. But Eden yelled at him to shut up because he didn't need to explain it all, because he didn't feel good about sitting there and watching the screen, knowing he couldn't help. Then a quarrel broke out between them, and the hero called Eden a coward and said that if he didn't deal with you, he would go there himself. And another hero sighed, trying to stop them because they shouldn't forget their goal, especially if they interfered. It would be the end of them all. Eden was beginning to go crazy with impotence and was reproaching himself for sitting still, but she called him and told him to look at the screen. Jungmin wounded himself, and thus he managed to get out of the trap, and Kim Dae-ho's spell stopped working. It was hard for Jungmin to move, and his body did not stop hurting, but he realized that he could not allow the Evertonian to summon Satan to complete the ritual. Before leaving for Terianzi, Jungmin asked Jack and Leah to go with him, but to be polite and not to show themselves until he called them both. He told them never to leave the magic circle that surrounds the ring, so the children didn't ask any questions and just agreed, happy that he would take them on a mission. At first, Jongmin was against taking them along because he thought that all these monsters would have a bad effect on the psyche of young children, but they could help at a critical moment. So the young man promised that if they were good, he would take them to an amusement park. And then he turned to Leia and asked her to turn into a small dagger when he passed it twice over the ring. The girl didn't understand why he needed it at the time, but a small weapon could be useful at any time, so she agreed and waited for the right moment. She successfully accomplished her task and turned into a dagger at the right time, after which the young man thanked her and asked her to become a sword. Later, Leia became a large and sharp sword in the hands of Jungmin, and he stood before his enemy with a weapon. All these actions of the young man irritated Kim Dae-ho, and he realized that the boy was not easy and would not let him finish the ritual of summoning Satan in peace. Jungmin decided to intervene in their fight again, trying to get his teacher out of that magic circle before it was too late. The Evertonian struck at him, releasing his strength into the guy, but he again blocked his shot. Here again the nuances that he had prescribed in his own story helped, and he took with him ore that can withstand even a direct hit from a nuclear warhead. He was well prepared and brought a shield made entirely of diamondium, and with the help of this barrier, he will be able to avoid any enemy hit if he just sets it up in time. Despite all this, Kim Dae-ho continued to fight and picked up a gun, shooting directly at the body of the guy who was protecting himself with a shield. The Evertonian was going to use his power once again and invoke the power of fear to take over Jongmin's mind for the second time and finally destroy him while he was under his control. But Jungmin already knew how this could end and was not going to fall for the demon's bait twice, so he began to dodge before the energy could even touch him. The apostle felt uncomfortable when this boy was able to repel his fear, and after that, Dae-ho could not even imagine who he was facing because no one had ever been able to resist this skill before. However, the guy knew all these techniques because he himself had invented a skill that could awaken all his fears deep in the subconscious and intensify them. When fear takes over and fills the whole soul, a person stops seeing everything else and has no choice but to submit to their own fears and remain in the grip of horror. That is why the young man immediately repelled the attack with his shield in front of him. The attack hit the demon directly and it fell to its knees, after which the boy calmly approached him, but the fight between them is far from over. Of course, Jungmin was very happy that he was able to repel this attack, because until it happened, he did not believe that it would be possible at all. After that, the boy asked Jack to tie the demon up so that it could no longer move, and Jungmin himself decided to go to the gate to help the teacher come to his senses and pull him out of the magic circle. Kim Dae-ho closed his eyes and then found himself in front of the door of his house, not moving and looking forward in silence, not understanding how he got there. It was really strange to be in this place, especially right now, but the man realized that he was not himself right now. Right now, he was haunted by the feeling that he had forgotten something, and it was something very important indeed. When Dae-ho opened the door, he immediately heard the joyful and ringing voice of his daughter, who ran into her father's arms. He sat down to hug Soo-hyun and gently told her not to run around here because she might trip and fall. But the girl was excited to hear about the amusement park they were going to today, but her father was away for a long time. He hugged his daughter, then apologized for being late and promised never to do it again, and the girl happily hugged him back. At that moment, Dae-ho felt happy, but his subconscious seemed to be clouded. Then the girl looked up at him and called for her father. When the man looked at his daughter again, he saw a completely different picture and her voice changed. Then the girl said that this time he was too late. She spoke as if her voice was not her own, her face was distorted, and then the girl said that she was angry with her father because she was in great pain, and he did not even help because he was simply not there. Daisho stepped back, taking his hands away from her as if it were a blow to him, and his heart beat faster. He began to breathe heavily, and no longer understood what was happening around him. And then he heard a voice saying that there was an accident that was no one's fault. When the man came to me, he saw himself, but he kept telling me from the past that his family had died because of an accident, because of the pain he had experienced, and once he decided that he would do everything to prevent this from happening again. Daiko had completely lost his understanding of his surroundings. Of course, he knew that he was seeing himself from the past, but he did not realize what was happening. These 4 years ago, he felt incredibly bad and tried to forget about the feelings he had on the day of the tragedy, but nothing worked, and everything he saw kept going through his head. Of course, no one could have foreseen this situation because on that day the dungeon simply burst open and all those who were in that place were injured or even killed. He felt devastated when he learned about what happened to his family. He heard distant voices saying that some hunter was bragging to his girlfriend about a trophy artifact, and then he snapped, and he was the son of a deputy, so as if many people hadn't been hurt, everything would have ended quietly when the money was paid. At that moment, he heard someone talking about him and what happened to his family. But his boss said on the phone that Kim Dae-ho seemed to take it calmly, saying that everything that happened was an accident. Perhaps others thought that he was simply resigned to the situation, but at that very moment, Dae-ho decided that he had to take revenge and destroy them. He wanted to repay in the same coin all those responsible for what happened to his family. He was full of despair, hatred, anger, and rage, and this is what attracted the devil, who came to his aid and offered to make all these dreams that were floating in the clouds come true. Satan said that he would have a great mission, and that he would be able to take revenge on the people he hated. Dae-ho stood before Satan while the devil extended his hand and invited him to follow him. In the end, the man gained power as a reward for giving his own soul to the devil. Now he had the opportunity to take revenge for his family on all those who were responsible for this, and all those who did not help even though they were there. It overwhelmed Dae-ho, and he became a hostage to his desire, experiencing tremendous pain and suffering because of all these events. While Dae-ho was reliving all of these moments for the second time, Jungmin managed to rescue the professor and pulled him out of the portal. But Pom Chun's wound was too deep. Perhaps if the professor had stayed there a few minutes longer, it would have been impossible to save him. The boy laid the teacher down next to him, and now he did not know how much time was left to destroy the world flower. But he was going to do it as soon as possible. When Jongmin was concentrating on finding the flower, he didn't notice that Dae-ho was attacked from behind, but he came to his senses and freed himself. The blow was very unexpected, so the young man did not even have time to dodge the attack, and the demon hit him right in the body. Of course, the boy knew that this power would not hold him back forever, but for some reason Jungmin was sure that the belt would last at least a little longer, and now he would not be able to concentrate on the main goal. Dae-ho tied him up again, leaving him behind, and went inside the portal. It seemed as if the man did not even hear any of the words. He approached the gate and began to apologize to his beloved and to his daughter, after which he added that he would be with them very soon. Dae-ho said that he would have to wait a little longer, and he would avenge them. But at that moment, something grabbed him from the portal. Pom Chun's hands were chained, and he could not move, although he did not try, and he looked at Jungmin with a devastated and glassy gaze. The boyfriend stayed downstairs watching all this, but all he could do was scream. Eventually, the ritual was completed, and the Apostle of Fear summoned Satan by sacrificing Pom Chun. Corgitas was also watching and immediately noticed when the gate finally opened. And then the guy laughed ominously as he looked out the window. Now he has the strength to get out of this tower and become even more powerful. When the ritual was completed, he would no longer need this body, so Corgitas left this shell. Eventually he was freed and could safely leave the tower where he had spent so much time. Eden stood up from his seat, exclaiming that it was not too late. Before Satan took his final form, they had a chance, so Eden ordered Jungmin to attack. The guy was very scared to start this attack, but he would have had no other choice, so they fought. The devil approached and attacked Jungmin, who used the true form of Eden. The guy used an incision, followed by a strong flash of light. It was all over as quickly as it had started, and Jungmin went down to the ground, looking around and hoping that it was over. Eden got angry at him while sitting in front of the screen and started to shout. He said that he actually says this only when he is facing his own end, but right in front of Jungmin was the one who would destroy the world, because the devil had taken his final form. He recognized this technique because the hero had tried to resist Satan the last time, but Eden failed. The devil approached and, standing in front of Jungmin, attacked again. not understanding how this guy knew this technique. He began to attack the young man, asking him if he was related to Eden. The guy lost his arm when Satan attacked him and felt pain that went through his body. After that, he applied the teachings using the true form of prana. Having launched this force forward, Jungmin moved away. Jungmin stood up despite the fact that he was very afraid and again asked for Prina's help. It looked really interesting, and the miracle worker smiled to see this boy healed so quickly. After that, Jungmin picked up a bow and arrows and began to attack, launching several at once. The devil stopped, although not a single arrow hit him, but he realized how interesting an opponent Jungmin was if he could master divine techniques. While Jungmin continued his strikes, he still missed his enemy because he was too strong and fast. For Satan, this attack was too slow and weak, especially since Jungmin usually just imitated their movements. He approached the boy, and Jungmin began to fight back with his weapon. After which the devil mockingly asked whose other technique the young man would show him this time. Maybe an archer or maybe a berserker, but this guy would never pretend to be one. He would never defeat the devil. It was hard to compare his abilities to anyone he had fought before, because the power was beyond anything he had ever seen. So Jungmin asked Leah to create a shield to protect him from the attack. Even though his something was very powerful and made of the strongest material, it was simply impossible to withstand this blow. In the end, the guy flew into a rock, and I let go of absolutely everything, and it was hard to get up. Satan calmly walked over to him and confidently declared that he would soon take over the entire world. All people in this world will become slaves of demons and will not be able to escape from this trap without submitting to force, and after the power passes to them, the earth will also belong only to demons. It was very unpleasant for Jungmin to hear such words. But he could not attack now, because this attack simply did not lead to anything. Before the boy could even come to his senses and do anything, the devil took him by the neck and lifted him above the ground, reminding him that this young man understood that he and his friends had already destroyed 3 of his apostles and had almost killed the apostle of fear. It was really hard for the boy to talk because the demon was clutching his neck tighter and tighter with its claws. But he said that he always believed in his friends, even though he knew that revenge would be terrible. But the devil decided to give him a chance and offered to become his apostle if he and his friends agreed. Satan would not harm their families. However, Jungmin exclaimed that he would never do that and would fight to the death. When he heard that the guy refused, he said only one phrase and assured them that they would only suffer in that case. Both of his apostles, who had never appeared here before, appeared next to Satan. One of them was the apostle of humility, and a girl named Yansu was the apostle of laziness. Jungmin realized that the situation was getting worse for him every minute, because he did not expect him to call for help, especially since the power of these apostles was simply unrealistic in this case. But when he looked at it from the other side, he thought that this could be their last chance. Judging by the abilities of these apostles, they are not able to obey anyone, not even Satan himself. At the same time, Yansu said tiredly that she would rather be asleep than here. Jungmin thought that he might be able to lure them to his side if he was lucky, but the apostle of humility was approached by his own wolf, and then the boy ordered him to act. At the moment of such hunger, all these people were just food for the evil spirit. With every word, Jungmin realized that the end was very near, and he did not know how to act and did not understand what to do to at least buy time. The devil got down on the ground again and calmly asked him what he was so afraid of, because after all, they all had to become his power sooner or later. Very soon, Jungmin and everyone else will recognize this evil energy and will be subject to the demons that are already walking this earth. The power of the adventurer, or even several or all of them combined, could not match this energy of the evil spirit. And if the boy had accepted his offer to become one of the apostles, he would have remained alive, and his family would have been safe as well. Monsters were roaming around the city along the water, and the adventurers fought them, but at one point all the monsters retreated as one and stopped their attack and went in one direction. They moved toward their master who called them. When all the demons and monsters began to converge, Jungmin and all the other people will regret not submitting to the forces of evil. He was left alone against all these monsters, and they all started attacking him at the same time, not even giving him a way out. Saren and the others were now in the shelter, and she was feeling better. At least she was awake, but she needed to eat something disgusting to be completely cured. But Rachel replied by recounting what her friend Temin had said, that she had to accept it if she wanted her condition to improve. She didn't want to eat it at all. It was too disgusting to even imagine. Saren even tried to run away, telling Rachel that she didn't need all this and was doing much better without it. But the girl didn't listen to her at all and shoved this larva into Saren's mouth, and she simply had no choice. Then Rachel told her to swallow the worm quickly. Saren, who had no choice but to listen to her, realized that it wasn't so bad, because the magic chain was instantly strengthened. how shocked she was when she realized that her mana was returning, despite the fact that the hospital had assured her otherwise. And then Saren asked where she got the artifact. Without waiting for an answer, she said that it was even quite tasty, even though it still looked terrible. Their dialogue was interrupted by Jungil, who suggested that they should finally leave Teriansi, but Rachel immediately objected and said that there were still too many people who needed help, and they could not leave them to their fate. Then the student began to make excuses that he meant something else, and added that he needed to take these residents to a safer place, but it seems that Rachel did not really believe him. While they were talking, screens appeared in front of everyone and said that the supreme demon Satan was already on the loose, and they would have to survive in a world that was taken over by demons, and their leader was going to rob humanity and sacrifice the inhabitants. Rachel stood up and told the younger ones that they had to leave the city, and she would go to save the others. But they both objected and said they would not leave her alone. If Jungil just wanted to leave the place together, Saren was going to go with Rachel and help her rescue people. The older woman sighed, looking at Saren, and apologized to her, but said that she could not cope with the pressure of the demons, so she should go home. Despite the fact that she had recently almost lost the opportunity to control the mana, Saren was going to contribute to the rescue and not just run away like a coward. Rachel had already realized that she would not convince her, and that if she went there alone, Saren would come to the same place in a different way. So she was not happy, but agreed. But the older one then asked Saren to tell her right away when she was tired, and they would take her to a safer place. Jungil stayed in the room alone because he really didn't want to go there and put himself in danger, but the two of them didn't even listen to him. In the end, he realized that staying here was not the best option in this case. He also did not want to appear cowardly, so he ran as fast as he could after the others. The struggle in the epicenter of all the events continued, and the Supreme Demon ordered all the monsters to attack Zhongmin and destroy him for his disobedience. The young man was standing alone, and in the end, he did not even defend himself because he was frozen with fear and just watched everything that was happening around him. Eventually, when the demons got too close, he activated his shield and directed the light at the monsters to repel them. Using his speed, the boy took to the air and jumped up to the devil because he realized that there was no point in fighting all the other demons while this one was free. Perhaps he hoped to attack this demon, but if so, he was too naive. Satan summoned another monster so that the young man could not even approach it and had to step back, after which the stone block began to attack him. This time, the adventurer dodged the monster's attacks, but he would not have been able to jump like that for long. He was trying to avoid blows from all sides by jumping away and confusing them, and now he was really doing well. The Supreme Demon watched all this and then spoke again, saying that he did not understand why the boy needed such a great power if he was not going to serve him. Zhongmin did not even listen to him as he swung his sword and was about to send him back to hell. All of the young man's attacks were still too slow, and the demon laughed again, saying that you would have great potential if you decided to become an apostle of evil. But if he chose this path, then Zhongmin must have something left on this earth that is dear to his heart, and something that he will be ready to defend to the end. Later on, the world around him changed, and he looked around, not realizing where he was at first, but then realized what kind of place it was. The demon sneered, saying that the young man could have protected these people if he had taken his side, but that he had only put them in danger. The spirit promised that this city would be blown up and their power would make all the inhabitants of the earth suffer. Now they were in the sky, but hearing all the words, the young man became more worried, because the teacher and everyone else were below. And if what the demon was talking about happened, they would be finished in that very second. Zhongmin started pulling out all his trump cards and applied the true delineation formula to create a protective barrier. Despite the fact that the young man was trying to protect the land, all this was completely unnecessary because it would have been very easy for the demon to break through this shield. Taimin, Yuna, and her father were still near the place where she fought the demon, but the boy was very worried about Jungmin, seeing that all the monsters were approaching Teriansi City Hall. There were too many of them, so he decided that he needed to get to his friend as soon as possible and help him. The girl has already felt much better, and in these few hours she has regained consciousness after dropping many bottles of the potion. Yuna gathered her strength and said that they would go to Youngmin together and save him. But Tim-Ming said it was too dangerous for her to go there because she had just regained consciousness after the fight, and her father said he was right and did not want to let Yuna go. But the girl assured them that everything was fine, and the potion had completely healed her. At that moment, it seemed to them that Yuna was getting cooler by the moment. But no sooner had they reached the town hall than the whole city was covered with a strange light that blinded their eyes. The explosion was too strong, and although a huge rock fell on them, Kangil defended himself and the younger ones. If it wasn't for their father, they would have stayed here forever without even starting to fight. The guy went forward to look around the city, and now it looked more like abandoned ruins because every building was damaged. He was surprised when Rachel and the others came to him, but she said she couldn't leave him here alone. The biggest guy was surprised to see Youngil here, because he was sure that the student would run away as soon as he had the opportunity. But he started to say that he would never do that because he had to save people. They could have started arguing again, but something started flying in the sky, and there was no time for quarreling. No one could see exactly what was happening there, but two opposing energies were clearly visible. Only when the explosions were over did his friends see Jungmin fighting there. And on the other side, they saw his opponent, who was persistently attacking. Younggil was really surprised when he realized who was there, because he would never have thought that this guy was capable of such a thing. Tae-ming ordered him never to call him a loser again. But then I started watching this fight more closely and realized that I had never seen the techniques that Jungmin uses now. Now the young man had just awakened, so he could not fully control his true form. But thanks to the pain-relieving artifact, he was only getting stronger with each passing second. And Eden hoped that at this rate he would be able to defeat his enemy. Dante also watched this fight closely and saw the strength of this young man, which impressed him. The deity gave an order to the 7 heroes to protect the world from Satan, to defend as they fought for their own world in the past. Dylan also confirmed these words because no one said that it was necessary to stop the call. They all knew that if Jongmin won now, all the heroes would win with him. Perhaps the boy was really getting stronger, and his powers were truly impressive. But if you look at it in comparison to the demon, this power was too little to destroy him. The fight continued, but more often than not, Jungmin only managed to dodge and not attack on his own. During the next attack of the devil, you adventurously used the true form of Eden again. However, at the same moment a spell was cast on him, and judging by these abilities it was the power of Apostle Linny. They tried to stop time and this spell worked perfectly. This magic was so strong that no one could escape its grasp. People who are trapped in this trap do not even think about escaping. They simply cannot move in space. Even if they are in incredible danger, a person will not be able to do anything about it. Time stood still, and Jungmin could not move, only watched what was happening around him while the energy of the evil spirit came closer and closer to him. However, when it did happen, the boy repelled the attack, which greatly annoyed the devil. And Jongmin replied that Lena's power and authority could not stop his time, and Leia helped him with this. Continuing the fight, the guy was going to attack by summoning Jur's true form and gathering all the power in his weapon. Later, there was a strong explosion which the young man directed directly at his enemy. Jongmin became even stronger, and each time he attacked, he increased his power, even though it was almost impossible. In addition to all this guy still dares to copy the techniques of all other heroes or even exceeds their power by improving them. It was too dangerous, and the demon did not want to play with such powers, so he decided that he needed to destroy the enemy as soon as possible, who had definitely used some tricky spell. The devil approached again and thought about how to attack to hit and destroy the opponent or to find the spell that Jungmin had been using all this time. When he got close enough, the demon found something he hadn't noticed before and took a closer look. Jungmin continued to attack, realizing that he had no time to think about anything else, so he did not stop to rest. He sighed heavily, summoning Jer's true form again, and gathered all the strength he could into his spear. The young man attacked again with this explosion, creating a powerful wave of energy. The demon noticed that there was a mark on the guy's neck, and if that's what he's thinking, it's not good news. Then he decided that he needed to apply his method to have more time to attack and come up with something more powerful. But it was impossible to even guess what this boy had in his head, although he should have known by now that Lena's power would simply not work on him, and that it was pointless now. However, at the same time, the guy felt a sharp pain again, and his body felt like it was on fire, and it became too difficult to breathe and move. The pain he was feeling throughout his body was so intense that it was reminiscent of the moment when he first awakened and used his true form. Jungmin didn't know exactly how much time had passed, but an hour hadn't passed yet, so he guessed that it was all a spell from Satan, who had taken away the pain from his body. Now his body didn't want to obey Jungmin, and it wasn't that he couldn't think about how to fight on. The devil saw this mark on the neck of all the other heroes, and sooner or later they all began to writhe in pain, just like Jungmin is now. It was possible to guess now that the demon had rewound time back to the moment when the young man had not yet had time to use the pain cancellation. Satan smiled and said that he guessed right, but it was too late. He had already focused on the boy and was about to destroy him because of his disobedience, but at the same moment the demon was struck. It was Yuna and Taimin who distracted him, thus saving their friend. Satan looked around at these people and wondered what these insects were doing here and how they dared to oppose him. The force used by the demon was incredibly strong, and he hit the company that had come, ordering them to stop where they were. The attack seemed so strong that it would have been impossible to hide from it. Rachel at least tried to create a shield and told everyone else to hide behind her. When it was over, the demon looked at his opponents and snorted that it was too weak. Despite the fact that the thing had created a barrier around all of them, this shield did absolutely nothing to help them. They were thrown back several meters with all their might, wondering just what they had hoped for. The Supreme Demon approached the bodies of all these people, intending to destroy them, and he also needed to replenish his mana for his next attacks. It turned out to be very convenient because right in front of him were the people who could be the perfect food to replenish those very supplies. Jongmin was lying unconscious, and the demon was about to direct its powers at him to eat him, but at the last moment, someone shouted his name. No one could have stopped it because they were all too far away. If she tried to approach, she would have exposed herself to another attack, so it turned out that the demon did consume Jongmin's body. After doing so, Satan felt an incredible magical power. The magic was so strong that it filled him. It was the best food for him because he only had to catch one to replenish his mana. His meal did not last long, and very soon the devil was ready to attack his enemies again, full of strength and energy. Already inside, Jongmin finally woke up as soon as he got to his feet and looked around, not realizing what had just happened. But at first he thought it was definitely over. But recalling everything that had happened before, the young man began to realize what was inside this demon, and next to them were all the people he had consumed before. It turned out that they were all in his stomach, and realizing this, he began to panic. The other adventurers stood next to the demon, but none of them dared to attack. They were like frozen statues, standing still and not knowing where to go. In the end, even if they decided to retreat, it would be too late, because the demon released other creatures and ordered them to move towards the enemies. There were already a lot of monsters around, but Satan kept calling more and more other demons to gather his whole army. Now a small company of adventurers found themselves in the midst of a layer of monsters that surrounded them on all sides, and were ready to attack at any moment on the orders of their leader. In the end, there was no choice but to take up arms and start fighting back and hope that they would last. So Teming grabbed his sword and then turned to Yuna and Saren, telling them to take care of those monsters standing off to the side, and they will take care of the rest of them, even though the boy understood how impossible this mission was. And he read that he belonged to the class of hopeless people. But he was not going to leave his friend in danger, even though he did not even know if he was alive. The team was ready to act, so everyone scattered to their places, waiting for the monsters to get closer and attack. The whole pack of demons was moving quickly toward them, and the adventurers gritted their teeth and prepared to strike. These monsters were more likely a distraction, or the demon released them to exhaust his enemies before fighting them himself, because these creatures were easy to defeat. Here they did not take by force, but by numbers. As soon as the adventurers destroyed some, another dozen came, followed by another, and so on, and they did not stop. When the goblins ran out, they were replaced by orcs, more than 100 of them, and behind them was another giant. At this point, Teming lost faith in himself. There are too many dark creatures to fight them, especially in the company they are in now, with only a few people, several of whom have recently recovered from serious injuries. Eventually, he stopped attacking and simply retreated backward as the monsters struck after strike, coming closer and closer, their roars echoing through the destroyed streets of the city. Looking at the situation, everyone tried to keep control of themselves, and Teming asked Yuna to help Rachel deal with the other creatures. Since the older one specialized more in healing and could create a strong shield at most, she needed someone to fight back with, so the girl stood up to defend her. The healer smiled and turned her head slightly to thank the girl for her help. However, this was nothing compared to what was still to come. In addition, the giant standing right in front of them seemed invincible, because no matter how many times they attacked and how hard they hit him, they could not penetrate him. Judging by the look of this monster, all the adventurers pissed him off and he was very angry. Yuna got closer and was about to throw something heavier at the monster to confuse it, when she told Daemin to give the signal and let him start hitting it right after. All of them worked until they were exhausted, but the girl still tried to fight off the creature, throwing one thing after another, and then finally found something heavier. She managed to hit the monster right in the neck, and it was distracted and began to growl loudly. Yuna immediately shouted for the boy to start attacking, because now was the opportunity to get rid of one of the creatures. Hearing the signal, Taeming immediately rushed forward, swinging his sword at the monster. Surprisingly, they managed to overcome it, even though it took the work of almost the entire team. But they were able to get rid of one demon, while hundreds more, led by the Supreme One, were waiting ahead. Yuna was so happy that they had managed to defeat at least one of them that she forgot who was standing in front of them. The whole team continued to attack, but they didn't last long and everyone looked too exhausted, while the number of dark creatures was still not decreasing. Their team was unable to hold out for long, even though not all of the others were fighting, because Saren's magic chain had only recently begun to recover, and she was unstable and would prefer not to use so much mana. While Saren was still hanging on with the last of her strength, everyone else had already fallen to zero. The monsters were coming from all sides, leaving less and less space for the team of adventurers, and if it goes on like this, they will all die here. Satan was summoned, but the follower of Eden could not stop him. Now the hero wondered what would happen to the promise of the deity who ordered them to protect the earth from monsters and the devil. Then this deity said that the 7 of them should sign a contract. The promise to make their stories come true was made in return, and even then it was said what would be waiting for them as a reward. But there was no word about what would happen if the heroes lost and did not keep the promise. Ann and Zir were already starting to panic more, thinking that they would all be destroyed or worse, that they would be trapped in this tower forever and never get out. Dellen then thought about it and turned to Ryet, thinking that something was wrong, because earlier it had been said that people on Earth only knew about their exploits. But Jungmin told them that he had read about the characters in the novel, and the deity called them not beings, but history. Judging by all these facts they heard, they could understand that all 7 characters were fictional, and nothing more than characters from a short story. Others contributed to this theory quite calmly, and only added that if this is true, then the world they know is not a reality. Jongmin was still in the demon's stomach at the time, although he could never have imagined being in such a place. And during those few months, his life became one big adventure. Although he felt terrible, he gradually began to get used to the pain, and after all, he had to get out of here. The young man was going to use all his strength to tear the creature apart from the inside. To do this, the guy again used his unique immersion skill to evoke Dante's true form. After the hero's power passed into his hands, Jungmin attacked. He expected everything but what happened because he saw only a mountain of feathers in front of him. It became even more surprising when the young man noticed Apostle Lena in front of him, and she looked very tired as usual. In addition to being sleepy, she was also losing sleep over the fact that the boy had destroyed her doll, and Yeonsu began to cry over it. But in addition to this shouting, he also heard swearing in his direction and then responded in kind. Youngsu then looked at him and told him to stop screaming, that he was already a hostage here, and when Youngmin looked at what she called him, he almost threw up. It was even a little funny, although she also wondered why this guy was trying to get out so strangely if he was going to stay here forever because he was dead. Then the apostle saw that this weirdo was going to tear up the space around him. So she decided to stop him. But Jungmin just shouted that she was very dangerous and told her to move away. She sighed and decided not to explain anything else, only saying that they should move somewhere else. What this girl had just said scared him and interested him at the same time, but he didn't know exactly what Yeonsu was going to do. Later they flew in space and moved to a completely different place. Jongmin did not know what it was or how long they would have to fall. But when I saw something that looked like the ground under my feet, I started to panic even more because I thought they would crash. However, the young man's panic was completely unnecessary because everything stopped in time and no one was hurt. Or almost didn't get hurt because then he did fall to the floor. In the end, it didn't hurt too much and there was no time to think about the pain. So he stood up and looked around, seeing the large screens on the wall in front of him. On these screens that he saw his friends and began to realize that they were showing everything that was happening outside in the real world. She has repeatedly said that others cannot cope with Satan without his help. But Jongmin was very frightened by the girl's arrival, and he quickly got to his feet, starting to scream and asking why she had brought him here in the first place. Yeonsu stopped and repeated the boy's question about who she was. Then the girl took a few steps towards him again and rose into the air with her arms outstretched and said that she was the world. In the end, he could just call her God, and it would be much easier. Then Yeonsu confessed to him that it was she who had turned the boy's affair into a real story, and Jungmin remained still because he could not believe what she said. It was also the one who gave him the power that Jungmin was so excited about a few months ago, when the sign that the world had chosen his novel was displayed in front of him again. And then the girl approached him and said that the young man should become the next deity. Meanwhile, the seven heroes continued to discuss this theory put forward by Dellen, and they all believed in it more and more every second. They really came to the conclusion that if this theory is true, the world they were talking about is actually unreal. But not all the characters agreed with these words, and Dante loudly shouted out that he would shut the others up and stop talking this nonsense. He believed that all these theories were nonsense and that it was a completely ridiculous decision to believe in them. Dante showed his arm, which was covered with scars, and challengingly asked what he thought about these wounds, because if we follow his theory, they are also unreal. However, Riot reassured him and told him to take it easy, because they were just making a suggestion, not claiming it was true. Then Dellen spoke up again and suggested that we imagine that all of this is actually fiction. The boy ended up in an orphanage after losing his family to an Everton attack, just like all seven of the heroes. All of them were young children who had experienced a great tragedy and saw how the cult destroyed others, and they felt helpless as they watched the Evertonians take the lives of their friends. However, after all that they had experienced, how can we say that all these emotions, their pain and suffering and anger, were fiction? And about Eden's younger sister, whom he also lost. If they are talking about fiction, then what about Emily, and why does she feel pain at all if hysteria is real and they are just written characters in someone's story? In addition to being locked in this tower, they also make me think that all these are unrealistic events. So Dellen backtracked and said that you don't believe in this theory. The hero said that they were just being played with all this time and not told the whole truth. Then Eden told him to shut up because whether he agreed or not, it wouldn't change anything at all. Prina also intervened, expressing her dissatisfaction with Eden's behavior, but they did not start quarreling, so the guy continues to tell us that when they were fighting Satan on the continent, they decided at one point that the world was over and was going to collapse. But then this deity appeared and said that their world would be destroyed very soon, and then the god locked them in this tower. But finally he said that if they could protect the world from Satan, he would fix everything, so the seven heroes agreed. Not everyone was happy about this decision, and Eden even thought that Dellen had lost his mind. How in the world are these unfortunate people going to stop the devil himself? After all, none of them could even pass the first floor of the horizon-cutting sword tower, whose level was impassable. Eden thought that this deity was just mocking them, and as they knew, Eden met Jongmin later on and watched him all the time, and this boy was not like other people from Earth. On the day Jongmin first approached his tower, Eden wondered what the loser was doing next to his building with such pathetic magical powers. At first, he was just watching the guy out of curiosity, but Jongmin was surprising him more and more because Darai was activating a hidden task. They told Eden to take a closer look at him because Jongmin could be the real threat they didn't even know they had, and when the young man got to the second floor, he told Eden something he didn't know. Jongmin was already able to use the sacred fire technique, of course, this technique is quite famous, but only Prina was able to master it until that moment. But in the end, it was all just child's play compared to Eden's powers. When he showed his true abilities, he loved to watch the reaction of Jongmin and his friends, who watched with open mouths. And the locals had no idea about this ability, and it is not surprising. But if no one knows about it, how did Jongmin get hold of the equipment, and how did he know about it at all? And the magical power of this guy, which was very different from the energy of other inhabitants of the earth. Jongmin's mana was more like the magical energy of the world around him, and Eden had been worried about it for a long time. That's why he decided that Jongmin was one of the Evertonians. But the guy assured the swordsman that he was against this cult and was going to stop them and protect ordinary people from Everton's influence. And although this young man did not turn out to be one of the members of this cult, Eden realized one thing. Then the hero asked the others if they remembered what Jongmin had once said about them. That at one point, towers began to appear all over the world based on legends and myths. That creatures from ancient stories began to live inside these towers, and that if you pass the tower's tests, you can receive a reward from its owner. And Jongmin said that he had read a novel that described their story, and then Eden realized that the guy was just lying to them because he couldn't have just read the novel because he knew too much about the characters. In addition, Jongmin used the techniques of all the people Adon knew. At some points, he even thought that the young man knew them all personally because he understood their skills so well. Then he turned to Prina and said that she should have felt it too. The girl herself had previously said that she felt divine energy from Jongmin. That's when Eden said that Jongmin was the one who wrote the history of the Age of Destruction, and he was the same deity who created them all. Dellen sat calmly in his seat and asked his friend where he was going with this. In the end, even if Jongmin was their creator, he is no longer alive, and if so, how should the characters who appear as part of his own imagination act? Eden said that they would have to make a choice, but Dylan still didn't understand what he was talking about. Jungmin may have made Edan suffer so many times and go through all these tragedies, but he was not responsible for his entire life. Eden decided for himself how to live and for whom to fight, and he knew for sure that all these feelings were real and could not be just part of someone's imagination. Whether he was really their god or the true story of the affair was true, Eden didn't care now because he had always made the same choice. The choice to protect people from Everton was his goal, and that's what they have to do. Everything else could be dealt with later, so the time to act is now. Eden and all the others were about to face Satan for the second time. On Earth, almost all the adventurers were already lying on the ground. Breathing was difficult, and almost no one was able to fight the monsters. Taming was still jumping next to the giant, trying to fight back, but his strength was running out. In the end, the monster hit him and threw him away, and the boy surrendered because he could not find the strength to get up. Seeing this creature coming, Taming gritted his teeth and started to get to his feet. The devil continued to say that all of the boy's resistance was absolutely pointless and would get him nowhere. But Taming fought so confidently and naively to the last, as if there was some point in it. In the end, the demon admitted that it was worthy and he liked the fight, but it was time to end it. The path of Tamin must be ended right now by the will of the devil. The demon used his skills again, after which the boy could not move and looked at the monsters ahead with fear in his eyes. However, when the young man stood still and you were about to strike, the demon's attack stopped. Tae Ming, who was still afraid, looked even more shocked when he saw that Satan had been stopped by someone. Then the guys started receiving various notifications that the 7 heroes were rushing to help him. Eden contacted him and told Taemin to hold the sword more firmly and confidently. Prina and Dante also went down and helped the rest of the team. The demon executioner also descended to the ground and approached Yuna, who was lying on the ground, helpless. The divine bow also hurried to the rescue, and Saren, who was unconscious, now felt much better. The devil was watching all this, seeing how the heroes got out of the tower, but he could not understand how they managed to do it. If their last fight didn't put an end to it all, the demon decided to do it now, and finally put an end to the heroes' gang. But these heroes were very confident and were not going to repeat their defeat like the last time. Eden stood in front and said that he would take revenge on the demon for daring to swallow their creator. Jungmin was still standing next to Youngsu, who told him that he should become the next deity. However, the boy thought it was all nonsense and ordered her to let him out of the tower and back into the real world because he needed to help his friends. Yeonsu became very annoyed that the guy didn't believe her, and after all, he was already dead, so he wouldn't be able to leave anyway. Since Jungmin watched everything because the girl was talking, she decided to show the guy another screen. You turned it on right in front of his eyes. She said that Jungmin first wanted to become a hunter when he was 6 years old, and in the fall, when he was 8, he began to study the Encyclopedia of Hunters. They even organized a whole party in his house in honor of the young genius. And later, when he entered the academy, he took a leave of absence because he was only 276th in the ranking. Now he didn't like to talk about it because it was a very sensitive topic, but there was no other way Yeonsu could prove to him that what she said was true. Then the girl smiled and said that she had come up with all this herself. Jungmin stood silently in place and began to believe the girl's words. She said that she would like to retire because being a deity is too hard and too much trouble, which is why she needs a follower. And Youngsu decided that Jungmin was the perfect candidate for the role, and then added that he was created to become a deity. And when they started talking about some divine gift, the young man was speechless. Yeonsu confirmed that he has a unique gift that appears in people only once every few centuries, but not everyone who has this gift becomes a god. Every time such a child is born, Yeonsu has been waiting for it. She was always hoping that this child would be able to create something unique. And Jongmin took it and created an ideal world, which is why she made this story come true. However, in order to be elevated to the post of deity, he will have to pass another test. In order to become a deity, he had to meet his end at the hands of his own creation, and only when you pass this test can you receive such a reward from Yonsei, and the girl would finally be able to go and rest, a thought that pleased her the most of all. Jungmin understood every word she was saying, but he could not believe it was true, let alone do it to himself. His world seemed to turn upside down, even though he lived in this world where his novel became a reality. But here he heard such a confirmation and a detailed story with explanations. Now he knew for sure that people suffered because of him. And in the end, he himself was unable to become a hunter, although this was his dream since childhood, which he confidently pursued until a certain point, when he could not become a deity. Yeonsu then replied that he didn't have much time to think because his friends were competing with Satan, so he had to decide quickly if he wanted to save them. Jungmin had been hesitating and doubting the girl's words, But now he saw everything on the screen. It was more like a strange dream, because everything that happened there had nothing to do with the real world. When the young man's gaze fell on Eden, he finally realized that something was wrong, because how did the character from the novel manage to get out into the real world? Yansu herself was shocked by what she saw on the screen and could not believe that the hero had managed to get out of the tower. The girl screamed loudly, as if they would have heard her, but the fact is that a hero cannot interfere in the events of the real world. They will simply disappear if they do. Jongmin stood in front of the screen and tried to comprehend everything he had just seen, and now he would have to make a choice that would affect many lives.